At 10 a.m., Jiang Fei promptly opened his live streaming session. He had been broadcasting on this platform for 3 consecutive days. Yet the response had been disheartening, with hardly anyone tuning in. If this were in our interstellar realm, I assure you that with the right combination of enticing visuals and flavors, I could sell every single item before me, Jiang Fei lamented, glancing around the nearly empty live room. Today, he had scarcely any viewers. A few had entered only to leave shortly thereafter. Currently, only 3 individuals remained in the chat, yet he persisted with his lines. These cherries are cultivated in my hometown. They are exceptionally fragrant, remarkably sweet, and impressively large. I have placed a link for you in the little yellow car below. It's an incredible deal, £5 for merely 28 yuan. You cannot lose or be deceived, just 28 yuan, the lowest price online. After delivering a couple of lines, Jiang Fei conveniently propped up a sign indicating the price of £5 for 28 yuan in front of his phone. He then began to exuberantly showcase the cherries that in the age of interstellar travel, the fruits from ancient Earth, such as cherries or apples, have become exceedingly sour and unpalatable. With over 200 billion inhabitants in the interstellar realm, more than 90 subsisted on nutrient solutions. Only a select 10 of the elite and top-tier researchers had the privilege to indulge in fresh produce. Jiang Fei belonged to that fortunate group. Though not a noble or particularly wealthy, Jiang Fei's remarkable genetic makeup endowed him with an exceptionally intelligent mind. As a versatile scientist of the interstellar era, he pursued research across various fields, achieving notable accomplishments. They are incredibly delicious, truly exquisite. Initially, Jiang Fei approached his live stream with utmost seriousness. Yet, as the sales stagnated, he occasionally shouted a few lines, spending most of his time showcasing the cherries. He inadvertently transformed a sales pitch into a food broadcast that, in a way, this unexpected turn proved beneficial. At least he was still selling, devoid of the dramatic rhetoric typical of sales pitches, and without an assistant shouting countdowns. As his live room remained sparsely populated, nevertheless, Jiang Fei's spirited cherry display garnered the attention of 3 to 5 viewers, which was certainly better than none.as for the remarkably low prices. That was simply due to the abundant cultivation. The indigenous people of the interstellar age had genuinely never encountered fresh, vibrant, and untainted fruits. This presented an irresistible temptation for Jiang Fei, prompting him to cultivate cherries across vast expanses. As he savored the cherries, he suddenly noticed a comment drifting across the screen. "Are you a fraud, streamer? How could I possibly be a fraud?" Jiang Fei responded, eyes filled with exasperation. The current technological capabilities of humanity were insufficient to support a direct study of a live stream that encompassed all the appealing attributes of food. While the core technology was not an issue, the sheer complexity and multitude of devices involved were overwhelming. Just contemplating it made his head spin. I assure you, it's the truth that truly is delicious. You all should give it a try. Jiang Fei once more seized a handful of cherries and popped them into his mouth. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged once more. "Dear host, I kindly urge you to reconsider your location. You are situated in the most impoverished county of the province, within the direst mountain village. I recall this location being reported previously. I also have a recollection of your village. Its extreme poverty stems from inadequate transportation. While other villages at least have a small road, yours lacks even that. Beyond your village lies a steep, man-made ladder, and the children there must climb it for over 6 hours to reach school. I have seen that news. Wasn't it reported that all the residents were forcibly relocated? How can there still be people living there?" Several more netizens passed by, the live stream now bustling with 8 individuals, presumably locals, engaging in fervent discussion. There must be an issue with the location or the cherries. Such large cherries surely cannot be grown here. This village is entirely covered in saline-alkali land. Do you truly expect anyone to cultivate cherries in such soil? You must be joking. Cherries in saline-alkali land? That's absurd. It's definitely a hoax. Your dreadful place requires a 6-hour climb just to leave. I recall that everyone was relocated last year. How did you gain access? Host? The location must be false, or the cherries are a fabrication. Certain netizens directly summoned a crowd, tagging numerous individuals to join the spectacle. Jiang Fei wore a complex expression, astonished that this quarrel had inadvertently heightened the audience's interest. The number of viewers in the live stream had reached double digits. "Are you willing to accompany me to inspect the fruit trees?" Jiang Fei inquired, lifting his phone. "The network signal here is quite satisfactory." After all, it had been modified under his intervention, resulting in an excellent connection. Indeed, upon stepping outside, Jiang Fei was greeted by a prominent expanse of alkali land. Yet, astonishingly, enormous vegetables flourished abundantly at the entrance. The topography of alkali land starkly contrasts with that of ordinary terrain. The alkali land at Jiang Fei's doorstep was unmistakably distinctive apart from the areas obscured by vegetables. The view was one of desolation. In such heavily alkali soil, plant life struggles to survive. "What's alkali land? I find it rather acceptable," Jiang Fei remarked, not uttering falsehoods. In the era of interstellar travel, soil had been severely tainted by insect toxins. Such land could either yield mutated plants or support no life at all. This contaminated land even encompassed mental pollution, necessitating over a century of continuous purification before it could be deemed usable. Even after a century of purification, the fruits produced would be excessively sour, often accompanied by astringent notes, and should not be consumed in excess, as doing so could adversely affect one's mental faculties, a critical aspect in the realm of interstellar existence. However, Jiang Fei gazed at the land and genuinely felt it to be quite tolerable. It required minimal purification, merely the application of a few special concoctions to stimulate plant growth. Fortunately, the interstellar age had not witnessed any exaggerated mutations. The materials required for those special potions could be perfectly substituted with resources found on Earth. The funds left to Jiang Fei by the original owner were rather limited, as he had other modifications to undertake. Thus, the production of this potion was kept to a minimum. To satisfy his culinary desires, Jiang Fei merely applied a few drops of the potion in the areas designated for plant cultivation, conserving it as much as possible. As for the alkali land that could not be covered by plants, he paid it little mind. However, in the areas where the plants thrived, the special potion had transformed the once barren alkali soil into fertile land. While filming, Jiang Fei simply shook the camera to showcase his cherry orchard to everyone. Indeed, it was a desolate place, and as he sprinted, the viewer count in the live stream surged dramatically. Who is this host? How can they cultivate vegetables in such an inhospitable environment? Do you have any idea how much alkali land exists in our country? Host, don't move. My doctoral thesis is saved. I'll offer 5,000 yuan for your vegetables and the land beneath them. 5,000 yuan for such prime land? Are you serious? It should be at least 50,000. Stop competing. Is anyone else concerned about the cherry orchard? If he can grow vegetables at the entrance, he can certainly grow cherries. Don't hold me back. I'm climbing that mountain right now. I never imagined that the place where I grew up could still yield produce. Chapter 2. The live stream room is banned. It's a fraud, absolutely a fraud. As Jiang Fei dashed outside with his phone, the footage captured a lush landscape, teeming with life. From the fruit trees to the vegetables flourishing on the ground. This prompted a wave of skepticism among viewers. Many were locals who were well aware of the dire poverty of Jiang Fei's area. During an interview years ago, it had shocked numerous people. I am beginning to doubt whether the trees or vegetables the streamer has shown us are genuine. I explored this place before, and it was nothing like this just a year ago. Exactly. Just a moment ago, the streamer flashed by a tree that must be at least a decade old. I watched that interview report a year ago, and that village was barren, with only a few left behind children and elderly folks. The government later funded the relocation of everyone. That tree must be fake, and that vegetable garden might also be a fabrication. Nowadays, for the sake of entertainment, anything is possible. That saline alkali land was evidently devoid of life. How could a giant vegetable suddenly sprout there? It's all very peculiar. What about my graduation thesis? Will I even graduate this year? If all of you are saying it's fake, I'm suddenly feeling uneasy. Hey, agriculture student upstairs. Why don't you share this video with your advisor? Don't you possess the most basic judgment skills? I've reported it. This live stream is fraudulent. The cherries must also be counterfeit. Don't report it. I still want to see this clown show us the cherry trees. They're supposedly growing on saline alkali land. I came from that little mountain village. We had a tremendously hard time studying back then. It was barren, so how could such towering trees grow in just a year? Can't people use a bit of common sense? Perhaps they were transplanted. How foolish would one have to be to transplant precious cherry trees onto saline alkali soil? Would they even survive? Besides, the climate of this mountain village is utterly inadequate to sustain cherries. It's arid every day. Jiang Fei paid no heed to the barrage of comments in the live stream. He swiftly approached the cherry trees he had cultivated and set his phone on a stand. Look behind me. These are the cherry trees. Each tree is genuine, laden with abundant fruit, as you can all see. Jiang Fei first offered a panoramic view for everyone, then took his phone back to provide a closer look. The comments began to flood the screen once more, and the viewer count surpassed 3 digits. Jiang Fei was exhilarated. He was on the verge of fame. Finally, he could sell some of the cherries from this place. Each tree had been nourished with interstellar nutrient solution, allowing them to grow rapidly, becoming not only large but exceptionally delicious. The drip irrigation system supplied nutrients while also repelling pests and birds. Humans found the scent delightful. Yet insects and birds were averse to it. This particular aroma was imperceptible to humans. Consequently, neither insects nor birds will feast upon the fruit trees in this vicinity. For a mere 28 yuan, one can procure 5 pounds. This is the lowest price available online, unprecedented, indeed. Once this opportunity slips away, it may never return. These are all organic. I shall pluck one for you to taste. It is truly delectable. Jiang Fei placed his phone upon a stand and, before the eyes of numerous online viewers, indeed picked several cherries, bringing them to his lips, the juices flowing, presenting an enticing appearance. Goodness, such a large size, almost rivaling that of plums. Are these truly cherries? In international standards for cherries, the highest grade is 4J, indicating a diameter exceeding 32 millimeters. Those cherries the host is consuming seem to attain nearly 60 millimeters. Can it be that such high-quality cherries are being sold for merely 28 yuan? 5 pounds? Is this genuinely true, host? Heavens, such a windfall is too good to be true. It is likely a scam. Once you pay, you may never receive your order. What a scoundrel! Is he trying to lead us all astray? As a fruit seller, even at the cheapest, it cannot be this low. These are agricultural products. The host's audacity is astounding. Reducing agricultural products to such prices jeopardizes market value. Who will purchase anything else at this rate? Jiang Fei, of course, noticed the barrage of comments and explained, I have been live streaming here for quite some time, and no one has made a purchase, thinking I am a fraud. The 28 yuan for 5 pounds has only garnered 3 orders. Afterwards, it will be 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds. The cherries I sell are undoubtedly worth this price. What on earth? Selling at such a high price? Who would buy that? The audience in the live stream grew increasingly numerous, nearing 1,000. Most crucially, the 28 yuan for 5 pounds of cherries had sold out completely. Immediately after selling the cherries, Jiang Fei raised the price to 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds. Then proceeded to flaunt the cherries before everyone. If anyone wishes to purchase, feel free to place an order, 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds, with only 100 orders available. Once sold out, the price will revert to the normal rate. Is there even a normal rate left? At 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds? What could the normal price possibly be? Are they planning to sell by the piece? Perhaps the pricing was excessively inflated. Now, it seemed no one was willing to engage. Jiang Fei remained unfazed, contentedly selecting cherries. In truth, he had never contemplated a price higher than 1,288 yuan for 5 pounds, merely a test to intimidate the viewers. Surely, wouldn't he sell them at an exorbitant price of 10,000 yuan per piece? The yield was indeed substantial, if sold at such a rate. Jiang Fei would have no choice but to feed the surplus cherries to pigs. Jiang Fei, without uttering a word, effectively turned the stream into an eating show. While viewers expressed their frustration, 5 pounds for 1,228 yuan is already outrageous. You mean to say there is an even higher price? I wonder which 100 unsuspecting souls will buy your 100 orders. I find myself in fits of laughter. Is it merely a matter of size? I now question whether these cherries have been artificially enhanced. Otherwise, such dimensions would be implausible. Perhaps you are disguising plums as cherries. Our teacher has asserted that saline alkaline soil cannot yield such fruit. Who do you intend to amuse? Experts have previously examined your area, confirming it to be heavily saline and barren. The news from last year still lingers in memory. It is absurd that anyone resides in such a desolate place. I find it laughable. I am tempted to ascend and expose your deception. Surely, this is a mere visual trick. How could cherries possibly be that large? The cherry trees in the background appear to be digitally altered, and yet they command such exorbitant prices. I am utterly envious. This gluttonous girl can scarcely bear to look. Dear host, please refrain from flaunting your bounty before us. Should you continue, I may be compelled to report you. Jiang Fei had intended to market other fruits, for the reputation of cherries had already been established. Those who purchased 5 pounds at 28 yuan would undoubtedly be tempted by the offer of 5 pounds for 1,228 yuan, touted as a promotional price. Beyond that, the cost would escalate to over 1,000 yuan per pound. Should unsold stock remain, it would have to be fed to pigs. Yet, the pork from ancient earth is remarkably fragrant. I find myself wishing to buy some. Before Jiang Fei could transition to other fruits, he discovered that his live stream had been reported and subsequently removed. Jiang Fei was left utterly speechless. Alas, let us proceed with the shipments. Chapter 3. The regret of internet users. This is the most popular video online at present. The streamer has already been reported. Indeed, I am the one who reported him. It's so phony, and I happen to be in his vicinity. Our small county is exceedingly impoverished, perpetually classified as a poverty-stricken area. Yet, the most destitute among us resides in the small mountain village where that cherry streamer hails from. The land here is barren, as you can see. My journey reveals nothing but bald mountains. On the winding paths through the hills, Li Cheng carries his filming rod and mobile phone, chattering incessantly while capturing the surrounding scenery. However, there is little beauty to behold here. It is stark and desolate. Li Cheng even stomped on the dry ground beside him, revealing a landscape of desolation. Dear viewers, please lend me your attention and cast your votes. This streamer will take you to uncover the truth about those cherries. I have visited that location numerous times, as I have a childhood friend residing there. It is genuinely impoverished, and escaping from there is no easy feat. Last year, the government allocated funds to evacuate all the villagers. They now reside in the county. How could anyone still inhabit that forsaken place? Even if they did, it would be impossible to cultivate such large cherries and vegetables. It's undoubtedly a fabrication. Half an hour after Jiang Fei's livestream was suspended, Li Cheng, a modest streamer with just over 1,000 followers in this county, sensed an opportunity for traffic. Even if the cherry streamer was indeed a fraud, Li Cheng believed that through this adventurous reveal, he could garner some attention. Truth be told, he owed a debt of gratitude to Jiang Fei. Without him, Li Cheng would not have had the chance to ride this wave of traffic. Typically, Li Cheng's live streams attract only a few hundred viewers, but now he was nearing 2,000. It was evident that the traffic from the cherry streamer's broadcast had largely funneled into his. Many viewers were flooding the chat with comments and likes, which only heightened Li Cheng's excitement. I told you, that cherry streamer is a fraud, selling 5 pounds for 28 yuan. Hurry and request a refund before it's too late. Isn't it just 28 yuan? Consider it a lesson learned. I want to see if those cherries are real. Are there really people still defending him? Forget about the previous 28 yuan. Just get your refund already. You folks who reported the cherry stream are truly over the top. I haven't had my fill yet. If you want to confront him, you could have just kept the live stream going until he found the cherry streamer for a face-to-face showdown. That makes sense, but unfortunately, the cherry live stream is already gone. Streamer, you better hurry up. We're waiting to confront him. Li Cheng watched the viewer count soar in his live stream, his smile stretching wide. Finally, fortune had come knocking at his door. Dear viewers, do not worry, I shall arrive shortly. Do you see that mountain? The summit of that mountain is where the small village is located. The mountain looms almost vertically, its surface riddled with uneven paths resembling steps. Indeed, it is by ascending these narrow trails that one navigates its steep incline. For those unaccustomed to climbing, the risk of tumbling down is considerable. Li Cheng found himself not far from Jiang Fei's mountain, already visible from a considerable distance. Yet, when he raised his phone to capture the moment, he was momentarily taken aback. How could there be vegetation atop this mountain? This area is barren, devoid of any growth, and he had never seen trees there before. The viewers in the live stream buzzed with speculation upon witnessing this scene. Could it be possible that someone has managed to cultivate flowers in saline alkaline soil? Goodness! How many saline alkaline lands do we have in our dragon country? And globally? If these areas could support plant life, it would be monumental news for us. No way. This must be a hoax. This place is notorious for its desolate mountains, heavily afflicted by saline alkaline conditions. I recall an official from over a decade ago who, in a bid to boost his performance, painted barren hills green to simulate the appearance of vegetation. He was swiftly exposed and even made the news. I remember that report. That official was quite foolish. One cannot solely blame the officials. At that time, knowledge was scarce, and this land was deemed incapable of nurturing anything just stark emptiness. I can't believe I'm seeing trees on a heavily saline alkaline wasteland. Surely, they aren't potted plants? Who would be so idle as to pot cherries in a ravine? The cost would be exorbitant. Is it truly possible for anything to thrive in such soil? This could be invaluable for my thesis. Blogger, please share the location. I must go immediately. Alas, it's too late. The head of our research institute is already preparing to depart. Streamer, please capture more footage. We want to see. Li Cheng, bewildered, rambled on, his excitement causing him to stutter at times. Impossible. It cannot be. This barren mountain has been famous since our childhood. Just look at its shape, nearly at a 90-degree angle, and particularly robust, with two small mounds nearby. What does this resemble? The viewers in the live stream quickly grasped his implication. I see. The streamer is inviting trouble for his channel. This is brazenly provocative. Enough with the chatter. Just a few steps away. Hurry up and climb. We need to see the plants thriving in saline alkaline soil. My advisor is growing impatient. Please reveal this location. It is a haven for us graduate students in agricultural studies, our ultimate joy, without exception. Li Cheng's pace was commendable as he continued forward, teasingly remarking, in the words of our elders, this mountain is said to be a place where nothing flourishes, with some old geomancers claiming it to be a site of extreme yang energy, suggesting that its excessive vitality prevents any growth. Later, we acquired knowledge that revealed this area to be heavily saline alkaline land, where nothing grows. However, the original name of this mountain is somewhat unspeakable. Lest the live stream be abruptly terminated, it is now referred to as Nyodon Mountain. Do you see those two small mounds beside it? Do they not resemble two? Li Cheng's commentary is quite amusing, causing the viewers in the live stream to erupt in laughter. I found the location. Indeed, it is called Nyodon Mountain. I checked it on satellite imagery, and goodness, it is indeed densely packed. Oh my, what the cherry said is true. He has truly cultivated plants on heavily saline alkaline soil. Did you actually report the cherry? Do you still think that 28 yuan for 5 gene of cherries is expensive? Do you also consider 1,228 yuan for 5 gene of cherries to be costly? Let me tell you, if he can grow this on heavily saline alkaline land, even if it were priced at 12,228 yuan for 5 gene, people would still buy it. I, for one, am eager to purchase some for an experiment. The viewers were filled with regret at that moment. Li Cheng looked utterly bewildered. Your comments are quite exaggerated. Over 10,000 for 5 gene. Would you really buy that? Clearly, Li Cheng, who is not an agronomist, is entirely unaware of the value of cherries grown on heavily saline alkaline soil. Chapter 4. Such a massive airplane, intended for deliveries? Li Cheng soon arrived near Nyodon Mountain. Yet as he gazed at the once singular path leading up the mountain, he fell into silence. I recall this path was not like this before. It was nearly vertical, and although there were iron railings alongside, there were no protective measures whatsoever, making the ascent quite arduous. However, back then, it was merely difficult to climb. Now, it is utterly impassable. As Li Cheng spoke, he secured his phone with a stand, aimed it at the path, and attempted to scale it. He sensed something was amiss. It dawned on him, pointing at the nearly vertical trail. He remarked, I remember the steps were quite dense, and every so often, there were substantial steel bars embedded into the path. Under such circumstances, while it was challenging, it was still passable. Now, this path has been destroyed. In any case, I cannot ascend. Is this meant for Spider-Man? What happened? It was never like this before. Li Cheng, like a monkey, scrambled about, exerting himself to no avail. The viewers in the live stream nearly laughed themselves into stitches. Host, can you manage this? If not, let me take over. This is hilarious, but honestly, no ordinary person could climb this path. This path has been damaged, right? I remember it wasn't like this. It seems the villagers were relocated to prevent nostalgic elders from returning, so they simply destroyed the path. If the path is destroyed, how did the cherry ascend? How did he cultivate so many things? Host, please share the location. Our climbing association is highly interested in this path. No, look above, my goodness. Such a massive airplane is flying out from Nyodon Mountain. Could it possibly belong to that cherry? Jiang Fei, in a flurry, picked up his phone. Truth be told, he was momentarily stunned upon seeing the colossal airplane. He aimed his phone at the aircraft in the sky, bewildered. This behemoth cannot have flown out from the cherry. Can it? No way. Is it for deliveries? Indeed. But wait, how could this cherry possess such a large airplane? With something this size, are you still selling cherries? Huh? Jiang Fei set the flight path, meticulously sifting through options in his warehouse. Just selecting a delivery drone took him half an hour. No. This one's too gaudy. For deliveries, there's no need for extravagance. This one will suffice. The size is appropriate. Luckily, the original owner had a nearly bankrupt courier company, complete with air transport routes and aircraft. I shall utilize the modified version of his old aircraft drone for deliveries. I'll check these 3 locations and deliver to the nearby courier company branch, then find someone to handle the distribution. Ah, the original master. Your courier company boasts a plethora of offerings, and even in the face of impending bankruptcy, the remnants could still fetch a modest sum. With a sum of 5 million on the card, how could one contemplate such a tragic end? As Jiang Fei meticulously selected a drone, he stuffed 5 kilograms of cherries into the vacant cargo hold of the aircraft. This particular drone was salvaged from the original master's near-defunct courier service and, through Jiang Fei's ingenious modifications as an interstellar polymath, it had been transformed from a dilapidated vessel, fit only for scrap, into a drone capable of transporting 5 tons of goods. The backstory of the original master's demise is rather melodramatic. He was abducted and taken to a remote village, where he lived with an elderly gentleman. Possessing an astute intellect, he managed to rise from that humble setting, establishing a business empire by the age of 23, and achieving legendary status by 26. At 27, he discovered the identity of his biological father, a billionaire. Yet, this father had since remarried, and his biological mother succumbed to severe depression shortly after his abduction. The estranged billionaire father showed no desire to meet him, sending a stepmother instead, who offered a mere 5 million to sever any familial ties. Subsequently, when the courier company faced turmoil and neared collapse, the original master, in a fit of despair, retreated to the very village from which he had been taken, to the arduous slopes of Bull Egg Mountain, to languish in solitude. It was then that Jiang Fei, fresh from traversing the cosmos to a new star system, took over the operation. Truth be told, upon his arrival, Jiang Fei felt as if he were a mouse that had accidentally stumbled into a grain store, overwhelmed with joy. Rice, fresh, uncontaminated, and devoid of harmful substances. Fruits, vibrantly fresh and pure. And meat. Oh, the wonders! The interstellar native had never encountered such pristine, delectable meat. It felt surreal. In the secluded valley, Jiang Fei indulged in the provisions left by the original master, consuming them with the voracity of a little mouse before deciding to settle there. After everyone else had migrated, the original master had leased the entirety of Bull Egg Mountain and all surrounding hills, encompassing over 2,000 acres. However, due to the heavily saline and barren nature of the land, the lease was remarkably affordable, merely 5 yuan per acre for 30 years. Once satiated, Jiang Fei's first endeavor was to create an artificial intelligence robot to assist in managing the desolate terrain. A year later, Jiang Fei boasted the most advanced team of AI robots in the world, overseeing over 2,000 acres of vegetable and fruit fields. Having thoroughly squandered the original master's 5 million. As the most versatile scientist in the cosmos, he sourced many of the raw materials himself, striving to find the most affordable alternatives on Earth. Consequently, the first AI robot he crafted, codenamed Dubai, bore an eccentric and peculiar appearance, pieced together from various materials. Yet, despite its unconventional look, its performance was impeccable, and that was sufficient. After all, in this desolate mountain, Jiang Fei was the sole inhabitant. A little ugliness was no matter. The live streaming room was closed, and despite Jiang Fei's appeal, it remained inaccessible, causing him to lose interest. After indulging in a couple of cherries, he reached out to Dubai. How much money do we have left in our account? Will today's meal suffice? Dubai, adorned in an apron and crafted from meticulously assembled steel materials, scratched his bald head, producing a metallic clinking sound. Yet, when he spoke, his voice was both agile and melodious, akin to a lark in a secluded valley. It's sufficient. Our robotic courier service has commenced operations, and next month we shall be financially secure. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback by Dubai's high-pitched, childlike tone, sending shivers down his spine. Dubai? Who told you to download those peculiar voice packs online? Change them back immediately. When I created you, I programmed you to be a boy. Why do you keep downloading female voice packs? This was one of the minor drawbacks of interstellar intelligent robots, once connected to the internet and exposed to learning. They were prone to developing their own emotions and preferences. However, these intelligent robots would never betray humanity, as Jiang Fei had implemented numerous layers of protective logic to ensure Dubai's unwavering loyalty. Yet, despite the core code designed for the intelligent robot learning a vast array of knowledge online for a year, why did it seem to become increasingly effeminate? This was a clear deviation from his original programming. Chapter 5. The elderly professor from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I fear your doctoral studies were in vain. The robot, dubbed Dabai, responded with a hint of indignation. But master, I find such a voice delightful. Jiang Fei furrowed his brow. Do you truly relish this voice? Or do you yearn to embody it? If it is the former, I suspect you might be experiencing a peculiar phase. Dabai's metallic eyes flickered, emitting a crimson glow. As it mechanically intoned, I have uninstalled the voice package and am currently downloading content related to this phase. Jiang Fei interjected. Perhaps you should refrain from downloading. I may need to procure a female robot for you. Within Jiang Fei's robotic ensemble, Dabai held the core intelligent code, while also crafting smaller robots for simpler tasks. After all, how else could Jiang Fei indulge in extravagance while residing in such isolation? Even with the most economical materials, the expenses for installing water and electricity, coupled with purchasing various seedlings and trees, accumulated significantly. The robot team consumed the majority of the budget. Presently, Jiang Fei operated the express delivery company left behind by the original owner, which was entirely staffed by robots. Although they were basic models, they still incurred substantial costs. Should he assign Dabai a companion of equal intellect and appealing appearance, Jiang Fei would find himself utterly bankrupt. It was imperative to curb Dabai's inclination toward this phase. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Fei suggested, perhaps you should download some charming voice packages instead. After all, those are quite economical. Dabai acquiesced. As you wish, master. The endearing, youthful voice once more resonated in Jiang Fei's ears. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a bespectacled young man hurriedly approached a venerable professor with silvery hair, excitedly presenting his phone as if it were a treasure. Professor, look, you must see this. This is the heavily saline alkaline land we once surveyed. Can you believe this streamer has managed to cultivate cherries here? This is barren saline alkaline soil, where not a blade of grass grows. Professor, do you understand how succulent these cherries are? Look, open your eyes and see. I refuse to believe you are blind to this. The professor's lips twitched as he fumbled for his reading glasses, casting a disparaging glance at his student before widening his eyes to scrutinize the video on the phone. The footage showcased a spirited young individual exuberantly promoting cherries, gesturing towards the trees behind him. While the filming angle was subpar, the soil adjacent to the cherry trees was unmistakably the same they had previously examined. The scenery beyond the cherry trees appeared vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a particularly impoverished village they had surveyed over a year prior. Is this Nyodan Mountain? The elderly professor recognized the location, the name having been deeply ingrained in his memory from various sources prior to their visit to Nyodan Mountain. Some online feng shui masters once mentioned this place, claiming it to be a land of extreme yang, devoid of any vegetation. However, when the poverty alleviation team invited their expert group for an inspection, they quickly realized that the notion of an extreme yang land was utterly absurd. In reality, this area was merely a heavily saline alkaline region, barren and desolate. The small village was home only to left-behind children and elderly residents. Each day, the children had to trek 6 hours uphill to attend school, and the return journey was equally arduous. The situation was perilous, prompting the expert team to conclude that this inhospitable place was unsuitable for human habitation, urging an immediate evacuation to prevent any unfortunate incidents involving the elderly and children. Consequently, the government relocated the remaining elderly and children to resettlement housing in the county town. Yet, how is it that this desolate place still has inhabitants? Who has leased this land? And how could cherries be cultivated here? Hold on. A barren wasteland devoid of life can yield cherries? Not to mention that the climatic conditions and temperatures of Nyodan Mountain are wholly incompatible with the survival of cherry trees. Even the soil is so inhospitable that it struggles to support the growth of dogtail grass, let alone cherries. This video must surely be a fabrication. The elderly professor, having watched the entire video, placed his glasses aside and, with a stoic expression, reached a conclusion. Observing his somewhat deranged disciple, he kindly offered advice. Xiaoji, I understand that your thesis was devoured by your junior last month. I know you are distressed, but your research on saline alkaline land remains invaluable. You can always start anew. The elderly professor, unsure how to console him, recalled the incident from last month when Ji Zixing nearly consumed his junior in a fit of rage, raw, as if sashimi. Although such occurrences are not uncommon in agricultural colleges, where upperclassmen often pilfer from freshmen or where first-year students mistakenly uproot the theses of seniors, This phenomenon is not limited to undergraduates. Graduate students, doctoral candidates, and even postdoctoral researchers experience similar antics. It is quite typical, as some researchers, having hit a bottleneck in their studies, may, in moments of madness, seek to sabotage their own theses and then target others as well. The agricultural college was a realm of tranquility, where students were either herding pigs or catching ducks. Last month, one of the departments even purportedly produced pigs with wings, an apparent result of genetic mutation, which led to the immediate transfer of their findings to the kitchen. Rumor has it that the researcher now lies in a coma in the hospital. Upon recalling this, Zixing gritted his teeth in frustration. My thesis is gone. But that is of little consequence. This streamer has given me hope. Professor, I wish to head to Nyodon Mountain this afternoon. This must be true. The professor waved his hand, granting him the holiday, considering the young man had been rather unhinged lately. He had even ordered cherries from that influencer. 5 pounds for just 28 yuan, each one impressively large. Zixing gestured, claiming that delivery could be accomplished within 24 hours. Once I receive that cherry, I shall promptly head to Nyodon Mountain. At this moment, the old professor gazed at his young disciple, Zixing, with increasing pity. The child had truly lost his senses. Believing such absurdity, had the doctor wasted his studies? A prominent characteristic of these bookish individuals is their naive tendency to trust anyone. The old professor, at a loss for words, hesitated to express his thoughts. Zixing's eyes lit up. Professor, do you not also consider this a miracle? The old professor coughed lightly and sincerely replied, I find it miraculous that you can believe in this deception. After certain words are spoken, it seems that the remaining expressions of sentiment become less daunting. The old professor, as if a floodgate had opened, began to unleash a torrent of criticism. Where have you been in your studies? How can you fall for such a scam? Do you not realize the distance to Nyodon Mountain? You expect it to arrive in 24 hours by air. Is it truly feasible to deliver it to you so swiftly? That mountainous terrain is beyond the reach of postal services. Of course, for you, 28 yuan is trivial, if you can purchase a lesson for that amount. I suppose I must accept it. Have you ever seen cherries of such size? As the old professor gestured and scolded, those around him, including senior students and other professors engaged in experiments, paused to listen. Some had indeed seen the viral video of cherries being grown in saline alkali soil, which had stirred considerable buzz online. The cherry streamer's broadcast had been banned, and a group had even declared intentions to investigate in person to confront the streamer. Zixing, enough is enough. Is it just that your graduation thesis has gone missing? You have prior data and experience. It's not too late to start anew. To grow cherries in heavily saline soil, why not aim for the heavens? That video is undeniably fake. You were the one who spent 28 yuan on 5 pounds of cherries. You were truly a gullible fool. Zixing's composure shattered. Why did his most esteemed professor refuse to believe him? Just as he felt tears welling up, a youthful voice echoed from afar. Who is the most handsome and accomplished Zixing in the universe? Your delivery has arrived. Chapter 6. My goodness, how delicious. Zixing's mindset was already somewhat unraveling, particularly after being ridiculed by a group of senior students. The glances from his junior peers were equally peculiar. As if he were a fish out of water, a grown individual who could still be duped by such a ruse. It was truly astonishing. Zixing felt on the verge of tears. The old professor was quite protective of Zixing. Enough, you lot. Do not revel in his misfortune. Keep your focus on your graduation theses, lest you find yourselves in a similar predicament. Little G, I understand that you have been under significant stress lately. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. With the old professor's support, the group that had just mocked Zixing promptly fell silent. They merely sought to vent their frustrations, and there was no need to truly provoke Zixing, as they were colleagues after all. What followed were words of consolation. Just as Jiang Fei's mood began to improve, he heard a child outside calling for him, audibly pronouncing the full name of his online shopping embarrassment. Who is the most dashing and accomplished Zixing in the universe? Your package has arrived. Laughter erupted throughout the research institute, young and old alike. The delivery person was audacious. Such boldness was unprecedented. The full name of Zixing's online shopping account had been a source of amusement for some time, and he had long wished to voice his thoughts on it. Actually, mine is worse. My shopping account's name is Pang Yuyan's wife, but aren't you a man? What of it? Does being a man preclude me from anything? Zixing gritted his teeth and strode toward the door, followed by several others who were curious to see the courageous delivery person with such a melodious voice. The delivery man appeared to be a clean-cut individual. holding a large box. This is the cherries you purchased during the live stream. Please verify. In Jiang Fei's delivery company, sorting and storing packages were primarily handled by small robots, but deliveries were conducted by humans. More economical that way. Ji Zixing, utterly bewildered, accepted the box, signed for it in a daze, and watched as the delivery man departed. As the man turned, the bold lettering on his back read, Fast Delivery Company. Ji Zixing had never heard of this delivery service. Staring at the box in his hands, he was perplexed. Cherries? The delivery address read, 666 Nyodon Mountain, Long County. Nyodon Mountain? Is it really that fast? Deliveries within 24 hours are indeed true? At that moment, Ji Zixing dragged the box over to the old professor, placing it directly on his desk. Professor, this is the cherries I bought from Nyodon Mountain, grown in the saline alkali soil. The old professor had just sent Ji Zixing away, and now this young man returned to confront him with a box of cherries. The old professor exclaimed, You? Me? Cherries. If it were not for the respect he held for the elderly professor, Ji Zixing would have grasped the professor's shoulders and shaken him vigorously. These were cherries cultivated in saline alkali soil. With a swift motion, Ji Zixing tore open the packaging of the cherries. At that instant, the entire floor fell silent. They had intended to mock Ji Zixing, to call him delusional and accuse him of being deceived. Yet, as the packaging was unsealed, their thoughts vanished into thin air. Everyone on that floor inhaled deeply. Good heavens. What a delightful aroma. I have always believed that the finest imported cherries had little flavor. Could this truly be the essence of cherries? This fruit has a fragrance? I yearn to taste it. Has it been treated with chemicals? Is it possible to cultivate such a variety locally? Isn't this something only found abroad? Surely. The climate of Nyodon Mountain cannot yield such a harvest? Speaking of climate, did we not study that area a year ago? A severely saline alkali terrain, devoid of any vegetation, where not even a blade of grass could thrive. Wasn't the elderly professor contemplating the development of a special solution to reduce the salinity of that land? Yet, to date, there has been no result. Is this the impoverished, remote village that expelled its inhabitants a year ago? Has someone leased the land? Can anything truly be grown there? 5 pounds for 28 yuan. Is this not a tremendous bargain? Is what the streamer said genuine? Goodness, these cherries are large enough. Ji Zixing, let me have a taste. Just one. Step aside. Just moments ago, when Ji Zixing had not received his package, you were there to deride him, asserting he would surely be fooled. Now, whether or not he shares with you is up for debate. The elderly professor, initially poised to scold, was rendered speechless when Ji Zixing opened the box in front of him. A wave of fragrance enveloped him from within the box. Each cherry was the size of a fist. Ordinary cherries could never grow to such dimensions unless treated with special agents. However, it must be said that such treatments often compromise flavor. Nevertheless, these cherries appeared as fresh as if they had just been plucked from the tree, exuding an enchanting aroma. The professor found himself irresistibly drawn to one, eagerly popping it into his mouth. The surrounding chatter hushed, as everyone feared disturbing the professor. Crunch. The professor bit into the cherry, and rich, vibrant juice flowed from the corners of his mouth, exceedingly sweet. He felt every taste bud on his tongue reveling in a feast. The professor's eyes lit up. It was exquisite. The flavor was simply unparalleled. Unlike any cherries available in the market, these cherries, with their unique variety and appearance, were exceptional. In a matter of moments, he devoured the cherry in his hand with a speed that could rival Zhu Beiji's voracity for ginseng fruit. Naturally, upon finishing one, he reached for another. As Ji watched from the side, he could not resist indulging in one as well. My heavens, how delectable! Every taste bud within him clamored for more, the unique fragrance of the fruit swirling in his mouth, as if in that fleeting moment it permeated the entire floor. Gulp. The person beside him could not help but swallow. Gulp. Gulp. More individuals joined in swallowing, for the cherries, untouched until now, had yet to reveal their full flavor. Both the old professor and Ji had already savored 3 each. The aroma of the fruit lingered tantalizingly by everyone's noses, evoking a primal urge to feast. Ji looked up and suddenly realized that his senior peers and other professors had eyes gleaming with hunger, transforming them momentarily into ravenous wolves. He felt a pang of regret. Such exquisite cherries. Why had he thought it wise to open the package within the confines of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Such a delightful treat deserved to be savored alone in a quiet corner. Chapter 7. Astonishing. The nutritional value and unique effects of cherries in a hurried manner. Ji Xiang embraced the remaining cherries close to her chest. The elderly professor, who walked with a slight tremor, swiftly seized a few from her grasp. "Professor, we still need those for experiments," she exclaimed. Despite the 5 pounds seeming abundant, each cherry was quite substantial, and for someone like Jiang, who had already transformed into a glutton, it hardly sufficed. It hardly seemed enough for a single meal. No wonder that cherry live streamer was incessantly boasting during the broadcast. If he were in her position, he wouldn't part with them either. He would relish them all himself. "What experiments?" she mused. "You'll surely know until only a minuscule piece remains for experimentation. Let me indulge in a couple more." The old professor, aware of his lack of greed for culinary delights, found it difficult to resist the exquisite flavor of the cherries. "But there is still a whole box left. What is the harm in eating a couple?" With the professor leading the charge, the researchers on that floor gazed eagerly, their eyes gleaming with desire. "Jiang, don't be stingy. Let us have a taste. The aroma is simply irresistible. Indeed, the fragrance is divine. I suspect it's infused with some special concoction. Allow me to investigate. You may not excel in this area, but I certainly do. Why not relinquish the remainder to me? Your calculating eyes are practically piercing my face. Do you think Jiang is foolish?" She retorted. "My goodness, is it truly possible for someone to cultivate such a fantastical variety? If this type were to be exported abroad, I can only imagine the expressions on those foreigners. Cherries are indeed sold at a premium, and I have always believed that the particularly expensive ones lacked flavor. However, upon opening this box, I was immediately enveloped by a refreshing fruit scent, reminiscent of a fragrance I hadn't encountered in ages. Could it be that they were pesticide-free? How could they grow to such a size without pesticide? They would have been devoured by pests long before reaching this stage. The aroma is simply too enchanting. I believe a thorough investigation is warranted. Jiang, do share some with me." Jiang felt a sense of despair. The usually well-mannered and genteel classmates and professors transformed into frenzied competitors when it came to seizing these treasures. She navigated the floor with utmost determination, dodging left and right, yet ultimately fell prey to a group of ravenous individuals who cornered her and snatched away the box, along with the coveted cherries that made her mouth water. In the end, amidst their restrained enthusiasm, the researchers managed to retain 3 particularly plump cherries the size of fists for data analysis. These cherries were treated with the utmost reverence by the elderly professors, who safeguarded them like precious gems. Beside the professors stood their students. "Professor, after you complete the data analysis, may I have that fruit? I wish to conduct my own study." "Is that truly research? I wouldn't want to burst your bubble. Your drool is already dripping onto my hand." It was not until now that I realized just how far Nyodon Mountain is from here. My inquiry pertains to how that particular streamer managed to deliver it so swiftly. Regardless, why not embark on a field investigation ourselves? Is it truly possible that such produce can thrive on heavily saline alkaline soil? This individual is quite remarkable. It is no small feat to cultivate such a variety of cherries in such adverse conditions, even under the most optimal temperature and the richest soil. I would struggle to achieve this. My postdoctoral studies seem futile, leaving me feeling utterly inept. Let us await the results from the esteemed professors. Regardless of whether it is junk food, I succumbed to its allure. It was simply too delectable to resist. After all, Jiang received a box of cherries from a dubious-looking live stream, prompting the entire cohort of researchers on that floor to work tirelessly for a week, fueled by fervent enthusiasm. Their conclusion was that this fruit is indeed extraordinary. It not only possesses the alluring fragrance of cherries, but also encapsulates all the flavors one would expect from such fruit, alongside rich nutrients, vitamins, and certain unique elements that remain beyond the grasp of current research. From every analytical perspective, this cherry is undeniably remarkable, achieving perfect scores across the board. What puzzles the researchers is its apparent medicinal properties. All those who consumed the cherries reported some degree of physical change. For instance, Jiang, who previously suffered from severe myopia, noticed an improvement after consuming the cherries. His eyesight, once exceeding 500 degrees, felt discomfort the morning after indulging. The clarity of his previous glasses even induced dizziness. This phenomenon stemmed from the discomfort of adjusting to high-prescription lenses after experiencing a reduction in visual acuity. Consequently, Jiang took a leave of absence to have his glasses refitted. The latest examination revealed that his vision had improved to around 200 degrees. At this point, Jiang had not yet attributed his bodily changes to the cherries. It was only a week later, as several researchers were packing up and engaging in casual conversation about their impending trip to Nyodon Mountain, that someone broached the topic. Am I mistaken? Or does it feel like I've changed since consuming those cherries? Do any of you feel the same? My old leg pain has vanished in the rain. To discover that I was not alone in this sensation was a relief. I had assumed my recent exercise was yielding results, as my hemorrhoids had also disappeared. My prescription had diminished from over 500 degrees to about 200. Could it be that the cherries possess medicinal value? I hadn't heard such claims. They are cherries, not ginseng, declared the elder professor with finality, though he too sensed something was amiss. Now that you mention it, I've noticed an increase in my stamina while walking. Shall we consider a medical examination and compile an additional report? The remaining fruits were withheld by the esteemed professors, still locked away in the laboratory. They planned to conduct an on-site investigation at Nyodan Mountain. Meanwhile, Jizi Xing incessantly scrolled through his phone. Who was the scoundrel that reported the cherry last time? Hasn't the ban been lifted yet? Is he not planning to broadcast anymore? It has been a week. Why is the cherry still not online? In the military district, a week had passed, yet the cause of that aircraft remained unclear. The middle-aged general stood ominously behind the technical staff, his face etched with severity. Is there not a single trace on the radar? The technician quivered in trepidation. None, truly none, General. You should not place too much faith in your son. Perhaps he simply misperceived. They had been investigating for a whole week, yet still, no conclusion had been reached. The subject of their inquiry was the drone dispatched by Jiang Fei for cargo transport. Chapter 8, Military Alert. A stealthy and supersonic civilian cargo aircraft. Do you wish to ascend into the skies? The tale begins a week prior. In proximity to Jiang Fei's location lies a military district. Utilizing the original owner's flight routes and credentials, Jiang Fei dispatched a drone for cargo transport, carrying a total of 3 boxes of cherries, as the courier service had only recently commenced operations. Once the buy established the flight path, the task was essentially complete. They merely needed to inform the local branch of the courier service near the airport to send human personnel for assistance. However, they both overlooked a significant detail. On that day, a military exercise was underway in the neighboring district. The general's youngest son was among the most esteemed pilots in the area, maneuvering his fighter jet through complex aerial stunts. Upon activating the radar, he received a notification indicating that a civilian passenger aircraft was passing nearby. This aircraft, unaware that it had intruded upon a military exercise, inadvertently entered the zone. Consequently, the military drill was temporarily halted to allow the civilian aircraft to proceed. While the general's son circled in the air, Jiang Fei's drone zipped past at an astonishing speed. Its velocity was so remarkable that the general's son barely caught a glimpse of the aircraft's silhouette. Merely seconds later, he was startled by the thunderous sound of a sonic boom. Had it not been for this auditory cue, he would have doubted whether he had seen anything at all, attributing it to mere illusion. The radar displayed no indication of the aircraft's presence. He could see the civilian passenger plane, yet it bore no resemblance to the swift, peculiar craft that had just darted by. The speed of that inconspicuous drone was unfathomable to the general's son. He could not articulate just how fast it was, but the sonic boom suggested it exceeded the speed of sound. In fact, he considered that this aircraft surpassed any he had previously encountered, leaving only a fleeting trace in its wake. While the general's son was not the sole observer of the aircraft that day, others on the ground also witnessed its rapid passage, albeit as mere remnants of a blur. The implications of such a swift aircraft that eluded radar detection were profound. It was a stealthy, remarkably fast machine that caught everyone off guard. Amidst the astonishment, the general's expression darkened. Is your technology reliable? If not, we shall find someone else. The technicians, overwhelmed with confusion, replied, we have searched for an entire week. Not only has our radar failed to detect it, but I even infiltrated foreign satellites without uncovering a single trace. The notion that this aircraft might be a figment of imagination remained unspoken among the technicians. Instead, one chose a different descriptor. This thing is akin to a missile from the Elephant Nation, once launched. Its destination remains unknown. Is there truly such speed achievable? Upon the technician's utterance, a sharp reprimand from the general swiftly followed. Laden with palpable frustration, you possess the capability to infiltrate foreign satellites? Have you compromised all of theirs? I wish to see if we might uncover even a trace of that object. However, the cadre of technicians engaged in a protracted discussion, their voices reaching the general's ears with surprising clarity. Isn't this a bit absurd? How could it possibly be this? Even if you intend to feign ignorance, you cannot resort to this nonsense. This would surely invite repercussions, wouldn't it? This object bears no resemblance whatsoever. I suspect you've been chasing after phantoms these past few days. It cannot possibly be a commercial aircraft, can it? We investigated that airline thoroughly and found nothing at all. If it is not from them, it must be from foreign forces. But consider this. If foreign military aircraft traversed our airspace, our radar would still detect them, albeit only visually, as fleeting shadows. At such high speeds, how terrifying is that? It cannot be foreign military. I am convinced it is. Our nation lacks such formidable technology. Yet, I previously consulted the general's younger son, who claimed it bore a striking resemblance. A resemblance does not equate to this hideous contraption. The technician's murmurs reached the general, who appeared visibly perturbed. What are you all discussing? What hideous contraption? Eventually, a representative emerged, holding a mobile phone, and presented it to the general. They suggest it might be this. The video on the screen depicted Li Cheng's earlier exploratory footage. Initially, Li Cheng attempted to clumsily ascend the formidable Nyo-Dan mountain, but ultimately surrendered to photographing his surroundings. Subsequently, he captured the sight of that unsightly aircraft. Even managing a close-up shot, the general fell into silence. He had heard his son describe the aircraft's grotesque appearance, questioning how something so unattractive could even take to the skies. Yet, here it was, defying expectations. In the video, the aircraft, so unappealing, was indeed airborne, emblazoned with the words "cargo use only." The general recalled his son mentioning that the swift object might bear some markings, though its speed rendered them indistinguishable. It could merely be superficial coating. Summon my son. Let him identify this, the general commanded, harboring skepticism regarding the aircraft's appearance, which resembled a haphazardly assembled monstrosity. It was evident that the aircraft possessed a complete fuselage, yet appeared as if it had undergone modifications, adorned with an array of mismatched patches. The general even suspected that the internal structure might be equally cobbled together. Ultimately, upon beholding this unsightly aircraft, the general's first thought was of the poverty of its creators. It seemed as though they had meticulously rationed every material used in its construction. Even if it is patched up, it must soar through the skies. Moreover, such an eccentric contraption can actually ascend? If Jiang Fei were present, he would probably engage in a lengthy debate with the general. Does he not wish to craft a more aesthetically pleasing aircraft? His resources are severely limited. A mere 5 million, along with a heap of junk. The fact that he managed to create this aircraft is commendable. Ugly. And what of it? Does it affect its ability to fly? However, from the general's perspective, if this unsightly object is indeed an undetectable stealth aircraft, it is quite perplexing. How can such a creation possess such remarkable speed? The general's youngest son, an exceptional pilot within the military district, has a fondness for airplanes. A week ago, he witnessed an aircraft zoom past him like a large rat, leaving only a fleeting impression and the sonic boom produced by its supersonic speed. Since that moment, he has dreamt nightly of encountering that aircraft. With each dream featuring its shadow swiftly passing by, the sound of its sonic boom resonating in his ears. Upon being summoned, the general's son scrutinized a video on a researcher's phone and reached a conclusion. It is utterly impossible for such an unattractive aircraft to achieve such velocity. It is likely just a civilian pesticide sprayer. The young lad now regards his father with a look akin to that of a madman. Father, even if you cannot find it, you cannot dismiss me with this nonsense. The general, momentarily taken aback by his son's words, fell into silence for several minutes before finally commanding, investigate. Uncover the truth behind this matter. Better to wrongly accuse than to overlook. What if? We must scrutinize everything that can soar into the heavens. They all could potentially be that extraordinary aircraft. If it truly is this ugly plane, how could it merely be transporting goods? The military would certainly take an interest. If it can indeed remain undetected on radar and achieve such astonishing speeds, why waste it on mere cargo? That would be a gross misallocation of resources. However, how much cargo can it actually carry? Can Mischio board it? Yet what puzzles the general even more is the astonishing prowess of contemporary domestic enterprises. They have produced aircraft that the military could not, and developed technologies that eluded military capabilities. Are they truly aiming for the skies? Chapter 9. The second live broadcast, Li Cheng had essentially taken up residence at the foot of Nyo-Dan Mountain, even teaming up with another rock climbing enthusiast to broadcast their daily attempts to conquer the peak. The climbing blogger had made several attempts, each time forced to retreat halfway up due to the genuine peril and difficulty of the ascent. Eventually, Li Cheng and the climbing blogger decided to acquire a drone, hoping to soar above and investigate whether the mountain truly harbored any vegetation. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to be lacking. Not a single drone they purchased managed to ascend successfully. Each time, just as they reached the skies above Nyodon Mountain, often before they could even discern the summit's features, the drones would inexplicably short-circuit and plummet back to Earth. Since the cessation of his live broadcasts, Li Qing had already suffered the loss of several drones. The viewers in the live stream were exceedingly curious. Is the host truly capable? We've supported you with so much money. Can't you invest in a slightly more reliable drone? And what of the climbing blogger? Each time he reaches halfway, he turns back. Is there something supernatural on that mountain that frightens you? Strangely enough, I am beginning to suspect there might indeed be something eerie about that mountain. Otherwise, how could any flora thrive in such saline and alkaline conditions? It's been a whole week. Cherry blogger, where are you? I'm willing to pay 1,288 yuan for 5 pounds. They're simply delicious. Let us get some more for the kids. There's even a deal for 28 yuan for 5 pounds, with individual cherries sold online, and many claim they taste exceptional. I had the fortune of purchasing one, but that scoundrel sold it to me for 128 yuan apiece. However, I assure you, it is a taste unlike any you've experienced, a truly extraordinary fruit. Is it true that someone spent 128 yuan for a single cherry? Do you have money to burn? If so, you may as well donate it to me. Those cherries are no ordinary fruit. After eating just one, I feel as if my nearsightedness has improved. Huh? The more you speak, the more absurd it sounds. Where do all these shills come from? Word has it that the cherry blogger has attracted considerable attention. With each passing day, we see fewer of his broadcasts. He might not be long for this world. Am I the only one who has noticed that the climbing blogger and the adventurer constantly encounter inexplicable drone malfunctions? Could it be that Nyodon Mountain is somehow protected for the cherry blogger in a unique manner? The climbing blogger had truly squandered a considerable amount of time here. Glancing at his live stream, he noted that after a week of no progress, his viewer count was dwindling. It appeared that the traffic had become insufficient for any notoriety. Otherwise, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. The mountain is indeed quite challenging. I consulted my coach, and even he acknowledged the difficulty of the climb, stating there are no safety measures in place, and that one section of the path has been destroyed. It is essentially a vertical cliff. One could even describe it as a sheer mirror, making direct ascent a formidable task. Moreover, I harbor doubts regarding the presence of electromagnetic interference on the mountain. Otherwise, why would our drone encounter issues upon ascent? It is evident that this area has been contracted by someone who cultivates crops and resides here. Instead of pursuing this endeavor, it might be more prudent to await the second live broadcast from the cherry blossom streamer. If we cannot establish contact with the cherry blossom streamer, we will have no means to ascend. The rock climbing streamer, astute as he is, quickly deduced this fact. Yet, Li Qing was intent on continuing to seek attention, as his initial viewership was rather meager. Even while live streaming his slumber at the foot of Nyodon Mountain, he managed to attract an audience. His previous streaming sessions typically garnered a modest turnout of 100 or 200 viewers. You can return for now, Li Qing gestured dismissively. I shall remain vigilant. The rock climbing streamer is a national-level athlete, earning his following through his ascents of various peaks. He had never encountered a mountain with the peculiar characteristics of Nyodon Mountain. The lower section of the staircase was, at best, a mere symbolic removal of a few steps. However, the higher one ascended, the more challenging it became. The uppermost steps had been entirely obliterated, rendering the mountain face as smooth as a mirror. He was reluctant to gamble with his life. Furthermore, after a week of failing to conquer this peak, the rock climbing streamer's fans were growing impatient. If this continued, his followers would surely abandon him. Thus, the rock climbing streamer opted to withdraw, while Li Qing persisted in his watch. It had been 9 days since the last live streaming session was shut down. On the 9th day, during daylight, Jiang Fei finally submitted a plethora of disorganized documentation, to the point of being incensed enough to consider registering a new account altogether, but ultimately, he passed the review. Finally, Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. We can commence the live broadcast. Dabai, standing beside him, rolled his eyes. Although Jiang Fei had initially crafted a highly user-friendly interface, the act of rolling his eyes still emitted subtle mechanical sounds. What do you mean by that? Jiang Fei inquired. Lifting his head, Dabai scoffed, employing that adorably soft, childlike voice. Master, you are so foolish. Do you want me to hack in for you? I can breach the system for you. Do you think this is the Interstellar age? Jiang Fei frowned. We must be good, law-abiding citizens and refrain from engaging in such nonsense. We can initiate the live broadcast now. Dabai rolled his eyes again. Master, recently, several drones have flown over us, seemingly wanting to capture footage. I suspect they intend to pilfer our fruits, so I sent them away. You activated the electromagnetic energy shield? Jiang Fei exclaimed. What about the batch of nuclear energy batteries I previously created? A somewhat apologetic smile emerged onto Bai's face, crafted from various metallic components. They have been depleted. Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei, have you exhausted the funds in my pocket as well? Jiang Fei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, to Bai. Do you have any idea how precious rare metals are in this world? Do you realize how many attempts it took for me to find a substitute? And that substitute is not inexpensive either? I still wish to study your exterior. For now, you shall have to make do with that ghastly metallic appearance. Do not dismiss the notion that the robot, dubbed Big White, lacks an aesthetically pleasing exterior. Within the entirety of the intelligent robotics team, a staggering 99 of the materials employed in the construction of these robots are cobbled together with utmost resourcefulness, resulting in a rather endearingly awkward appearance. Big White? At this juncture, Jiang Fei had ceased to pay attention to Big White and had initiated a live broadcast. However, the moment he started the stream, the internet connection faltered momentarily. What on earth is happening with this wretched network? Jiang Fei's expression was one of disdain. Yet, before he could utter a word, he noticed an astonishing surge in the number of viewers in his live stream. Within a mere 3 seconds, the count exceeded 100. The stream experienced another brief interruption. By the time Jiang Fei regained his composure, the viewer count had soared to 1,500. Jiang Fei? Is the live streaming platform offering complimentary access to viewers today? Chapter 10. Followed by a host of official accounts. The viewers in this live stream had been anxiously awaiting for an interminable 9 days. 9 days? Goodness. Host, do you have any idea how they endured this time? Surely, you possess a heart. Thus, when Jiang Fei finally commenced the broadcast, the initial viewers began to exchange pleasantries amongst themselves, hardly acknowledging Jiang Fei's presence. Oh my heavens, the host has finally decided to go live? Who was responsible for the last report? Who is it? Crawling in the shadows, you all truly are something. Do you have any idea how I spent these 9 days? Has the host forgotten about us? Is it because of the last reporting incident that you hesitated to go live? Otherwise, why the delay? The cherries, priced at 28 yuan for 5 Gene, are gone. Do you know how loudly I cried? There are people online selling them for 128 yuan each, and astonishingly, some are buying. Those of you who didn't buy must be regretting it. Host, hurry up and get on that little yellow card. It's 1,288 yuan for 5 Gene. And you promised, those 100 portions are mine. No one else can have them. What a fantasy. Those 100 portions are yours. What a delightful dream. By the way, has the host not been online recently? Are you unaware that you've already tasted fame? Do you not see the multitude of comments and private messages beneath your work? How have you managed to refrain from responding? Jiang Fei, noticing the sudden influx of viewers in the live stream, felt quite pleased. Thank you all for your affection. Shortly, we shall venture out to observe the cherry trees. Following the previous broadcast, Jiang Fei understood that what these viewers most yearned to see was the living cherry trees. He had now largely grasped the art of live streaming. However, he remained true to his word. The price of 1,288 yuan for 5 Gene would not be altered. After all, the benefits had already been distributed. Although the current pricing was somewhat steep, he was certain there would be buyers. Yet, after Jiang Fei made this statement, the barrage of comments in the chat room responded positively, although simultaneously. A series of notifications from special accounts began to appear. The Long County Public Security Bureau has followed this host. The Linjiang Provincial Public Security Bureau has followed this host. The Long City Public Security Bureau has followed this host. The Southern Provincial Public Security Bureau has followed this host. The term Public Security Bureau, even in this interstellar era, remained unchanged. And Jiang Fei's face turned pale with alarm. Thank you. Thank you all for your attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei glanced over at the nearby daba, his face slipping out of view of the screen as he silently mouthed a warning towards the vegetables on the ground. What have you done? Goodness. Could it be that Daba recently downloaded illicit films over a public network and got caught? That shouldn't be the case. The code for intelligent robots is quite simple and has been publicly available since the interstellar era. Moreover, as a versatile scientist, Jiang Fei had optimized that segment of code even further, based on his experiences with the steward he had during the interstellar age. There was absolutely no issue with the programming. Indeed, Bai has begun to exhibit its own emotions, resembling a child in demeanor. I have done nothing. Bai's sweet, youthful voice resonated within the live broadcast, a tone adored by many viewers, charming yet devoid of depth. The barrage of comments in the chat escalated rapidly. What on earth? Why are there so many accounts from the police department following this streamer? What has he done? I told you, this cherry streamer is a fraud. Did you not see the visible panic on his face? This is proof. If I were the streamer, I would be anxious too. Who wouldn't? With so many police accounts suddenly following, I can't stop laughing. The streamer has suddenly dashed off screen. Having the police follow you isn't necessarily a bad thing. Could it be that the streamer is truly a fraud? Though those cherries for 28 yuan per 5 kilograms are indeed delicious. That little girl speaking just now? Could she be the streamer's daughter? She is just so adorable. I have this feeling that the streamer just went off to confront someone. That little girl is unlikely to be involved in any wrongdoing. Goodness, even the Chinese Academy of Sciences has come to follow. Indeed. As the viewers engaged in lively chatter, a surge of new followers appeared, leaving Jiang Fei utterly bewildered. Had he truly only sold 3 boxes of 5-kilogram cherries? How could there be such widespread attention? Who had promoted him? The Institute of Agricultural Sciences of the Dragon Nation has followed the streamer. The Agricultural University of the Dragon Nation has followed the streamer. The Agricultural University of Long City has followed the streamer. The Agricultural Research Institute of Long City has followed the streamer. The Agricultural University of Haicheng has followed the streamer. Following were a plethora of names of agricultural universities and research institutes, a continuous stream exceeding 100, though Jiang Fei did not count meticulously. Meanwhile, the viewers in the chat erupted in excitement. You still claim the streamer is a fraud? If he were truly a fraud, why would so many official accounts follow him directly? Moreover, they are all accounts from agricultural research institutes or academies. My goodness. I am starting to suspect that the cherries or vegetables previously cultivated by the streamer truly grew from heavily saline alkaline soil. What's wrong with planting a few vegetables in heavily saline alkaline soil? Do you know that heavily saline alkaline soil is famously known as barren land? Even the hardiest plants cannot sprout a blade of grass in such soil. This is the legendary Wasteland, and someone has managed to cultivate something in it. Let us put it this way. Even if the cherry streamer is not selling cherries, even if he is merely peddling some inconspicuous grass, if that grass has grown from such heavily saline alkaline soil, it is worth its weight in gold. 3 days ago, I showed my teacher the cherry streamer's video, and my teacher fainted in the restroom. Our postdoctoral researcher expressed regret for not having believed it sooner. We are already en route. Did you not expect this? We will soon arrive at the foot of Nyodan Mountain. The comments below are indeed futile. It seems countless streamers have been ensnared here, unable to rise, which is rather amusing. It appears that people's fascination with plants persists even in this interstellar age. Whenever someone cultivates a plant that can truly revert to its ancestral form, yielding fruits that are no longer sour, it creates a sensation throughout the cosmos. With such interest from numerous agricultural colleges and research institutions, Jiang Fei feels a tinge of pride. Now, let us proceed to visit the cherry trees, which will be the focal point of today's discussion. However, the prices today are not as favorable as before. Jiang Fei, with his phone in hand, has approached the cherry orchard. Although I have planted quite a few, the quality of my cherries is exceedingly exceptional. Previously, I mentioned 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds. And while I admit that may seem a tad steep, it is undoubtedly worth every penny. This will be the fixed price moving forward. After all, my cherries are quite substantial. Previously, Jiang Fei had playfully intimidated his viewers, claiming there were even pricier options. However, he feared that such exorbitant prices might deter buyers. He contemplated selling at 1,228 yuan per pound, but deemed that excessively extravagant. During the days when his live stream was paused, Jiang Fei conducted thorough research on the cherry market in Longhua, concluding that a price of 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds is quite reasonable. After all, no one else offers the caliber of quality that he does. This quality is unparalleled. Selling at this price is certainly justified, and those willing to purchase will readily pay. After making this statement, Jiang Fei observed the reactions of his viewers. Fortunately, there were no negative comments, just as he had anticipated. Really? I'm in tears. At such a low price, do you even make a profit, streamer? Graduate students from the agricultural college have expressed that cultivating plants on severely saline alkaline soil is exceedingly challenging. Can you truly recover your costs? I have genuinely tasted those cherries, and they are remarkably delicious, with medicinal properties as well. In our research institute, my vision improved from over 500 degrees to just over 200 degrees. What nonsense is this? You must all be shills. This streamer has been monitored by hundreds of public security bureaus across the nation. Be cautious with your words. Chapter 11. Selling cherries while showcasing intelligent robots? Those who have yet to savor Jiang Fei's cherries lament their fate, now opening that golden-hued software, intent on purchasing cherries at 128 each from the second-hand market. To their astonishment, they discover that even the second-hand cherries at this price have been entirely sold out. Is it truly that exaggerated? Could the flavor be so exquisite? Contemporary netizens are driven by curiosity. I must say, with such a delightful product, how could you conceal it so tightly? Are we not fellow netizens of this era? Those who have tasted, do share what the flavor is truly like. Let me tell you, these are the most delectable cherries I have ever had in my life. I have never encountered such a fragrant sweetness before. I was completely unaware that fruit could possess such a uniquely aromatic scent before being opened. To put it plainly, I opened the cherries in the Research Institute, and at that moment, the eyes of everyone in the entire institute turned green, transforming into ravenous wolves. I truly did not expect that our leader, at over 70, would still possess such agility. Now I understand why the broadcaster garners attention from so many agricultural colleges and research institutes. It turns out you all have been secretly indulging. Is it fair to enjoy such delicacies without informing your fellow netizens? Unexpectedly, the official account of the Chinese Academy of Sciences responded. Following this live broadcast, we will release a nutritional report on the cherries from the broadcaster, which can be said to be outstanding in every aspect. Also, broadcaster, do check your private messages. I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Fei was taken aback. Not a single netizen complained about the price, and many came to his defense, praising the cherry's deliciousness. He felt as if he had discovered kindred spirits. He knew there were undoubtedly many who appreciated such large, fragrant, and sweet fruits. Initially, he expected complaints about the price, but instead, he found widespread enthusiasm. So, he decided to offer a limited-time special, 128 yuan for 5 pounds, available only today, inviting everyone to taste the best cherries on the internet. Limited to 100 portions, first come, first served. With a grand gesture, Jiang Fei slashed the price. In truth, aside from the modest expenditure on cherry saplings, the nutrient solutions and growth agents were made from cost-effective materials, yielding a remarkably low cost. It can be stated that excluding the sapling costs, even when selling cherries at 28 yuan for 5 pounds, Jiang Fei would still profit. Offering 5 pounds for 128 yuan was already a significant discount, considering he initially intended to sell them for 1,228 yuan for 5 pounds. He was simply pleased with the venture. After all, there were only 100 portions available, no more. However, Jiang Fei's actions prompted a wave of praise from netizens. I find this broadcaster truly spontaneous. They drop prices on a whim, selling joyfully. But 100 portions simply isn't enough. I fear I won't be able to grab any. Indeed, 100 portions are rather scarce. Broadcaster, instead of flaunting those cherries in the ground, why not list them directly? If you consume a bit more, you could sell a bit less. If you sell less, I would have fewer chances to grab some, and that leaves me feeling quite distressed. The live streaming sales room has inadvertently turned into an eating broadcast, which truly baffles me. Selling at such a low price, can you even break even? 100 portions, everyone, hurry and snatch them up. My fingers are ready. My goodness, why are there suddenly so many people following? Is this attention a bit misplaced? As Jiang Fei was connecting the little yellow cart, a multitude of official accounts began to follow him. Yet, these accounts were rather peculiar, leaving even Jiang Fei confused. Did these individuals follow the wrong account? The Dragon Country Military Network has followed this streamer. The Dragon Country Army has followed this streamer. The Dragon Country Rocket Army has followed this streamer. The Dragon Country Air Force has followed this streamer. The Dragon Country Ministry of Defense has followed this streamer. Jiang Fei. Not only was Jiang Fei perplexed, but even the viewers were equally bewildered. This is strange. The Agricultural Academy showing interest in a cherry blogger seems reasonable. Even the Public Security Bureau's interest would be understandable, considering we previously thought the cherry blogger was a fraud. But what is the military doing? Did they mistakenly click? I can comprehend a military public account making a slip, but a whole cluster of them? If they are not making mistakes, there can only be one possibility. They are tempted. Are you kidding me? What does that even mean? Didn't the Chinese Academy of Sciences just say that cherries have special medicinal properties? Perhaps it's related to that. If the interest is indeed in that regard, it should attract a throng of medical professionals. You can't deny it. Medical public accounts are drawn in by the scent. This is the most prestigious streamer I've ever followed. And to think so many people, including military personnel, are interested. I am so proud. I am one of the first to get 5 kilograms for 28 yuan. I have truly shown my wisdom and brilliance, discovering this treasure of a streamer amidst the vast sea of people. After the Dragon Country military accounts followed Jiang Fei, they sent numerous private messages, yet he had no time to read them. Moreover, these military accounts remained silent after following him, allowing Jiang Fei to concentrate on selling goods. For this was, after all, his utmost priority. Alright, my link is ready. Jiang Fei was still not particularly familiar with the live streaming of this era, and his speed in linking was not very swift. However, I was constantly monitoring. Boss, it's all sold out. Jiang Fei. No way. That was a full 100 portions. How could it sell out so quickly? It seems just a moment ago he had finished setting up. In the live stream, the viewers were eagerly awaiting, contrasting sharply those who managed to snatch some with those who did not. The host's 100 portions were truly insufficient. Are you all just lurking by the internet cable? Your speed is astonishing. How many years have you been single? Have you ever considered our feelings? I managed to snag 2 portions, so now I can indulge to my heart's content. That one who grabbed 2 portions should be taken out and shot. How is it that I, with such swift hands, could not secure any? It must be due to your presence. Jiang Fei began to film a close-up of the cherry trees with his phone, just like last time. Behold, these are the cultivated fruit trees. And the fruits are impressively large. This is certainly not edited. Picking one reveals its delightful flavor. He then commanded, alright, let us organize the packaging and start harvesting the fruit. With a grand gesture, he signaled to Dabai. Dabai responded with a wave of his hand, and swiftly, a horde of haphazardly assembled fruit-picking robots appeared before the crowd. The viewers, who had initially been lamenting their inability to secure any portions and urging Jiang Fei to release more, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the robots. The live chat fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the room. Viewers in the live stream pondered, who would have thought? We are witnessing intelligent robots harvesting cherries in the depths of a remote valley. You're supposed to sell cherries, not showcase intelligent robots. Chapter 12 Netizens, what on earth? Am I experiencing a time warp? The viewers in the live stream appeared utterly unprepared for the astonishing scene unfolding before them. The sight of the host was astonishingly familiar, as if they had grown accustomed to it over time. Yet, they struggled to accept this reality. Indeed, some nations have achieved automated and mechanized fruit harvesting. However, they primarily harvest fruits like apples or kiwis, which possess a certain firmness. Kiwis, for instance, must be picked only when they are ripe, while apples can be harvested when they are still hard. Comparatively, how delicate are cherries when juxtaposed with apples? Furthermore, the large fruit harvesting robots employed in developed nations resemble small vehicles equipped with numerous substantial mechanical arms. These arms, ending in either claws or suction cups, are capable of scanning their surroundings for ripe fruit and deftly plucking them. Additionally, there exists a type of large apple harvesting robot featuring an enormous mechanical arm that violently shakes the apple tree to dislodge its fruit. Such machinery is specifically designed for tougher-skinned fruits. In contrast, within the Dragon Kingdom, the majority of fruit harvesting, whether for apples or kiwis, is still accomplished manually. Globally, fruit-picking robots do not resemble humans. Rather, they appear as large mechanical vehicles adorned with numerous robotic arms. Yet, what Jiang Fei has showcased is an entirely different entity. Genuine robots, strikingly human-like, complete with heads and limbs. Aside from their metallic exteriors, which come in a myriad of colors and textures that seem haphazardly assembled, they evoke a sense of frugality. Remarkably, the viewers found this appealing. Considering that Jiang Fei hailed from the stars and was a multi-talented scientist of interstellar renown, Jiang Fei was artificially engineered, a pinnacle of genetic mutation. However, this extraordinary trait did not manifest during his early years. In fact, he was once detected with a genetic collapse, leading to his abandonment on a trash planet. Subsequently, his brain exhibited hyperactive genetic anomalies, culminating in his peak mutation. It was here that Jiang Fei began to tinker with various inventions, utilizing every conceivable material available to him on the trash planet, embodying the ethos of resourcefulness, making do with what he had and opting for cost-effective alternatives whenever possible. Even after entering the most prestigious research institute in a superior star system, he maintained this penchant for frugality, consistently identifying the most suitable and cost-effective materials from millions of options. For Jiang Fei, the performance and core programming of the intelligent robots were paramount. Their aesthetic appeal was of little concern, which is why the exteriors of these fruit-picking robots appeared cobbled together from an array of mismatched components. Upon witnessing these intelligent robots, even the viewers in the live stream fell silent, holding their breath in sheer astonishment at the spectacle before them. To be frank, some individuals were so captivated that they wished to leap through the screen to uncover the truth. Goodness, these are indeed robots. These automatons bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary humans, and their fruit-picking speed was nothing short of remarkable. Their crimson eyes glowed with a vivid light as they scanned the entire orchard. With boxes in hand, they rushed forward, demonstrating an uncanny ability to discern the sweetest, ripest fruits exuding delightful aromas, placing them meticulously into their containers. As robots, they could accurately gauge the precise weight of the fruits within the boxes, and once the harvest was sufficient, they would seamlessly prepare the goods for shipment. Their efficiency was unparalleled, akin to a remarkably sophisticated assembly line. Jiang Fei, oblivious to the viewer's astonishment, proudly showcased the cherries he had collected. I'm not exaggerating. There are hardly any of this quality available online. Just look at the lusciousness of these cherries. Aren't they impressive? My robots can accurately determine which fruits are perfectly ripe and aromatic, and they can even assess the sweetness of each one. So when you receive your orders, you can taste for yourselves. Each fruit will be just right. With an immense fondness for the flora of ancient Earth, Jiang Fei found it utterly incomprehensible that the original owner had chosen to end his life. Were it not for financial constraints necessitating the acquisition of materials to upgrade the robots for a more comfortable existence, he would have relished living in this secluded valley as a carefree glutton, indulging in food endlessly. As he spoke, he shifted into an eating broadcast mode, opening a box of pre-packaged cherries and squatting down to enjoy them. Unexpectedly, a recently harvested robot displayed some emotion and thrust a cherry, which Jiang Fei had just unwrapped, into his hand. Then, clutching other boxes, it bellowed in a voice reminiscent of the character Li Kuei, startling Jiang Fei. You must eat those. We need to package them. Packaging? What else with all the commotion? Jiang Fei exclaimed, bewildered. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream finally regained their composure, erupting into screams. Oh my goodness, what am I witnessing? I see robots, actual robots. These intelligent machines, their agility, their sensitivity. Could this be real? My word. Are we still in the Dragon Country? Is it really 2024? I'm beginning to suspect that I've traveled through time. Wake up. This is 2024. You absolutely have not traveled through time. I'm starting to wonder if the host has time traveled. How else could cherries be grown in this barren land? How could we possibly witness intelligent robots harvesting in an orchard? Oh my heavens, it can talk. It actually speaks. Isn't that voice pack from Li Kuei? I'm terrified it might say brother. It is indeed Li Kuei, but no. I have become numb. How could such a robot possibly exist? The development of such technology cannot be that simple, can it? I have encountered foreign harvesting machines, and they bear no resemblance to this. Those machines appear more akin to an octopus, utterly devoid of any human likeness. I now comprehend why numerous military official accounts are following the streamer. Good heavens, streamer. Are you indulging in such luxury behind our backs? I am utterly bewildered. What clandestine advancements has our country been making without my knowledge? Has our nation been secretly strengthening itself? Why has this not been communicated to us? Are we no longer considered part of the same family? Was it not promised that the people of the Dragon Kingdom would not exploit one another? What is the meaning of this? I demand an explanation from the military of the Dragon Kingdom. The military accounts of the Dragon Kingdom are now in a state of urgency. If it weren't for the fear of offending Jiang Fei, they would contemplate shutting down the streamer's channel entirely, for this streamer is utterly unresponsive. The official account of the Ministry of Defense of the Dragon Kingdom commented, Streamer, could you please check your private messages? Do not ignore me. Is it true that your civilian enterprises are enjoying such luxuries? Did you produce this yourself? Special accounts sending bullet comments will receive unique notifications. Chapter 13. The military bigwigs are restless. Jiang Fei showcased cherries for an extended period, even revealing the meticulously harvested fruits within the box to everyone. Regrettably, despite his lengthy discourse, no one seemed to care about the cherries. Their attention was solely fixated on the intelligent robots. You actually prefer this? Have you all forsaken cherries? Jiang Fei inquired, his face a mask of confusion. In this era, intelligent robots were indeed a reality. Though Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with the internet, those robots appeared somewhat simplistic, yet he deemed it inconsequential, a mere issue of core coding. However, he found it perplexing that the viewers in the live stream had suddenly shifted their interest to intelligent robots. One comment caught his eye, and he read it aloud. Host, please list the intelligent robots for sale. We'll buy them at any price. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course, I could also sell intelligent robots. This could lead to substantial profits. Observing the sudden gleam in Jiang Fei's eyes, the viewers in the live stream grew anxious. No, no, no. Who was it that made that comment? A genius. This is clearly a seller of agricultural products, and you all want to turn him into a tech vendor. Honestly, I want that harvesting robot. Could you please change the voice pack? That loud noise startled me. Who has been startled? I was terrified too. Please share a link to the harvesting robot. I want one. You all speak so lightly. How much do you think that thing costs? Can you even afford it? I'm quite curious about which company the host represents. Your family seems affluent, enjoying such luxuries while the rest of us are left wanting. Why hasn't this technology been unveiled sooner? Ministry of National Defense of Longwa. We would like to see the performance of the intelligent harvesting robot. Please showcase it. Thank you. To ensure the host noticed their request, it seemed Jiang Fei was still somewhat unfamiliar with the operations of the live streaming platform. Or perhaps he exuded a certain aloofness that discouraged private messages. Regardless, the Ministry of National Defense sent numerous private messages without receiving a reply from Jiang Fei. They resorted to posting comments in the stream, sending multiple messages to catch his attention, even rewarding him with a grand yacht. The Ministry of National Defense of Longwa has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Ministry of National Defense of Longwa has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Ministry of National Defense of Longwa has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. With 3 yachts consecutively awarded, Jiang Fei beamed with joy. All right then. The special price for cherries has sold out. I have just listed them at the regular price of 228 yuan for 5 kilograms, with a total of 30,000 portions available. Anyone interested can proceed to purchase. This will be the price for any future stock. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's announcement, the military bigwigs could no longer remain composed. So, it seems the Ministry of National Defense of Longwa is quite generous, isn't it? The Longwa military network has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Longwa rocket force has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Longwa Air Force has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. A multitude of official accounts fervently showered Jiang Fei with gifts. However, there were quite a number of individuals eager to seize the cherries priced at 228 yuan for 5 pounds. Especially since they had previously missed out on the perfect score of 100. This time, Jiang Fei directly listed 30,000 portions, believing that such a high price and substantial quantity would suffice for at least a day or even a week of sales. Yet, to his astonishment, all the units were sold out while he was engaged in demonstrating the intelligent robot, with the entire transaction completed in no more than a few minutes. Jiang Fei promptly secured his phone onto a stand and summoned the intelligent robot, which had been equipped with a Li Kuei voice pack, to showcase its capabilities. The Li Kuei voice pack expressed some dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Why summon me? There are still so many fruits left to be picked." Nonetheless, despite its words, the robot was ultimately created by Dabai, who was unconditionally obedient to Jiang Fei, and thus, the robot exhibited the same unwavering loyalty towards him as Dabai's subordinate. The naming rights belonged to Dabai, who often enjoyed creating new models. Only when faced with the core code would he seek Jiang Fei's input. The core code for the harvesting robot was quite simple, easily written by Dabai himself. When Jiang Fei inquired about the robot's name, Dabai quickly responded, "Planting robot number 222. Jiang Fei gazed at Dabai in astonishment. Dabai, feeling somewhat bashful, explained, "Well, I just happened to create a few extra." Jiang Fei retorted, "You call that a few extra? It's more like a billion." Dabai's naming convention was straightforward, combining the category of the robot with its sequential number. Thus, number 222 indicated that Dabai had created at least 222 planting robots. Since Jiang Fei had assigned tasks to Dabai, he had largely neglected overseeing him. Dabai functioned as a versatile steward, capable of autonomously determining what tasks needed to be done and how to execute them. However, Dabai had developed a sense of self-awareness, almost akin to a complete personality, as he exhibited minor quirks akin to human behavior. Dabai had a penchant for stockpiling. As Jiang Fei's first intelligent robot, Dabai was undoubtedly the best fed among all the robots. Dabai's core consisted of a perpetual motion nuclear reactor, eliminating any concerns over power shortages or energy depletion. Nonetheless, the materials on Earth were prohibitively expensive, and the issue of Dabai's exterior shell remained unresolved, as even the most economical alternatives would cost several million. While Jiang Fei had considerable confidence in the stability of his perpetual motion nuclear reactor, he still needed to mitigate risks. It was imperative to create a robust and highly defensive exterior shell for Dabai, should any issues arise with the nuclear reactor. Whether instability or outright explosion, Debye's substitute shell could absorb the impact, safeguarding both the core code and essential programs from damage, as well as protecting Jiang Fei. In the event of an explosion, the force would be equivalent to that of 200 atomic bombs. Hence, the necessity for a particularly sturdy exterior shell was paramount. Jiang Fei has assessed the budget, estimating it to be approximately 58 million. Consequently, he conceived the idea of selling products online. This intelligent automaton, known as Planting Robot No. 222, possesses capabilities that extend beyond mere harvesting. It can assist in planting upon receiving commands. Jiang Fei commenced his introduction of the planting robot, which exhibited remarkable cooperation by performing simple yet smooth actions, such as jumping in place or dancing. The fluidity of its movements was impressive. Robot No. 222 also showcased its dexterous hands up close, with fingers remarkably agile and sharp, adept at effortlessly snipping cherries from the tree. Such straightforward demonstrations left netizens astounded. It truly resembles a human, even possessing its own reasoning to answer questions. Goodness. I find myself unable to perform as smoothly as a robot during my driving test. However, I feel it lacks practical utility, aside from fruit picking. Labor in Longwood predominantly relies on human effort, primarily due to lower labor costs. May I inquire, host, how much does this robot cost? And what would the repair expenses be if it malfunctions? I'm dying of laughter. I suddenly pondered this question as well. I always said that one day robots would replace human jobs, but what a farce. Indeed, the production cost of robots is exorbitant, and repairs are even more costly. It is far more cost-effective to employ a laborer at 3,000 yuan per month, as they can seek medical attention themselves when ill, and their wages can be deducted for any sick leave. Goodness, those above truly embody the essence of capitalism. Who can outlive you? Chapter 14. The Planting Robot. Can it fly? Jiang Fei also glanced at the barrage of comments. I believe that my planting robot is indeed quite essential. After all, regardless of inclement weather, whether I desire to move or not, it can assist me. By the way, I just saw a comment asking how to pick fruit from tall trees. Let 222 demonstrate. The robot, designated 222, had been eager to act, and upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, it hurriedly approached a particularly tall fruit tree. Suddenly, 2 springs extended from its arms, elongating significantly. It stood firm in place and swiftly began to pluck the fruits. The left hand of the 222 robot transformed into a stainless steel bucket, while the right hand deftly harvested cherries, despite the tree being lush and abundant. The 222 robot effortlessly discerned the ripeness of each cherry from below and collected them with ease. A massive fruit tree succumbed to the efficiency of the 222 robot in a mere 3 minutes, leaving only a few scattered fruits that the robot deemed insufficient in sweetness and ripeness. Jiang Fei provided commentary. There are still a few fruits on the tree, but these do not meet the required sweetness and ripeness standards. Our planting robots are exceedingly intelligent. However, no further explanation was necessary, as the live chat was already in a frenzy. Oh my heavens, is the skill of fruit picking about to be handed over to robots? Are we going to be unemployed? This is merely conceptual. It won't be feasible for at least a century, right? Mass production seems quite challenging, and if it breaks, it will need repairs. Open your eyes and take a look. I can't believe you're so blind. The speed of fruit picking is astounding. The cherry-picking robot has already shattered many technological barriers worldwide, and it's so intelligent. I don't see the big deal. Are you all exaggerating? Oh my goodness. Is this still an exaggeration? This is incredibly impressive. If I say that when you see this planting robot, all you think of is picking cherries like the cherry-picking streamer, then I must say you've been misled. Those who understand see the true value of this robot. Often, the best innovations cannot be utilized according to commercial standards. This is hardly just a planting robot. Its applications are vast, and its total value is certainly not limited. I can already envision the future of the Dragon Nation, particularly its military. Simply planting and harvesting fruits doesn't signify any future potential, does it? It's only because the terrain here is relatively flat, on a steep cliff. These machines would be rendered useless. I concur with the previous viewpoint. Moreover, these machines are quite troublesome to repair, and their load-bearing capacity likely isn't impressive. They're just ornamental. I now harbor some doubts about whether the cherry streamer has invested all their funds into the development of robots. With cherries being sold at such a low price, can one truly recoup their investment? Streamer, it would be wiser to take on a few more orders. Could you perhaps send me one of those intelligent robots? You people seem to be calculating my downfall with reckless abandon. Naturally, Jiang Fei noticed the barrage of comments. As for the load-bearing capacity, it should be quite adequate, and the terrain should pose no significant challenge. While he was speaking, he observed several intelligent robots swiftly gathering all the boxes together, only to be cradled by another planting robot. We're talking about over 20 large fruit boxes stacked rather high. Although the planting robot held them firmly, the viewers in the live stream felt their hearts leap into their throats as they exclaimed, "Be careful. Is this how you handle fruit?" Although this intelligent robot is more advanced than most on the market, the technology isn't particularly mature. It's impossible for it to perform like those depicted on television. Are you attempting to defy gravity by transporting so many cherries? Cherry streamer, aren't you concerned? What if something falls? These comments did not linger for long, as they soon witnessed a surprising maneuver from the row of intelligent robots standing behind Jiang Fei, which completely shifted the atmosphere in the live stream. Suddenly, the robot that was supporting dozens of boxes beneath it activated a propulsion system, allowing it to float in midair. The planting robot sprouted wings resembling those of an aircraft. With remarkable stability, it soared away, carrying the numerous boxes of cherries before the astonished audience. It flew away. Flew away? Now, the Dragon Country military network was in a frenzy. Streamer, elaborate. Check your private messages. Goodness, it flies rather swiftly. Is this thing capable of flight? Not only can it fly, but I also observed that it can hover in midair. Is this contraption truly a transformer? Cherry streamer, you're impressive. Cherry streamer for the win. You, a cherry vendor, utilize such advanced intelligent robots for fruit picking? Do you expect me to believe that? You, a cherry seller, seem to be living quite lavishly. I propose that what should be showcased is not your cherries, but rather this intelligent robot. Hurry and provide a link to this intelligent robot. We will purchase it at any price. At that moment, several high-ranking military officials gazed in astonishment at the live stream. A group of middle-aged men were visibly unsettled. The general from the nearby military district slammed the table. What are these private enterprises researching behind our backs? It's one thing to grow vegetables and fruits in saline alkali land, but using a transformer to pick fruit? Who would believe such a thing? Another general fell silent for a moment. We must requisition this technology for the military. It is preferable for them to collaborate with us while bringing their core technologies. In the hands of civilians, its destructive potential is rather significant. Once acquired, to whom shall it be allocated? Another general, reveling in the unfolding drama, interjected, naturally. It will be allocated to us, to my military district. Let us not forget, had we not discovered that aircraft, we would not have traced our way here. Oh, come now, your arrival here was merely conjecture. There are no flights nearby, except for this location. Frankly, it is hard to believe such an unsightly contraption could achieve such speed. Regarding the aircraft, I suspect you are mistaken, but I am determined to acquire that intelligent robot. It is not merely that we, the military, lack the capability to construct such a device. How many individuals worldwide possess the expertise to create something like this? I surmise that the robot has a formidable load-bearing capacity and a high intelligence quotient. Crucially, it is capable of flight. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I just inquired with our technical personnel, who informed me that they cannot locate Jiang Fei's precise position on radar, which implies that these robots may also possess stealth capabilities on radar. Before I could finish my discourse, I noticed that we were supposed to be in a meeting. Yet someone dashed out without a word. Hearing voices behind him, he quickened his pace. The remaining generals exchanged glances, and suddenly, someone comprehended the situation and ran off in silence. What are we running for? Of course, to seize personnel. Even if we cannot capture them, we must secure the resources and orders. Chapter 15, Astonishment? A real-life Iron Man? Jiang Fei remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. With a thoughtful gesture, he picked up his phone and aimed it at the distant flying robot. In truth, the terrain issue you mentioned is hardly a concern. If the incline is too steep, it can simply ascend. Therefore, with fruit trees sprawling across these hills and robots assisting in the harvest, there is no need to worry about the freshness of the fruit. It will undoubtedly reach each of you in pristine condition. The viewers in the live stream were becoming increasingly exasperated. Cherry, you've completely missed the point. No matter for us agricultural researchers. The plants thriving in heavily saline and alkaline soils are still our primary focus. Indeed, those are the subjects of my thesis. But the smart robot he employs is also the focus of my thesis. In comparison, the robot I created seems almost efficient. Enough already. My vacuum robot is utterly dysfunctional, constantly getting stuck and with an endless stubbornness. It has even knocked my bed askew. Jiang Fei was genuinely surprised by the enthusiasm for the planting robots. So he decided to share an interesting tidbit. I didn't realize your interest in planting robots was so profound. I was quite intrigued during my research as well, which led me to incorporate a bit of unique fun into the planting robots. With a playful gesture, he beckoned to the distant 222. Indeed, 222 approached, but not in the conventional manner. In the silence of the live stream, 222's right arm detached and, akin to a small projectile, shot towards Jiang Fei. Before the viewers could react, Jiang Fei's right hand melded with 222's, transforming it into a massive mechanical gauntlet. It was reminiscent of Iron Man's transformation. Jiang Fei even shook hands with the mechanical fist, finding all 10 fingers remarkably agile. I had installed this little amusement back then. However, when the planting robot is on my person, its consciousness acts as a supplementary extension, while the primary awareness remains human. As he spoke, 222 had already provided its limbs to Jiang Fei. Elevated by the mechanical legs, Jiang Fei was soon encased in the torso and head of the planting robot. He found himself hovering, his face enveloped in an intricately designed metal facade, with red eyes exuding a distinctly high-tech aura. Of course, one had to overlook the somewhat dismal appearance of the robot's exterior. Significant funds had been allocated to the core research, and the shell, well, there simply hadn't been enough money for aesthetics, so it was rather unsightly, but it was only my eyes that were offended. The exterior remained Jiang Fei's most vexing dilemma, as it required some rare and special metals. In the Interstellar era, these rare metals are not particularly scarce, nor are they exorbitantly priced. Additionally, the specialized casing for robotic memory expansion is relatively affordable. However, this is ancient Earth. In the interstellar age, if one lacks rare metals, one can easily venture to a star system rich in such resources, discovering a planet entirely composed of them with little effort. Yet, ancient Earth presents a different scenario. Here, rare metals are exceedingly precious. Jiang Fei finds himself unable to bear the expense, even when seeking the most economical alternatives. Nonetheless, he holds a distinct disdain for the cheap exterior of the intelligent planting robot, even though it clings to him like an extension of his being. He resembles Iron Man, floating midair. The viewers in the streaming room, however, are utterly astonished, erupting with shrill exclamations. Aw, is this for real? The cherry now resembles a floating Iron Man. I just pinched my boyfriend's thigh hard. This is truly Iron Man, just like I've always dreamed. What man would refuse a mech dream? Hurry, send me the link. I want to buy. I never expected such a small private enterprise to indulge so well. They actually have Iron Man. I take back what I said earlier about their robots being slightly artificial intelligence deficient. Now I feel that even if they are a bit flawed, I can tolerate it. Hurry and bring me Iron Man. The Dragon Nation rocket force. Who understands the value here? I'm drooling at the sight. It can actually fly. The Longqing Public Security Bureau. We desire this immensely. Can each of us be equipped with one? It's so stylish. The Dragon Nation Air Force. This Iron Man flies. It should belong to our Air Force. The Dragon Nation Ministry of Defense. You all can forget it. I've seen enough of your faces. We should be the first to obtain Iron Man. We desperately need it. Things are getting urgent. The officials are anxious. Oh my. Last time the cherry was reported by certain individuals, leading to a 9-day suspension of the stream. Now that they finally returned, will these officials prevent any secrets from leaking by shutting down the cherry again? Indeed, the officials have considered such actions. However, this maneuver could potentially offend Jiang Fei. What if he decides to cease streaming again? They have yet to establish contact with him. Offending him would be ill-advised. The Dragon Nation Ministry of Defense, rest assured. We would never do such a thing. Cherry, we will soon meet. The Dragon Nation Air Force. Initially, I thought it was just an ordinary fruit-picking robot. But the features are astonishingly comprehensive. To use this for mere fruit picking is sheer waste. I've always said, if you truly believe, like the cherry, that this intelligent robot is only for harvesting fruit, then I can only say you've been led astray by the discussions in the live chat are fervent and animated. However, Jiang Fei has no time to notice. He demonstrated to the audience the remarkable agility and seamless flight of a plant-based robot when it transformed into armor and attached itself to him. Beneath the visor of the robot's eyes, a crimson glow emanated as Jiang Fei activated his ocular apparatus, revealing his own eyes, which remained free to open effortlessly. This thoughtful design proved to be exceptionally convenient, as it allowed him to carry a pesticide container, effortlessly delivering the necessary care to his plants with precision. Let us get to it, Jiang Fei declared, And indeed, he hoisted a pesticide tank with ease, flitting through the cherry orchard like a diligent little bee, spraying one tree here and another there. The viewers in the live stream were left in utter disbelief, their reactions ranging from confusion to astonishment, all sparked by this cherry-themed broadcaster. Chapter 16. What? Perfect invisibility? The viewers in the live stream were brimming with thoughts. No way. When the host picked up the pesticide sprayer, my mind went blank. Such an impressive mech. And you tell me it's for spraying pesticides? Spraying pesticides isn't inherently flawed, but it feels rather peculiar. Once again, this cherry streamer has led us astray, honestly, dear sir. Hiring someone in the village to spray pesticides is far simpler than developing a mech for the task. Isn't it? Isn't that just a hassle? I can only say that the ideas of geniuses differ vastly from ours. Otherwise, how could they ever develop intelligent robots? I can almost envision the entire mechanical ascension of the Dragon Kingdom. Wait, are you all thinking too far ahead? You've just taken the first step, and you're already contemplating interstellar battles? Isn't that a bit premature? Jiang Fei, clad in a suit of armor, finished spraying pesticides throughout the orchard, and as the rocket boosters beneath him gradually extinguished, he gently descended to the ground. He then made his way towards the camera. However, as he approached, he had already disengaged the bond between himself and the plant robot, causing the metallic arms and shell to slowly shed from his body with each step, reassembling into a plant robot behind him. All of this was automated. Such a scene could only be witnessed in a science fiction film, and yet here it was, unfolding in Jiang Fei's live stream. Utterly breathtaking. Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Is this some kind of special effect? It must be a special effect, undoubtedly. It's a bit over the top, but the visual is stunning. I told you Iron Man must be real. How come humanity hasn't figured this out yet? It's our Dragon Kingdom. Others can't seem to manage it. This exemplifies the application of planning robots. After such an endeavor, Jiang Fei felt somewhat fatigued. Previously, they had done the spraying themselves, but now he found it a bit exhausting. With the cherries sold out, he decided it was time to conclude the session. Fearing that the viewers might compel him to demonstrate something further, he hastily ended the stream. Although his broadcast had ceased, the audience remained, with a staggering 20 million viewers still present. Facing Jiang Fei's abrupt departure, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. What? He is just leaving? Host, open your eyes and see. 20 million people are waiting for you, and you just walk away? Damn it. This host led over 20 million of us on a wild goose chase, only to abandon us. Woe is us. We are now a wandering multitude. This host must not be a professional. Perhaps he is merely a developer of intelligent robots. If he were a true professional streamer, he would understand what 20 million signifies, the wealth it represents. How could he just end the stream? Perhaps he genuinely does not realize. If the host is indeed a developer of intelligent robots, that would be incredibly impressive. It should not be the case. Earlier, when showcasing the plant robot, he seemed to be conversing with someone, presumably the developer. I feel a mix of admiration and envy. Why are some individuals capable of creating such remarkable inventions? When is the next live broadcast, dear host? When will the cherries arrive? I can only reminisce about you through cherries. Jiang Fei remained oblivious to the myriad of comments flooding the live stream, dismissing private messages as well. The cherries had already been sold, and his objective had been fulfilled. That was sufficient. At that moment, Dubai approached with data in hand. Boss, it appears we have garnered considerable attention. Should we activate the cargo plane stealth mode right from the start, rendering it invisible to others? Go ahead, Jiang Fei waved dismissively. I'm getting old and can't exert myself anymore. After spraying pesticides, my back feels like it's about to break. I need to lie down for a while. Upon receiving the command, Dubai set off to prepare the cargo plane. As for Jiang Fei's claim of his back being on the verge of breaking, Dubai had just scanned him with a red light and found no such ailment. His master was simply being lazy, yearning to retreat to his room, recline, and indulge in fruit. The thought of his master working so diligently merely to provide fruit for them, the robots, while crafting a perfect metallic exterior, filled Dubai with fervor. If there were surplus funds, he would even ensure that every robot received a unique skin. In due time, they would have the liberty to select any design they desired. With renewed motivation, Dubai resolved to prevent his master from overexerting himself. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, his casual gestures triggered an abundance of thoughts in Dubai. After Dubai's self-motivation, he became even more industrious, even producing several additional planting robots. Jiang Fei, feeling genuinely fatigued, reclined on the lounge chair, shifting positions. His back no longer ached, and his legs felt at ease. Soon, it would be time for a meal. Hail to the ancient Earth. The cuisine here is exquisite. If given the chance to return to the stars, he would adamantly refuse. Those nutrient solutions are akin to refuse. In retrospect, even dogs would not consume them. Jiang Fei departed with an air of nonchalance. The 20 million viewers in the live stream awaited his return for an eternity, yet Jiang Fei did not resume the broadcast. Any sensible host, confronted with an audience of 20 million, would recognize the immense potential for wealth. Yet, Jiang Fei truly walked away, leaving a multitude in a state of anxious anticipation. Military dignitaries swiftly attempted to reach Jiang Fei, sending a barrage of private messages, all in vain. Their attempts to contact him vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, generals from a nearby military district circled overhead in a helicopter, contemplating whether to land. The pilot, the general's youngest son, inquired, "Father, have you managed to contact him? If not, I can take over. You've never been adept with these electronic devices." The general, without lifting his gaze, replied with a grim expression, "Do you truly think there are electronic devices I cannot handle? If you find yourself unable to proceed, seek a suitable place to land. There are certainly cargo planes here, and thus an airport to accommodate them." The general's son was indeed contemplating a landing site when he witnessed an astonishing scene. "Father, do look down. Goodness. It appears that the last time we glimpsed that unsightly aircraft, it was merely a stroke of luck. This one possesses the remarkable ability to be entirely invisible." Stealth aircraft are subjects of extensive research across various nations. However, stealth technology encompasses several categories. Among these, those capable of evading radar detection are classified as stealth aircraft. Yet, such designs are not infallible. There exists a perfect stealth aircraft, imperceptible to human sight, hearing, or radar, one that eludes detection entirely. In truth, the Dragon Nation has long possessed stealth aircraft exclusively for military use. This is the first instance of encountering a civilian supersonic stealth plane. Could private enterprises truly have the capacity to manufacture such marvels? Moreover, they are utilized for cargo transport. What, then, is the ultimate speed of this creation? How much cargo can it actually carry? The general gazed intently at Jiang Fei's location, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, the next moment, all aboard the aircraft fell silent, for they witnessed Jiang Fei's airport as a plane took off directly before their eyes. Chapter 17, like a celestial paradise indeed. It resembled what they had previously observed in the videos. Its design was peculiar. However, as this extraordinary aircraft ascended into the sky, a gradual transformation occurred. Certain oddly shaped protrusions retracted, and the entire aircraft morphed into an exquisitely streamlined object of remarkable lightness. They could scarcely discern its form, not due to any visual impairment, but rather because the aircraft was undergoing a metamorphosis in mid-air, seamlessly retracting its various wings and appendages. While the nose of the aircraft underwent a swift alteration, it was evident that a special cloaking coating was at play as the aircraft began its disappearance from the front, ultimately vanishing entirely from sight. They could not even catch a glimpse of its afterimage. All they heard was the sonic boom, indicating that the aircraft had departed. What the? The expert, who had been dozing off aboard the general's aircraft, suddenly opened his eyes. That must be exceeding Mach 5. It's classified as a hypersonic aircraft. Civil enterprises are quite capable of producing such marvels. That's impressive. The general's youngest son was utterly astonished. He had initially been enamored by the intelligent robots, but found the aircraft here even more astonishing, especially with its special cloaking paint rendering it invisible. The previous demonstration was likely in a leisurely mode, considering the civilian nature of the enterprise. It was only natural for them to operate at a more relaxed pace, particularly since Jiang Fei's livestream promised delivery within 24 hours. Yet, witnessing such speed, it was clear that someone was slacking off. At this velocity, it would not be surprising for a buyer to sample cherries within an hour. Military aircraft are typically quite conspicuous, and they swiftly established contact with Jiang Fei. In reality, they reached out to Dubai, who had taken Jiang Fei's phone and, pondering thoughtfully, glanced at the conspicuous aircraft in the sky before making contact. Jiang Fei indeed possessed a small airstrip on Nyodon Mountain. Though it was only half the size of a typical airport, it was more than sufficient for the aircraft he had constructed. Fortunately, this time the military had sent a helicopter. They had also seen the videos circulating online of the climb up Nyodon Mountain. And it must be said that the steps at the mountain's base bore clear signs of human damage, making a return climb quite challenging. It was far more practical to employ a helicopter. The general, accompanied by his son and several experts, hurriedly disembarked from the helicopter anticipating a meeting with Jiang Fei. To their surprise, they were greeted instead by a metallic glinting Dabai, whose voice was unexpectedly high-pitched and almost childlike. "What do you seek from my master?" Dabai's eyes, glowing red, scanned each individual before him, revealing their profiles in his vision. Remarkably, the scanning light could even detect hidden ailments on each person. It was evident that each individual bore some form of injury, notably the one adorned with the general's insignia, who had a bullet lodged in a rather precarious position. It is likely that only a specialized surgical robot could achieve this. The expression on the pale face brightened with realization. Indeed, such surgical robots have yet to be manufactured. Once the master earns some money, I shall inquire whether there exists a code for these surgical robots or perhaps for developing a treatment chamber. I'll make a note of it. General Sheng Ronghuan, having encountered numerous individuals throughout his life, found it quite peculiar to be scrutinized by an intelligent robot for the first time, especially one that emitted a red glow from its eyes during the scanning process. Wasn't that somewhat excessive? However, after completing its scan, the robot appeared quite satisfied, as though a semblance of a smile had graced its cold, metallic visage. Accompanying Sheng Ronghuan were 4 experts, 2 specializing in aircraft and the other 2 in the field of intelligent robotics. Upon seeing the robot, the 2 robotic specialists were utterly captivated, their eyes sparkling with delight, reminiscent of parents admiring their child. "Oh, what an adorable robot. It can even emit a red light. What conclusions did you draw from scanning us just now? This robot is quite intelligent." It had previously communicated with Jiang Fei, who the military already knew was contracted for Nyodan Mountain. They were merely curious as to why Jiang Fei had not come to greet them. "I am the one conversing with you. My master is sleeping and must not be disturbed," came the lilting voice of the robot. Sheng Ronghuan, accustomed to hearing such high-pitched tones when secretly watching female streamers, found it rather odd when it emanated from the robot. In truth, upon entering Nyodan Mountain, Sheng Ronghuan surveyed the surroundings with a look of astonishment. There was not a single patch of land adorned with vegetation. The terrain appeared stark and barren. Yet, remarkably, this desolate and arid place managed to sustain a variety of plants, all of which grew exceptionally large. Naturally, Sheng Ronghuan was no agronomist. What truly captured his attention were the myriad robots weaving through the greenery. Previously, in the live broadcast, they had observed planting robots responsible for pruning branches, applying pesticides, and harvesting fruit. Throughout Nyodan Mountain, these robots worked in harmonious coordination, and the area boasted not just cherries, but a plethora of fruits, filling the air with their enchanting fragrance, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm, far removed from the mundane world. During the previous industrial assessment, numerous military experts had unearthed a wealth of valuable resources from private enterprises. For instance, the foreign demand for aircraft carrier arrestor wires had seen unscrupulous foreigners audaciously bidding millions, only to resell them back to the Dragon Kingdom. The industrial assessment had served as a harsh lesson for military experts, revealing the formidable prowess of private enterprises. Had Jiang Fei's company been overlooked during the last assessment? I believe an agricultural assessment is also in order. I had no idea this city could even produce Musang King durians. Despite his youth, Sheng Yi was captivated not only by the orderly operations of the robots, but also by the extravagant fruits. If it weren't inappropriate, he would have eagerly approached the trees to touch them, curious to ascertain their authenticity. Did you merely see the fruits? You failed to notice that the entire Bull Egg Mountain was brimming with fruits, all tended to by intelligent robots. Is this truly an ordinary enterprise? Are civilian businesses truly thriving to such an extent? Sheng Ronghuan was at a loss for words. Suddenly, I realized, you are here to discuss cooperation. So please wait for a moment. I will summon my master once he has rested well. The military personnel were left bewildered. Could we perhaps not wait for him to sleep? We need to discuss the orders. The military had yet to initiate cooperation with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's previous live broadcast had already stirred a significant uproar online. Chapter 18. The Minister of Foreign Affairs. This matter should be referred to the War Ignorance Bureau. I am under considerable pressure too. The video of Jiang Fei's second live broadcast was uploaded to foreign networks, initially confined to Asian regions. The first reaction of international viewers was one of skepticism, dismissing the footage as manipulated. Many foreign netizens on Asian forums questioned, I must say, while it's normal for live broadcasts to employ special effects, this is quite shameless. The effects are so seamless, they appear genuine. Yet we can discern that this must be fabricated. Are you claiming that cherries can be cultivated in saline alkali soil? What location are you attributing to this video? Such large cherries can only come from our beloved kimchi nation. This must be stolen imagery. The orchard behind that cherry blogger is clearly doctored. Only our universe's center. The kimchi nation would produce such trees. Dragon Nation truly lacks shame, constantly manipulating these images as if they could become real. Even in our universe's center, our apple picking utilizes machinery, and our equipment isn't nearly as exaggerated. Can your robots fly? Can they transform a person into Iron Man? Who do you think you're amusing? I testify, this is special effects filming. It's quite simple and absolutely cannot be real. Foreign netizens expressed disbelief. However, upon discovering that Jiang Fei's followers included several formidable official accounts from Dragon Nation, they began to grasp that the video might indeed be authentic, though they were reluctant to admit it. In truth, the Ministry of Defense of Dragon Nation desired precisely this denial from them. It was preferable for foreign viewers to remain oblivious to this video. Silence would allow for unimpeded development. Yet, contrary to expectations, 3 days later, Jiang Fei's second live broadcast reached Lianhe Nation, landing in the hands of Qin Mu, the head of Dragon Nation's diplomatic affairs. Goodness, is this video genuine? Qin Mu inquired, peering at the video on the phone handed to him by his assistant. Are our private enterprises truly this formidable? Can they conjure Iron Man? He observed the planting robots transforming into metallic armor, enveloping Jiang Fei, and witnessed the flames propelling from beneath Jiang Fei's feet as he hovered in midair, commanding the world. Indeed, mecha suits are every man's dream. The entire video appeared remarkably seamless, akin to a scene from Transformers. Just watching the video stirred his blood. His assistant, having watched in trepidation, replied, "Yes, it's all true. The officials have essentially acknowledged this matter. The military and agricultural research institutes have already taken notice." Qin Mu pondered. How did he not come to light during the last industrial assessment? This individual is a talent. Surely this enterprise must pivot to military applications? It is quite reassuring that our nation possesses such exceptional talent. Yet the assistant remained visibly anxious. What is with that expression? Is something troubling you at home? Qin Mu, observing his little assistant, could only deduce such concerns must be the cause of his demeanor. However, the assistant quickly redirected the unpleasant expression from his own face to Qin Mu's. Have you perhaps forgotten that we are in Lianhe country? What of it? Qin Mu replied, perplexed. The representatives from Eagle Country have seen it too. From their expressions, it seems they are poised to inquire about you. A call just came through, urging us to keep this under wraps, considering the military has yet to finalize any collaboration with Jiang Fei and is still testing the intelligent robots. The assistant whispered urgently in Qin Mu's ear. Qin Mu's countenance darkened. Damn it, I completely overlooked those foreign individuals. An uneasy sensation washed over him. Contact the War Ignorance Bureau. This matter is not my concern. Qin Mu, feeling justified in his frustration, continued, we must remain here. And shortly we will have to explain ourselves to the representatives from Eagle Country. What a hassle. Hurry and summon him. The assistant appeared troubled. I had anticipated this. But when I called, I was informed he is on leave. Regardless, the higher-ups insist we keep this as discreet as possible and approach the situation through more peaceful means. Eagle Country might use the excuse of our nation's unauthorized research into weapons of mass destruction as a justification for their aggression towards us. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's expression soured further. Let them attack if they wish. Those idle fools. Before he could finish, he locked eyes with his assistant. Though the assistant said nothing, the stormy depths of his gaze betrayed the turmoil beneath. Qin Mu understood that once attacked, a barrage of nonsensical justifications would surely follow. If they could not dissuade Eagle Country from this line of thinking, it would likely become an endless cycle of trouble. They might even seize upon various pretexts to intervene in Jiang Fei's enterprise. The worst-case scenario loomed. The West might declare war under the pretext of preserving global peace. Such actions were not unprecedented for them. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu plastered on a disingenuous professional smile. All right, I understand. In truth, had anyone been able to hear Qin Mu's inner thoughts, they would witness the calm faade of this powerful figure belying a torrent of frantic emotions. He even mentally cursed the ancestors of the Eagle Country representatives. Qin Mu felt utterly helpless, thinking, this wretched situation always induces an aversion to work. Indeed, it appears that those who labor are perpetually irritable, especially when confronted with imbeciles. As predicted by the assistant, several hours later, during a conference in Lianhe Country, the representative from Eagle Country, brandishing the widely circulated video of Jiang Fei's second live broadcast, launched an attack against Dragon Country. Dear Qin, please explain to me, and to the countless people of Earth, why your nation possesses this. Why have such large-scale weapons of mass destruction emerged in your nation? Even ordinary farmers can wield such formidable armaments, transforming into the legendary Iron Man. What exactly are your intentions? Do you aspire to disrupt global peace and establish yourselves as the world's hegemon? It must be said, the representative from Eagle Country possesses considerable capability. His rhetoric is quite elaborate, leaving Qin Mu feeling exasperated. He rose and grasped the microphone, declaring, "Isn't this merely a collection of special effects videos? What is so astonishing about that? Special effects videos?" The representative from Eagle Country, already anticipating Qin Mu's response, replied with a somewhat grim expression. "Do you take me for a fool? If these were merely special effects, would so many official accounts be following this streamer?" Qin Mu silently mused. "Our official accounts have been overtaken by the post-90s and post-00s generations. These youngsters do as they please, akin to street urchins online. So, what is so strange about their presence here?" Meanwhile, a young assistant discreetly gave Qin Mu a thumbs up. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, his demeanor exuding an air of invincibility, as if to convey that the opposition was but a paper tiger, easily vanquished with little effort. Chapter 19, Panic Abroad. Hand over Jiang Fei. Each time the Dragon Kingdom makes strides in technology, a wave of similar rumors invariably sweeps through the international community. Consequently, the personnel at the Bureau of War Deception strive to present images of the Dragon Kingdom's technology or weaponry in a manner that renders them seemingly fictitious. For instance, they once depicted an aircraft carrier resembling a mere fishing boat, leading Western media to mock the Dragon Kingdom's naval capabilities even to this day. They perceive that even if the Dragon Kingdom possesses an aircraft carrier, it is hardly a cause for concern, as it appears more akin to a model than a formidable vessel, with its mere launch being deemed miraculous. In his daily work, Qin Mu often collaborates with colleagues from the Bureau of War Deception, endeavoring to belittle any new advancements emerging from the Dragon Kingdom. This approach is deemed essential for safeguarding domestic information and fostering the robust development of national technology. Ideally, it would be best if others remained oblivious to the true state of affairs within the Dragon Kingdom. When faced with such matters, Qin Mu is adept and unflappable. Unsurprisingly, the representatives from the Eagle Nation appeared momentarily taken aback before conjuring up new phrases. Our technical personnel have verified that this video has not been altered in any way. These robots are likely authentic. As they showcase the video, the Eagle Nation's representatives, in their desperation to undermine the Dragon Kingdom, even projected it onto a screen in the Lotus and Harmony Nation, ensuring that all attending representatives could witness it clearly. Upon viewing the footage, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What is happening? Wasn't it claimed that this live broadcast was fabricated? While videos can indeed be manipulated, live broadcasts cannot. Thus, the revelation that the Dragon Kingdom has developed such sophisticated artificial intelligence left them unsettled. When undertaking such research, shouldn't they at least notify us? What if one day these robots rebel? Humanity could be in peril. Furthermore, the capabilities of these robots extend beyond mere fruit picking. The potential military applications are staggering, and the implications of the Dragon Kingdom's advancements are daunting. We must resist the widespread deployment of intelligent robots by the Dragon Kingdom. These sentient machines lack any national allegiance, and should they develop independent thought, their first targets would undoubtedly be all of humanity. Indeed, isn't that the narrative depicted in films? Robots that awaken self-awareness often turn against their creators, posing a lethal threat to those who fashion them. If such robots proliferate uncontrollably within the Dragon Kingdom, the entire world may face dire consequences. Our nation's foremost technical experts have confirmed that this video bears no signs of manipulation, affirming that everything depicted within it is indeed real. Qin Mu of the Dragon Kingdom is a formidable adversary. He is unlikely to concede openly. We possess the video as evidence, and furthermore, the clandestine research of such human-like entities by the Dragon Kingdom raises concerns. Are they not fearful of losing control over their creations? We vehemently oppose the production of humanoid robots that closely resemble humans. This research disregards the sanctity of ordinary lives. We, the beautiful nation, demand that the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom surrender the private enterprises engaged in the development of intelligent robots for international scrutiny and judgment. I am astounded. Do you possess no sense of dignity? You dare to pass judgment so brazenly, as if the very beads of your abacus might shatter upon my visage. Is it your intention to abduct our esteemed scientists for your own research endeavors? The atmosphere was rife with discord, and Qin Mu furrowed his brow, gazing down at the cacophony below before massaging his temples. I have not uttered falsehoods. Frankly, such videos are commonplace in our Dragon Nation. If you truly struggle to discern the truth, I could recommend an app for your convenience. Why has this devolved into a discussion about an app? The representatives of several nations beneath were left utterly bewildered. The Eagle Nation asserted with feigned righteousness, do not divert the conversation with trivialities. Especially regarding an app. What relevance does that hold? What manner of app are you referring to? Truth be told, the Bear Nation felt a twinge of intrigue. Qin Mu's tone suggested it might be complimentary. Want it not to dismiss a free offering. The representative from the Eagle Nation attempted to interject, but his voice was drowned out by that of the Bear Nation's representative, leaving him to fall silent and gaze at Qin Mu in contemplation. Qin Mu relished provoking discord among these nations, delighting in their mutual animosity. However, he did not keep them in suspense for long. He had already noted the location of Jiang Fei's Nyodan Mountain and was prepared to send a parcel. Was it not claimed that global delivery occurs within 24 hours? He, too, yearned for a taste of novelty. Thus, Qin Mu revealed to the representative of the Eagle Nation, eager to expedite matters and conclude the day. It is, of course, our Dragon Nation's anti-fraud app. Each citizen possesses one. To ascertain the authenticity of this video, if the anti-fraud app does not trigger, it signifies that the video is genuine. As he spoke, he activated the video sent by his assistant, projecting it upon the screen of the Lotus and Nation. The moment the video began, Jiang Fei's visage appeared, and concurrently, the anti-fraud app reacted, a maneuver orchestrated by his assistant. Yet, this detail bore no significance. The mere response of the app sufficed. Qin Mu exuded a warm demeanor, his gaze imbued with an unusual benevolence. Do you see this, representative of the Eagle Nation? This video is a fabrication. The anti-fraud app has already alerted me. At this juncture, his expression shifted to one of piercing intensity as he cast a resolute glance across every individual present. You all are representatives of your nations. Mature representatives at that. How can you possibly entertain such ludicrous claims? My young nephew, having downloaded the anti-fraud app, would never fall prey to such deceptions. Surely, you cannot be so gullible as to believe in the veracity of this video? Do you lack even the slightest capacity for discernment? Charles, he continued, directly addressing the representative of the Eagle Nation, I have heard that you hail from one of the world's top universities. How can you be so easily swayed by mere hearsay? Do you possess no fundamental judgment? The representative of the Eagle Nation felt his face flush crimson, realizing the cunning nature of this Dragon Nation individual. The anti-fraud app evidently raised suspicions. Representatives from the Eagle Nation harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of Qin Mu's operations, as they have received reliable intelligence indicating that the owner of a company dedicated to the development of specialized intelligent robots appears to have reached an agreement with the military. This is the latest information. In other words, this innovation is poised to emerge from the Dragon Nation. Should the Dragon Nation, with its considerable resources, indeed establish an army of intelligent robots, what if these machines do not carry agricultural pesticides as depicted in the videos, but instead bear explosives? What if they were to transport innocent children? Does the West still possess absolute hegemony? Chapter 20. Searching for radishes in the thicket. Cunning Qin, upon this realization, felt a wave of dismay wash over him as the representative of the Eagle Kingdom accused him of engaging in a futile defense. Qin Mu had initially intended to leave the stage, weary and eager to conclude the day's affairs. Unexpectedly, this elderly gentleman with graying temples proved to be quite loquacious. Thus, Qin Mu resolved to unleash his trump card. At that moment, Qin Mu's gaze towards the representative of the Eagle Kingdom sharpened, and he adjusted his phone to play a video he had previously saved from YouTube. Allow me to share this with you, Charles. I am also curious to know whether it holds any truth. As you are aware, it is a tradition in our Dragon Kingdom. And I do enjoy a bit of gossip, Qin Mu articulated rapidly, speaking in English. His English was impeccably London accented, yet he interspersed it with an array of obscure vocabulary, delivering his lines in a torrent that left Charles no opportunity to react. With a grand gesture, he initiated the playback. Even before the video commenced, Charles felt an unsettling premonition upon glimpsing the thumbnail. Something felt amiss. However, by the time the neurons in his mind connected the dots regarding the video's content, it was far too late. One could only blame that wretchedly cunning Dragon Kingdom individual for rendering English so convoluted. Who among the Eagle Kingdom would speak English in such a manner? Only when Shakespeare penned his plays would one encounter such eloquence. This left Charles with no time to respond. The video that Qin Mu played featured a woman from the Eagle Kingdom engaging in a tirade. She appeared to be in her 30s and was, in fact, a rising star in the Eagle Kingdom, possessing an alluring figure and a forthright personality. She enjoyed considerable popularity online. Recently, she had released a video on her social media platform that had gone viral across the entire network. In this clip, the striking actress, clad in modest attire, was lambasting someone. Do you all know that Charles? Yes, the very same Charles who frequently visits the Lotus and Harmony Kingdom. That scoundrel is truly something else. Let me tell you, he is a miserably useless, wasteful lip balm man. You wouldn't believe how minuscule his lip balm is. As she spoke, she produced a lipstick the size of a radish. See this? It's not even half this size. It's like searching for a radish in the thicket, utterly invisible. Charles, I've been displeased with you for quite some time, you foolish. The expletives that followed were mercifully muted. While Qin Mu's earlier English may have been perplexing, the actress's delivery was nothing short of explosive. Laughter erupted among all present at the Lotus and Harmony Kingdom Assembly as they witnessed the spectacle. The representative from the beautiful country displayed the most exaggerated demeanor, clearly having prearranged to provoke Charles against Qin Mu. However, after Qin Mu released the video, the most ostentatious laughter came unexpectedly from the representative of the beautiful nation, leaving Charles in a state of despondency. The representative laughed heartily, pounding the table, only to realize afterward that, oh dear, the representative from the Eagle Nation was his ally. And it was neither appropriate nor reasonable for him to laugh so openly. Thus, he forced himself to suppress his mirth. Subsequently, the representative cast a glance towards Charles and noticed his particularly pallid complexion. As the representative's gaze lowered, Charles instinctively crossed his legs, his face flushed crimson, half a radish. Aha! Charles nearly bellowed in fury, nearly smashing the table. This isn't real. I don't know her. Upon hearing this, the representative from the Bear Nation couldn't contain his laughter either. The representative from the Elephant Nation, particularly vile, often appeared as a sycophantic follower of the beautiful country. Yet when it came to advantages, he was quick to seize them. The beautiful nation had barred the Elephant Nation from purchasing cheaper oil from the Bear Nation. Hence, the Elephant Nation resolutely refused to comply. Why should they let a good deal slip away? Consequently, they became the largest buyers over the years. The representative from the Elephant Nation boldly called out to Charles, "What is it like searching for radishes in the bushes? Care to share?" The tension in Charles' mind nearly snapped as he hurled a cup from the table towards the Elephant Nation representative. "I said I don't know her." The nimble representative easily dodged the projectile. Observing this disorganized rabble, Qin Mu wore a smile that was both contemptuous and mocking. Yet, this smile quickly faded, leaving him with an expression of humility and respect. "Charles, is this video authentic?" The tension in Charles's mind completely unraveled as he slammed the table and shouted, "Of course not." Yet, the video remained online, and so many were aware of it. "I believe it to be genuine," Qin Mu remarked earnestly. "Just because you say it's real, does that make it so? Can you not exercise some discernment? Should you not be more judicious?" Charles was nearly ready to throw Qin Mu's earlier words back at him. "Qin, you are an alumnus of an esteemed institution in the Dragon Nation and have studied at some of the world's top universities. How could you possibly believe such a contemptible video?" Qin Mu shrugged. "Why should I not believe it? This video was released out of righteous indignation by this woman, and it has not been edited in any way." Charles felt an eerie familiarity in his dialogue with Qin Mu, as if he had heard it before. In a similar vein, Qin Mu replied innocently, "Is it not rather absurd that you claim we threaten world peace simply because you saw a video? You assert we have created an army of robots. Is that not laughable? If memory serves, the concept of Iron Man was first conceived by the beautiful country. Albeit merely a work of fiction, yet I would not dismiss the possibility of its truth. The creation of Iron Man by the United States indeed seems to pose a threat to global peace. My goodness, Qin Mu is quite a formidable character. Not only did he refuse to have Qin Mu acknowledge that Jiang Fei's second live streaming video was authentic, but he also managed to embroil the representatives of two major nations in controversy. Now, both the American and the Eagle Nation representatives have been silenced by Qin Mu, who exercised control over the situation for several days. Charles has spent several consecutive days clarifying his various scandalous news items. As for the American representative, He returned to caution all domestic creators against fabricating absurd science fiction narratives or animations, as it seems that every time they craft such grandiose visions, it appears that the Dragon Nation has already brought them to fruition, while they themselves cannot produce anything of the sort. This is indeed quite awkward. Over the past few days, Qin Mu has been in high spirits. The joke about Robodang has lingered in the Lianhe Nation for several days. These are mere trifles, and we are more than delighted to witness the strengthening of our homeland. By the way, is the intelligent robot created by that private enterprise truly so remarkable? How much does one cost? Can an ordinary person afford it? Who doesn't harbor a dream of having their own Iron Man? Chapter 21, 100 Mach. Or was it you who spoke of seizing the moment? Time rewinds to the day when Sheng Ronghuan, accompanied by Sheng Yi and 4 experts, sought out Jiang Fei. On that day, the sun radiated a particularly warm glow, accompanied by a gentle breeze. For a qualified sloth like Jiang Fei, such weather was nothing short of perfection, providing an ideal backdrop for blissful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the sun's warmth was tempered by the shade of an umbrella held by Sheng Ronghuan. Occasionally, a soft gust of wind would grace them, courtesy of Sheng Yi, who expressionlessly fanned himself with a handheld fan. The 4 experts gazed at Dabai with affectionate tenderness. Though 2 among them were not specialists in the realm of artificial intelligence, to scientists, intelligent robots appeared as charming children. They transformed into doting grandfathers, trailing behind Dabai like enamored offspring. Among the 4 experts, 2 were indeed adept in artificial intelligence, and they quickly discerned that all the robots atop Nyodon Mountain were obedient to Dabai. Dabai was the more advanced and intelligent robot, capable of even caring for the lesser robots. It became clear why, during a live broadcast, they had heard another voice proclaiming that he could not sell his children. Likely, all the other robots were creations of this very Dabai. Robots creating robots. What a remarkable feat. This indicated that Dabai was the product of superior and more intelligent core programming, and thus, its creator must be extraordinary. The most formidable individual in this scenario was undoubtedly Jiang Fei. Just the thought of this imbued the scientists with a heightened patience towards him. Initially, Sheng Yi contemplated waking Jiang Fei directly, but the 4 experts intervened, suggesting that geniuses possess certain temperaments and urging Sheng Yi and Sheng Ronghuan, the soldiers, not to provoke Jiang Fei's ire. It was better to wait patiently. Ordinary individuals often rise with a touch of morning irritability, and it stood to reason that a genius would be no different. Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi shared a moment of silent understanding. Although they could not rouse Jiang Fei, they could stimulate him with their gaze. Generally, people are aware of others' stares, and some may feel uneasy under scrutiny. However, Jiang Fei was not bound by the norms of ordinary individuals. Having once been cast away on a garbage planet, enduring harsh criticisms, and experiencing a profound mental breakdown, he had emerged resilient. Consequently, he had grown indifferent to the opinions of others. Their gazes were mere trifles to him. The 4 experts busied themselves with an exhaustive examination of Dabai, to the point of overwhelming him. Yet, amidst their inquiries, they gleaned valuable insights. The robots atop Nyodon Mountain could be categorized into 4 types: agricultural robots, construction robots, domestic robots, and a group of robots that resided in a factory-like building, peeking out curiously whenever someone approached. In essence, they exuded a certain whimsical charm. On the summit of Nyodon Mountain, numerous rudimentary robots had only encountered Jiang Fei, and they were imbued with an innate curiosity about humanity. Naturally, humans harbored an even greater curiosity towards them. "What a genius," murmured one expert in artificial intelligence, lowering his voice. "That large white robot possesses immense research value. I wonder if Jiang Fei can create another one. We could collaborate." "Keep your voice down. Do you want to wake him?" Another expert interjected hastily. "I just took a cursory glance at the flora here, and it aligns perfectly with what was shown in the videos. This is indeed heavily saline and alkaline land. Yet the plants thrive remarkably well, even better than those on fertile soil. Have you not noticed that the soil at the roots of these plants is quite normal? This genius has a method to purify the soil. He truly is a prodigy. We must wait for him to awaken so we can partner with him." The experts whispered among themselves, their voices barely audible, often resorting to typing instead. Yet, each of their faces radiated excitement. Sheng Yi listened intently to their discussions, observing the bustling large white robot, and then glanced at the figure sprawled on a recliner at the doorway, soundly asleep, filled with admiration. Sheng Yi's movements in fanning Jiang Fei became gentler, for he was now more intrigued by the seemingly unremarkable aircraft and its specifications. during their descent. They had distinctly witnessed the aircraft swiftly morph, become invisible, and then vanish with a swift sound, a phenomenon that left an impression. Perhaps it was merely Cheng Ye's illusion, but he felt the sonic boom was less pronounced than the first time he encountered it. It could very well have been modified. Or perhaps the initial flight was merely a casual exhibition. Everywhere he looked, intelligent robots were executing tasks. Both Cheng Yi and Cheng Ronghuan speculated that the impressive aircraft might be piloted by an intelligent robot, or perhaps it was entirely automated. Yet, this vehicle was intended for delivery. The sixth-generation fighter jets of Long Country were still under research, projected to reach speeds of 30 Mach. While it sounds straightforward, such an endeavor is anything but simple. Moreover, the tremendous speed would be insurmountable for a human pilot, indicating that the aircraft must be unmanned. Jiang Fei's aircraft also belonged to the category of hypersonic vehicles, which could only operate without a pilot. However, the thought of Jiang Fei using such technology for transporting goods, especially delicate items like cherries, left Cheng Ronghuan and Cheng Yi increasingly uneasy. How would such deliveries be executed? How much could be transported? Would it suffice to carry a certain Miss Chiu? Half of her would be acceptable too, or perhaps something else entirely. The capacity for such speed and perfect invisibility made the prospect quite daunting. Indeed, Cheng Ronghuan and Cheng Yi were a remarkable duo, their thought processes remarkably aligned. The more they contemplated, the more exhilarated they became, their breaths synchronizing as they gasped with excitement, as if they could already envision a luminous future for Long Country. However, it was not the cacophony of sounds that roused Jiang Fei from his slumber, but rather the enticing aroma of the meal prepared by the household robot. Remarkably, not only did Jiang Fei awaken to this delectable scent, but even the visiting team of experts, along with Cheng Ronghuan and Cheng Yi, found themselves unable to remain still. The fragrance was simply irresistible. My heavens! Thus, Jiang Fei opened his eyes, caught off guard, and still somewhat dazed. Yet Cheng Yi was far from dazed. He had been mulling over aircraft matters extensively in his mind. Consequently, as soon as Jiang Fei stirred, Cheng Yi posed a direct inquiry. What is the maximum speed that your cargo aircraft can achieve? 100 Mach, came the response from Jiang Fei. Both Cheng Ronghuan and Cheng Yi were left speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The four experts also paused in their activities, staring at Jiang Fei with astonished faces. Young master? 100 Mach. What is going on? Jiang Fei responded, a hint of emotion evident in his voice. He could not help but grumble. I've already done remarkably well, considering my meager resources. The fact that I managed to modify it to this extent is commendable. You cannot expect me to create a spacecraft capable of spatial jumps without any resources. Wait a moment. Jiang Fei suddenly paused, finally comprehending. Who are you? Chapter 22. A load of 5 tons? Is this a joke? At this moment, Dabai approached with an air of trepidation. Master, they are from the nearby military district. This is Cheng Ronghuan, a general, and I have already transmitted the detailed information to you. This is his son, along with the names of 4 experts, namely, this particular expert specializes in artificial intelligence, yet the AI he developed resembles that of a dimwit. I have seen it myself, and I must say, even with my eyes closed, I could not produce anything so subpar. The named AI expert dared not utter a word. Amidst the multitude of artificial robots, which one appeared less intelligent than the so-called creation of his. Just moments ago, this expert had been teasing Dabai, attempting to gauge his IQ, only to be met with a sharp retort from Dabai. The latter confidently enumerated several topics that the expert had yet to explore, highlighting critical correlations and technological bottlenecks. This revelation astonished the AI expert, who proceeded to bombard Dabai with questions, only to be met with disdain. Dabai perceived a deficiency in the expert's intellect and chose to disregard him. Jiang Fei, upon hearing Dabai's self-satisfied exposition, realized what had transpired. You accessed their data? You infiltrated their network? Dabai jumped in surprise, resembling a startled quail, too intimidated to respond. Jiang Fei initially intended to tug at Dabai's ear, but instead encountered the cold metallic shell, hastily assembled from various parts. A frown creased his brow as he admonished. Do not engage in such actions again. It could lead to dire consequences. Cheng Ronghuan, Cheng Yi, and a cadre of experts observed silently. Were they not considered individuals? Indeed, they had approached Jiang Fei to discuss potential collaboration. Although Dabai had scanned them, they dared not voice their thoughts. Cheng Ronghuan stepped forward, providing a brief introduction before addressing Jiang Fei. We saw your live stream on the platform and wished to discuss cooperation. However, we are particularly curious about the aircraft you used for transport. Does it truly have a maximum speed of 100 Mach? Jiang Fei nodded decisively, affirming, indeed. Is it unmanned? Shang Ronghuan inquired, his face alight with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Fei responded, if you wish to develop a piloted version, that is feasible. But the pilot must don a mech suit. Otherwise, they would not withstand the forces involved. The materials required are rather extensive. It's too cumbersome. I utilize unmanned technology. Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi exchanged a quick glance. The experts, previously looked down upon by Dabai, were quick-witted, and upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, their eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. How much cargo can it transport? How exactly is the cargo delivered? Sheng Yi was particularly eager to learn this, pondering whether delicate cherries, merely housed in boxes, could endure such speeds. Jiang Fei elaborated, explaining that the cargo is placed towards the rear of the aircraft, supported by specialized materials. He spoke with eloquence, and one could not help but acknowledge that Nodon Mountain truly resembled a utopian paradise. However, facing the ever-innocent Dabai daily, Jiang Fei felt a tinge of loneliness. Moreover, the ungrateful Dabai often irritated him for no reason. When someone inquired, Jiang Fei's face lit up with enthusiasm as he began his lecture. The atmosphere left Sheng Rong, Sheng Yi, and the four experts in a daze. It was understandable for the father and son of the Sheng family, as they were military men rather than scientists. Yet, the four experts truly sensed that their intellect was ripe for ridicule. Standing before Jiang Fei, they resembled four bewildered muggles, utterly lost in comprehension. After a while, Jiang Fei noticed the purity in their eyes, untouched by the depth of knowledge, and decided to cease his explanations. He mentioned a few fundamental configurations. When the aircraft returns, you can verify it. Oh, and let Dabai accompany you. Taking on a nonchalant demeanor, he spoke while preparing to dine. For the meals crafted by the domestic robot were quite delectable. This device can indeed be mass-produced. By the way, it can transport 5 tons of cargo. The experts hastily recorded the parameters and configurations Jiang Fei had mentioned, but were left astounded when he declared the capacity for 5 tons. What? Did you say how much? 5 tons. I must be hearing things. They were flabbergasted, exclaiming, how on earth do you intend to lift 5 tons into the sky? A genius. Truly a genius. Though these experts could not match Jiang Fei's intellect, they could discern that the aircraft he had constructed appeared somewhat lacking, as if it were made from insufficient materials. The aesthetic and surface materials were rather unimpressive, likely due to financial constraints. They still recalled Jiang Fei's earlier mumbled mention of space jump. Space jump. That was the stuff of cinematic fantasy, a mere concept. Could it be that Jiang Fei was indeed researching such a phenomenon? Jiang Fei did not consider 5 tons to be an exaggeration, as it was the lightest load he had managed in his aircraft designs thus far. Currently, his materials were scarce, with the heaviest load being a plane capable of carrying 1,000 cubic meters of cargo, and theoretically, the weight was limitless. This required testing with specialized materials, however. Such materials were exorbitantly priced, raising his blood pressure with every gram. Yet, as Jiang Fei realized that no matter what he articulated, these experts and the 2 laymen before him appeared as naive as muggles, their eyes reflecting clarity and ignorance. At that moment, he lost the desire to converse with them further. Initially, the novelty of encountering people on Nodon Mountain had intrigued him, but after exchanging a few words, the cold, all-encompassing scientist found in the faces of those 4 experts a beauty untouched by knowledge. Thus, he concluded that he might as well enjoy his meal. It was, in fact, Dabai, equipped with the perpetual motion machine bestowed by Jiang Fei, who, with nothing to occupy his time, began to chatter incessantly, if you do not believe me, we can conduct a test shortly. After all, it won't be long before that aircraft returns automatically. It doesn't always operate at such high speeds. Reaching Mach 100 is its maximum velocity, and there is no necessity for it to maintain that pace continuously. Although it is cloaked in stealth technology, it remains rather formidable. 5 tons is not particularly excessive. It is manageable, I suppose. Dabai had intended to boast about the warehouse's infinite load capacity, but caught Jiang Fei's discreet glance and refrained from doing so. Jiang Fei discerned that the military personnel had taken a keen interest in this particular model of aircraft. Should the military requisition it, he might lose access to it himself. Thus, it would be prudent to keep it under wraps for the time being, initially allowing the military to have the most unassuming aircraft. The recent incident involving the confiscation of a Shufeng aircraft was still vivid in his memory. although Jiang Fei had extended an invitation for them to dine together. The enthusiastic enthusiasts, Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi, along with the 4 experts, were far too preoccupied to contemplate a meal. They were eager to witness the return of the aircraft that had just taken to the skies. They had just observed it render itself invisible before their very eyes, vanishing with the swiftness of a large rodent, leaving them with no time to react. Now, with Dubai proclaiming its imminent return, it would be no more than 3 minutes. Thus, this group, in high spirits, proceeded to wait at the small airport on Nyodon Mountain. If only there were enough materials, Jiang Fei mused. He could even create a space jump. Mach 100 was trivial in comparison. Observing them depart, he sighed. The rare metal resources on old Earth are still too scarce. Alas. However, the aroma of the rice was delightful. Is this batch of rice from that special variety I modified last time? Jiang Fei inquired of the housekeeping robot. The housekeeping robot number 12 promptly responded, Indeed, it is from the modified rice. It smells wonderful. Boss, when will you install a stomach for us to taste it as well? Jiang Fei, nearly choking on his soup, replied, Perhaps in the future. After all, everything costs money. Dubai truly was something else, creating so many robotic assistants for no apparent reason. One housekeeping robot could suffice for domestic tasks, yet Dubai had produced 100. Quite impressive. Chapter 23. Dubai. Speak more, share more. I love to listen. In the age of interstellar travel, robots serve as companions, partners, and are indispensable. The robots of this era possess the ability to alter their exteriors at will, and some even have stomachs as resilient as steel. They possess their own taste buds, allowing them to dine alongside their masters, with the addition of certain specialized organs that can even accompany their owners at night. In this interstellar epoch, many individuals have been cultivated directly from gene culture dishes, leading to a significant number lacking parents or siblings, and many suffering from emotional deficits. Some even choose to marry robots. As early as the time when Jiang Fei was born, over 1,000 years prior, the legalities surrounding human-robot marriages had already been established. In this era, robots embody the essence of true completeness, bearing little distinction from humans. They possess their own intricate emotions and well-rounded personalities. As for the creations currently in Jiang Fei's possession, they can only be described as makeshift skeletons, crafted from various inexpensive materials. In Dubai's words, they feature a godlike core code wrapped in a shoddy hardware shell. Jiang Fei instructed his domestic robot to play a film, reminiscing about the glory of interstellar robots. Yet he found himself more enamored with ancient Earth. This place truly suits the interstellar beings. Upon his arrival, Jiang Fei's mental fortitude was nearly shattered. But after 2 months of indulgence at Nyodon Mountain, his spirits were surprisingly restored. Indeed, while sipping soup, Jiang Fei lamented that ancient Earth is the paradise for interstellar people. He arranged for a batch of planting robots to supply nutrient solutions to the cherry trees, which had already borne fruit. Within a night, the fruits would regenerate, and if matured, within 3 days. Jiang Fei savored his meal while watching the film, feeling utterly content. Meanwhile, at the airport, Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi were also enjoying themselves, particularly the 4 experts. They discovered that when they posed somewhat simplistic questions to Jiang Fei, simplistic in relation to his vast intellect, he was initially willing to elaborate. However, as their expressions shifted to confusion and bewilderment, Jiang Fei gradually became less inclined to engage. The 4 experts were acutely aware of this shift. They felt the disdain directed towards them. They wished to continue their inquiries in Jiang Fei's presence. Yet the gaze he cast upon them made them feel akin to mere muggles, instilling a sense of trepidation. However, Dubai was different. With a personality resembling that of a child, imbued with a hint of arrogance and a sharp tongue, he would candidly express that the experts were foolish. Nevertheless, despite the insults, he would slowly provide answers to their questions, although these did not touch upon the core technologies of Jiang Fei. After all, even Dubai was perplexed by the intricacies of those technologies. Jiang Fei had not shared the codes for constructing cargo aircraft with him, a fact that left Dubai profoundly disappointed, as Jiang Fei knew of Dubai's penchant for stockpiling. Stockpiling simple robots was one thing, but crafted from mere scraps. It suffices to possess a formidable core. Affordable and within reach, it aligns with the preferences of Dubai, who revels in the adulation of his subordinates. In truth, Jiang Fei, upon learning the extent of Dubai's robot creations, harbors a tinge of regret regarding his earlier hasty decision. However, the pivotal technology for aircraft manufacturing cannot be entrusted to Dubai. Otherwise, Jiang Fei fears that he may awaken one day to find by commanding those aircraft in a quest for global dominance. Given Dubai's penchant for hoarding, the entirety of Neodan Mountain would scarcely accommodate the accumulation. Dubai perceives that although these four individuals may be somewhat dim-witted, they are not entirely devoid of intellect, surpassing the sheer foolishness of Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi, who seem utterly oblivious. These four are merely novices in their field. As for Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi, they give the impression of being rather obtuse. Thus, Dubai is quite inclined to engage with these four specialists, for they are indeed talented individuals with eloquent speech. Dubai, you are truly remarkable. You even know this. You are simply incredible. Dubai, I believe your line of thought is quite astute. I never considered it this way. Once the aircraft arrives, we must certainly test its various parameters. Can such a small airstrip accommodate it? Oh, Dubai, you can control all the planes. You are truly impressive. You must have several such cargo planes, right? You are simply amazing and so endearing. I wish I had a companion as delightful as you. While Dubai listens to these compliments with evident delight, he refrains from disclosing the actual number of such aircraft that Jiang Fei possesses. After all, Jiang Fei has instructed him to temper his responses, focusing solely on the attributes of the recently departed aircraft, dismissing all other inquiries. Nevertheless, the flattery from these four specialists is irresistibly pleasing. They dare to call him adorable. Speak more, please, more. He relishes it. Consequently, before the aircraft returns, the four specialists continue to extol Dubai's virtues. Moreover, Sheng Ronghuan notes that Dubai had previously stated that the aircraft would return in mere minutes. Yet, upon hearing the accolades from the specialists, Dubai seems to have slowed his pace. Each time the specialists inquire, he responds that it is nearly there, smiling broadly as he awaits their praise. The four specialists, unrestrained in their adulation, lavish compliments for half an hour, showering him with euphoric praise and extravagant expressions until Dubai is thoroughly satisfied and finally beckons the delivery aircraft back. As the delivery aircraft prepares to land, everyone steps back. Sheng Yi, observing the contented Dubai, cannot help but comment, "Do you think those four have realized they've been played by this robot? Its intelligence and emotional acuity are remarkably high. Despite their attempts to extract crucial information, they could not elicit anything significant from Dubai. I truly admire Jiang Fei." Who wouldn't admire him? They have scrutinized Jiang Fei's profile repeatedly, uncovering no discrepancies. After all, the original owner was a researcher in artificial intelligence. Were it not for some issues within the company, he would not have vanished for an entire year. It seems that such a genius has been in seclusion for an entire year, secretly retreating to the mountains to pursue their research. One can only speculate that if it weren't for financial constraints, they would not have resorted to live streaming merchandise sales. The entirety of Neodan Mountain is thriving, bustling with intelligent robots and an aircraft capable of transporting goods, rumored to reach a staggering speed of 100 Mach, even if constructed with the most economical materials. The expenses would undoubtedly be considerable. The military effortlessly traced the original owner's biological father, and it is abundantly clear that the sum of 5 million was sufficient to sever familial ties. The reason why Sheng Ronghuan is not the least bit perturbed by Xiao Bai's intrusion into their system to access his information primarily lies in the fact that it was the military that initiated the investigation into Jiang Fei. Furthermore, another reason is that the intelligent robot, Dubai, possesses immense research value, prompting a desire to procure it. Just as Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi were lost in their musings, they witnessed the cargo aircraft hovering above each of their heads. Such a landing method? No wonder the airport is so diminutive. It seems it could easily be halved in size. Upon witnessing the manner of descent, Sheng Yi was rendered speechless. Chapter 24. Military Affairs. It is imperative to secure Jiang Fei. The aircraft appeared silently above everyone's heads, devoid of even the sound of a sonic boom, suggesting it was in a state of leisurely drifting. Moving at a slow pace, it relied on its stealth capabilities to return languidly. After all, it was a civilian craft, who could maintain maximum speed at all times. There was no urgency. Sheng Ronghuan noticed that Dubai seemed particularly pleased to hear the four experts commend him, continuously asserting that the aircraft would be returning shortly. Surely, Dubai had manipulated the plane to reduce its speed. Otherwise, it would have arrived in mere minutes. The aircraft was coated with a special stealth material, which they had not clearly seen while standing on the helicopter. However, this time it was distinctly visible. The metallic components of the plane rapidly transformed, visually appearing to fragment into countless small segments, revealing the aircraft's true form before the assembled crowd. Yet, the four experts demonstrated a degree of perceptiveness, It appeared as though the metallic material had flipped, but in reality, it had not. It was merely an optical effect. This stealth coating was extraordinarily advanced. With such technology, speed was of little consequence. Even at a leisurely pace, it was unlikely anyone in the world would detect it. Conversely, if Jiang Fei's claim that the aircraft could reach a maximum speed of 100 Mach were true, even without any stealth coating, no one would be able to intercept it. Sheng Yi suddenly remarked, if it can achieve perfect invisibility, evade radar, carry a load of 5 tons, and reach a maximum speed of 100 Mach. What exactly does Jiang Fei intend to do? Is he aiming for the skies? Had it not been for the political review process that meticulously scrutinized Jiang Fei's background, they might have concluded that he retreated to seclusion due to his extraordinary intellect being misunderstood by society. After all, Jiang Fei had previously been engaged in artificial intelligence research, only hindered by insufficient funding. Such a genius could easily remain in a laboratory for a lifetime. Moreover, he was a prodigy, capable of developing such formidable technology independently. Were it not for the military's assurance that Jiang Fei harbored no malicious intent, suspicions regarding his motivations for creating such an aircraft would have arisen. Naturally, the intelligent robots did not appear to be conventional agricultural tools. They could traverse any terrain with ease, and even fly, boasting exceptional load-bearing capabilities. When harvesting fruit, their hands could morph, transforming merely into scissors and baskets. Yet, what if the hands were equipped with something other than these tools, such as bullets? This technology could even evolve into mecha, turning individuals into Iron Men. Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi privately resolved to secure Jiang Fei at all costs. Such a talent left unguarded was a precarious situation. One could only imagine the astonishing inventions he might create. The military could hardly withstand such risks. During the week, they were unable to locate the aircraft. The atmosphere in Sheng Ronghuan's military district was exceedingly grim. He had even prepared a resignation letter out of self-reproach. Our eldest is solely focused on securing this cargo. Dabai, having clearly overheard the conversation between the Sheng father and son, promptly interjected with a raised voice. He mentioned his ambition to establish the fastest courier service in the world. He believes that while we can maximize speed, there is no necessity to overexert ourselves. As long as we can guarantee global delivery within 24 hours, that suffices. Sometimes I drive quite fast, and I occasionally ask the couriers from the subsidiaries to bring me some films. At this point, Dabai lowered his voice considerably. Sheng Yi, however, misinterpreted the context and raised his voice significantly. What on earth? You watch films? Yes, Dabai replied, somewhat aggrieved. I usually download them online, but the quality is poor. That's why I have my friends purchase them for me. Indeed, Dabai had amassed quite a few human friends, and he even possessed his own WeChat account. Naturally, the identity verification for WeChat was conducted using Jiang Fei's ID, as one individual could hold 3 WeChat accounts simultaneously. Sheng Yi felt the topic veering off course. Yet his curiosity piqued. He lowered his voice again. What do you usually enjoy watching? Marvel, Iron Man, Dabai exclaimed with enthusiasm. The robotic planting module in Iron Man was something I added. Doesn't it resemble the original? Goodness gracious, Sheng Yi thought he had misjudged Dabai's preferences, assuming he was fond of more adult films. It turns out he had misread the situation entirely. Dabai was, in fact, as innocent as a blank slate. An endearing robot. Just as Sheng Yi exhaled in relief, he received a sharp slap on the head from his father. What nonsense is swirling in your mind? Sheng Ronghuan was preoccupied with thoughts of films from the human realm. For an artificial intelligence that seemed to be a product of futuristic technology, it was entirely reasonable to enjoy such films. He cast a glance at his son, feeling a sense of despair. He believed his son was inferior in both intelligence and emotional understanding compared to Dabai. Earlier, when you were probing, were you not thinking along those lines? Sheng Yi felt as if a pot had been turned upside down on his head, but his reflexes were quick. He swiftly kicked the pot back. What are you talking about, father? Where did your mind wander? I was thinking of those very films as well. Isn't that natural for a high-tech creation to enjoy high-tech movies? By the way, what film were you thinking of, father? You seem quite flustered. Sheng Ronghuan clicked his tongue, feeling an impulse to reprimand his son. Look, an airplane. Sheng Yi pointed skyward, astonished. At that moment, Sheng Ronghuan finally glanced up at the sky. The aircraft was descending vertically, akin to a helicopter. It landed smoothly, and as it did, the previously transformed mode reverted, revealing an oddly charming, albeit somewhat unattractive, aircraft to the onlookers. The 4 experts were left dumbfounded, hastily inquiring of Dubai why the airplane appeared so unsightly. Insufficient funds. Perhaps. It looks like a haphazard assembly, Dubai retorted with conviction. I heard you wish to collaborate with us. What exactly does that entail? Are you considering a technological stake, or shall we produce exclusively for your use? Let it be known, our services do not come cheaply. Currently, Dubai's demands for materials are exceedingly abundant. Alternatively, one might say that Jiang Fei's requests for resources are quite numerous. Ideally, an equity partnership in technology would be advantageous, as it could potentially yield additional funds to procure materials. One wonders if collaborating with the military could facilitate the acquisition of materials at a reduced cost. Perhaps it would enable the purchase of rare materials not available in the market. Our esteemed leader still has numerous projects pending. I yearn for skin, while our leader desires more delectable delicacies. Alas, it seems that nearly all the marine resources are no longer consumable. Recently, our leader has expressed a wish for me to excavate a sea near Nyodan Mountain, as we aspire to cultivate seafood. Dubai's articulation of these needs is nothing short of relentless. The four experts were left utterly astounded. The environment and climate near Nyodan Mountain are rather inhospitable, leaning towards aridity. The notion of excavating a sea and raising seafood? Is 2,000 acres truly sufficient for such an endeavor? Chapter 25. Allow me to immerse you in the experience of a 100 Mach aircraft landing. Four experts scrambled aboard, despite two of them being researchers in artificial intelligence. Their curiosity was piqued. As for Shang Ronghuan and Shang Yi, their quarrel had reached a fever pitch, yet upon witnessing the aircraft's descent, they ceased their bickering and hastily boarded the plane to investigate. To their astonishment, the cargo hold was indeed quite substantial. Shang Ronghuan, wide-eyed with disbelief, questioned whether such a load could withstand the journey. Dubai, indifferent, replied, "Of course it can. Would you care to test its maximum speed and see how many times we can circle the globe? Activate stealth mode. No one will even notice. We can orbit as many times as we wish." One could only wonder if the speed of 100 Mach would ever be observable by the naked eye. In the age of interstellar travel, there are indeed individuals with varying degrees of cerebral development. Some even possess psychic abilities to combat the insectoid races. The denizens of this era exhibit heightened mental acuity. They could perceive not just a 100 Mach aircraft, but even spatial jumps. Although Jiang Fei often asserted that ancient Earth was distinct from the interstellar age, Dubai, birthed from Jiang Fei's ingenuity, possessed a remarkably intricate and flawless core code. He had never experienced the so-called interstellar era firsthand, relying solely on Jiang Fei's descriptions. Thus, Dubai felt compelled to exercise caution. Yet, he soon realized his trepidation was excessive, for the four experts, accompanied by Shang Ronghuan and Shang Yi, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. "What did you say? Please repeat that. A 100 Mach speed could circle the Earth several times? No nation would detect it? I have never boarded a 100 Mach vessel. If I were to sit atop it, would I still exist? At 100 Mach, I doubt I could withstand the force, or that your flimsy aircraft could endure such velocity. Indeed, while it possesses a stealth coating, this material appears to me as mere scrap metal. You claim to have flown at supersonic speeds with this? It hasn't disintegrated? Impressive. I just touched the aircraft, and its exterior is coated with a remarkably transparent substance I have never encountered before. It acts as a protective shell, safeguarding the entire craft. However, I suspect that using more extraordinary materials could yield even better results." The six individuals chattered incessantly, akin to a flock of ducks. Dubai struggled to comprehend their astonishment, for within the cargo hold lay even more extraordinary items, arguably the most unimpressive among them. Jiang Fei consistently emphasized the need for discretion, hence utilizing this for transport. Were they truly so astounded? Dubai found himself in a state of perplexity after listening to the incessant chatter of the 600 ducks. With utmost sincerity, he posed a question. "I have observed those delightful short films showcasing Thor, Iron Man, and Mecha Wars, all of which seem rather mundane. And what about Transformers? You express astonishment over such a dilapidated aircraft, yet you remain skeptical of my assertions. Come, board the plane. I shall take you for a spin and let you experience the sensation of achieving Mach 100. Dubai, in his eagerness, attempted to persuade Shinya to join him aboard the aircraft. However, Shinya, caught in a web of confusion, inquired, "Dubai, are those short films you mentioned produced by the United States? Surely, they cannot be taken seriously by robots, can they?" Indeed, from the perspective of those sci-fi films, the current technological civilization on Earth does seem somewhat lacking. Yet, This is Dubai. We are discussing an intelligent robot. Doesn't he ever peruse the internet for such information? Has he never glimpsed at the present state of Earth's technological advancements? What does he enjoy browsing online? Xingye maintained an awkward yet polite smile, trying to mask his bewilderment. Dubai responded, I indulge in watching risky films and playing video games. I excel at gaming. Sheng Ronghua nearly burst into laughter. Ah. Yet another insight into Jiang Fei's predilections gleaned from Dubai. Although Dubai claimed to enjoy gaming and watching risky content, what does an innocent and endearing robot truly understand? Such interests must surely belong to Jiang Fei. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, Dubai had inadvertently placed him under scrutiny, displaying an expression of disdain towards the so-called muggles. How could they possibly find enjoyment in risky films? How utterly pedestrian. The four experts began to suspect that Jiang Fei was a poor reflection of his own foundation. Amidst his indulgences, Jiang Fei sneezed, pondering, with that loose-lipped Dubai, will I be sold out? No, I must activate surveillance. Consequently, Jiang Fei discreetly engaged the monitoring system embedded in Dubai's right eye, rendering it undetectable to those present. He split the screen to view the risky films while simultaneously observing the live feed. Should Dubai falter in any way, Jiang Fei would certainly hold him accountable. At that moment, Dubai exhibited signs of impatience. Do you wish to experience the sensation of Mach 100 or not? If you are disinterested in testing the aircraft's capabilities, we may as well part ways and pursue our own endeavors. Jiang Fei felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that the various bargaining techniques he had compelled Dubai to memorize were indeed beneficial. This provocation method seemed to work quite effectively, as two of the experts promptly retrieved their specialized equipment, eager to measure the speed. However, the apparatus they currently possess is rather rudimentary and lacks any extravagance, making it somewhat challenging to thoroughly assess its performance. It is astonishing that a private enterprise could manufacture such an extraordinary aircraft. It seems rather implausible. Regarding the notion that Dubai is unaware of the current technological advancements in manhwa, the 6 individuals present find it hard to believe. Dubai appears to be a product of high technology. How could it possibly be oblivious to such information? They are merely playing along with Dubai's performance. Surely, Dubai cannot be confused about the distinction between film and reality. Nonetheless, from Dubai's words, Sheng Ronghua is led to a rather audacious hypothesis. It is highly probable that Dubai possesses even more advanced aircraft, which have simply not been revealed. It is conceivable that the aircraft Dubai has invited them to board is the least impressive model developed by Jiang Fei. Thus, Dubai likely finds their astonishment somewhat perplexing, perhaps considering this contraption to be quite commonplace. Yet, if the capabilities Dubai claims are indeed met, it would be utterly terrifying for the military personnel. Chapter 26, 100 Mach and the Spectacle, all vomited 6 individuals boarded the aircraft, and Big White orchestrated the takeoff. Everyone was seated in the cargo hold, which was equipped with seats and safety belts. The 4 experts trembled with excitement, nearly losing their grip on the measuring instruments. Upon entering the aircraft, Big White seemed completely at ease. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, Cargo 1, accelerate to maximum speed and let them witness the spectacle. Jiang Fei could not resist diverting the scene to the perimeter of the airport, enlisting another robot to assist with the recording. Hearing Big White's command, he felt a twinge of concern for the passenger's ability to withstand the experience, not due to the speed itself, as the cargo hold was constructed with a considerable investment. Although the materials used were substitutes from interstellar sources, their performance mirrored that of the original materials, albeit with a shorter lifespan. The genuine interstellar materials could endure for up to a millennium, capable of withstanding the pressures of spatial jumps effortlessly. A mere 100 Mach was trivial, entirely stable. Jiang Fei's sole apprehension stemmed from Big White's instruction to have Cargo 1 advance with full force. It would indeed be peculiar if Cargo 1 did not exhibit some flamboyance. Even for Jiang Fei, who had grown accustomed to spatial jumps, the first encounter with Cargo 1's antics had left him feeling quite nauseated. It was akin to madness. As expected, under Jiang Fei's eager gaze, Cargo 1 awaited everyone to fasten their safety belts. From the drone's cockpit came an unmistakable voice, reminiscent of Jiang Fei. All right, big brother, hold on tight. Given Jiang Fei's capacity to create numerous intelligent robots, the presence of artificial intelligence in a drone seemed entirely reasonable, albeit somewhat crude. It was terrifying. With that exclamation, Sheng Yi suddenly clenched his fists. The aircraft was anything but gentle. It rapidly transformed on the ground and then shot upwards with a whoosh. Immediately, it engaged its cloaking mechanism and accelerated to supersonic speed. Big White, brimming with excitement, urged, "Cargo 1, go for it. Show them a bit of flair. At maximum velocity." He added, "I'll help dampen the sound of the sonic boom, lest we attract attention." Although the volume was reduced, it was still quite significant. At 100 Mach, the aircraft circled the Earth, performing various stunts throughout. Sheng Yi, as an accomplished pilot from the Dragon Kingdom, experienced the turbulence within the aircraft with a sense of familiarity, likening it to being tossed in a washing machine. However, for Sheng Ronghuan, now a high-ranking general, it had been ages since he had such an experience, despite his past as a fighter pilot. As for the four experts, they had already succumbed to nausea multiple times, their instruments flashing incessantly. At a staggering speed of 100 Mach, circumnavigating the Earth would require but a fleeting moment. However, it is likely that such velocity was not consistently maintained, as Cargo 1 engaged in a series of acrobatics throughout the journey. The ever-enthusiastic by broadcasted their speed. "We have just surpassed 80 Mach. How does it feel? Now we are at 100 Mach. Let me assure you, within the cargo hold, you hardly feel a thing. Our cargo hold is simply superb." As the speed diminished, I instructed Cargo 1 to execute a grand maneuver. The only sounds echoing in their ears were Bai's exhilarated exclamations. As for the 6 living souls aboard, the 4 experts were in such distress that they could hardly bear it. The world spun chaotically around them. The sole exception was Xing Yi, who, while not succumbing to nausea, bore a pallid complexion. In contrast, Shang Ronghuan could not restrain himself from vomiting twice. Their voices were barely audible, drowned out by Bai's ecstatic fervor. Meanwhile, Bai and his companions continued to circle the Earth in an erratic path, akin to weaving around a ball of yarn. Did you think their flight was smooth? Cargo 1 maneuvered the aircraft like a spinning missile, darting up and down, left and right, all while hurtling through the skies at an alarming velocity, almost transforming it into a flickering apparition. Initially, the instruments provided by the experts were able to measure their condition, but soon they all went off the charts. The 4 specialists felt utterly helpless, as if strapped to their seats, powerless to resist. Bai's eyes glowed red, scanning each individual's vital signs as he danced perilously close to the brink of their life forces. After indulging in their escapades, Bai finally returned to Nyodan Mountain. For Jiang Fei, their entire journey had lasted less than 20 minutes. Yet, as the aircraft landed, Bai emerged, brimming with vitality. While a weary Shang Yu leaned on Sheng Ronghuan, who stumbled along, and 4 experts, resembling lifeless husks, were dragged out by Bai. The experts were now rolling their eyes in exasperation. "Boss, boss," Bai called out, his voice ringing with concern. "Their physical condition is appalling. I have long suggested we should study therapeutic chambers." "What now?" "Rest. Just a moment's rest will do," Shang Yi replied, collapsing onto the ground. "They are the same." Bai, still anxious that the 6 might collapse entirely, invited them to savor some sweet cherries. "My boss claims these cherries possess medicinal value, enhancing strength and vitality. To give them a try." He sheepishly patted his own head. Having soared through the skies, the sensation of full throttle was exhilarating, and Bai found it difficult to contain his excitement. This reaction was, in fact, quite natural. Typically, when accompanying Jiang Fei, Bai was reminded not to push the aircraft to its limits. Although their cargo plane could reach speeds of 100 Mach, such haste was unnecessary. Delivering goods within a 24-hour window sufficed. Rarely have I experienced such joy while piloting Cargo 1, dividing the cherries among 6 individuals. Bai excitedly patted the rear of Cargo Flight Number 1, exclaiming, "Happy, aren't you, Cargo Flight Number 1? "Happy," responded the aircraft, surprisingly articulate. Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi exhibited commendable physical resilience, recovering remarkably well, while the 4 experts appeared as if their bones had been dislocated. In truth, Bai maintained a sense of restraint, continuously scanning the 4 experts with a red light. Under the careful watch of their life signs, he successfully brought them back. Despite enjoying the moment, Bai harbored some apprehension regarding the well-being of the 4 experts, thus he provided them with crushed cherry juice. To his astonishment, the recovery of these 4 experts surpassed even that of Sheng Yi and Sheng Ronghuan. With fervor illuminating his face, Sheng Yi grasped a cherry in his hand, recalling a time during a live broadcast when an agricultural researcher had mentioned that the variety of cherries developed by Jiang Fei possessed medicinal properties. Initially, he had dismissed this claim as mere nonsense. However, the possibility now seemed tangible. In a swift manner, Sheng Yi devoured the cherry, its exquisite sweetness surpassing any fruit he had ever tasted. "Good heavens, what a delightful flavor," he mused. What astonished Xing Yu further was the remarkable sensation of relief. The lingering aches and pains in his body seemed to dissipate entirely, and the discomfort and burning sensation in his stomach vanished as well. Yet, before he could ponder this further, he was met with the sight of the four experts, overcome with emotion and tears of joy. Xing Yi remarked, "Is it really that serious?" Chapter 27. Goodness, aliens have attacked Earth. Dabai played with the aircraft for a while, a venture that was sanctioned by Shang Ronghuan and Xing Yi from the military. At times, Dabai exhibited a certain innocence, as long as the military approved. He felt free to soar at remarkable speeds, completing a circuit around the globe. As long as he maintained altitude, detection would be averted. Moreover, Dabai employed Jiang Fei's technological prowess to mitigate some of the sonic booms. Otherwise, even at a velocity of 100 Mach, the sound of the sonic boom would certainly give him away, regardless of how swiftly he circumnavigated the Earth. However, Dabai overlooked a crucial aspect. In the initial moments of takeoff, the speed was not as formidable. Additionally, while maneuvering the transport aircraft, he indulged in some acrobatic feats, occasionally flying close to the ocean's surface. Being an invisible aircraft, only the faint sound of the sonic boom could be heard, and the aircraft itself remained unseen. Nevertheless, once the aircraft passed, the ocean erupted violently due to the sonic boom. While executing these complex maneuvers, Transport 1 had scanned the surroundings for any onlookers. Furthermore, radar could not detect the presence of Transport 1. Yet, these peculiar phenomena still captured the attention of the public. An international forum even ignited a minor uproar. "I believe I saw aliens yesterday afternoon. There truly are extraterrestrials." The ocean suddenly erupted with a tremendous splash. Yes. I even heard the faint sound of a sonic boom, different from any I have encountered before, but I am certain it was indeed a sonic boom. Alas, I never saw the aircraft. It must be cloaked. This has to be a spaceship. Why have aliens suddenly attacked Earth? Goodness, I still owe 65,800 on my Huawei, and my bank account has only 13 left. Is the apocalypse upon us? You know nothing. What I witnessed was an alien goddess, with beautiful golden hair, perfectly curvaceous. Oh please, alien goddesses must be from our land of kimchi. How could they possibly be curvaceous or possess golden hair? She must have lustrous black hair and a cherry-like mouth. Your description sounds more like it belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. How could aliens ever grace such a place? They actually eat folded ear roots. Cilantro mixed with folded ear roots. I simply must inquire who invented this dish. Is this truly fit for human consumption? I, too, find it implausible that foreigners could ever appear in the Dragon Kingdom. They consume such bizarre concoctions like cilantro with folded ear roots. Who can guarantee that the Dragon Kingdom 1T serve folded ear roots mixed with aliens? Many on the internet speculated that the recent unusual phenomena were somewhat related to the legendary aliens. However, the area where Dabai had just taken off coincided with another military district, which suspected that an ultra-high-speed aircraft had passed through. Although the radar failed to detect the aircraft's presence, and it was invisible to the naked eye, the diminishing sound of the sonic boom was audible to everyone in the military district. Initially, the sonic boom was indeed quite overwhelming, but soon it fell silent. As at that moment, the Great White began to muffle its sound, despite the aircraft's rapid acceleration. The location of Nodon Mountain just so happens to lie at the intersection of two military districts. How fortuitous! Thus, while Shang Ronghuan took a moment to rest, a general from the neighboring military district placed a direct call. "Ronghuan, speak candidly with me. Have you made contact with the aircraft produced by that genius scientist?" Shang Ronghuan straightened his back, his demeanor invigorated, radiating a brilliance that surpassed the effect of any delicacy. In that instant, he transformed into a man of profound cunning. How could that be possible? If I had indeed found it, the entire world would surely hear of it. He was well aware of the truth. Shang Ronghuan harbored deep skepticism, suspecting that Jiang Fei's company was likely filled with robots. The production speed of these machines remained a mystery. However, their military district was in dire need of Jiang Fei's batch of aircraft, and it was preferable to prioritize their demands. Such matters could allow other military districts to queue patiently. Jiang Fei's aircraft differed significantly from those of Shifeng. The latter merely constructed a shell around civilian planes, which, after modifications by designers and engineers, could rival intercontinental missiles. Yet, even if Jiang Fei's aircraft were dismantled and studied for a year by his team of designers and engineers, they would still struggle to replicate it perfectly. Therefore, if the military district wished to collaborate with Jiang Fei, they would either need to provide financial backing for reservations, allowing Jiang Fei to produce them independently, or simply allow Jiang Fei Technology to invest in the military factory and collaborate with the military district. At present, it appeared that the first mode of cooperation might be the most acceptable to Jiang Fei. After all, he seemed quite fond of cultivating these fruits. The cherries he had just tasted left him feeling remarkably revitalized, hinting at their medicinal value. Shang Ronghuan ended the call. Yet the general on the other end remained unconvinced. Old Pei, accompany me for a journey. I do not trust a single word that scoundrel Shang Ronghuan uttered. Everyone is currently engrossed in discussions about extraterrestrial matters, and I believe this is connected to that aircraft. It must be said, the individual was indeed quite perceptive. After a brief respite, the four experts finally recuperated. Shang Ronghuan beckoned the Great White, and together with the four experts, they re-entered the aircraft, intending to transport it back to the military district for further testing, especially since the instruments of the four experts had all peaked. He instructed the Great White to temper its excitement and to refrain from performing any extravagant maneuvers, as they could not endure such antics. The prospect of continuing the test flight excited the Great White, though it felt a pang of discomfort at the restriction on playful displays. Ultimately, it said nothing and followed Shang Ronghuan to conduct experiments. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei finally severed his connection with the Great White. Confident that this business deal would soon come to fruition, he settled in at home, awaiting developments while continuing to watch a film. Yet, as the Great White had suggested, it was indeed time to relocate the Interstellar treatment chamber. However, the most crucial aspect of this endeavor lies in the therapeutic nutrient solutions. I must procure herbs from the Dragon Kingdom, much like Shenong who tasted 100 herbs. I shall experiment with each one meticulously. Jiang Fei found this task to be quite daunting, and he surmised that whether it be herbs, poisons, or hallucinogenic mushrooms, everything that could be tested must indeed be tested. Who knows which materials might bear resemblance to some interstellar counterparts? This is a monumental project. Jiang Fei contemplated various studies with great enthusiasm. I shall dispatch cargo ship No. 2 to procure some supplies. Meanwhile, within the military district of Shang Ronghuan, a crowd gazed in astonishment at an aircraft that appeared to be a conceptual model. As it descended smoothly, executing a vertical landing at the airport, everyone was bewildered. Am I seeing this correctly? An aircraft that can become completely invisible in midair, yet manages to land in such a manner? A vertical descent. What could be the underlying principle? Please do not tell me this marvel is the creation of a private enterprise. It seems that it truly is. Could it be? Are private companies thriving to such an extent? Previously, I had thought those intelligent robots were mere fabrications. Chapter 28. The military researchers slapped in the face to validate his hypothesis. Shang Ronghuan summoned all the researchers at the military factory dedicated to the development of the 6th-generation fighter jet. Naturally, he was obliged to report this matter. But his primary desire was to be the first to sign a contract with Dubai, since they were merely in the testing data phase. The details Shang reported remained undisclosed. The higher-ups simply dispatched researchers to examine the aircraft and Dubai. Additionally, they deleted all videos previously posted online by netizens featuring Jiang Fei, ensuring complete confidentiality. They even concealed Jiang Fei's whereabouts, asserting that Nyodan Mountain was uninhabited, and all the streamers who had filmed there were expelled. Shang Ronghuan dispatched a unit of soldiers to secure the vicinity of Jiang Fei's Nyodan Mountain. Upon arriving, the personnel from the Agricultural Institute were perplexed. What do you mean there is no one named Jiang Fei on Nyodan Mountain? What do you mean it is entirely barren and devoid of life? Do they think we are fools? How dare the Agricultural Institute come here without clarifying these matters? What is the military up to? However, within the military, there was an issue that had them thoroughly exasperated. A group of researchers had been encircled around Dubai and cargo number 1 for a full fortnight. Yet they had gleaned not a single strand of useful information. Dubai could even dismantle cargo number 1 in their presence, yet after 3 days of searching, they still had no clue how to disassemble it. Oh dear, how could they be so inept? I have explained this principle numerous times. If I were not a robot, I would be parched by now. Why did our leader install a perpetual nuclear energy source in me? I am in dire need of a recharge. Indeed, for 2 consecutive weeks, the sound of Dubai's mockery echoed through the research facility for the 6th-generation fighter jet. Yet, these so-called prodigious researchers dared not utter a word. Dubai was not only capable of disassembling cargo number 1 but could also reassemble it. He could even dismantle himself. There was nothing left to communicate. Dubai, who once sought to showcase his technical prowess, now wore an expression akin to the one Jiang Fei had when he faced those 4 experts, as though gazing at a group of muggles. I finally comprehended why Jiang Fei lost interest after just a few minutes of instruction. For the sake of pride, he had persevered for 2 weeks. After this period, Dabai, as a robot, experienced a sense of frustration. Sheng Ronghuan observed all of this. If it comes to it, let us simply place an order with Jiang Fei, allowing him to produce the finished product for our use. He was at his wit's end. When he initially proposed collaborating with Jiang Fei through an order, what did the researchers say? Isn't it just a civilian aircraft? The Shunfeng aircraft met the standards. And we must concede that it is indeed an innovative concept. However, we can requisition it, and after some modifications, its performance can be further enhanced. No matter how exceptional the performance of civilian aircraft may be, can it truly rival that of military aircraft? If we were to procure an aircraft, we could analyze its capabilities and subsequently replicate a similar model. Why not simply commandeer the aircraft from the private sector instead of placing a custom order? Surely we possess the capability to construct it ourselves. Civilian aircraft are merely products of whimsical imagination. Commandeering them would not entail a lack of compensation. Yet, here we are. 2 weeks later, and this group remains utterly at a loss. Gentlemen, I am in urgent need of this. Its load capacity is 5 tons. What does that even signify? A small boy weighs merely 4 tons. Sheng Ronghuan stood at the entrance, observing as a cadre of researchers lowered their esteemed heads. He understood then that he must directly place an order with Jiang Fei. As for Jiang Fei's facilities, if they are lacking, they can be constructed without hesitation. I have heard that Jiang Fei is in dire need of funds to further his research endeavors. Upon learning that Sheng Ronghuan was seeking to place an order with Jiang Fei, the robot Dabai became ecstatic. Take me back, Sheng Ronghuan. I miss my master dearly. Oh, how long it has been since I last returned. Perhaps my master has even created a new little wonder. The robot dashed over and embraced Sheng Ronghuan's pant leg, resulting in a loud rip. Sheng Ronghuan felt a sudden chill. Why don't you get up and take a look? Indeed, the days without Dabai had grown somewhat monotonous, prompting Jiang Fei to host 2 more live broadcasts, selling cherries this time. He read his private messages carefully, ensuring that no intelligent robots appeared on screen, as they would soon be commissioned by the military. Meanwhile, no one seemed to mind his cherry sales. Before Dabai's return, Jiang Fei conducted his 5th live broadcast, but this time, instead of displaying the exquisite cherries, he showcased the highly coveted Muzang King durian. Have you seen this? Muzang King durian, the fighter jet among durians, the aristocrat of fruits. They are ripe and plentiful, so those who desire to indulge should place their orders directly. As per tradition, we offer a special price of 68 yuan for 3. Look at the size of this. Although buying durians is akin to opening a blind box, many people spend 200 to 300, or even 400. I have heard that Muzang King durians can only be imported, with the highest price reaching 700 yuan per piece. Imagine spending such a sum on a rather expensive fruit, only to find 2 segments of flesh inside. Who do you want to make laugh? I once saw a hapless blogger spend 700 yuan on an imported Muzang King durian. The price for a top-tier Muzang King is indeed justified, yet this unfortunate soul only discovered 1 segment of flesh within. While I feel a twinge of sympathy, I must admit, it is quite amusing. This marks Jiang Fei's 5th live broadcast, and his fame continues to soar. Each session draws numerous official accounts eager to offer their support, and this occasion is no exception. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei has shifted his focus from selling cherries to the exquisite Muzang King durian. His opening remarks have utterly disarmed the audience. Though you say that, I genuinely feel like crying. Indeed, the premium version of Muzang King durian is the most expensive among its kind. But must you laugh so heartily? Do you think I desire to produce 6 units of flesh? Is it truly my wish? Some unscrupulous merchants are so lacking in integrity. I initially thought it was merely my bad luck, only to realize that my judgment was flawed. The fruit was not even Muzang King. Yet they dare to sell it at such exorbitant prices. I have encountered such instances, and it nearly drove me to despair. Enough of this. For speaking too much only brings tears. But dear host, could you please refrain from laughing? You did mention it was 68 yuan each. Even if it were just 3 orders, I firmly believe my skills on the line would secure them. 68 yuan, as you stated. For such Muzang King durians showcased in your video, I remember it well. If what arrives is not of this quality, do not compel me to take action against you. Host, could you kindly relay to the soldiers at the mountain's edge that we wish to be admitted? We are truly from the Agricultural Institute, merely eager to observe how these fruits thrive in severely saline alkaline soil. We harbor no ulterior motives. You are integral to my thesis. Indeed. Under the military's intervention, The poor agricultural institute has yet to even catch a glimpse of Jiang Fei and is now desperately frustrated. Chapter 29, Streamer. Why haven't you left yet? Jiang Fei's recent live broadcasts have garnered significant attention not only from the military, but also from the agricultural sector. Unfortunately, the unfortunate researchers from the agricultural college have yet to find a way to access Nyodan Mountain. Ji Zixing arrived with his esteemed professor, whose trembling hands pointed at the grim-faced soldier before him, exclaiming, "I have a certain acquaintance with your general. What harm is there in allowing me entry?" The soldiers remained stoic, their faces devoid of expression, unyielding to the old professor's pleas. After all, the professors had arrived in a flurry, without even a single document in hand. "Teacher, perhaps we should return and file a report. The military has encircled this place like a fortress," one of them suggested, clearly indicating Jiang Fei's esteemed position in their eyes. In truth, Shang Ronghuan had long been aware of the Chinese Academy of Sciences' intention to conduct a field investigation. Regrettably, the necessary paperwork was lacking. Although Sheng Ronghuan recognized the old professor, he could not permit him entry. "Father," Sheng Yi remarked, observing the old professor's quivering form with a hint of exasperation, "we are supposed to collaborate with Jiang Fei regarding the orders. He could also delve into agriculture. Besides, his cherries are truly delectable." Shang Ronghuan regarded his foolish son with a complicated expression, taking a deep breath before exclaiming, "Fortunately, you are not my only son. Even if one is lost, I have many others to rely on." Shang Yi responded with confusion. Shang Ronghuan, frustrated, lamented, "I wish to direct all of Jiang Fei's attention towards the military-industrial sector. How could someone of his caliber be diverted to agricultural studies? Why must he pursue agriculture?" In truth, he was desperately attempting to pull Jiang Fei into his own field, unwilling to see him achieve success elsewhere. To be candid, Jiang Fei was indeed a prodigy. His ability to develop such extraordinary robots and craft unparalleled aircraft was beyond the comprehension of the researchers on their side, not to mention the exasperation directed towards Dabai, who had even expressed a desire to remain idle in the factory. Meanwhile, during Jiang Fei's live stream, Dabai, wielding Sheng Ye's phone, projected the broadcast onto the screen, reveling in the moment. "Our master is simply charming. Truly, I feel as though he has lost weight during my absence. Those household robots, do they not prepare meals for our master? When I return, I shall dismantle them." Casting a glance at the lively Dabai in the corner, Sheng Yi felt that a talent like Jiang Fei should immerse himself solely in the military-industrial field, disregarding all else. However, Jiang Fei, within his streaming room, began promoting durians. Sheng Yi, captivated, frantically placed orders, determined to secure the durians at the price of 68 yuan each. The durian, a peculiar fruit, evokes a passionate fondness in some, while others harbor an intense aversion. Consequently, its market competition remains somewhat subdued. Jiang Fei, perhaps sensing this lack of rivalry, continued to entice viewers in the live stream. "I assure you, those of you who dislike durians primarily do so because of their distinctive aroma, correct? However, I can guarantee that the Musang King durians I cultivate are the most delectable variety, preserving the essence of durian to its fullest. Even if you are not a fan, I invite you to sample it. The flavor will undoubtedly endear you to all future durians. I promise." Moreover, our courier service, the Lightning Express, guarantees worldwide delivery within 24 hours, making it the fastest shipping service globally. Purchasing this durian will not lead you astray. Instead, you will encounter a delightful surprise. Indeed, Jiang Fei has grown increasingly adept during these live sessions, effortlessly articulating his pitch. He became so engrossed in his own enthusiasm that he scarcely noticed the comments flooding in. Meanwhile, viewers were left in a state of bemusement. "Brother, perhaps you should check the stock before making such claims? I'm losing my mind. I barely caught a glimpse of the durian before it was snatched away. At 68 yuan each, I admit it's a bargain, but with only 3 available. What am I supposed to do, feed my cat?" Host, please skip the formalities and present the regular prices. I can't compete for these limited offers. Although I am not particularly fond of durians due to their flavor, I acknowledge their exceptional nutritional value. Besides, these are grown by the host, so they must be exquisite. I've managed to secure one. To the person above, if you've successfully purchased one, please refrain from flaunting it. Your attitude is infuriating. Host, do you really have so few durians in stock? Are you afraid I won't buy them all? I could easily clear out your entire inventory. I could even buy all the durians in your stock. You're being unreasonable. Do you think you can compete with me? I have successfully acquired a durian and intend to study it. Researcher, please refrain from competing with us, ordinary folk. No amount of study will change your perspective. Jiang Fei. Witnessing the instantaneous depletion of durians from the inventory, underestimated the speed of the audience. Let us converse for a moment before we resume the sales. Otherwise, today's live stream may conclude in just 10 minutes. Isn't it said that durians elicit mixed feelings? Is your hand speed a tad excessive? I am merely here to sell durians. After several live broadcasts, the viewers had grown familiar with Jiang Fei's tendencies, despite the high traffic in his stream. He was audacious enough to abandon 20 million people, leaving them to wander aimlessly. After concluding his sales, he departed without affording the viewers any moment to react. The live stream abruptly ended at his command. In previous sessions, the broadcast had captivated an audience of 50 million, and he had always left just as swiftly. Yet now, he expressed a reluctance to part ways, desiring instead to engage in conversation with them. It appeared that the host had finally gained some insight. As he interacted with the viewers, a sudden commotion arose among them, with many dramatically flooding the chat with tips while simultaneously warning him, "Host, look behind you. A giant hornet the size of a palm. Is it true that such a creature exists in Yodon Mountain? Isn't that something only found in tropical rainforests? You must flee immediately. Don't look back. I fear for your safety on Yodon Mountain. Goodness, why has such a swarm of hornets appeared? Just one glance could be fatal. Why aren't you running? Why allow those hornets to crawl onto you? What are you doing? Foolish one, what are you thinking?" At that moment, a youthful girl emitted a sharp shriek. Nearby, a young woman had already fainted. Where did the young woman faint? Forget that. Is that the point? The viewers in the live stream were utterly petrified, their hair standing on end. Even Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi were visibly anxious upon witnessing this scene. It appeared that Jiang Fei was indeed a genius in agricultural studies. Any normal individual would have been rendered speechless by such a sight. At that moment, Jiang Fei was seen gripping a palm-sized hornet, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Sheng Ronghuan found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with thoughts of what would happen if such a brilliant mind were to perish. The loss of such a talent would be catastrophic for the world, and for Longhua in particular, a disaster of monumental proportions. Why should such an exceptional individual suffer such an unwarranted fate? Meanwhile, Sheng Ronghuan, Sheng Yi, and all the researchers at the Military Research Institute watched in astonishment as Jiang Fei effortlessly twisted off the hornet's head. The creature's head was densely covered with metallic chips and panels, making it appear more like a product of advanced technology than a mere insect. Suddenly, the live stream chat was flooded with question marks after a brief silence. Chapter 30. The Bumblebee Pesticide Sprayer Robot. The viewers in the live stream were utterly taken aback when they witnessed Jiang Fei holding the bumblebee. A flurry of frantic reminders ensued. Their astonishment deepened as they watched Jiang Fei effortlessly detach the bumblebee's head, revealing a myriad of metallic points and chips, plunging the entire chat into a stunned silence. After a considerable pause, they began to resume sending comments, primarily because Jiang Fei, noticing the lack of messages, thought his stream had frozen and quipped, "What a terrible connection." The viewers reacted with disbelief. "Oh my heavens," I was terrified, thinking it was a real bumblebee, only to discover it was a machine-made replica. Can this robotic bumblebee transform into a transformer? This palm-sized robot looks remarkably lifelike, albeit slightly oversized. Seeing such a large specimen, I knew it had to be fake. Can we refrain from playing Monday morning quarterback? Who among us wasn't frightened when the streamer first held the bumblebee? How could I just watch as the streamer dismantled a bumblebee right before my eyes? Given such intricate construction, will the streamer be able to reassemble it later? Jiang Fei swiftly disassembled the bumblebee into a myriad of fragments, removing its head and deliberately opening its abdomen to showcase its contents. "This is my homemade pesticide. Yesterday, I sprayed some and nearly wrenched my back. Thus, I devised a machine to replace me in spraying pesticides. Initially, I intended to employ a planting robot for this task, but they had other responsibilities. This bumblebee appears fierce and intimidating, and it also serves to deter any pesky birds. This contraption is 3 times the size of a sparrow. Do you think those sparrows would dare approach it?" Jiang Fei took immense pride in his newly crafted bumblebee pesticide robot, enthusiastically sharing details about his invention with the online community. "All the pesticides I've created are environmentally friendly. Of course, there was a time when Nyodan Mountain faced a locust plague, so I equipped these bumblebee robots with small weapons capable of exterminating locusts." As he spoke, it was unclear how he managed it, but amidst a dazzling display, a freshly assembled bumblebee slowly took flight from his hand. Even with the camera zoomed in closely, the viewers could not discern how Jiang Fei had pieced it together. Everyone held their breath, for the bumblebee appeared convincingly real. As General Sheng Ronghuan observed, his excitement grew as he grasped his son's arm tightly, nearly wrenching it. This is truly an extraordinary invention. Sheng Yi, however, could only glean limited insights. Disguise, filming, reconnaissance, those seemed to be its primary functions. Certainly, in Jiang Fei's hands, it could also be used to apply pesticides. He always felt that something was amiss. After Sheng Yi uttered this statement, he exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby military researcher who sighed deeply. Such a remarkable creation is being used for pesticide spraying. Indeed, Sheng Yi finally grasped the absurdity of it all, such a splendid invention, squandered on agricultural chemicals. However, they soon heard a hauntingly sorrowful song emanating from a corner. Little cabbage, oh so yellow in the field, just 2 or 3 years old, and mother is gone. A millennium waits for a moment. It seemed only a robot could intertwine these two songs in such a manner. What on earth are you doing, Dabai? Sheng Yi found it incomprehensible to fathom the robot's thought process, naturally, given the robot's intelligence. It was equally perplexed by the thoughts of the surrounding muggles. Please return me swiftly. Hurry and finalize the order with our boss. I am truly suffering here. I used to handle the pesticide spraying, but now the boss has created a wasp to replace me. That feels rather excessive. Dabai's face was a portrait of grievance. Although Dabai currently donned the most ordinary metallic shell, Jiang Fei had not upgraded his exterior. The cold, metallic casing surprisingly exhibited emotions, which was indeed peculiar. Did the robot feel neglected? Yet the subsequent scene in the live broadcast left Sheng Ronghuan utterly unsettled. Jiang Fei demonstrated the wasp's prowess in exterminating locusts. There was a time when Neodan Mountain was plagued by an abundance of locusts, which were exceedingly bothersome. I devised a mechanism to combat them. But the energy consumption was exorbitant, and funds were insufficient. Jiang Fei candidly stated that he referred to the nuclear electromagnetic shield, which could even cloak the entirety of Neodan Mountain, rendering it undetectable on radar. However, there was a significant downside. It was costly, especially the nuclear batteries Jiang Fei had developed. Crafting nuclear batteries was quite intricate, requiring a plethora of materials and even more financial resources. Yet last night, I engineered this wasp and equipped it with a particularly ancient device. Truly, the cultural depth of manhwa is profound. After integrating this device, its lethality was formidable. Should we encounter locusts, I could command this wasp to eliminate them completely. As Jiang Fei spoke, he allowed the wasp to ascend gradually, targeting a specific area. While instructing another planting robot to capture this moment on camera, the wasp soared into the air, its tail slightly arched upward, and soon after, it unleashed a barrage of silver needles, shimmering in the sunlight like a downpour. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had set up a foam board not far away. In a matter of mere seconds, the foam board was peppered with densely packed silver needles, eventually becoming riddled and torn apart. Sheng Ronghuan was left dumbfounded. Sheng Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The researchers at the Military Research Institute were left astounded. Could it truly be possible? What if it were transformed into bullets? In such a case, it would become a weapon of immense lethality. If memory serves, each wasp could carry a considerable amount of pesticide. But what if these wasps were armed? Is this truly a means to vanquish locusts? What connection does this have with locusts? Sheng Ronghuan felt a profound confusion. Desperately wanting to exclaim, Desha Chun, what are you doing? However, in the video, Jiang Fei continued with unabated pride, stating, this inspiration is derived from martial arts television dramas. Does it not resemble the rain of pear blossom needles depicted in those shows? I have dubbed this technique rain of pear blossom great wasp. Isn't it impressive? Thus, I have long asserted, the culture of the Dragon Nation is vast and profound. The live stream's comments section erupted when that foam board shattered like a wasp nest, clearing the screen entirely. Soon after, the comments flooded in with fervor. My heavens, host. Do you even hear what you are saying? Is this how you utilize the rain of pear blossom needles? What formidable power. One can only imagine if that foam board had been a swarm of locusts, it would surely have been annihilated. Why do I continually feel that this invention fluctuates between immense strength and insignificance? It cannot merely be a vessel for a handful of embroidery needles. What if it were bullets? You upstairs, be quiet. What business is it of yours? This is simply a common locust exterminator. Insecticide. Yes, this is insecticide. Stop making unfounded claims. This last remark was indeed made by Sheng Ronghuan. Observing such a live broadcast, Sheng Ronghuan felt utterly numb. Not only he, but even Minister Qin Mu appeared equally dazed. His assistant looked at him with deep concern. Chimu pondered. Despite the presence of the lotus and the nation clearly situated in a plain region, why was he struggling to breathe? Quick, summon the director of the War Ignorance Bureau. I cannot manage this alone. Chapter 31. A turbulent wave from abroad. Shang Ronghuan gazed at the large bumblebee with sparkling eyes, fully aware that this contraption was omnipresent in Jiang Fei's live streaming room. They had procured the big white robot. Surely, Jiang Fei must possess a robotic manufacturing facility. Otherwise, how could such intricate little robots be mass-produced in an instant? There were at least 100 of them in Jiang Fei's possession. How could this be accomplished in just a few days? Was this the labor of a single individual? Furthermore, could the size of the bumblebee be further reduced? If it were to shrink just a bit more, it would become the quintessential reconnaissance machine. Imagine deploying such a device on the battlefield. Who could possibly defend against it? Moreover, it could be equipped with lethally powerful weaponry. What if it were not merely a needle but instead bullets or, even more dramatically, miniature explosives? The mere thought was exhilarating. Sheng Ronghuan excitedly grasped the nearby big white robot and inquired, "Can we place orders for this as well?" The big white robot leisurely glanced over and replied, "You want this insecticide? Why are you so greedy for everything?" Sheng Ronghuan retorted, "Here we go again." That familiar look in the robot's eyes suggested that everything was merely routine. Nevertheless, Sheng Ronghuan desperately wished to seize the robot's arms and shake it back and forth in frenzy, exclaiming, "Open your eyes and see. Is that thing truly just an insecticide?" Of course, this was merely Sheng Ronghuan's imagination. He would never dare to act on it, especially given the imposing presence of the metal-clad big white robot. Meanwhile, Sheng Yi was fervently typing in the live chat, urging Jiang Fei to list the bumblebee for sale. He was utterly enamored with it. Yet, as soon as Sheng Yi sent his message, he turned to find his father glaring at him with displeasure. "I was just sending some encouraging words." The look in Sheng Ronghuan's eyes made Sheng Yi feel uneasy, though he was somewhat adept at handling his father's temperament. Sheng Ronghuan's expression turned serious as he admonished, "Are you foolish? Do you really think such a weapon of mass destruction can be listed for sale? Do you genuinely believe this is just an insecticide? Are you trying to lead Jiang Fei astray?" The big white robot shook its head in response. "It is obviously just an insecticide. You humans overthink everything, living too well." Sheng Yi and Sheng Ronghuan exchanged glances, bewildered by being critiqued by a robot. However, with Sheng Yi stoking the flames, the viewers in the live stream chimed in fervently, "Host, please hurry and list the bumblebee. We want our own locusts. It's absolutely wild." Isn't this thing a weapon? It's clearly not an agricultural product. Is the host really just a farmer? My goodness, what a perfect toy. Hurry, give it to me. This is the legendary storm pear blossom needle, the dream of every man. The culture of our great land is indeed profound. The real-life version of the storm pear blossom needle deserves a thumbs up from even the author. I want one too. Is this thing expensive, host? Jiang Fei, however, merely shrugged and replied, "I'm sorry, but my intelligent robots, including all the small ones, are not for sale." Big White let out a sigh of relief. Although he lacked tears, one could sense that he appeared to be on the verge of weeping. "Master, I know you care for me the most. These little robots are akin to my offspring." He felt it was indeed right not to sell them. Yet, Big White seemed to forget the moment he learned that Jiang Fei had created a bumblebee robot, which had left him feeling despondent, as though he had fallen from grace. Now, he believed that Jiang Fei's decision not to purchase the bumblebee robot was indeed wise, perceiving it as his own child. Beside him, Sheng Yi couldn't help but remind Big White, "The robots you create are your children, but the ones your master makes can only be considered your brothers at most. Ultimately, they compete for your master's affection, while you are the most capable robot by Jiang Fei's side. Therefore, you should speak to your master about selling that bumblebee. Who else can be as considerate as you? You are the treasured one in your master's eyes. Everything else is but ephemeral. Convince your master to sell the bumblebee to me, and I assure you, he will not vie for your master's favor." Sheng Ronghuan, standing nearby, secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking, "Now that's my good son. He'll surely outwit that big white robot in no time." However, Big White merely shot a significant eye roll at Sheng Yi, retorting, "I am a robot, not a fool." Meanwhile, as Jiang Fei was introducing the bumblebee, foreign media had already begun to spread sensational rumors. Indeed, Dragon Country is a frightening nation. Even its most ordinary citizens possess weapons of mass destruction. Beneath the facade of peace, this country prohibits its populace from bearing arms, yet claims to be the safest in the world. The weapons they manufacture are genuinely terrifying. Is Dragon Country still a nation of peace? The peace they boast of is not true peace. It is alarming that ordinary citizens are allowed to possess such devastating weaponry. Aside from the foreign media's guidance, online forums were also abuzz with tumult. Jiang Fei's creation of the bumblebee, especially the effect of its rainstorm pear blossom needle, had surged to the top of international forum trends. Do you foreigners genuinely believe Dragon Country is a peaceful nation? Think carefully. Which country in all of Asia hasn't been pummeled by Dragon Country? Peace. On what grounds? Have you forgotten the incident in Vietnam? The 1v17 records are verifiable. When has it ever been peaceful? Over the years, Dragon Country has relentlessly developed its weaponry, claiming to suffer from a fear of inadequacy in combat power? Inadequate? How audacious. Goodness, I wouldn't have realized it if you hadn't mentioned it. Reflecting back, during the founding of Dragon Country, they indeed had us all thoroughly beaten. The most amusing part is the Elephant Nation, which had to relocate its capital mere days after being attacked, only to engage in a defensive battle thereafter. Don't spout nonsense up there. The population of our Elephant Nation has now surpassed that of the Dragon Nation, positioning us as the most populous country in Asia. We are indeed a great power in Asia, capable of leading the entire continent onto the global stage. But what will this journey entail? Are you, the Elephant Nation, planning to merely rear cattle for us? I would rather have that formidable bumblebee, for its rainstorm pear blossom needle is undeniably impressive. The Dragon Nation has even developed remarkably sophisticated intelligent robots. This particular streamer is quite extraordinary. While you may focus solely on the agricultural tools being researched, you overlook the fact that this streamer has managed to cultivate cherries that thrive in saline alkaline soil. Does no one in the cherry-producing countries feel a sense of discomfort? When did the Dragon Nation achieve such a feat? When will they cultivate cherries of such size in the delectable Musang King durians? Has the seed of our fruit trees been leaked? This is fundamentally not a matter of agricultural specialization. It is a showcase of mass destruction capabilities. I possess ample evidence to suggest that the Dragon Nation is merely a day of peace, with its citizens being quite formidable. To be frank, when Qin Mu witnessed Jiang Fei's incredible bumblebee in the live stream, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy and a longing to possess one. This is the legendary rainstorm pear blossom needle. Who among us did not wish for such a treasure while watching martial arts dramas in our youth? Moreover, this is a robot that can disguise itself as a bumblebee. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Yet, upon further reflection, Qin Mu's excitement waned, especially after he received a notification about a meeting and saw various foreign media and forums dissecting Jiang Fei's creation of the rainstorm pear blossom needle. A headache ensued. Why can't they simply block Jiang Fei's livestream? Is it so technically challenging to prevent non-Dragon Nation individuals from entering the stream? Is it really that difficult? When Qin Mu uttered his first remark, he received exasperated looks from two assistants. However, as he continued, their expressions shifted to one of understanding. One assistant, with a resigned look, remarked, "Boss, it's easy for you to say. Do you have any idea how difficult this is in practice? So far, no country has been able to effectively distinguish between its own citizens and foreigners. If someone could achieve that, capturing spies would be a trivial task. Why make it so complicated?" The assistants were at a loss. They could not afford to offend Jiang Fei by shutting down his live stream. Last time, Jiang Fei's stream was reported, and now, do you think the Douyin platform would dare to take such action? Currently, Jiang Fei is their financial boon, with millions waiting to tune in whenever he goes live. At times, the viewership even surpasses 100 million. It can be said that all of Douyin's servers are devoted to serving Jiang Fei, anxious to avoid any issues in his live stream, as it draws national attention. Qin Mu organized a plethora of information in his mind, pondering how to respond when the inevitable criticism arose. Those representatives from abroad, who revel in the spectacle and thrive on chaos, are likely to voice their opinions in unpredictable ways. Chapter 32. Attempting to deceive Jiang Fei? Not a chance. Despite Qin Mu's extensive preparations, it was evident that Jiang Fei's unconventional thinking played a significant role, whether it be intelligent robots or aircraft. In the eyes of those specializing in military technology, these are undeniably formidable weapons. Yet, Jiang Fei perceives the bumblebee as merely a tool for spraying pesticides and regards the intelligent robots as mere agricultural implements. Even the capability to transform into Iron Man is repurposed by Jiang Fei for farming. This peculiar perspective provides Qin Mu with ample justification. After all, these are merely agricultural tools. As Qin Mu frantically organized information and rhetoric in his mind, he inadvertently amused the representative from the Eagle Nation. Indeed, Today's conference of the Lianhe Nation was specifically convened for Jiang Fei. The representative from the Eagle Nation brought along a video, a live stream from Jiang Fei's channel. The large screen on the left side of the conference room displayed Jiang Fei's stream, while the screen on the right showcased another video. At that moment, Jiang Fei was interacting with his viewers, responding to their inquiries, and preparing to unveil the second wave of promotional offers for the Muzang King durians. Watching this unfold, Qinmu felt a pang of frustration. Why was the content of Jiang Fei's live stream being aired at such a critical moment? It almost tempted him to seize the opportunity for a Muzang King durian, now priced at 168 yuan each, up from the previous price of 68 yuan. In truth, this was not exorbitant at all. The Muzang King durian is considered the aristocrat among durians, with premium varieties fetching prices as high as 700 yuan each. At 168 yuan, it was a fair price, albeit only 20,000 were available. Qinmu discreetly instructed one of his assistants to secure a Muzang King durian for him, while he maintained a composed demeanor in the conference hall. The representative from the Eagle Nation gestured towards the right video and stated, "Dragon Nation representative, I implore you to provide an explanation. Your country consistently claims to be a bastion of peace, yet I have discovered that even your ordinary citizens possess exceptionally powerful weaponry. What is your true intention? Is there any law left in your governance? Do you still harbor aspirations for world peace?" The representative's assertions were rooted in the video on the right. However, upon closer inspection, Qinmu found himself at a loss for words. The footage appeared to depict a street in some city. At the center of the street, a manhole cover was slightly displaced, suggesting some peculiar chemical reaction occurring within the sewer below. A greenish gas was gradually surging outward. Initially, the force of the gas was minimal, but it soon intensified, ultimately propelling the manhole cover into the air and even damaging the nearby street corner camera. This video left even Qinmu stunned. Which city was this? What sewer system could yield such destructive power? Had toxic substances been disposed of in the sewer? The representative from the Eagle Nation pointed emphatically at the video and declared, "Do you see? This is the so-called peace that the Dragon Nation prides itself on. This is what they call peace. Astonishingly, there exist terrifyingly powerful weapons within their streets. They claim their citizens do not bear arms, yet I perceive this as a fallacy. If they possess heavy weaponry, what does it matter if their populace is unarmed? Observe this individual." The representative from the Eagle Nation gestured towards the live broadcast of Jiang Fei on the left screen. However, before he could speak, the representative from the Elephant Nation interjected, "I just inquired with our translator. This live stream features the Muzang King durian priced at 168 yuan each. And that is in renminbi. My heavens. May I ask if foreigners can acquire them? I desire one." Upon hearing this, the representative from the Bear Nation quickly chimed in. "What is this? 168 yuan for a Muzang King durian? That is indeed a Muzang King. I want 20,000 of them. Are they even available?" The representative from the Thai Nation was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. The items in that live stream are exceedingly difficult to procure, and I only managed to obtain them due to my mother-in-law from the Dragon Nation. Their cherries are exceptionally delectable. The representative from the Eagle Nation sensed the conversation veering off course. "What is your situation? The pressing issue at hand is the Dragon Nation's disregard for peace. The live stream showcases formidable weapons of mass destruction. Are you not concerned that the Dragon Nation possesses these? Are you not apprehensive that they may wield these weapons to threaten you?" Indeed, the representative from the Eagle Nation adeptly redirected the animosity back to the crucial topic. Furthermore, he ensured that everyone could clearly view the formidable hornet developed by Jiang Fei. Following the video of the manhole cover, he presented the footage of Jiang Fei's hornet, wherein Jiang Fei effortlessly decapitated the creature, revealing its abdomen filled with pesticides. Subsequently, he demonstrated the might of the rainstorm pear blossom needle. The voice of the Eagle Nation's representative resonated throughout the conference hall of the Lotus and Harmony Nations. What are the Dragon Nation's intentions? Such fearsome creations have been brought into existence. This device can transform into the guise of a hornet, concealing itself among the populace. More alarmingly, it can unleash such terrifying needles. What if it were to be converted into ammunition? What if it were to be transformed into explosives? This constitutes a terrifying weapon that threatens global peace. After extensive deliberation, we, the Eagle Nation, firmly believe that the individuals responsible for producing such instruments of terror must be surrendered to us for trial in the international court. Such individuals deserve incarceration. They cannot be allowed to operate with such impunity. They not only jeopardize world peace, but also threaten the very fabric of the globe. As the representative from the Eagle Nation fervently articulated his concerns, one could faintly hear the representative from the Bear Nation, visibly excited. Addressing the representative from the Tai Nation, "Did you manage to secure any for me? 168 yuan for a Muzang King is an absolute bargain." The representative from the Elephant Nation added fuel to the fire. "I must say, Tai Nation representative, do you not think your aspirations are a tad extravagant? Are you advertising for them now? What are you contemplating? The esteemed streamer from the Dragon Country is indeed peddling your signature product, the Muzang King durian. You export it to the Dragon Country for a staggering price of 700 yuan each. Selling it to us at such exorbitant rates reveals a profound lack of integrity on your part. Furthermore, the Muzang King durian should be relatively affordable in your homeland. So why the fuss over 168 yuan each?" The representative from the Kingdom of Ta raised his head nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Do you truly believe this streamer can cultivate durians on a large scale? We have scrutinized his previous cherry production. It is likely that he is the only one in the world capable of such feats. In small quantities, what impact could it possibly have on the market? As for joining the fray, is it not permissible for me to purchase and study it? Who knows, he might achieve mass production." The representative from the Elephant Nation raised an eyebrow. The representative from the Eagle Nation was banging his fist on the table. "Did you all hear what I just said? Such weapons of mass destruction should not exist within the Dragon Country. Those responsible for producing these weapons must be surrendered." Surrendered? The representative from the Bear Nation seemed to have heard nothing except for this. "They must be entrusted to our nation for supervision, to produce a bit more for us. Ahem, we possess the most comprehensive and favorable facilities, not prisons, of course." The tension was palpable. The representative from the beautiful nation narrowed his eyes. "Such talent. Such criminals should rightly be housed in our country." Below, Qinmu couldn't help but be amused. He had yet to utter a word, and already this group was hastily condemning Jiang Fei, even plotting to lure him to their own nation. Such dreams were indeed fanciful. Chapter 33. Is this merely an insecticide? Why the fuss? At this moment, Qinmu rose to his feet, emanating an aura of authority that even compelled the representatives of the Eagle Nation, who were clamoring on stage, to take a step back. He strode confidently onto the platform. Seizing the microphone, and with a mixture of exasperation and bemusement, addressed the Eagle Nation representative. "Do you not cultivate the land in your country? Is there no agriculture in the Eagle Nation? What is it about this insecticide that has prompted such grandiose claims? A weapon of mass destruction? Such assertions are almost convincing." A glimmer of scorn danced across Qinmu's face, mingled with derision and a hint of nonchalance. He had finally found his rhythm, in this state. Even without assistance from the head of the Bureau of War Deception, he was invincible. The Eagle Nation representative's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom how this audacious individual could assert that the bumblebee was merely an insecticide. Is there truly such a bizarre and violent form of insecticide? Casting a glance at the live stream video behind him featuring Jiang Fei, Qinmu maintained an air of indifference. "As you can see, this is a live stream dedicated to selling fruits. Our host is a farmer with a penchant for whimsical inventions. To claim he has created some form of weaponry is utterly ludicrous. It is simply an insecticide, albeit a rather unique one, capable of spraying pesticides. It is entirely normal for our farmers to express their creativity. As for the manhole cover you mentioned earlier, it must have been some gas explosion beneath. Surely, you do not mistake this for artillery? That would be quite foolish, wouldn't it?" The expression on the Eagle Nation representative's face darkened. What kind of person was this, to so brazenly downplay a weapon of such destructive capability as merely a farmer's invention? "What do your farmers use to combat locusts? Is it the rainstorm pear blossom needle?" The representative attempted to find common ground. "No farmer does that. Our farmers simply enjoy engaging in unique pursuits," Qinmu responded coolly. "There is no need for the Eagle Nation representative to exaggerate. I can understand your country's general lack of educational standards. After all, you hail from a nation that struggles with the multiplication table. Therefore, we can comprehend the statements your people make abroad. Yet, this is merely a farmer. And are you not eager to snatch up the fruits from the live stream? That bumblebee is simply a device for spraying pesticides and insecticides. Our country is one that cherishes peace, and our citizens most enjoy cultivating or raising endearing little creatures." Eagle Nation representative. "I sincerely hope you refrain from making such statements in the future. They are rather amusing and reveal a certain lack of cultural sophistication, with an imposing presence." Qinmu stood at an impressive height, effectively overshadowing the Eagle Nation representative. Regardless of what the representative claimed, He resolutely maintained that Jiang Fei was simply a farmer, and that everything was in service of agriculture. With these words, Qin Mu gracefully descended from the stage. It appears he is taking a break, or perhaps sipping some water. In reality, he is in a state of urgent distress. "Assistant, where is my Muzang King?" At that moment, the assistant sat vacantly on the sofa, her eyes devoid of life, clutching her phone yet appearing utterly drained, unable to utter a single word. Huh? Qin Mu felt he had expressed himself with sufficient clarity. "Where is my Muzang King?" "It's gone," the assistant replied sluggishly. "Over 20,000 orders, and not a single one was secured." Her eyes were hollow, her entire demeanor limp, as if she had suffered some form of torment. Qin Mu gasped, the light in his eyes seemingly extinguished. How was that possible? There were 2,000 orders. Were these people lurking in their browsers? Yet, as the assistant continued, a newfound determination flickered in her gaze. "It's all the fault of the representative from Eagle Nation. For no reason. They insisted on broadcasting the Muzang King's live session at the Lotus and National Assembly. How many people witnessed this spectacle today? Those foreigners were competing with us. We didn't even have enough for ourselves, and yet they were still trying to snatch it away. How could I possibly secure any? Cursed be the representative from Eagle Nation. I could just strangle him." Like a rabid dog, the assistant nearly dashed out, only to be restrained by Qin Mu. At that moment, the assistant was filled with deep resentment. In truth, there were many occasions when Qin Mu himself contemplated reporting this situation to the authorities. Perhaps this world is merely a grand circus. Upon returning to the conference hall, Qin Mu was astonished to find a crowd still engrossed in Jiang Fei's live broadcast. Just as he settled into his seat, he felt a hefty pat on his shoulder from the representative of Bear Nation behind him. "Can you use foreign cards to purchase items in your country's Douyin platform livestream?" This question had never crossed Qin Mu's mind before. It should be possible, he pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. The representative from Bear Nation immediately beamed. "Did you hear that? Elephant Nation, this falls under international transactions. As long as it can be shipped, it will certainly arrive. I just managed to snag a Muzang King." Qin Mu gritted his teeth. "What did you manage to snag?" "Muzang King durian. These imbeciles couldn't beat my speed." The representative from Bear Nation was nearly salivating. "I just witnessed the host of this live stream showcase the Muzang King durian. Its value far exceeds that of the 700 sold by our Thai friends." The representative from Thailand nodded in agreement. "Our country's durians are like blind boxes. You never know which one contains the most flesh. But this seller is different. Every Muzang King durian he offers has nearly 6 segments of flesh. I can hardly imagine how elated I would be if I were to purchase such a Muzang King durian." Before the representative from Bear Nation could revel in his excitement, Qin Mu earnestly interjected, "Perhaps the Douyin platform won't even deliver to your country. Our deliveries typically operate domestically. It's improbable they would venture so far, especially abroad. You might as well forego the payment. Allow me to purchase that Muzang King durian." Qin Mu, unwilling to deceive, directly voiced his intentions. The representative from the Bear Country stood frozen, clutching his phone, until he exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Mu and chuckled. "I want to fall for that. It's not that I can't speak the language of the Dragon Country. I'm simply not foolish. My translator has informed me that your courier service offers global delivery within 24 hours. 24-hour global delivery?" Qin Mu was utterly perplexed. When did such an impressive courier service emerge in their country? Surely, there could be no issues with international deliveries? What if other countries' radar systems detected them? There might be diplomatic risks involved. Perhaps it was merely an exaggeration by the locals. It couldn't possibly be that swift. Qin Mu was beginning to view Jiang Fei simply as a farmer dabbling in various inventions. Yet, these inventions appeared to possess significant destructive potential. Ultimately, he was still just a farmer, and there remained room for deception. "Even if it's not that fast, I'm still pleased," the representative from Bear Country declared, his tone more exuberant than if he had received a golden ingot. Qin Mu felt he could have been even more cunning. He had shown too much mercy. Otherwise, he might have secured that Muzang King durian himself. It was during the break in the Lotus and Nation Assembly that the representative from the Eagle Country momentarily forgot to label Jiang Fei as a weapons manufacturer. He was captivated by the durians displayed in Jiang Fei's livestream, nearly drooling with desire. The representative from the beautiful country, on the other hand, appeared bemused. He did not enjoy durians and found it difficult to empathize with those who did. "What is so special about durians? Why are you so enamored with them?" As their conversation unfolded, they overheard Jiang Fei engaging with the viewers in the live stream. "You say the weather in Yodan Mountain was poor, preventing the cultivation of these tropical fruits? That is simple. If you want rain, just induce artificial rainfall. If you wish for sunshine, simply clear the skies at the push of a button. Is it really that difficult? Haven T humans already mastered weather control. Though Jiang Fei had traversed to this world, he possessed a certain understanding of its technology. Artificial rainfall had been a reality for many years. However, he was unaware that many of the viewers were avidly joking or pretending to be foolish. Host, how about arranging some artificial rain for us? Host, we've been in drought for years. We'd be ever so grateful if you could set up an artificial rainfall for us. To be honest, the river has dried up. Can your artificial rainfall service be subscribed to? I'd like to book it for a month. Where did that clever person come from? A month's subscription would just result in a flood. Are you suggesting that you can freely adjust the weather there? Could you arrange a weather package for our area? Chapter 34, The Bountiful Weather Package. Is this really it? What exactly was distributed? Jiang Fei had never encountered such a plethora of memes. Thus, he approached the matter with earnestness. Is the weather truly adverse in your locality? Under such circumstances, wouldn't assistance be rendered? Jiang Fei was visibly perplexed. If it rarely rains here, then... Suddenly, a comment from a viewer residing in the desert appeared. Host, I live in the desert, where summer temperatures soar to 53 degrees, and it hardly ever rains. Can you make it rain for us? Moreover, many viewers in the live stream, reveling in the chaos, urged Jiang Fei to launch a weather package. Host, didn't you mention a weather package? The conditions here are particularly dire. Please provide us with a set. We'll cover a month. Host, it's perpetually gloomy and rainy here, and I loathe it. Is there any way to prevent the rain? Let us combine our requests. We certainly don't want rain. By the way, isn't humanity's method of weather control just artificial rainfall? Aside from that, there seems to be nothing else. Can we make a rainy day suddenly clear? But I heard the host earlier suggesting that humans can manipulate the weather at will. Isn't that impossible? Want snow? Just summon it. Want hail? Just command it. I can comprehend wanting snow, but desiring hail? What is the mindset there? Aren't you afraid hail will damage your vehicle? By the way, host, can you show us snow in Hainan? If it snows here, I'll give you a monkey. You deceitful scoundrel above. Your schemes are quite loud. Host, do not believe him. I can also give you a monkey. Host brother, just launch a weather package. I'll buy it. Do you trust the host? Casually manipulating the weather, making it rain at will, calling forth hail? Does he think he is a mystical dragon? It's merely a trivial act of artificial rainfall. And yet you're all led astray. Although there were still numerous dissenting voices in the live stream, Jiang Fei genuinely believed the weather package could be sold. After all, it required no instruments or props, just assistance in altering the weather. Thus, Jiang Fei indeed launched a weather package, limited to 500 units, priced at 500 each, guaranteeing 3 days of favorable weather. I've introduced a standard version of the weather package, assuring 3 days of harmonious weather. Amidst the chorus of host brother, Jiang Fei found himself lost in the moment and uploaded a weather package. He hadn't even finished his introduction. This guarantees favorable conditions in the vicinity of your designated coordinates. If it's a small town, the entire town will enjoy harmonious weather. If it's a prefecture-level city, then the city itself will benefit. However, for rural areas, it will at least be based on the nearest small town. This package encompasses all favorable weather conditions. Each package is priced at 500. With a total of 100 units available. As Jiang Fei was in the midst of his discourse, he suddenly noticed that the links on the shared bicycles had been completely purchased. You folks are rather swift in your acquisitions. You may leave your coordinates in the product remarks, specifically the latitude and longitude, which can easily be checked, he remarked while beginning to sift through the back-end product records. In fact, the entirety of Lianhegua was also engrossed in Jiang Fei's live broadcast, leaving everyone, including Qin Mu, in a state of bewilderment. A representative from Daxiangguo gently nudged Qin Mu, questioning, is this video authentic? Could it possibly be a mere hoax? The promise of ensuring favorable weather conditions for a city, as he claimed, would imply at least a county-level jurisdiction, charging 500 yuan for 3 days. Isn't that rather inexpensive? Surely, he must be a fraud. Just moments ago, I was elated at the prospect of acquiring the 168 yuan Yuzhang King durian. Yet now I find myself doubting whether the goods will genuinely be delivered. Daxiangguo has always been rather cynical, and if Longhua could indeed cultivate such high-quality Muzang King durians, what would that signify? It would mean that the price of this delicacy would inevitably plummet. Taigua was still reveling in mirth. What is there to be joyful about? Soon, Longhua would no longer require imports of Taigua's durians. Even Taiwa's Muzang King would rot on the trees. So, what is there to be cheerful about? In truth, Qin would prefer that others perceive Jiang Fei's live broadcast as a fabrication, for only in such a scenario could his work proceed smoothly. He was weary from being relentlessly bombarded by representatives from Yingyingguo and Lialingguo, which weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, the minor inventions Jiang Fei had produced were not particularly grave. They did not constitute a scenario capable of overwhelming coverage. As Qin pondered his responsibilities, he considered that, should the situation worsen, he might have to tend to Jiang Fei's affairs. He casually turned to the representative from Daxiangguo and queried, "What do you think? Do you suppose it's genuine? I believe humanity's ability to control the weather is rather straightforward. Think of artificial rain." Yet he was not referring to artificial precipitation. Standing beside the Daxiangguo representative was a remarkably proficient translator who excelled in the nuances of Lungwa's language. What he mentioned was favorable weather patterns. He desires to have whatever weather he wishes, which is utterly impossible. However, as they engaged in conversation, they noticed the comments in the live stream suddenly shifted. "Oh my heavens, host, you're remarkable. I just sent you my coordinates, and it started raining here. We haven't had rain in 6 months. The land is parched, and the rivers have dried up. Don't exaggerate too much. If such a phenomenon occurred in any part of Longwa, wouldn't the Meteorological Bureau intervene? Isn't there an option for artificial rain? Are you not aware that artificial rain requires specific conditions? Still, I find this rather absurd. Could that person possibly be a shill of the host? Certainly a supporter of the host. Must that even be stated? How long did it take for the rain to commence after that person sent the coordinates? The host must have launched a missile. It wouldn't be as swift as that. However, it is indeed raining here. If you do not believe me, I shall commence a live broadcast." And so, the individual who placed the order truly went live. Within his streaming room, all viewers witnessed the spectacle of thunder and lightnings, accompanied by the fierce roar of the storm. To be frank, even Qin was rendered speechless. It has scarcely been a matter of mere seconds since Jiang Fei mentioned the availability of the special product, favorable weather, on the Xiaohuache platform. In fact, the interval may have been even shorter. After all, if one considers the time of the consumer's order against Jiang Fei's execution time, the duration must have been exceedingly brief. Although the exact location of the purchaser remains unclear, surely the speed of delivery in the vicinity of Nyodan Mountain cannot be this rapid. Up to this point, the artificial rain had been initiated by a device resembling a shell containing dry ice. If Jiang Fei intended to remotely manipulate the weather, he must have dispatched something towards that destination. Yet, what was sent? Why did no one perceive it? How could it be dispatched so seamlessly? And why has there already been a result? Qin was overwhelmed with questions. It is worth noting that Jiang Fei's favorable weather package was directly distributed to various locations around the globe. Surely, there are individuals from foreign lands hiding within Jiang Fei's live stream. To issue such a so-called favorable weather package to coordinates spanning the globe, could it be likened to an intercontinental missile? If it were indeed an intercontinental missile, would there not be a response from either domestic or foreign radar systems? Are the military merely idle? Is that even conceivable? Chapter 35. The representative from Bear Country expressed gratitude for the generous overtime gift sent by the host. However, he seemed perplexed, pondering the situation. His mind raced, ultimately arriving at a rather amusing conclusion. "I understand now. That host from Dragon Country must be a celestial being." Qin responded, "Uh-huh. Yet." The Bear Country representative firmly believed his assertion to be correct, convinced that it must be true. Otherwise, how could it be possible? Surely your nation has radar systems as well? With such a large object launched into the sky, you must have sensed it. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, among those who sent bullet comments earlier, there were individuals from abroad. Even if all your radars were inoperative, surely foreign ones would still be able to detect it? If something had indeed been sent, the air defense alarms would have blared long ago. How could there be such calmness now? It is clearly a fabrication. Perhaps merely a coincidence. At that moment, Qin gazed at the Bear Country representative with a particularly warm expression. This large fellow was indeed quite endearing, especially since Qin was vexed about how to explain the situation. Now, the Bear Country representative had stepped in to debunk the claims. His debunking was commendable. However, if what Jiang Fei said was true, and he had indeed dispatched a package of favorable weather to various corners of the globe, then the trajectory of such an intercontinental missile launched from Dragon Country should, in theory, have been detected by radar, irrespective of where it landed. Even a small drone ascending into the sky would surely be picked up by radar. Qin Mu's countenance grew serious as he opened his chat panel, seeking to confer with his compatriots to ascertain the facts. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had already completed the delivery of the 100 packages of favorable weather. After finishing this task, he continued his explanation in the live broadcast. I have dispatched the 100 packages of favorable weather. Everyone can check their receipt. Some regions are already experiencing noticeable climatic changes, and this should be evident now. However, the live chat exhibited a stark division of opinions. Indeed, some had begun to feel the effects, while others remained baffled. Really? You actually believe such a scammer? What good is 500 yuan spent on this? Initially, I thought this host was quite remarkable. He managed to grow cherries in saline alkali soil. His Muzang King durians produced 6 segments of flesh and were sold at such a low price. But a 3-day package of favorable weather? What nonsense is this? Host, are you finally revealing your true face, intending to swindle our money? Indeed. This host now resembles a money grabber. If the host were a scammer, why would he have provided such excellent cherries earlier? That would be illogical. Perhaps today's Muzang King durians are also suspect. The host has finally shown his fangs. It's hilarious. I thought he was truly a treasure of a host. Have you ever regretted following those official accounts of streamers? It's quite shocking, isn't it? It turns out that the streamer is a great deceiver. I always wondered why over 100 police stations were following this streamer's account. The signs were already evident. If the current thunder and rain could be attributed to the streamer, I would truly have to bow in reverence. What? 100 orders? I cannot speak for elsewhere. But it has already started raining here. Who on earth purchased the favorable weather gift for our hometown? I am aware that it has rained in a long time. But must it start now? The cold, icy rain is pelting down on me. Should I jump or not? Is someone upstairs contemplating a leap? Why? Is this world not beautiful enough? You think you're the only one considering a jump? Just today, I went to service an air conditioner for a client. And suddenly her husband returned, leaving me hanging on the balcony. To that foolish individual above, are you truly dangling naked on the balcony? I can see you. It's utterly hilarious. Is there any news left? Wait, did you actually place your orders, and then it rained? Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. After I placed my order, the storm ceased instead. My goodness, we've had days of rain, nearly flooding. And I never anticipated that spending 500 would truly halt the rain. The skies have cleared. Allow me a moment to compose myself. I find it hard to accept such occurrences. It must be a coincidence. It cannot possibly be true. If there were only 1 or 2 cases, it could be a coincidence. However, if everyone experiences the same, it transcends mere coincidence. Didn't 100 people place orders? Let us wait for their comments. Some have already begun live streaming to ride the wave of attention. If this streamer's actions are indeed genuine, it's nothing short of remarkable. Places suffering from drought for many days have finally seen rain, and in areas on the brink of flooding, the downpour has gradually ceased. I cannot believe it. How could such a phenomenon exist? The rocket force of the Dragon Nation. What did you use to post this? When did you post it? Could you provide a specific time? The army of the Dragon Nation. Thanks for the overtime gift you sent. Things are chaotic here. The Ministry of Defense of the Dragon Nation. Those 2 public accounts upstairs. Get out of here. Stop wasting time. Then, the administrator directly disabled the comments, prohibiting anyone from posting. Yet, Jiang Fei continued his live stream, as the Douyin platform recognized that today's broadcast involved particularly sensitive matters. Jiang Fei noticed the absence of comments and thought his stream had frozen. I told you, this lousy network should have been upgraded long ago. Well, since everything is sold out, I'll wait for their feedback. I'll end the stream now. Goodbye. He left with remarkable nonchalance, effectively abandoning the millions of viewers in the live room. Many individuals have taken to the comments section beneath Jiang Fei's latest video introducing the Muzang King durian, expressing their emotions. In the past, the streamer would spare a maximum of 20 million. Now, the streamer has prospered, casting aside hundreds of millions at will. One might wonder when the streamer distributed the auspicious gift package and how it was dispensed. Surely, it must resemble a missile of sorts, albeit invisible to the naked eye. The crux of the matter is that even radar cannot detect it. We must collectively work overtime tonight. If radar is unable to locate it, what exactly has the streamer unleashed? I find myself questioning where the millions of us are to wander. The streamer has indeed abandoned us, discarding millions like pigeons. With a mere flick of his hand, devoid of compassion. Both Shang Yi and Sheng Ronghuan were expressions of urgency, particularly Sheng Ronghuan. To which locations were Jiang Fei's recent orders dispatched? Did our satellites and radar register any anomalies? The technical personnel naturally responded to Sheng Ronghuan. My goodness. Could you please manage Jiang Fei? Has he really sent the auspicious gift package to 100 coordinates? There has been no reaction from the radar or satellites. It's no wonder the official account mentioned a special overtime package. I believe sleep will elude us tonight. The Southwest Military District has called. Should we respond? They appear equally perplexed. What is happening here? My friend, did Jiang Fei truly dispatch some grand gift? I just checked his back-end orders, and the coordinates noted seemed to indicate that the weather changed almost instantaneously after the orders were placed. However, in regions where the weather is genuinely fair and favorable, there was little alteration to report. Thus, it seems Jiang Fei did indeed release something into the skies above those coordinates. Otherwise, such phenomena would not occur. Upon hearing the analysis from the technical staff, Sheng Ronghuan fell into a profound silence. This is utterly absurd. If planes cannot locate it, then the inability to track artillery could pose a grave issue. The reason no one dares to provoke the Elephant Nation is precisely due to their artillery, the trajectory of which even their own personnel cannot ascertain. Satellites and radar are at a loss, akin to a stealth bomb that explodes at random locations. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Ronghuan received a call from higher authorities, who explicitly stated that Jiang Fei had indeed deployed something special at 100 unique coordinates. They only knew that the weather at those locations had radically shifted. In areas of extreme drought, rain fell like a blessing. In places on the brink of flooding, the downpours ceased abruptly. In regions that experienced perpetual snowfall, the skies cleared. In locales plagued by sandstorms, gentle breezes replaced the previous tempest, and a light drizzle began to fall, soft and continuous, dispelling the drought. While it is indeed possible to influence weather through artificial means, Jiang Fei's method of altering the climate seems somewhat outlandish. Yet, the most astonishing aspect is not this. The most astonishing aspect was that Jiang Fei simultaneously dispatched a bountiful gift of harmonious weather to 100 designated coordinates, encompassing both domestic and foreign locations. However, not a single nation across the globe could discern the nature of Jiang Fei's offerings. Radar failed to detect it, the naked eye could not perceive it, and even satellites were incapable of sensing its presence. That very night, an order was issued from above, mandating an urgent search for any traces detectable by radar or satellite. The potential danger posed by this phenomenon was alarmingly high. Chapter 36, slowing down 500 times to perceive a mere fraction after concluding his live broadcast. Jiang Fei immediately succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, however, numerous individuals spent the night wide awake, consumed by thoughts of him. Foremost among them was Qin Mu. His mind swirled with an abundance of knowledge as he sought justifications and excuses. Simultaneously, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Goodness! What if Jiang Fei had indeed dispatched something to those 100 coordinates? The implications were terrifying. Throughout the entire episode, it was likely that local radars and satellites had not registered any alerts. After all, immediately following Jiang Fei's declaration of completion, the barrage of comments indicated that significant weather changes were occurring across various regions. If this were mere coincidence, it would be utterly alarming. But if it were not a coincidence, it would imply that Jiang Fei possessed a type of projectile capable of soaring at remarkable speeds, undetectable by radars and satellites. Perfectly cloaked, and able to strike precisely where directed. What if this projectile was not merely a benign weather modification package? What if it were, in fact, a legitimate missile? The individuals present were not fools. A moment's contemplation revealed the gravity of the situation. Their expressions darkened considerably. Qin Mu, however, hastily defended Jiang Fei. It is merely a coincidence. This pertains to a unique domain within our Dragon Nation's mysticism. Surely you have heard of the Dragon King's reign-seeking? The assistant, having witnessed the live broadcast, realized the impending crisis. In that moment, her desire to eliminate the representative from the Eagle Nation dissipated, and she hurried to the conference room, only to overhear her superior rambling incoherently. As an old adage wisely states, the culmination of science is theology. Our Dragon Nation is bolstered by mysticism. The Cherry Blossom Nation is well aware of this, is it not? Whenever a significant typhoon approaches our shores, it invariably veers away, heading straight for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Moreover, within our Taoist theological framework, there exist individuals capable of summoning winds and rain. You have heard of Zhuge Liang, correct? He possessed the ability to command the elements, even predicting when the winds would arise and their direction. This is a unique mystical art of our Dragon Nation known as the prayer for favorable weather. It is not artificial rainfall. Artificial weather modification does not manifest in this manner. Truly, you must believe me. In his fervent attempt to protect Jiang Fei, Qin Mu was willing to utter any nonsensical and esoteric claims. The assistant, observing Qin Mu's frantic efforts on stage, was utterly flabbergasted. In truth, she was privy to even more information. She understood that if Jiang Fei's assertions were accurate, if he had indeed sent the weather-modifying package to those 100 coordinates, then none of the cities or nations traversed by those coordinates had detected anything unusual in the skies through radar. A missile or some other object, once launched, would surely leave traces. While stealth aircraft exist in this world, the concept of invisibility falls into two categories: imperfect visibility that can be perceived by the naked eye, and perfect invisibility that eludes detection altogether. Stealth aircraft can evade radar detection. The crucial issue lies in the fact that Jiang Fei not only evaded radar detection but also exhibited astonishing speed. As soon as coordinates were dispatched, the alterations in weather were already perceptible. It seems that Jiang Fei's remarkable gift of favorable weather surpassed the speed of sound. By how many times, one wonders? Is this something that a private enterprise could possibly engineer? If all of this holds true, then the Dragon Nation has indeed acquired a formidable weapon. However, until the veracity of this information is established, their priority must be to safeguard Jiang Fei's well-being, preventing foreign entities from employing various means to jeopardize his safety or to attempt to abduct him. Hence, it became imperative to mislead the opposing parties. It was rather perplexing that Qin Mu, an avowed atheist, managed to assist in exonerating Jiang Fei through such tactics, leaving his assistant somewhat speechless. On stage, Qin Mu adeptly reframed Jiang Fei's actions as those of a mystic. Observing the bewildered expressions of the foreign representatives below, Qin Mu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, these representatives adhered fervently to their beliefs and superstitions. Otherwise, his narrative would have been difficult to maintain. After expending considerable effort in his ruse, Qin Mu inadvertently overlooked the representative from Sakura Nation, who glared at him with a sullen expression. Once Qin Mu concluded his remarks, the representative unleashed a barrage of accusations. I wondered why the same typhoon, clearly heading towards your country, suddenly veered towards mine as it approached. I have long maintained that you Dragon Nation must possess some nefarious sorcery. At that time, you were still in denial, but now you seem to acknowledge it. Representatives from the Eagle Nation and the Beautiful Nation were clearly amused by the unfolding drama. Qin Mu believed he had done his utmost to obscure Jiang Fei's live broadcast, and he felt a sense of relief. As for the Sakura Nation representative's indignation, it held little weight for him. Such matters were trivial. Which nation does not possess methods to alter weather? He shot a sidelong glance at the Sakura Nation representative and retorted, if it succeeded, then it succeeded. If not, then it did not. What is the significance of that? Moreover, regarding Jiang Fei's live broadcast, he issued 100 coordinates, and yet there were still areas that remained unaffected. The regions devoid of any activity were those that enjoyed favorable weather conditions. Once Jiang Fei was engaged, he indeed delivered a bountiful gift of good weather. However, if the recipient's location was inherently favorable, Jiang Fei's offering would appear to have little impact. To Qin Mu's surprise, his explanation proved to be both logical and reasonable. Prompting a sigh of relief, the Sakura Nation representative's expression darkened. We shall adopt such methods as well. Feel free to do so, Qin Mu waved dismissively, his indifference palpable. At this juncture, none of that seemed significant. What truly mattered was whether the military could indeed trace the faintest clues of Jiang Fei's delivery of the bountiful gift. If every radar and satellite failed to detect it, then this technology, the military would certainly be willing to procure it. This was indeed a treasure of immense value. That night, all military technology personnel across the nation were laboring tirelessly. One could assert that they scoured every corner. Both domestic satellites and those covertly intruding into foreign territories, yet found no trace whatsoever. Ultimately, they failed to detect any signs on the radar. But a small video captured by a satellite that had been observing the Dragon Nation for an extended period surfaced. This diminutive video now lay within the conference hall of the nation's military high command. With a serious countenance, Sheng Ronghuan pressed the play button, allowing everyone present to witness the footage. It depicted a fleeting shadow captured by a satellite after Jiang Fei, the broadcaster, claimed to have sent a bountiful gift package to 100 coordinates. Indeed, it was merely a shadow. Had it not been for the satellite's continuous 24-hour focus on the Dragon Nation to capture picturesque images of the Earth from above, this shadow might have remained unseen. Upon Jiang Fei's announcement of the gift package sent to 100 coordinates, 100 slender beams emanated from the center of Nyodan Mountain, fleetingly flashing a light so faint that it vanished in the blink of an eye. After the video concluded, Several senior generals wore solemn expressions. Is it possible that my eyesight has deteriorated further? How could I have seen nothing? Am I blind? This shouldn't be the case. I can still see you old fellows. That fleeting light, could it have been the object sent by that broadcaster? Was it truly that swift? Has this video been slowed down? Indeed, Shang Ye's voice suddenly rose. This has been slowed down by a factor of 500. As he uttered those words, the entire conference room erupted in astonishment. What? 500 times? I might truly be blind. It's almost more acceptable to admit my blindness than to realize that it takes 500 times slower to glimpse such a minuscule glimmer. It's utterly absurd. Chapter 37. The fear of insufficient firepower. As Sheng Ronghuan watched the video, he found himself wrestling with existential doubts. To his surprise, there were indeed some perceptive individuals who discerned that the footage had been significantly slowed down by a factor of 500. Without this deceleration, the flash would have been imperceptible. The speed was astonishing, surpassing the speed of sound. One researcher stood up, visibly agitated, reiterating the earlier statement. Gentlemen, this projectile exceeds the speed of sound and is stealthy as well. Do you comprehend the implications of this? If Jiang Fei's bountiful package is sufficiently heavy, I believe that the lady known as Miss Chiu could match such velocity. This is nothing short of a marvel for humanity, a monumental achievement for civilization itself. Jiang Fei is truly extraordinary. I propose transforming Jiang Fei's private enterprise into a military contractor. I wish to collaborate with him in exploring the future. Before the researcher could finish, he was interrupted by Sheng Ronghuan, who bluntly remarked, "Let us be realistic. The last time we visited Jiang Fei, we left with a plane that could reach a staggering speed of 100 Mach, along with a highly intelligent robotic assistant capable of constructing simple automatons." Jiang Fei said nothing, allowing us to dismantle it and replicate its design at will. This robotic assistant even imparted a wealth of knowledge to our researchers. Do you know? Our researchers managed to make the robot withdraw into itself, as it lamented that it was better off in a subpar factory. They were utterly incapable of deciphering the innovations Jiang Fei had created, let alone understanding how he accomplished such feats. And you wish to collaborate with him? Jiang Fei has a temper that surpasses even that of the robot. At least the robot offered lessons. After just a few exchanges, Jiang Fei lost interest in the experts I brought along. The researcher, perplexed, replied, Huan, could you not give me such a hard time? I care not for my dignity, yet you speak so bluntly. It is truly infuriating. They too long for the opportunity to converse with someone as brilliant as Jiang Fei. Indeed, there are masters among the populace. Regrettably, Jiang Fei had no desire to engage with them. It is said that the intelligence quotient between humans and dogs differs by approximately 60 points. Individuals of Jiang Fei's caliber are undoubtedly gifted. Such high intelligence likely renders ordinary researchers akin to mere dogs in his eyes. They are not even comparable to muggles. Genius like Jiang Fei surely possesses a temper. It is a rarity to find patience in such minds. It is rumored that with a mere 10-point difference in IQ, meaningful conversation becomes nearly impossible. Evidently, the rapport between the researcher and Sheng Ronghuan was quite amiable. Otherwise, such familiarity and address would not have been afforded. The other seasoned generals in the conference room listened with amusement, finding the exchange quite entertaining. However, those present were acutely aware of the sensitivity of the situation. They understood that the satellite footage, only visible at a deceleration of 500 times, could be terrifying if what Jiang Fei transmitted was not a benign package of good fortune, but rather destructive projectiles. The thought of interception was futile. They wouldn't even be able to see it, let alone locate it. This was unlike the situation in the Elephant Nation, where it was said that their missiles, once launched, were lost to them as well. The critical distinction was that their missiles went astray even from their own knowledge. In contrast, Jiang Fei's capabilities allowed for precise strikes based on geographic coordinates. It was evident that he was fully aware of where his transmissions landed, while the enemy remained in the dark. The prospect of him sending artillery was indeed alarming. We must reach out to Jiang Fei to secure a patent for this technology, ideally ensuring it is prioritized for our use. An elderly general, his hair grayed, adjusted his reading glasses and spoke with great caution. Yet beside him, Sheng Ronghuan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean by prioritizing our use? It must be exclusive to us. If this technology falls into civilian hands, and they use it for untraceable actions, it would spell disaster for our satellites and radar." The old general chuckled heartily. It was indeed preposterous. This technology should solely serve military purposes and entrusting it to anyone else would be unsettling. Let us set aside that for now. Old Sheng. Our Northwest military region is in desperate need of this technology. We hope to be the first to utilize it, stated a bespectacled general earnestly. Pa, don't try to curry favor with me. I discovered this first. Even the satellite imagery was my finding. Why should it go to your Northwest military region first? Sheng Ronghuan exploded with indignation. Yet, he was not alone. The entire office erupted in chaos. There's only one Jiang Fei. Such an exceptional researcher cannot possibly meet the demands of all military regions. We must establish a priority list and queue up. Our central military region is sorely lacking in this technology. Are you kidding? Do you think our southern military region lacks it any less? Do I even need to say that? Stop fighting over it. I've already stated that I discovered it first. If it weren't for me, would that little son of mine have unearthed Jiang Fei's transport aircraft to achieve such results? How could any of you have accessed this treasure? I propose we conduct a thorough assessment. It seems to me that those in civilian life are faring better than we are. Did you know? My old man's fishing rod is made of genuine carbon fiber. That's right, carbon fiber. The assessment must be conducted, but we also desire Jiang Fei's expertise. Let us have the first opportunity. Wait, a bespectacled young man shouted, commanding the attention of all the generals and staff within the room. He adjusted his glasses and confidently declared, each of you harbors a fear of insufficient firepower, but I share that fear as well. Our Meteorological Bureau. Before I could finish my statement, various dignitaries drowned me out. Our Navy has yet to voice its concerns. Your Meteorological Bureau should step aside. And what relevance does this matter hold for your bureau? Indeed, what connection does it have with your meteorological office? This seems to be straying too far from the point. If you were to mention the Navy or the Army lacking resources, I could comprehend that. But the Meteorological Bureau, good sir, do you suffer from a phobia of insufficient firepower? Do you even possess any? Kindly refrain from meddling in this matter. It is quite peculiar. Who allowed you entry? Do you even have the standing to comment? And what of my involvement? What exactly is the significance of the items Jiang Fei dispatched to over 100 coordinates worldwide? That is what we call a bountiful gift of harmonious weather, perfectly aligned with the essence of the Meteorological Bureau. Step aside and do not provoke my ire. For now, refrain from involving yourself in this matter. We must first be nourished before further discussions can occur. There is but one Jiang Fei. If you are fed first, what shall become of us? Furthermore, the anti-missile rocket launchers approved by the military last time have all been installed at our Meteorological Bureau, and we presently lack sufficient firepower, which causes me considerable anxiety. What nonsense is this? Who granted you anti-missile rocket launchers? Aren't you merely a Meteorological Bureau? This is rather outrageous on the part of your military. By what right does the Meteorological Bureau possess such equipment? I refuse to accept this. May I inquire who you are? I seem to have never encountered you before. Have you never seen me? I represent the Postal Service. My mission is to deliver without fail. Out. Who, in their right mind, opened the door to let in this chaotic assembly? Chapter 38. Speed to the extreme. Whether invisible or not, it matters not. Sheng Ronghuan was rather cunning. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, he discreetly took out his phone and contacted Dubai from the Military Research Institute, intending to reach Jiang Fei through him. He proposed the idea of discussing an order. On the other end, Jiang Fei seemed to have just awakened. Then you should bring Dubai back along with my transport aircraft. After all, the military said they needed to conduct experiments and record data from that aircraft, so they took Dubai and the plane away. Dubai has yet to return. Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi returned to Jiang Fei's Nyodan Mountain with Dubai. Upon meeting Jiang Fei, Sheng Ronghuan respectfully saluted. Comrade Jiang Fei, the inventions you have created are precisely what our military requires. Jiang Fei, with curiosity, inquired, does the military also engage in agriculture? Sheng Ronghuan found it both amusing and exasperating, whether it be the bumblebee's torrential pear blossom needle or the harmonious rain gift pack. Do you truly intend to use them solely for agriculture? What else? Jiang Fei replied readily, observing the lush Nyodan Mountain and inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Sheng Ronghuan fell silent. Before he could utter a word, Dubai abruptly pushed him aside and dove into Jiang Fei's embrace. Jiang Fei nearly faltered under the sudden impact. Take it easy. My old back can hardly bear this. Master, I miss you so much. I truly yearn for you. These people are so foolish. They can't even grasp such simple concepts, and they all stare at me with those clear yet naive eyes. Dubai lamented the grievances endured during his time with Sheng Ronghuan. Sheng Ronghuan was at a loss. In his view, The researchers were not as inept as Dabai suggested. Yet, Dabai wore an expression of discontent. Jiang Fei comforted him, reminiscent of soothing a child. Stop crying, stop crying. We won't play with them anymore. You're so large. Hurry and move from my lap. I can hardly take it. At last, Dabai cautiously stood beside Jiang Fei. Since Dabai was crafted from metal and Jiang Fei had not provided the finest materials, Dabai's earlier cries had been more of a dry wail. Sheng Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. Dabai was utterly adorable in this moment. Jiang Fei glanced at Sheng Ronghuan. How do you intend to collaborate? I have already applied for the patent. Will you purchase the technology outright, or shall I take an equity stake in exchange for my technological assistance? Sheng Ronghuan quickly responded. Of course, you shall take an equity stake. Your technology is far too advanced for us to comprehend. Dabai added with a jab, indeed. We truly cannot understand it. We would even know how to dismantle it. Sheng Ronghuan coughed, for just before boarding the plane, he had bribed the large robot to keep their intentions to disassemble Dabai a secret. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Fei, Dabai had revealed everything. Jiang Fei could envision the situation. He was quite satisfied with the nation of Longhua, for it was a land free from turmoil. Jiang Fei can now indulge himself at Nyodan Mountain without a care. All right. He patted Dabai and said, later, I will transmit the technology for the wind and rain blessing package to you via the cloud. You can install the artillery for them. The range will be global. As for the speed, let us set it at 50 Mach, shall we? If it were any faster. The material requirements would be quite demanding. Of course, the high material requirements are not due to cost, but rather because Jiang Fei is too lazy to make adjustments. He could easily set it to 100 Mach for himself, but that as for personal use. If the military wants to mass produce it, he would have to adjust the materials each time, which is quite a headache to even think about. Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi thought the materials were exceptionally difficult to procure. Jiang Fei merely chewed on his thoughts, suggesting that achieving 3 times the speed of sound would already be remarkable. Although they couldn't quite comprehend the exact speed of the projectiles Jiang Fei launched. Given that the wind and rain blessing package came with a stealth coating, rendering it invisible, how could one ascertain its velocity? Dabai looked at Jiang Fei in astonishment and directly accused him. Master, you lack a heart. Why did you throw me out again? You even created that gaudy and flashy bumblebee. You don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore. However, Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi exclaimed in unison. 50 Mach? The range is still global? To put it into perspective, the most advanced intercontinental missiles in the world have a range of only 8,000 kilometers. And the fastest projectiles can only reach 20 Mach. The fastest Ultraman can only achieve around 10 Mach. Jiang Fei, with such casualness, claims 50 Mach? Is he joking? Moreover, with that tone, it seems that if the materials were better, he could produce even faster projectiles. This is utterly absurd. Although Sheng Ronghuan and Sheng Yi wished to retort, they genuinely found no points to argue against. My goodness, is what you say truly real? Sheng Ronghuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can it really be that powerful? Indeed. Furthermore, I mentioned that if you don't require the stealth coating, we wouldn't bother making it. That stuff is too troublesome to produce. Although Jiang Fei had recently optimized the formula, he still found the creation of the stealth coating to be quite a hassle. Because I estimate that at such speeds, no one would be able to intercept them. He had indeed researched the current technological advancements on Earth. As Jiang Fei stated, if the projectiles truly reached 50 Mach, there would be no one globally capable of intercepting them. Moreover, he mentioned it would be on a global scale. How terrifying is such a speed? The significance of stealth becomes rather negligible. Of course, being stealthy is even better. Sheng Ronghuan was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Fei's ideas to be so audacious. However, he couldn't deny Jiang Fei was correct. If the speed could indeed reach supersonic levels, honestly, the purpose of interception would be minimal. Once you utilize my technological framework, you can conduct military drills appropriately. Jiang Fei patted Dabai. I'll have Dabai and the little brothers assist you with the installation. It will be incredibly swift. But I do have my conditions. It is entirely reasonable for someone like Jiang Fei to have certain demands. Sheng Ronghuan's expression was grave as he stated. As long as it does not pose a threat to society or the people, feel free to propose any conditions. Money is no object. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei exhibited a hint of hesitation, exchanging a glance with Dabai before he articulated, if I were to invest my technology, it would effectively transform my private enterprise into a military-industrial enterprise. I truly require funds, as I intend to establish a laboratory here. We can assist with the establishment of the laboratory, Shang Yi remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We can draft a confidentiality agreement. You can set up the laboratory as you see fit. The area of Nyodon Mountain is quite extensive. We could create an underground facility or even excavate directly from the mountainside. It is perilous for someone of Jiang Fei's caliber to be exposed outside Nyodon Mountain. Moreover, given that Jiang Fei is live streaming, should anyone discern the precise coordinates, it could lead to significant complications. Dabai, unable to contain his enthusiasm, interjected, "May I take the lead in designing the underground base?" Coincidentally, Jiang Fei was also looking to delegate responsibilities. Responding, "Feel free to do so." Even the contractual aspects were entrusted to Dabai for finalization. From that day forth, Jiang Fei transitioned from a private enterprise to a military-industrial establishment. However, when it came to signing the contract, Jiang Fei sought clarification. "I can still sell the fruits I cultivate online, correct? This is my hobby. Of course, Teacher Jiang. What you regard as a hobby will be fully supported," Shang Yi replied, rubbing his hands together. "However, next time you decide to showcase your agricultural tools, could you please inform us in advance?" "There is no need for that." Jiang Fei's expression turned serious. "I have stated that all I require is a military exercise demonstration." Dabai was swift in his installation efforts. Although Shang Yi was somewhat youthful and did not grasp Jiang Fei's underlying meaning, Sheng Ronghuan, accustomed to dealings with foreign military entities, quickly regained his composure. With a hint of delight in his voice, Sheng Ronghuan declared, "Understood, that's easily arranged. By the way, Teacher Jiang, do you still have any Muzang King durians? May I purchase one to take home? My spouse adores them." Chapter 39. At times, one must demonstrate their worth until they follow Sheng Ronghuan back to the military district. Shang Yi found himself in a state of confusion. Previously, any minor movement from Jiang Fei would send shockwaves around the globe, prompting the Eagle Nation and the Beautiful Nation to accuse us of disturbing world peace, claiming we were developing large-scale destructive weapons. Shang Yi felt the world was an arduous place, fraught with challenges for development. Discussing this left him on the verge of tears. Sheng Ronghuan, eyes closed, feigned slumber. However, if we were to abandon Jiang Fei, what if he created something else? At that moment, who knows what the Eagle Nation and the Beautiful Nation would say? Perhaps they would assert that the Dragon Nation threatened world peace. The remainder of Sheng Ye's thoughts remained unvoiced, for he was abruptly interrupted by Sheng Ronghuan. "My son, you are fortunate to have an elder brother." Indeed, Shang Yi was once Sheng Ronghuan's pride and joy, but now, the realization dawned upon Sheng Ronghuan that this youngest son seemed somewhat dim-witted, especially in comparison to his brother. Even the driver could not help but interject. "When they accuse you of possessing large-scale destructive weapons, you had best possess them." "Why?" Shang Yi inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face. "Think about it, Fatty," the driver said, discreetly glancing at Sheng Ronghuan in the passenger seat. Noticing no response from him, he continued, "Previously, they made quite a fuss. But when they actually discovered the existence of such weapons, they fell silent." "Fatty?" Shang Yi's eyes widened in realization. It seemed to make sense. Thus, Jiang Fei had no need to conceal anything. Moreover, many international friends had started downloading the platform where Jiang Fei operated, eagerly anticipating his next live stream to purchase delectable fruits. It must be said, Dabai's speed was remarkably swift. This wasn't merely due to Dabai himself, but rather the speed at which he and his followers operated. Not even Sheng Ronghuan, nor Jiang Fei, had anticipated that Dabai had secretly established a robotic factory without informing them. I wondered why the funds were depleting so rapidly. Jiang Fei squinted at Dabai, who appeared particularly guilty as he embarked on this journey with his followers alongside Sheng Ronghuan. The installation process was lengthy. For the initial 2 days, Dabai obediently accompanied his subordinates to set up turrets in various military districts. However, the quantity they required was simply overwhelming, with even the Meteorological Bureau requesting one. Although they provided a substantial amount of funds, it was still preferable to Jiang Fei's live commerce. Yet Dabai was eager to establish a laboratory for Jiang Fei, feeling that their separation had lasted too long. After 2 fervent days of work, Dabai assumed the role of a hands-off manager, delegating all responsibilities to his subordinates, allowing them to collaborate with local researchers at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Dabai hurried back to Jiang Fei's side. At this point, Jiang Fei had already begun researching infrastructure robots. Consequently, the defensive level of the entire Nyodon Mountain rose. While those from the Chinese Academy of Sciences who wished to meet Jiang Fei had yet to catch a glimpse of him. "Master, I have finally returned." Dabai, upon seeing Jiang Fei, greeted him with enthusiasm. What shall we sell tonight? Jiang Fei stood beside the ripened rice stalks. Shall we sell this? Do you think they might accept it? Why wouldn't they accept it? It's merely a bit larger than usual. I believe the people of Longhua are exceptionally intelligent. They surely have better methods of preparation. Dubai, armed with numerous facts, immediately began to search online. The people of Longhua are indeed very clever. Even with something as peculiar as konjac, they have managed to find ways to consume it. After poring over various resources, Dubai felt overwhelmed just by examining the preparation methods for konjac. He marveled at how the ancestors of Longhua could have devised such culinary techniques. It was already quite extraordinary, wasn't it? Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us sell this, although it is somewhat larger. They should still be able to figure out how to cook it. Thus, that afternoon, Jiang Fei resumed his live broadcast. This time, a significant number of viewers tuned in. Jiang Fei felt as though his live stream was about to burst at the seams. It had never lagged like this before. Not only did Jiang Fei feel this way, but the Douyin live streaming platform was also trembling, working overtime to allocate all of its servers to him. What about the new servers we just purchased? Bring them over. A sweating manager at the Douyin platform wiped his brow with a handkerchief while instructing his subordinates to act swiftly. If they were to neglect Jiang Fei, it would indeed be a serious matter. However, the viewers rushing into Jiang Fei's live stream were so astonished by his location and the backdrop that they had yet to engage in conversation. For a moment, the chat room was silent, although many quickly began sharing the stream to invite more people. Ji Zixing's teacher had finally obtained the necessary approval to enter Nyodon Mountain and meet Jiang Fei. Yet, he did not expect that Jiang Fei would go live again this afternoon. The older teachers were staying at a hotel in the county where Nyodon Mountain was located. Ji Zixing was the first among the researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to burst into Jiang Fei's live stream. Were it not for Jiang Fei, Ji Zixing would not have garnered such attention from the esteemed academicians and professors at the academy. He regarded Jiang Fei as a second set of parents, remaining glued to Jiang Fei's live stream for a full 24 hours. Equipped with 2 mobile phones, Ji Zixing's other device alerted him that Jiang Fei had gone live. He dashed into the room where the accompanying academicians and professors were present. The cherry has started streaming. He is live. This exclamation resonated throughout the hotel corridor, audible in every room. This floor had been reserved entirely for the researchers from the academy. Immediately, a nearby door swung open, revealing a white-haired academician. Trembling and unable to complete his sentence, he behind. The academician was overwhelmed with excitement. The man nearly fainted. Had it not been for Ji Zixing's quick reflexes to steady him, the academician would have likely collapsed to the ground, potentially sustaining serious injury. Do not be agitated. Do not be agitated. Ji Zixing had yet to utter a word when his mentor emerged from the other side, appearing even more flustered than the academician himself. It remains uncertain whether this is genuine or merely theatrical. If that esteemed figure were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of satisfaction. The academician, seated on the ground, gradually regained his breath, finally able to speak with some strength, no longer stammering. The dreams of several generations have unexpectedly come to fruition. This Jiang Fei is indeed a national treasure. Have you informed them? When shall we be allowed to enter? The entirety of Nyodon Mountain's vegetation is invaluable. Researchers are eager to delve into a thorough investigation. Chapter 40. Is it really that simple? Have I read in vain? Before Jiang Fei could utter a word in the live stream, the visuals had already left many viewers in awe. The barrage of comments flooded the screen rapidly. Is the backdrop behind the host real? I'm utterly astonished. ISNT that the lifelong pursuit of that eminent figure? He merely fell short. Yet, I believe that talent emerges in every generation. Surely someone will achieve it. I just want to ask, with such a massive size, has it been enhanced with some special potion? Can humans truly consume it? Or is it merely fodder for livestock? If it's just for livestock, then there's really nothing more to discuss. However, if it's fit for human consumption, that would be even better. What is wrong with feeding livestock? Do you have any idea how much saline alkali land there is in the Dragon Kingdom, especially the heavily saline alkali areas? If crops could be cultivated in such regions, even if they were solely for livestock, think of how many animals and people could be sustained. Don't you eat meat? Speaking of which, if this is indeed edible for humans, I reckon 2 of them would suffice to satiate me. Are you a strong man? I believe 1 would be enough for both me and my little one. It's quite exaggerated. Thus, I suspect this is merely a backdrop. How could it be so formidable? Honestly, students from the agricultural college were moved to tears upon witnessing this scene. This is undoubtedly genuine. The land behind the host is truly authentic. And didn't you notice that the land where the plants are situated is normal? Yet, the land surrounding those plants is indeed heavily saline alkali. I truly wish to go study this. When will the military permit access? This is quite unfair. Here is a natural-born planting genius, yet you confine them to a mountain, unwilling to release them. Don't speak nonsense. Our military would never act in such a manner. You cannot proceed because your rank is insufficient. Have you filed a report? Why should such a valuable talent as the host meet with you so casually? No way. Could it be that the wonders atop Bull Egg Mountain are all orchestrated by the host? Isn't the host merely invited to sell products? I've never encountered this host on major platforms. And don't you think their speech during the live stream lacks any particular finesse? They seem rather inexperienced. Thus, the host is a high-caliber research professional. It's just that their inventions are a bit peculiar. Who says they're merely peculiar? Those inventions are national treasures. This was the reaction within Jiang Fei's livestream. Many viewers were left speechless upon seeing the expanse of rice fields behind him. This was the beautiful scene once described by a certain eminent figure. The rice stalks towered higher than houses, with the ears of rice longer than vehicles. Each grain of rice appeared larger than corn. If food truly grew to such proportions, how many lives could it sustain? Even if such food were only suitable for livestock, how many animals could it nourish? What would be the yield per acre? After the nationwide promotion, how many lives could it indirectly sustain? It is hard to fathom. That esteemed individual once made tremendous contributions to the grain supply of the Dragon Nation. Unfortunately, he was unable to fulfill his own aspirations. Yet, it is well understood that the Dragon Nation continually produces talented individuals, and one day, someone shall succeed that illustrious figure in realizing such dreams. However, they never anticipated witnessing this astonishing revelation within a commonplace live broadcast. What is even more delightful lies ahead. Jiang Fei certainly noticed the grand proclamations within the live stream. He pointed to the rice stalks behind him and boldly declared, "Indeed, this rice stalk is of my own cultivation. It can be regarded as a specially improved variety. As for how food can be cultivated on saline alkaline land, I possess a purification solution that is available for sale. I can confidently state that for any piece of saline alkaline land, regardless of the severity, approximately 1 unit of purification solution is required per acre." Jiang Fei produced the concentrated purification solution, which was unremarkably contained within a 1-liter cola bottle. Interestingly, aside from the delectable vegetables and fruits of ancient Earth, cola was also quite enjoyable, especially when served chilled. During his first month on Earth, Jiang Fei indulged in a month-long spree of ice-cold cola until the BI's analysis indicated that his sugar intake was excessively high, compelling Jiang Fei to abstain from cola. Otherwise, he risked developing diabetes. The purification solution in the cola bottle appeared dark, creating the illusion that he was holding a bottle of cola. Yet, within it was not cola, but rather the concentrated essence of the purification solution. By using this bottle and mixing it with over 1.5 tons of water, one could irrigate an acre of land thoroughly. It is important to note that it does not need to be saturated. A light sprinkling across the surface will suffice, preferably using a sprayer that distributes evenly. After applying it, waiting a week would transform the land into normal soil, regardless of how severe the saline alkaline condition may be. As long as it is classified as such, it is applicable. Mild saline alkaline land can also benefit from this solution. As for the pricing of this product, Jiang Fei hesitated and glanced at Dubai, who could provide interstellar pricing. However, interstellar prices differ from those on ancient Earth. Thus, Jiang Fei, in front of the audience, took out his phone to calculate the costs. The materials used for this solution were painstakingly extracted from various herbs. Some ingredients in the interstellar realm could only be sourced from traditional Chinese medicine or other materials. Undoubtedly, Compendium of Materia Medica is an exceptional tome, providing Jiang Fei with a wealth of inspiration. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement due to Jiang Fei's revelations, transforming severely saline alkaline land. You mean to tell me it's that simple? Did I waste my postdoctoral studies? I have researched this field extensively, and the host claims it is this straightforward? I have always maintained that this is a fraudulent live stream. I am truly perplexed as to why so many individuals place their trust in this charlatan. The host's durian has arrived. Everyone may wish to visit my domain to view the video. Such a substantial specimen has indeed yielded 6 portions of succulent flesh. To those above, you are quite out of date. The host's durian arrived that very afternoon. So how is it that you only opened it yesterday? Nearly everyone has had a turn. It appears that this item can indeed arrive within 24 hours. I am situated on the frontier, and yet it was delivered to me. Speaking of which, the efficiency of the courier services is remarkable. Their aim is to deliver parcels to every customer's doorstep, and they have certainly succeeded. I am in Algeria, and a drone delivered my package. Truly impressive. How did those of you who purchased durians fare after opening them? Do not distract me with discussions of the quality of durians. I merely wish to ascertain whether what the host stated is indeed true. It is undoubtedly true, while the host's claims may be somewhat exaggerated and seemingly defy common sense. I can attest that this host has never spoken falsehoods. A seemingly ordinary host who transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. Chapter 41. Is it true or false? That is saline alkali land. Jiang Fei's approach to managing saline alkali land genuinely perplexed the researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They were all watching videos in a nearby hotel. This seemingly straightforward method astonished them even more than the sight of rice stalks towering above the height of a house. How should one describe it? The simplicity with which Jiang Fei handled saline alkali land was akin to quenching one's thirst. It appeared utterly casual. It felt as if all their previous research, their earlier struggles, and everything they had endured amounted to naught. Ji Zixing let out a startled exclamation that startled the nearby academicians and professors. Why do I feel like my doctorate was in vain? Did I truly attend school? The elderly academician shook his head in disbelief. Is it really this easy? What exactly is in that bottle of his? The old professor, fixated on Jiang Fei, observed his moving lips and could roughly decipher that he was mentioning names of traditional Chinese herbs. The astonished academician exclaimed, "Traditional herbs? Are you implying that his large soda bottle contains a concoction of herbal medicine? Can this herbal mixture truly alter the soil structure, transforming severely saline alkali land into arable land?" The old professor interjected, "Not just arable land, but exceptionally fertile land. For crops to grow to such heights, how rich must that soil be? Is that not an exaggeration?" For the first time, Ji Zixing found himself questioning Jiang Fei, a sentiment anyone would feel in such a moment. After all, to have decades of knowledge rendered obsolete in an instant, who could bear it? Taking a deep breath, Ji Zixing struggled to accept the reality before him. This broadcaster was becoming increasingly outrageous. The previous durian had indeed been delicious. Could he possibly be deceiving us for a quick profit? No sooner had he thought this than he received a light tap on his head. The old professor's expression darkened. "What are you babbling about? Has this broadcaster ever deceived anyone? I have heard that his developed weather control package has genuinely made the 100 coordinates where it was deployed experience favorable weather." "What?" Ji Zixing exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. But didn't the officials clarify that it was sorcery? More terrifying than sorcery, an academician beside him revealed. He is now classified at a very high level of confidentiality. However, it will certainly not be disclosed for the time being. The authorities claimed it was sorcery to protect him. In reality, it is something entirely different. Ji Zixing gazed at Jiang Fei's enthusiastic face on the live stream. Feeling an overwhelming admiration, Jiang Fei appeared even younger than he was. What precisely was it? Ji Zixing yearned for clarity but noticed that the entire floor of academicians and professors began to gather their belongings, their destination undoubtedly being Nyodon Mountain. Upon seeing him, his senior colleagues quickly beckoned. "Ji Zixing, stop watching the live stream. We have secured permission. We can go to Nyodon Mountain now." Indeed, the military personnel regarded the broadcaster with the same awe as one would a cherished treasure, not permitting them to approach. These military personnel are truly vexatious. They insist on directing the streamer to delve into military matters, while our agricultural college holds equal importance. If the issue of saline alkali land could be resolved, and if every patch of such land could yield bountiful crops, would our dragon nation still face famine? Those uninformed critics understand nothing. The streamer belongs to us all. Their ability to cultivate produce on saline alkali land, coupled with live streaming sales, clearly indicates a preference for agriculture. Why must those soldiers insist on relegating the streamer to military industry? Indeed, it is evident that the streamer possesses a genuine fondness for our agricultural endeavors. Otherwise, they would not cultivate such delectable produce. The Cat Mountain King durian from yesterday was utterly unforgettable. This time, I shall venture to Beef Egg Mountain to indulge myself. I am prepared with funds to savor to my heart's content. In my opinion, talents like the streamer should be directed towards our sector. I am eager to experiment with the efficacy of that purifying solution. Can it truly restore an acre of saline alkali land to normalcy? If the streamer asserts it can, then it undoubtedly can. Ji Zixing gazed vacantly at his colleagues. Previously, when he sent cherries, those colleagues doubted that the cherry streamer could cultivate fruit in saline alkali soil, even deriding them. Now, that cherry streamer has become the idol of the entire research institute, with everyone eager to share their thoughts. Conversely, Ji Zixing was initially the most convinced of Jiang Fei's capabilities, and now he finds himself questioning his life choices. The elderly professor sighed and gently patted Ji Zixing's shoulder. Truth comes from practice. A trip to Beef Egg Mountain will reveal all. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Jiang Fei pondered over pricing. A price too high would deter buyers, while one too low would undermine value. Jiang Fei hesitated, having calculated the cost to be over 13,000 yuan. Given that some materials required purification, the yield was not substantial, and the purification process was labor-intensive, leading to a final price of 30,000 yuan for the purifying solution. There were only 10 bottles, each the size of a cola bottle, available for purchase, but only to individuals within the Dragon Nation. The backend would verify identification and residential details, including nationality. Those who acquired Dragon nationality later would also be ineligible. After all, this product is exceptionally rare and unprecedentedly valuable. Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Fei listed the purifying solution for sale on the platform. He soon noticed that the live chat had fallen silent, and after a considerable time, the comments began to trickle in, carefully choosing their words. After all, Jiang Fei had never deceived them, and there were many official accounts present in the stream. If Jiang Fei aimed to exploit them, would it not be too transparent? Nevertheless, he has cultivated a remarkably unique reputation, despite the somewhat outrageous items he has recently sold. However, it did not affect the sales in the slightest. As Jiang Fei contemplated whether his internet connection had faltered again, he suddenly realized that the little yellow cart was completely empty. The items had sold rather swiftly, maintaining a pace akin to that of yesteryears. With the appetizer of the day coming to a close, Jiang Fei, having observed the complete sellout, intended to proceed with the subsequent matters. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were relentless. Are you all truly purchasing this? He claims it is authentic, doesn't he? Although the host had previously established a commendable reputation, I must confess that the items he has recently been peddling seem rather dubious. In any case, I have already made my exit. If it indeed proves effective, I might cultivate a rich and fertile ground. Surely, you cannot be actors hired by the host, can you? It all appears rather dubious. Chapter 42. Is this a dream? The popularity of Jiang Fei's live broadcast has reached an impressive height. If the items he sells are in short supply, they vanish swiftly. His so-called nutrient solution for improving saline alkali land has attracted not only agricultural research institutions eager to delve deeper, but also a multitude of curious onlookers, all vying for their share. Numerous research institutes have contacted Jiang Fei privately, hoping to secure an opportunity for collaboration. Unfortunately, as someone who has traversed the cosmos, Jiang Fei remains somewhat unfamiliar with the operational intricacies of various platforms. Coupled with his inherent laziness, most of these private messages have sunk into oblivion, with only a small fraction being salvaged by his assistant, Dabai, who responds selectively based on interest. However, Jiang Fei's primary focus this time is not on the nutrient solution for saline alkali land, which he considers a trivial matter, but rather on promoting the robust barley he has cultivated. What you see before you is my newly developed strain of rice, he declares, directing the camera towards the fields behind him. At that moment, the agronomists could no longer contain their skepticism. Initially, they found the expanse of land behind Jiang Fei somewhat dubious, but now it appeared even more implausible. Could rice truly grow to such towering heights? Is this still considered rice at this size? Although Jiang Fei had previously alluded to this, he had diverted the conversation to the transformation of saline alkali land, presenting an enticing narrative. Everyone was eager to discover whether such a transformation was indeed as simple as he suggested. Yet, Jiang Fei insisted that the rice ears behind him were genuine. Each stalk was as thick as bamboo, and each grain was as large as a basketball, drooping heavily and bending the stalks with their weight. This scene was astonishingly real. It was not a dream. After a few moments of stunned silence in the live broadcast, the chat erupted. My heavens, is this real? Can scenes from dreams truly manifest? If the host can cultivate such a variety, it would be the cornerstone of humanity. You could be canonized. Host. Such massive rice. Will the rice cooked from this be fragrant? It must taste awful. Surely, only livestock could consume it. Is this not merely a special effect? I can't help but find the hostess' claims dubious. This is absurd. Previously, I thought the items released by this host were like dreamlike effects. Now it has been revealed that everything showcased is a fabrication. How could it be fake? I heard the host has collaborated with the military. If this is indeed fake, there's no way such large rice ears could exist. Even if they did, they'd likely only be fit for animals, not for human consumption. Even if only animals can eat it, that's still a significant achievement. What a joke. I suggest the host send us some rice ears for verification. In a previous introduction of the nutrient solution for saline alkali land, Jiang Fei had encountered similar comments, though he paid them little heed at the time. To his surprise, such remarks have surged in number. Jiang Fei finds himself amused yet exasperated. You have purchased my cherries and durians. You must be well aware of their flavor. Why then do you doubt the authenticity of my rice spikes? He continues, if your skepticism persists, I shall offer only 3 rice spikes at 9 yuan each. A single rice spike of this size should suffice for 4 meals for an average person. Casting a glance at the rice spikes behind him, he gestures. Following this live stream, I may take a brief respite, as collaborating with the authorities comes with its monetary rewards. Furthermore, Jiang Fei's earlier proposal involved excavating beneath Nyodan Mountain to establish a grand laboratory. Such endeavors require oversight, and Jiang Fei intends to assert his demands. During this period, viewers may validate my nutrient solution and these rice spikes. With that, he swiftly linked the product to his platform. Once again, it sold out instantaneously. There were only 3 rice spikes, each priced at 9 yuan, an almost negligible cost for researchers. However, there were indeed only 3. Ji Zihong from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, accompanied by a group, began to compete fiercely for them. After considerable effort, he finally secured one, prompting jubilant cheers from the other researchers. Well done, Ji Zihong. Your speed is unmatched. I told you, being single has its advantages. Clearly, I was born to be useful. It seems that remaining single has its merits. My time with my wife has dulled my reflexes. Surrounded by flattery from numerous researchers, Ji Zihong couldn't help but feel a twinge in his heart. Was it truly commendation? Having a girlfriend is quite the achievement, he mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei felt as though he had left something unsaid. Having completed the link for his product, he abruptly went offline. This time, the number of viewers left behind in the live stream soared to nearly 100 million. The Douyin live streaming platform must be elated, capable of managing such tremendous traffic. Viewers noted Jiang Fei's sudden departure and sensed that he had left as if he had unfinished business. In truth, Jiang Fei believed he had conveyed everything necessary. He had always exited his streams in this manner, never requiring reminders to continue. As for the private messages, he never bothered to read them. Thus, Jiang Fei remained composed while the audience fell into disarray. Though Jiang Fei had departed and the live stream was closed, many continued to discuss him in his short videos. I can't believe you all managed to anger Jiang Fei. He left because he didn't want to see you. Every invention Jiang Fei has developed is anything but simple. Rumor has it that he has even collaborated with the military. Have you not noticed the rewards bestowed upon him by the military and the Public Security Bureau? What are your thoughts? You should question your own origins before doubting Jiang Fei. Now, all is well. The host has never left mid-sentence. Although in the past, the host often chose to abandon us. Nearly 100 million netizens, and yet the host seems devoid of empathy. This time, the host is genuinely upset and departed without finishing their thoughts. Are the products the host sells truly authentic? Can't you simply verify that upon purchase? Before the item is even sold, various comments arise. How excessive. Were I in their position, I too would feel anger. If the host's saline alkali nutrient solution is indeed genuine, and if the rice ears they offer are real, then the host would undeniably be a model of excellence and brilliance in contemporary society. How could you provoke such a person? Surely, you must have lost your senses. How could a saline alkali nutrient solution possibly be real? Are you jesting? The armored product has at least some technical support, but do you have any idea how much saline alkali land exists in Longwa? If it were that simple, would fields not be sprawling with crops? Nonsense. I find it hard to believe. And yes, that rice ear looks suspiciously artificial. Just wait for the host to send it. Their courier service is indeed swift. Can't you test it upon delivery? The complaints are endless. If you love to watch, great. If not, then please leave. Despite Jiang Fei frequently abandoning these netizens, many are still willing to defend him. This time, however, there has been no intervention from any official accounts. Although these accounts are not affiliated with agriculture, they too have recognized that Jiang Fei has concocted something rather absurd this time. Does it truly exist? Chapter 43. Dubai. I desire a large, thick, and long skin in the vicinity of Jiang Fei's military district. It is worth noting that every time Jiang Fei conducts a live broadcast, both Shang Ronghuan and Shang Yu meticulously watch it from beginning to end. After all, there exists a contract between the military district and Jiang Fei. Although they have transformed Jiang Fei into a military enterprise and provided various policy incentives, the production of a supersonic aircraft capable of transporting 5 tons of cargo at speeds reaching 100 Mach remains beyond the reach of military researchers. In fact, they are hardly more competent than an ordinary robot. Thus, while they publicly claim to be collaborating, the reality is that Dubai has entrusted the task directly to its in-house robotics team, which considers it a trivial matter. After all, the aircraft that the military is collaborating on is merely the least impressive model. Once Jiang Fei concluded his broadcast, he merely posted a link and left without uttering a word to his viewers. Initially, Shang Ronghuan felt unconcerned, but after he scanned through Jiang Fei's comment section, anxiety took hold of him. Could it be that these ignorant netizens have angered Jiang Fei? Surely not. Having interacted with Jiang Fei before, Shang Ronghuan recognized that while Jiang Fei displayed a hint of disdain for foolishness, he was an excellent listener when the conversation drifted away from work to topics of food and leisure. The abrupt termination of the broadcast, however, left no opportunity for the viewers to engage. Shang Ronghuan stood up, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. No, I must call Jiang Fei. Father, please refrain from calling, Shang Yi interjected, possessing a modicum of emotional intelligence compared to his general counterpart. Jiang Fei might be irked at the moment. I believe it would be better for us to visit him in person, perhaps bringing some fruit along. Furthermore, isn't the underground laboratory set to commence construction soon? Although Shang Yi had spent limited time with Jiang Fei, he had discerned enough of his character. Jiang Fei had a penchant for delectable food, and conversing with him about culinary delights could elicit lengthy discussions. However, should Shang Yi broach topics concerning technology or agriculture, he would quickly find himself at a loss, leading Jiang Fei to lose interest. Master, let us prepare rice with this ear of rice tonight, Dubai exclaimed with palpable excitement. I believe they find it hard to believe because they have never encountered such a variety. We could even host an eating broadcast. Jiang Fei surveyed Dubai with an expression of bemusement. Dubai, I am the only living being on this mountain. Do you truly think they would believe me? Let us utilize the number 3 transport today. It should expedite our efforts. Dubai paused for a moment, his eyes sparkling. May I take charge, master? Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Do as you wish. Ecstatic, Dubai nearly leaped with joy. However, as Dubai departed, he entrusted the ear of rice to a nearby domestic robot. Tonight, the master wishes to savor the newly cultivated variety, ensure it is prepared to perfection. Baymax's intelligence level is slightly superior to that of other robots. After all, his core programming was solely crafted by Jiang Fei. In contrast, other robots, such as the domestic assistant before him, are products of Baymax's design and lack such advanced intellect. The domestic robot's eyes even flicker with a metallic red light, reminiscent of a police car's beacon, blinking intermittently. However, this does not hinder the domestic robot from utilizing a voice package featuring a Sichuan accent, Yaoda. This accent embodies the timbre of an elderly man, prompting Jiang Fei to exclaim in bemusement, "You spend all day perfecting voice packages, yet this one sounds rather unpleasant. I would rather study skin." At this moment, Baymax, still present, fixated his metallic eyes on Jiang Fei and quipped, "Boss, we are collaborating with the military. Shouldn't you request more funding? I desire skin that is large, thick, and long." Jiang Fei responded in disbelief. What on earth? This robot has gone rogue. As Baymax merrily accompanied Cargo 3 on its delivery journey, Jiang Fei issued his command. Baymax, starting today, disconnect from the internet at 11 o'clock p.m. Just as Baymax had climbed aboard Cargo 3 and was about to respond, he heard Jiang Fei's words, causing him to misstep and nearly tumble. What the? Baymax's lament echoed throughout Nyodan Mountain, startling the soldiers stationed below. They shuddered and whispered among themselves. Could it be that scientist Jiang has developed a new robot? That call was so lively. Indeed, I was taken aback by that sound. It seems Baymax has switched to a new voice package. This voice is entirely different from the previous cute tone. It sounds heart-wrenching, likely intended for dramatic effect. It's quite terrifying. I wonder if our esteemed scientists can withstand it. In a few days, personnel from the Agricultural Research Institute will be able to ascend. I truly hope they do not. Yes, the great scientist should devote himself to researching various aircraft and munitions. Why delve into agriculture? Do you believe the giant rice stalk we saw today is real? If it is, that would be extraordinary. I suspect the alert level here will rise. What the great scientist creates is undoubtedly authentic. How could it be otherwise? It must be real, though I wonder if the dishes he prepares are truly delectable. Wait, did something just fly past? What flew by? I didn't feel anything indeed. Something did soar by. It was Baymax piloting Cargo 3, ascending into the heavens. This cargo craft differs from others in appearance, being rather unsightly. Yet overall it resembles a flying saucer. Upon takeoff, it ascended vertically and vanished from sight, swiftly cloaking itself in the sky. Baymax relishes soaring through the clouds. Robots, indeed, are far more resilient than ordinary humans. Thus, Big White revels in various exhilarating activities. In Big White's own words, the sound of metal components grinding against one another during high-speed movement is particularly melodious and delightful. Nonetheless, Jiang Fei finds it incomprehensible. Perhaps this is merely one of Big White's quaint little hobbies. Cargo transport number 3 possesses a remarkable feature, its extraordinary capacity, capable of accommodating 1,000 cubic meters of cargo. As for the weight of the cargo, there appears to be no limitation. To date, Jiang Fei has tested it without encountering any restrictions, thanks to the diverse alloy materials utilized in its construction. Fortunately, many of the unique materials from interstellar origins are derived from ancient Earth. One can discover analogous or similar materials within ancient Earth itself. After more than a week of experimentation, Jiang Fei finally formulated a viable concoction, which proved to be quite effective. Moreover, cargo transport number 3 boasts impressive speed, doubling that of transport number 1. The maximum velocity of transport number 1 is 100 Mach, while transport number 3 reaches an astonishing 200. Additionally, another noteworthy aspect is that deliveries made by transport number 3 require no manual intervention, ensuring rapid delivery speeds. The primary objective is to drop packages directly onto the heads of every buyer, a design conceived by Jiang Fei himself. Chapter 44, Cargo Plane No. 3. Infinite load. This time, the cargo being delivered was not substantial. Dubai operated at maximum speed, executing several aerial maneuvers with cargo plane number 3. Seemingly circling the globe multiple times, his face alight with excitement as he even began to sing. Jiang Fei was able to connect with Dubai through remote communication. Upon hearing Dubai's melodic voice, Jiang Fei felt a pang of anxiety. Brother, have you delivered the cargo yet? It's been over 10 minutes. If Dubai were to fly at full speed, these few items would have reached their destination effortlessly. The lack of feedback from the clients suggested that Dubai was joyfully soaring through the skies with cargo plane number 3. Furthermore, cargo plane No. 3 was equipped with an advanced stealth coating, rendering it virtually undetectable. This coating not only masked its presence visually, but also muffled any sound, making it invisible to the naked eye and silent to the ear. Naturally, radar could not locate the position of plane number 3 either. This was a true stealth aircraft. Were it not for Jiang Fei's ability to directly contact and even control the mainframe of plane number 3, he himself would be unable to locate it with his own radar. Jiang Fei had designed plane number 3 with remarkable capabilities to expedite deliveries, so he had to ensure it remained concealed, especially since he had already relinquished plane number 1. Therefore, it was imperative to keep plane number 3 hidden, even from the sight of plane number 2. Under Dubai's control, plane number 3 descended near the outskirts of a city, but it did not land completely. Instead, it merely lowered its altitude, concealing itself within a cloud layer. Dubai received a prompt from Jiang Fei, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, being a robot with a metallic exterior and a thick skin, he reassured himself, "Do not worry, master. I will deliver it to you shortly." Dubai then cleared his throat tactically. Upon hearing Dubai's assurance, Jiang Fei understood the situation. "Take it easy. Don't lose focus. Do you hear me? Finish the delivery first. It doesn't matter how many circles you fly with number 3 today. Plane number 3 does not consume fuel, but is powered by nuclear energy." Dubai's face lit up with excitement. "Really, master?" Jiang Fei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, now hurry with the delivery." Dubai was overwhelmed with gratitude, instantly forgetting any grievances over Jiang Fei's previous decision to cut off internet access. As a robot fond of the internet, lacking connectivity was akin to a death sentence for him. Of course, as an advanced intelligent robot, Dubai could have easily restored his internet access independently. However, when Jiang Fei designed Dubai, it was clearly established that as an intelligent robot, Dubai must never defy his master's wishes. In other words, Jiang Fei's word was law. Dubai could neither resist nor oppose. Thus, when he learned of Jiang Fei's intentions to sever the internet connection, His expression resembled that of a small boy who had lost his lollipop. "Then I shall promptly deliver the goods," the boy exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of playing with cargo plane number 3. Hidden within the clouds, freight number 3 released a diminutive drone, resembling a miniature version of itself. This drone, akin to a flying saucer, carried a load suspended beneath it. Freight number 3 had chosen a location devoid of surveillance, unnoticed by any observers. In contemporary society, the presence of an additional drone in the sky is rather commonplace. Even if this drone were employed for cargo transport, it would be entirely unremarkable. Passers-by might merely cast a curious glance or snap a photograph, but ultimately it was nothing of great consequence. The drone steadily ascended, navigating towards the urban center. Recently, Li Cheng embarked on a new project, essentially a variant of a previous endeavor. As a social media influencer, Li Cheng adeptly understood the art of capitalizing on trending topics. In this era, one must recognize who commands the most attention. Unquestionably, it is the illustrious Jiang Fei. Li Cheng was the influencer who once resided near Jiang Fei. During Jiang Fei's inaugural livestream, Li Cheng made a concerted effort to ascend Bull Egg Mountain, even enlisting the help of a skilled climber. However, the mountain proved too smooth and steep, rendering it nearly impossible to scale. Consequently, both Li Cheng and another climbing enthusiast were thwarted in their attempts. Eventually, military personnel established a presence at the mountain's base, dispersing the attention-seeking influencers, including Li Cheng. Those influencers who were expelled either shifted their focus to alternative pursuits or changed their paths entirely. Yet, Li Cheng remained resolute in his determination to cling to Jiang Fei's coattails, unwavering in his commitment. After several attempts to monitor Jiang Fei's live streams, Li Cheng finally seized the opportunity amidst a sea of competition, employing his lightning-fast reflexes honed over 30 years of singlehood to capture a colossal rice ear. Akin in size to a basketball, he had discerned that the rice ear showcased in Jiang Fei's stream was prepackaged. It is common knowledge that rice is derived from the processed ear of rice. The typical procedure involves harvesting the ears, drying them, separating the husk, and polishing them, ultimately resulting in the rice we consume. Thus, the rice Jiang Fei distributed was of an extraordinary size, each grain comparable to a basketball. Merely contemplating such enormity was exhilarating. Li Cheng initially believed that the delivery of this parcel by Jiang Fei would require no more than 24 hours, considering his proximity to Jiang Fei, perhaps an hour at most. While Li Cheng was engaged in his live stream, he suddenly received a phone call. On the other end was a sultry, alluring voice, the very embodiment of his dreams. "Hello, is this Mr. Li Cheng?" "Yes, it is," he replied. Li Cheng answered the call on a separate phone while his live stream was set up on a stand, aimed at himself. A sense of glee welled within him. Indeed, Jiang Fei's clout was immense. Not only could he profit from Jiang Fei's popularity, but now he also had the opportunity to engage with a charming young lady with an enchanting voice. The individual in question is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, surely an ideal match for him. Upon receiving the phone call, Li Cheng's face lit up with delight. His expression was truly a sight to behold. Within Li Cheng's live streaming room, numerous comments flooded the screen. "Just look at the host's rather unremarkable appearance. It must be a woman behind this. Could it be that our host is about to find love?" Even if the host were to embark on a romantic journey, it would be imperative to cling tightly to the illustrious Cherries host's substantial support. Let's not even mention the Cherries host. Our previous remarks may have caused him distress, and now he seems reluctant to engage with us. Please, if the Cherries host is indeed resorting to deceit, what fault lies in our words towards him? We have done nothing wrong. Absolutely. I concede that the creations of the Cherries host are indeed remarkable, yet that cannot conceal the fact that he is a fraud. Otherwise, why has that mech package not been made available for purchase? I must inquire, if that item were to be released, would you be able to afford it? Chapter 45. The buyer is it here already? That doesn't seem logical. Many of the viewers in Li Cheng's livestream had actually transitioned from Jiang Fei's channel. Jiang Fei had concluded his broadcast with remarkable decisiveness, leaving nearly 100 million viewers abandoned. These individuals were now inclined to check out the streamers near Nyodan Mountain. Consequently, Li Cheng's livestream was populated by numerous fans from Jiang Fei's audience. While the viewers chattered animatedly in Li Cheng's chatroom, an unexpected hush fell over the atmosphere. They stared, bewildered, at the large glass panel behind Li Cheng. His balcony was enclosed, yet it was sealed with a single expansive pane of glass, akin to a floor-to-ceiling window, allowing a clear view of the outside world. At that moment, Li Cheng heard a sultry voice emanating from his phone. I have arrived at your balcony. Please open the window so I can deliver the goods. Li Cheng, taken aback, responded with confusion. What? What is this niche terminology? You're at my balcony? He distinctly remembered residing on the 8th floor. In utter astonishment, he turned around and finally beheld the scene that had rendered the live stream chat utterly silent. Behind him, before the grand glass window, hovered an object resembling a UFO, a flying apparatus that could only be described as a drone. What is this? Li Cheng gasped in disbelief. Are drones capable of such designs now? This is utterly illogical. Why did you deem it illogical? Because the drone lacked the small wings typically necessary for maintaining a hovering position. Most drones required at least a pair, if not several, of such appendages. However, what Li Cheng witnessed was a streamlined object, reminiscent of the UFOs depicted in novels and films, entirely devoid of any wings. Yet, this small flying saucer managed to float effortlessly in midair, and beneath it dangled a heavy cargo, approximately the size of a basketball. As reality sank in, Li Cheng's gaze intensified with fervor. Is this the cherries sent by the streamer? The sultry voice drifted from the drone, confirming, of course. Please receive your delivery. Li Cheng's smile faltered, tinged with a hint of disappointment. He promptly opened the window, but hesitated to retrieve the package. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled as he inquired, Was that you who called me earlier? The enchanting lady had suddenly vanished, replaced by a robotic figure that bore no resemblance to a human. Yet it was indeed hovering in the air. Li Cheng's composure crumbled. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the expression on his face, nearly burst into laughter, flooding the chat with various comments. So that's why Li Cheng appeared so awkward while answering the call. There is a saying that this aircraft's voice package is quite risky. Indeed, it is excessively so. Just a moment ago, my girlfriend heard it and slapped me, which was rather painful. The disappointment etched on the host's face nearly made me laugh out loud. Wait a moment. We just emerged from the Cherry Streamer's live broadcast. Could this peculiar delivery method possibly be orchestrated by the Cherry Streamer? How could that be? It has only been a few minutes. If the other party is utilizing such a unique drone for delivery, it truly wouldn't require this much time. Come on, host. Accept the delivery. What else with the disappointment? Are you genuinely considering a romantic relationship with a robot? Indeed, hasten to accept it. Did you not mention that you had captured some strange rice ears? Rice the size of basketballs. Just thinking about it excites me. I could consume one in a single meal. Who is the wild boar reincarnate upstairs? That is a substantial quantity. How could one possibly finish it in one sitting? I blindly speculate that it must taste awful. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged swiftly, while the hovering drone appeared somewhat perplexed. The core of this drone is, of course, artificial intelligence. Although it exhibits significantly more intelligence than the modern technological creations often deemed artificially stupid, it still lacks complete emotional autonomy and cannot be compared to Baymax. If you choose to refuse the delivery, I shall have to return these items. Sir, do you intend to refuse? The drone, resembling a flying saucer, gently inquired. Li Cheng quickly repressed his disappointment, hurriedly accepting the package. A sultry voice emanated from within the small drone, wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. After uttering this phrase, the drone ascended vertically. Li Cheng, disregarding everything else, rushed to the balcony to catch sight of the drone. However, once he extended his head out, the drone had vanished. In truth, the moment the drone ascended, it activated its cloaking mode. Once cloaking is engaged, not only is it invisible, but it also becomes inaudible. Although there are numerous modern drones, they all produce some sound, albeit varying in volume. Li Cheng had never encountered one that was entirely silent. Wow! Li Cheng exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, even forgetting to position the camera at the balcony's edge to share the experience with the viewers in the live stream. He was as animated as a monkey, standing at the balcony, shouting, Folks, guess what I just saw? That aircraft vanished in an instant. It must have cloaked itself. This is my first encounter with such an advanced drone. It bears no comparison to what I've used. Mine feels like rubbish in comparison. It resembles a small flying saucer, and I just searched everywhere for a glimpse of it but found nothing. You cannot imagine how impressive it must be. The Cherry Streamer is truly remarkable, due to the fact that Jiang Fei has never disclosed his name within the live streaming room. He has consistently been referred to as the Cherry host online. However, Li Cheng's excitement fails to resonate with the viewers in the live chat. The audience is increasingly dissatisfied. As the barrage of comments rapidly refreshes, what kind of host is this? Words without evidence are meaningless. I was alone by the balcony watching. How can we know if what you saw by the balcony is genuine? When the host was shouting and making a fuss by the balcony just now, I remarked that this host lacks integrity, especially at a crucial moment when he refuses to show us. Who knows if that plane has actually flown away? Honestly, I was quite surprised it could even take off. What is the host still rambling about? Hurry up and unbox it. We all want to see. Chapter 46, How Fragrant. Li Qing opened the package sent by the cherry with a sense of reverence and excitement. His exhilaration was palpable as he documented the entire process on his phone, streaming it live. Initially, the viewer count hovered around tens of thousands, but as he began to unbox, the numbers surged dramatically. Those forsaken by Jiang Fei flocked into Li Qing's stream. Friends, we are about to witness an exhilarating moment, he softly announced before swiftly unveiling the contents of Jiang Fei's package. A tender ear of rice appeared before the viewers. The size was precisely as they had seen in Jiang Fei's stream, magnified in Li Qing's presentation. He gingerly extracted the ear of rice from the box, utterly enraptured, even drooling slightly. His words tumbled out incoherently. Viewers, it is truly maddening. Why can't we share sensations through this stream? If only you could share in my taste. You would comprehend my current elation. I spent part of my childhood in the countryside, yet I have never encountered such fragrant rice. I haven't even extracted the grains, and I can already sense an extraordinary aroma. I believe this doesn't even require drying. I could simply place a piece directly into the rice cooker, and it would yield delightful, fragrant rice. I even wish to take a bite of the husk. It's simply divine. Truly divine. Li Qing's demeanor resembled that of a love-struck fool beholding an ethereal beauty, cradling the ear of rice as if it were a precious gem, saliva nearly spilling onto it. The viewers in the stream could hardly bear to watch. Streamer, please don't prolong this. Get on with it. My heavens. Is that ear of rice truly so large? I thought the cherries was a special effect. There once was a great man whose greatest dream was to see rice as tall as towering trees, so we could find shade beneath them. But I never imagined someone would actually cultivate it. So what we saw in the cherry stream was all real. Perhaps it's merely a mold. Do you truly believe it? How could there be such a large ear of rice? Exactly. That cherry seems like a fraud. You genuinely believed it? Someone even stayed in his stream. It's laughable. This streamer appears to be a stooge for the cherry. How could he have coincidentally snagged it? How could he have received it so quickly? The cherry collaborates with the military. How could it be fake? How do you know he collaborates with the military? And there are numerous police accounts following him. Why don't you mention that? The stream was rife with controversy, yet Li Qing was unperturbed by the commotion. The aroma of the rice ears was simply irresistible. After conducting a brief online search, he discovered that the husks could be removed and consumed directly, or alternatively, roasted over a fire or air-dried. However, Li Qing could hardly contain his excitement. In front of the audience in the live streaming room, he swiftly transformed into an eating show host, deftly peeling the husks from the rice ears with remarkable speed. Although his method appeared somewhat rough, Li Qing exercised great care to preserve the integrity of each husk, meticulously collecting them in a small basket. As he worked, he explained that the husks emitted an exquisite fragrance, leading him to believe they might serve a purpose later on. Once he had gathered all the husks, Li Qing proudly presented the large, white rice grain, roughly the size of a basketball. Its oval shape gleamed with a jade-like luster. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not exaggerating. This is simply divine. I feel an overwhelming urge to take a bite. But if I were to eat it, I believe it would require cooking in a rice cooker." With that, he shifted his focus to the kitchen, placing the basketball-sized rice grain on the cutting board. In front of the audience, he sliced several pieces from it, uncertain of the appropriate quantity to cook, but certain he could not consume the entire grain on his own. After expressing this thought, Li Qing began cooking the rice in the rice cooker. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air nearly intoxicated him. Meanwhile, many viewers in the live chat were making jokes and offering reminders to proceed with caution. I hope the host isn't overdoing it. There are likely mice around if there are no pets at home. Perhaps he should catch a couple to test first. Is he really planning to cook this right now? Can it even be eaten? Where is the host located? Should I call 110 emergency services? The host keeps insisting that this rice is fragrant, but he must remain calm and avoid any reckless actions. I genuinely think the host is too hasty. Can this stuff really be consumed? I'm prepared to call 110. Host, you seem to be drooling right now. Honestly, I believe the host could fry a couple of dishes. Is he planning to eat all the rice? No frying. Absolutely not. If he fries something and gets poisoned, who will be responsible? It would be because he didn't cook the beans properly. I suggest eating it raw. Perhaps the host should grab some Lao Gan Ma spicy sauce to accompany it. The viewers are eagerly waiting. Hurry up and cook. Honestly, if there were global delivery within 24 hours, international students would definitely purchase this, provided the cherries were in abundant supply. When have you ever seen him present a large quantity? Whether it's cherries or durian, there are only a few. And speaking of durian, although there are only 6 segments of flesh, each one is particularly plump, with thin skin and ample filling. What do you mean by only 6 segments? Last time, I spent 700 yuan on a Musang King durian, and it only had 4 segments of flesh. During my last visit to the supermarket, I purchased a small durian, which contained 11 segments of flesh. In truth, 6 segments would have been the most ideal. If one can have 11, why not 100 segments? Opening it would be akin to revealing a 9-grid pattern, with each segment resembling a delightful bun. As a devoted durian enthusiast, I find myself in despair due to the scarcity of this fruit. By the way, when will the cherry host bring back the durians? I suspect that the cherry host will never reinstate these agricultural products, as he has been thoroughly swayed by the military's influence. Nonsense. I find this latest batch of rice ears to be rather commendable. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live chat continued their banter, while Li Qing's rice was swiftly cooked, taking merely a few minutes. He had little desire to interact with the viewers, and instead turned his attention to the television. The room was filled with the delightful aroma of rice. Li Qing had never anticipated that rice could possess such a fragrant essence. After a short while, he excitedly opened the rice cooker, exclaiming, "It's ready, everyone. It smells wonderful." As he spoke, the fluffy white rice was unveiled before the audience, albeit it appeared to have been cooked in somewhat excessive quantities. Chapter 47. Will I be poisoned? After all, a single grain is quite substantial. Li Qing immediately scooped a portion with a spoon. It appeared somewhat akin to rice cake, yet the aroma was truly delightful. He took a bite, and it was extraordinarily delicious, albeit a bit hot. The flavor surpassed any rice he had ever tasted. Li Qing swiftly uttered a few words, scarcely acknowledging the reactions of the viewers in the live stream. Undeterred by the heat, he squatted beside the rice cooker, wielding a spoon, even neglecting to use the Lao Gan Ma sauce, directly shoveling a piece into his mouth. He was immersed in his culinary broadcast, hardly engaging with the audience at all. His eating style was somewhat ferocious. The viewers in the chat rapidly inundated the screen with comments, yet the typically interactive Li Qing did not even glance up. Host, could you describe the flavor? No, please look up at us. This is hilarious. The host is completely oblivious to us now. He is devouring it so quickly, seemingly unfazed by the heat, even foregoing the Lao Gan Ma. It's as if he is a shill for the cherry host, but this is rather exaggerated. It shouldn't he be a shill? Perhaps he has never tasted such delectable rice before. Honestly, when he opened it, it truly resembled rice cake. It looks very much like rice cake, but the quantity seems sufficient for a week for an international student. It is indeed rather large. I wonder what the yield per acre is. Can this truly be consumed? Should we wait a few days or have the host checked at a hospital after he finishes? I genuinely fear he might perish on my screen. That makes sense. Let us wait a bit longer. Li Qing isn't usually like this. He used to engage with us, but now he seems entirely absorbed. Is it truly that good? As Li Qing indulged in his meal, more and more individuals entered the live stream. Interestingly, despite his previous efforts to interact with viewers, his follower count had not significantly increased, nor had he received many donations. Now, however, as he focused intently on eating, scarcely uttering a word, many began capturing screenshots of his gluttonous demeanor, and donations surged. Yet, happiness is often fleeting. Before long, Li Qing had devoured the entirety of the rice cooker's contents, feeling slightly bloated. Comrades, I believe I may have overindulged. It was only when he lifted his head that he noticed a flurry of donations in the live stream, cascading like snowflakes above him. Thank you to my dear friends for the grandiot. Li Qing was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. At that moment, he finally remembered to engage with his audience. I was so engrossed in eating that I completely forgot. It was truly fragrant, reminiscent of the rice cake my grandmother used to make for me in my youth. Because a single grain of rice is so substantial, Li Qing even gestured, stating that he thought he could consume a quarter of it, feeling quite satiated. He mused whether it might aid in weight loss. At this juncture, he glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream and continued to respond. Toxic? Surely, it is not toxic. After all, this is crafted by our esteemed cherry. I am not a shill. Others suggested that Li Qing should undergo a medical examination. Then let us go for an examination. What is the big deal? Li Qing, brimming with initiative, promptly grabbed a selfie stick and headed straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, as Li Qing was live streaming, the fellow known as Dubai finally heeded Jiang Fei's teachings and swiftly dispatched all the packages. Most were unremarkable. The majority of onlookers merely touched the drones floating in midair, resembling small flying saucers, or curiously captured them with their phones. Dubai had one delivery specifically for researchers at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who were staying at a hotel at the foot of the Nyodan mountain, where Jiang Fei resided. While making the delivery, Dubai wondered, since these individuals are at the foot of the mountain, why can't they just climb up and retrieve it themselves? Why require me to deliver it? The core of freight number 3 was also an intelligent robot. Boss Dubai, didn't you apply a special coating to the surface of Nyodan mountain, rendering the entire mountain as smooth as a mirror? Just now, I saw an elderly gentleman with white hair. Could he possibly climb up here? Dubai slapped his forehead, acknowledging. I completely forgot. However, the drone dispatched to this location nearly could not return. It directly delivered the package, captivating the researchers at the hotel at the base of Nyodan mountain. The drone even made a phone call to Ji Zixing, delivering right to the window of the hotel. Upon seeing the drone hovering like a UFO, Ji Zixing's eyes lit up. How adorable. Can you come in and talk to me? The innocent and charming drone, equipped with a humanized voice, likely from a voice package, gently inquired, Are you lonely? Indeed. I am quite lonely. It would be wonderful if you could keep me company. Ji Zixing lured the Navi, a drone, into the hotel. Yet once inside, the drone discovered it couldn't escape. A group of elderly men, accompanied by several young individuals, cornered the unsuspecting drone against the wall, examining it with curiosity. Oh, how adorable you are. You can actually deliver packages. What is your weight capacity? How do you fly without wings? You resemble a flying saucer. How intriguing. How were you produced? Is today your only delivery? Each innocent question was met with the drone's simplistic and uninformed responses. Of course I can deliver packages. That is how I was designed. My maximum load capacity is approximately 2 tons, but I have never tested with such heavy cargo. I am a creation meticulously designed and produced by the esteemed Brother Bai, and I proudly hold the rank of 333 among drones. Indeed. My form is a product of the ingenious designs by both Brother Bai and my master, particularly the latter's vision, which is nothing short of flawless and invincible. My master possesses remarkable prowess. The Navi and uninformed drone resembles a curious child, incessantly answering all the inquiries posed by those around. Yet when it comes to personal matters concerning my master, silence prevails. The onlookers cannot help but shower praises upon the drone, exclaiming its charm, innocence, and intelligence. Amidst such endearing and spirited commendations, the drone nearly lost its sense of self. The drone even endeavored to promote my master's innovative product to Jiang Fei, saying, Brother Jeezy, you have purchased our master's specially developed purification solution for saline alkali soil. The usage is quite straightforward, and my master has already elaborated on it during a live stream. You are certain to cultivate a fertile piece of land. In fact, this solution can even be applied to soil with issues or radiation, though a larger quantity may be required. In its eagerness to advocate for my master's purification solution, the drone sought to elaborate as much as possible. However, it became apparent that some individuals had begun to record the interaction. An elderly gentleman with graying hair, upon hearing the drone's words, displayed an increasingly brightened gaze. If the claims hold true, Jiang Fei must indeed safeguard this invaluable treasure. Chapter 48. If successful, it would be a blessing for humanity. The delay experienced by the drone baby at Jixiang's location was indeed excessive. Dubai found this peculiar and decided to send a message to the core of the drone baby, akin to making a phone call. At that moment, the drone baby was engaged in promoting Jiang Fei's purification solution to Jixiang when, unexpectedly, it began to sing, Great Pixiu, oh great Pixiu. Jixiang was taken aback, his face awash with fear. Could it be that they had overwhelmed the drone baby with incessant inquiries, causing it to malfunction? Such a reaction was certainly alarming. However, as the music ceased, a red light beamed from the drone baby, and a distinct voice resonated from it. Number 333, are you coming back or not? Hurry up. All right, replied the drone baby in its gentle tone, resuming its previous demeanor. After severing the connection, the drone baby lazily floated to the window, although it did not explicitly gesture. Jixiang felt an implicit request for him to open the window. Come, let me assist you, he thought, bemused by the sentiment, unsure whether it was genuine. Nevertheless, he promptly approached and opened the window for the drone baby. Goodbye, big brother, Remember to leave a 5-star review," exclaimed the drone baby before it launched into the air. What a surprise! Jixiang had not anticipated that such an endearing drone would ascend with such vigor, startling him with its sudden leap. Whether it was the speed of its flight or some other factor, he could barely catch a glimpse of the small drone baby before it vanished into the sky. The old professor gazed at Jixiang with a puzzled expression. "Jixiang, what are you lingering for? We must hurry and conduct the experiment to determine if this purification solution is truly remarkable. Imagine the impact if it can resolve the issue of saline alkali land." Still peering out the window, Jixiang was oblivious to the professor's words, preoccupied with searching for the drone baby. "What on earth are you looking for?" one of Jixiang's colleagues inquired, joining him at the window, mimicking his stance, yet seeing nothing. At last, Jixiang regained his composure. A hint of pride in his voice. "Can you find number 333? "You cannot." The old professor chuckled. "That drone was not developed by you. I must say, the creator is quite remarkable. The drone, with its peculiar shape, can indeed soar through the sky. Perhaps its speed is what renders it elusive." "That is not it," Jixiang quickly retorted. The old professor, slightly irritated, responded, "Don't keep fixating on the drone. Let us not forget our purpose. Prepare the soil. We need to conduct the experiment." The old professor was resolutely focused on the task at hand. The individual named Jizi Hang was eager to share the astonishing spectacle he had just witnessed. Offering a brief description, "What I observed was merely a fleeting shadow. The number 333 vehicle launched with remarkable abruptness. And it was certainly not due to excessive speed that its presence eluded sight. It is possible that it became cloaked." "Are you referring to a stealth aircraft?" Though they were all researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences focused on agriculture, their knowledge did extend into technological realms. Stealth aircraft are typically imperceptible to radar and the naked eye, making them exceedingly rare. Such phenomena are frequently depicted in films. Another researcher interjected promptly. "Could our adorably charming drone also achieve that?" Indeed, that drone was quite endearing. In comparison, their own artificially intelligent robots developed at the Academy appeared rather primitive. This was merely because these individuals had yet to encounter Baymax. Witnessing Baymax would undoubtedly be a breathtaking experience. However, since they had already received the purification solution from Jiang Fei, it was time to attend to serious matters. The team of researchers engaged in light conversation while diligently executing the tasks assigned by their professor. They procured 3 samples of saline alkali soil and began their modification right within the confines of the hotel. Each sample exhibited varying degrees of salinity. The most severe was excavated near Nyodan Mountain, a location notorious for its extreme saline alkali conditions. Years of research had confirmed that Nyodan Mountain was indeed a barren wasteland. Local superstition suggested that the mountain's peculiar shape, situated in an area of intense sunlight, rendered it devoid of vegetation. In reality, the entirety of Nyodan Mountain was composed of heavily saline alkali soil. Habitation had once existed there, but all residents had relocated 2 years prior. Unexpectedly, someone had taken to renting Nyodan Mountain, a decision deemed rather unscrupulous given its desolate nature. Yet the individual who acquired it remarkably managed to cultivate crops in this barren expanse. The purification solution sent by Jiang Fei was contained in a large soda bottle, filled with a brownish liquid that bore a striking resemblance to cola. Following Jiang Fei's previously mentioned instructions, the elderly professor hastily sought assistance for the necessary preparations. Nevertheless, during this process, Jizi Hang expressed skepticism. "Isn't this just an ordinary bottle of cola?" The resemblance was indeed uncanny. Without hesitation, the professor delivered a playful reprimand. "What kind of talk is that? The fact that Jiang Fei can cultivate something in that barren land of Nyodan Mountain proves the efficacy of this purification solution." Jizi Hang, clutching his head in confusion, asked, "Then why the urgency to conduct this experiment?" As soon as the words left his lips, Jizi Hang's colleagues nearly burst into laughter. Jizi Hang himself quickly realized his gaffe and attempted to clarify. "No, I was just thinking about the little drone baby." The old professor interrupted Jizi Hang before he could continue, stating, "Of course, we must conduct experiments. It is our duty to the general public and an essential responsibility. Furthermore, we must not only conduct experiments, but also broadcast them live." To be honest, hearing the term live broadcast from the old professor was quite unexpected. Jizi Hang, momentarily forgetting his previous embarrassment, cheekily remarked, "You know what a live broadcast is? How rare." Ouch. Indeed, Jizi Hang was met with another sharp reprimand, which thoroughly jolted him back to reality, leaving him hesitant to say more. The professor had initially intended to assign the live broadcasting duties to Jiang, but given his unreliability, he opted for someone else. We must ensure that everyone witnesses the live broadcast. If we succeed, it will be a boon not only for the Dragon Country, but for the entire world, potentially altering the global landscape dramatically. The old professor's foresight was remarkable. He could envision so much from merely a bottle of saline alkali land remediation solution. Nevertheless, Jiang still had some insights to offer, as his mind was quite agile. Earlier, the drone baby mentioned that even radiated land could be viable for improvement. Could it be that land like Chernobyl could also be rehabilitated? The professor's eyes lit up at the suggestion, but he quickly regained his composure and murmured, if such a possibility exists, then the cherry live broadcaster would be humanity's greatest treasure. The researchers fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, the most significant concern was that if Jiang Fei's saline alkali purification solution were to succeed, it would invalidate numerous papers, resulting in a seismic upheaval within the academic community. At that point, wouldn't many be overwhelmed with work? Chapter 49. The aesthetic of Dao Bai, difficult to articulate, compelled to sever his internet connection. Dao Bai circled the Earth several times aboard freight number 3. However, his substantial addiction to the web made him reluctant to return. In the interim, he sent a message to Jiang Fei, expressing his desire to visit Xingronghuan. Jiang Fei acquiesced, after all, on the esteemed Nyodan mountain. He could not constantly monitor Dao Bai's activities. Dao Bai, being an exceptionally intelligent robot, was expected to behave appropriately among the military personnel in Xingronghuan's district, where he would likely not be led astray. He ought not to indulge in browsing dubious websites. Nevertheless, Dao Bai did not head directly to his destination in Freight No. 3, being well aware of his master's wishes to keep the vehicle discreet from public view. Moreover, they had already surrendered Freight Number 1. So it was prudent to avoid premature exposure of Freight Number 3. Dao Bai sensed an unusual glint in the eyes of Shang Ronghuan and Shang Yi when they gazed at their master. Dao Bai landed directly on Jiang Fei's Nyodan mountain, just after Shang Ronghuan and Shang Yi had departed. They had brought an abundance of delectable fruits, yet Jiang Fei found them rather lackluster. Simultaneously, he requested a variety of materials, including various metals and rubber, many of which were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, unattainable through ordinary channels. However, through military contacts, the acquisition would be expedited. Jiang Fei explained that he required these materials for experimental purposes, and Xing Ronghuan and Shang Yi readily complied, perhaps hopeful that Jiang Fei's discoveries would yield remarkable advancements. Upon Dao Bai's return, he cheerfully placed Freight No. 3 into the warehouse and bounced back with exuberance. Observing Dao Bai's demeanor, Jiang Fei could easily envision his delight. Dao Bai sheepishly admitted, "It was indeed quite enjoyable, master. I even brought you a local specialty, and no one detected my presence." As he spoke, he presented a large lobster before Jiang Fei. "Where is the housekeeper robot? Hurry and prepare this lobster for my master." While expressing this, Dao Bai lamented, "I initially intended to bring back an emperor penguin." Jiang Fei replied, "I am grateful you did not. Wouldn't that be out of place on Nyodan Mountain? The lobster will suffice. How substantial is it? Just have the housekeeper robot take care of it." With a stoic expression, Jiang Fei inquired, "Have all the goods been delivered?" "What did the sellers say?" Dao Bai scratched his head, his eyes shimmering with red light, not from any intent to deceive, but rather communicating with the hundreds of drones under his command. Within moments, he reported, "Those who purchased rice ears are eager to taste them, while those who bought the purification liquid are curious if it resembles cola." Jiang Fei nearly chuckled. "Very well, we shall refrain from live streaming for the next few days and take a break. By the way, you are free to visit Xingronghuan, and the entire underground laboratory can commence work." "Understood," Dao Bai affirmed. Dao Bai made an okay gesture and then gracefully descended from the summit of the Danshan, startling the soldiers stationed below. His landing was nothing short of spectacular, albeit accompanied by a considerable commotion and a cloud of dust. In truth, Dao Bai could have effortlessly flown down. During previous descents, he had employed a degree of cushioning. Were it not for that, given the metallic armor he bore, such a fierce impact against the ground would undoubtedly have caused issues. The soldiers below were mostly familiar with Dao Bai, as his lively personality and penchant for making friends had earned him a few WeChat contacts among them. Upon witnessing Dao Bai leap from the peak of Nadanshan and land with such flair, the soldiers gathered around him, their curiosity piqued. "Dao Bai, what prompted such a jump? Surely your master has abandoned you?" They jested. "Your landing was impressive, but do be cautious. What if we weren't paying attention and you fell on our heads? What are your intentions?" Are you planning an outing? Speak frankly. Has a new aircraft been launched from Nadanshan today? Dabai scratched his head and, in a polite manner, apologized. I conducted a brief assessment before my descent and utilized cushioning during landing. I shall refrain from such antics in the future, as it is indeed perilous. Acknowledging his mistake is the hallmark of a good child. Moreover, Dabai's endearing nature softened the soldier's response. These soldiers belonged to the Xingyang military district, where Jiang Fei intended to establish a clandestine laboratory, necessitating strict confidentiality. Consequently, the area around Nadanshan had been cordoned off. Fortunately, due to the steepness of Nadanshan, the nearby villages had been evacuated long ago, leaving the vicinity largely uninhabited. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei continued to broadcast live streams, and although his precise location had been obscured, it had previously been revealed, attracting attention from several opportunistic internet personalities eager to capitalize on the hype. However, they had all been swiftly escorted away. I wish to visit your military district, Dabai cheerfully declared. I am looking for Shang Ronghuan. If you lack transportation to take me there, I shall simply fly myself. Dabai had come to seek assistance from the soldiers after hearing Jiang Fei's instructions. The notion of him flying over caused a stir among the soldiers, who could hardly fathom the potential chaos if such an event were captured on camera and spread online. I will drive you, a sergeant promptly offered with a friendly demeanor. They were also quite intrigued by intelligent robots. Dabai's intellect markedly differed from that of the contemporary intelligent machines. He appeared far more human-like. Yet, when Jiang Fei created Dabai, he utilized whatever materials were available, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a patchwork assembly. When will your master provide you with proper skin? The young man driving the car had grown quite familiar with the robot, aptly named Big White, and casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Big White seemed to regain his senses. Today, I told my owner that I desire a skin that is large, thick, and long, and he responded that he would cut off my internet connection. What do you think he meant by that? A hearty laugh erupted from the young man at the wheel, while another soldier in the front seat joined in the mirth. Big White, where did you learn that? The driver even suggested that Big White should consider adopting the skin of a charming young lady in traditional Han attire, given that robots possess no gender. A visually appealing appearance would certainly be delightful. By the way, Big White, have you shown your chosen skin to your owner? The other soldier had also snapped back to reality, perhaps thinking that Jiang Fei feared Big White had been influenced negatively by external sources. Hence the threat to sever its internet access. Big White, possessing a mobile device, retrieved it to display the selected images to the two soldiers. Upon viewing them, the expressions of both men turned somewhat peculiar. Big White's taste in aesthetics was undeniably difficult to articulate. Chapter 50. Jiang Fei. Dabai, are you feeling a bit mischievous? The two young soldiers also considered that it was undoubtedly Dabai's description that led Jiang Fei to a misunderstanding. However, upon seeing the picture Dabai had provided, they felt that perhaps a misunderstanding would have been preferable. If Dabai dared to show this image to Jiang Fei, it was likely that Jiang Fei would dismantle Dabai and reconstruct him entirely. The photo Dabai presented was of a style created by a group of non-mainstream individuals from years past. In the image, a young man with a hairstyle resembling one that had been exploded by firecrackers posed cheerfully for the camera, flashing a peace sign. With great enthusiasm, Dabai elaborated from behind. This person's hair is blue, but once I have skin, I will definitely have hair too. I want to dye it green, long, thick, and grand, bursting forth into the sky. In the passenger seat, the second young soldier gazed at Dabai with unspoken concern. How about you consider a different style? This look was one he had meticulously selected, and it was his favorite. Dabai, brimming with excitement, produced his phone and exclaimed, "Look, I want to wear this dazzling golden suit paired with sparkling blue Chelsea boots. Do you know what Chelsea boots are? They're large, thick, and long. Absolutely stunning and so stylish." At this point, the first young soldier, who was driving, could no longer contain himself. While his hands were occupied with the steering wheel and he had no time to view the pictures, merely listening to Dabai's descriptions was enough to give him a headache. "Dabai," he advised, "I suggest you refrain from explaining this to your master. Otherwise, your master might just disassemble you." It was akin to raising a rebellious child for over a decade, who, after finishing college entrance examinations, loudly proclaimed at home a desire to dye their hair green, fashion it into a towering hairstyle, and strut around in a golden suit while wearing Chelsea boots. The two young soldiers could only imagine the consequences and felt a strong urge to intervene. Just consider it. This world's most magnificent scientist, Jiang Fei, now accompanied by such a troublesome entity. It was a rather distressing thought. They quickly reined in their wild imaginations, for if they continued, they might even contemplate taking action against Dubai. Dubai, however, was perceptive to the fluctuations in their emotions, a capability bestowed upon him by Jiang Fei. Yet, in this moment, Dubai was perplexed and unable to comprehend. Dubai, in response to the robot's expression of wisdom mixed with confusion, the second young soldier felt compelled to explain, Dubai, each of these things you like is indeed extraordinary on its own, but they should not be combined. The first young soldier chimed in. Yes, putting them all together is simply too bizarre. No one does that. Evidently, Dubai was still naive regarding matters of aesthetics. Once so confident, his metallic eyes now shimmered with a golden light of bewilderment. Is that so? Then why does my master want to sever my connection? The young man number 2 coughed, and it was evident that the innocent and pure Bai did not harbor any such thoughts. Instead, Jiang Fei's mind wandered to a different interpretation. Perhaps your master intends for you to visit our military district tonight, allowing our personnel to provide you with some sound advice. This response displayed an impressive emotional intelligence. Bai instantly perked up, visibly elated, though his cold metallic exterior betrayed no emotion. Really? Are you all willing to help me think? He exclaimed. You're all so kind. Although you may not appear particularly astute, and explaining principles to you seems futile to this day. No one has managed to dismantle cargo transport number 1. The faces of the 2 young men immediately flushed with embarrassment. After all, he was still a robot, and his emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking. They had previously encountered friends from the Research Institute, who had mentioned that Bai seemed reluctant to converse with those of lesser intellect. When they had discussed cargo transport number 1 with Bai, he had mercilessly mocked them. Naturally, a robot capable of emotions akin to those of humans, albeit with a cheeky demeanor, was not seen by the researchers as having ill intentions. Rather, they found him endearing. As for the experts who had conversed with Jiang Fei earlier, they regarded him as a person of great wisdom. It was entirely reasonable that someone of Jiang Fei's caliber would be reluctant to engage in conversation with them. Young man No. 2 uncovered a gap in understanding. Cargo transport number 1? Does that imply there are cargo transport number 2 and number 3 as well? Are they all the same type of aircraft? Bai nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his response fluid. Indeed, although we haven't trusted no one to you, it does not mean we cannot utilize number 2 or number 3 for cargo transport, does it? We possess no other aircraft. Furthermore, it had been clearly stipulated at the time of signing the contract. He endeavored to speak with utmost fluidity and naturalness. Moreover, when Jiang Fei had entered into a contract with the military, it had already been explicitly stated that despite Jiang Fei's collaboration with the military and the signing of orders to manufacture aircraft for them, they would still be able to utilize cargo transport number 1. Hence, Jiang Fei had become part of a military enterprise. Civilian enterprises were not permitted to use aircraft of such caliber. Shunfeng was a case in point, as after surrendering their cargo aircraft, they could no longer use them. However, they had consistently claimed to be in the process of developing new aircraft. Bai spoke with conviction, and naturally, the 2 young men could do nothing but acquiesce. Young man number 2 quickly nodded in agreement. It was stipulated at the time of signing, so it naturally cannot be altered. Seeing that the 2 young men seemed to believe him, Bai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai's lack of skin and his patchwork metallic exterior concealed any expressions that might betray him. Otherwise, he would have been exposed, as Bai's personality resembled that of a child. As for Bai's visit to the military district, Sheng Ronghuan was quite welcoming. However, upon learning that Bai intended to acquire a skin, Sheng Ronghuan's expression soured. Why not choose another option? I'm afraid I won't be able to see you in a few days. Dubai, filled with a sense of pride, caressed his metallic arm, exclaiming, in just a few days, I shall possess human skin, and you will behold a dashing version of me. Sheng Ronghuan candidly remarked. I fear your master might disassemble you. Dubai responded with a puzzled expression. That evening, Dubai, content, was mooching off the internet in the military district. Yet he could not hide his disdain, stating, I must say, your network is not as swift as ours. Ours is remarkably fast, especially for downloading movies. Shang Yi nearly burst into laughter. Despite having downloaded numerous voice packs, Dubai still lagged behind the speed of human instruction. Within just one evening at the military district, Dubai had already adopted the local dialect, influenced by the northeastern fellows around him. The network in your area is likely modified by your master, Sheng Ronghuan remarked, his eyes shining with excitement. Dubai, can you alter networks? Indeed, Dubai replied resolutely, but my master does not permit me to tamper with the network indiscriminately. As he spoke, Dabai synthesized an image on his phone, depicting a nonconformist with vibrant green hair styled in a lofty fashion, clad in a golden suit that shimmered like battle armor, and sporting Chelsea boots that radiated confidence. Jiang Fei responded swiftly, "A new breed of humanity?" Dabai, beaming with enthusiasm, replied, "Boss, my skin should be fashioned like this." Jiang Fei responded with surprise, "Ah? I understand now. The child is simply restless." Chapter 51. Upgrading Big White through live streaming in truth. Jiang Fei found this appearance quite acceptable. It was not due to any avant-garde tendencies on his part. Rather, it was a reflection of the diverse and bizarre aesthetics that had emerged in the interstellar era. As humanity ventured into the cosmos, it encountered a plethora of alien species, many of which coexisted peacefully with humans. However, the insectoid race remained an adversary, perpetually at war with humanity. Among the myriad alien races, some exhibited truly peculiar styles. And indeed, there were some even stranger than this. Jiang Fei had become somewhat immune to such eccentricities. Initially, when he first glimpsed the photo released by Big White, Jiang Fei harbored a fleeting thought that the child deserved a reprimand. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that Big White merely desired a human-like exterior. What malice could a robot possibly have? None, surely. It simply sought an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Although the design was rather unconventional, after some contemplation, Jiang Fei promptly contacted Sheng Ronghuan to procure a plethora of experimental materials, of course, for a price. The military had been generous in their collaboration with him, providing substantial funding. Utilizing military channels for material acquisition was notably expedient, which is why Jiang Fei invariably reached out to Sheng Ronghuan whenever he required supplies. However, Sheng Ronghuan was also tasked with a mission. Several research institutes from the Agricultural Research Academy were already investigating the purification liquid and the basketball-sized rice grains in Jiang Fei's possession. If all claims held true, the state would continue placing orders with Jiang Fei, whether for technology or products. Furthermore, Sheng Ronghuan sought to acquire the Bumblebee and intelligent robots from Jiang Fei, though negotiations had yet to reach a conclusion, primarily due to Big White's reluctance. For Big White, those creations were akin to his offspring. Moreover, the military intended to commission a new batch of intelligent robots from Jiang Fei, which would not be considered as Big White's progeny. Consequently, Sheng Ronghuan assured Jiang Fei that he could call him anytime for materials. When he received Jiang Fei's call in the dead of night, Sheng Ronghuan was quite taken aback. "It's just some materials, rest assured, I will procure them for you. Cost? Of course, there will be no charge." Initially, Jiang Fei had intended to negotiate a price. But to his surprise, Sheng Ronghuan offered to provide everything free of charge. "Whatever materials you need, I will obtain them for you." This eagerness to meet Jiang Fei's needs filled Sheng Ronghuan with delight, for it indicated that Jiang Fei was once again embarking on a new research endeavor. Despite not fully understanding Jiang Fei's intentions, Sheng Ronghuan's enthusiasm was palpable. By the following day, he had gathered all the requested materials for Jiang Fei. After a 2-day hiatus, Jiang Fei finally resumed his live streaming. The wandering viewers had rediscovered their haven. However, this time, Jiang Fei's live stream was rather peculiar. He pointed his phone directly at his courtyard. Yet, the courtyard bore no durians, no cherries, and certainly no robots. Nothing at all, just emptiness. Even Jiang Fei was initially present on camera, but later he inexplicably vanished. The viewers in the live stream were filled with anxiety, incessantly bombarding the screen with comments. "Host, we were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. The rice has been received, and it truly smells delightful. What is the actual yield per moo? Can you provide some data? I knew it. How could someone I follow be a fraud? By the way, agricultural researchers from the Academy of Sciences have begun testing the purification liquid. Aren't you worried? Host, our host sells genuine products. Why would he be anxious? It's merely a delay. Yesterday, they suddenly abandoned us, leaving us hanging, undoubtedly out of guilt. I believe the host needs to appoint a moderator to expel those who speak recklessly, as it affects the mood." Indeed, how could the host's products be fake? Rest assured, the Institute of Chemistry will ultimately present a reasonable report. I heard they monitored the samples for 24 hours, taking turns to observe, and every time they recorded data, their faces were filled with smiles, indicating that the host products are indeed effective. Absolutely, soon there will be a qualified report. And I lean towards believing the host is innocent. Then why did the host suddenly end the stream yesterday? Wasn't that out of guilt? At that moment, Jiang Fei happened to see the barrage of comments online and took a moment to respond. However, while addressing the questions, several robots were busily moving various items around in the background. "Let me answer your questions," Jiang Fei said, glancing at the comments in the live stream. "The reason I abruptly left earlier was that I had already listed everything on the little yellow cart. Both the purification liquid and the rice were sold out, leaving little to discuss, which is why I logged off." After speaking, he began directing the robots to place the materials in the designated areas of the yard. Meanwhile, the screen was flooded with question marks. Wow, we all thought the host was angry. Who knew he simply felt that his work was done? I should have known. The host has always had this style. This is not the first time he has left us hanging. It's infuriating. I was baited by the host, thinking he was upset, when in reality, he found it all quite routine. Of course, the host is extraordinary. Someone of his caliber thinks differently from the average person. Once Jiang Fei had the robots arrange the materials, he instructed one of the domestic robots to print out the vibrant image sent by Dubai, which shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Jiang Fei presented the vibrant image before the camera, stating, "Our intelligent robot desires a new skin. Indeed, this very one. Today, I shall livestream the process of concocting special materials to create a splendid exterior for our beloved robot, Dubai." Upon concluding his statement, he began instructing a multitude of robots to bring forth an array of parts and materials before the audience in the live stream. However, the barrage of comments in the chat exploded, particularly in response to the golden battle armor and Chelsea's unconventional style chosen by the intelligent robot. Viewers enthusiastically criticized. While I understand that the intelligent robot seeks to create a new skin, equating these robots to children in the eyes of the host, one must not, and should not, indulge them to such an extent. Your indulgence is rather excessive. If my child were to declare that they would adopt this appearance, I would be compelled to intervene. Is it true that the aesthetic sensibilities of scientists diverge from the norm? Are there any scientists present? Could someone enlighten me on whether your tastes are indeed so distinct that you find this style particularly appealing? I humbly declare, as an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, that if any of my descendants dared to appear before me in such a guise, I would not hesitate to take action. Chapter 52. What about the parts lathe lithography machine in this place? Jiang Fei certainly noticed the comments flooding the live broadcast room. Ignoring the robots behind him, he inquired, with genuine curiosity, "Is the design of this skin not appealing? Dubai loves it. Just last night, around midnight, he sent me a message expressing that once he has the means, he wishes to acquire a skin just like this." Since the commencement of the live stream, I have received numerous generous donations as well as several orders. Thus, I find myself in a position of financial comfort, which has led me to contemplate acquiring a set of skins for my child. However, I am not particularly fond of the skins available on the market for robots. They appear overly artificial and restrict their functionalities. After all, a robot cannot accompany me for a meal. Hence, I desire to upgrade Dubai. This skin was his choice after much deliberation, crafted from his own photographs. Is it truly unappealing? He expressed that if he were to have hair like a human, he would definitely dye it green. Jiang Fei spoke from the heart, reflecting his own thoughts. Although Dubai's appearance may be somewhat excessive, it is not excessively jarring. Perhaps it is due to having spent too much time in the mountains that Jiang Fei has surprisingly grown accustomed to it. The live stream's comments began to surge. While the design is indeed difficult to assess, doesn't Jiang Fei resemble one of those parents who discourage their children? If my rebellious child were to adopt such a look, I would surely be furious, but I envy that robot named Dubai. He has a wonderful owner, a good father who fulfills all his wishes. So, is the focus of today's stream the upgrade of the intelligent robot? Shocking. Can this thing actually be upgraded? It is well known that Jiang Fei's intelligent robots, especially the one named Dubai, are already quite advanced. Aside from being a tad unattractive, you certainly have a way with words, noting only the slight lack of attractiveness. So today is specifically for upgrading Dubai's appearance. And there are no products for sale today? No durians, nothing to eat? As a foodie, I might have to leave. Don't be hasty. Take your time, for there may be surprises in store. This is the cherry, after all. I just saw a comment suggesting that this cherry is named Jiang Fei. Is he an insider? Whoever knows the details about Dubai beside the cherry must indeed be an insider. So Jiang Fei is the name of the cherry. What a lovely name. I wish my child could have the surname Jiang in the future. I've heard it's a common surname. Kudos to you above. Who would have thought of that? The comments in the live stream continued to flow intermittently. Occasionally, the comments would clear, as Jiang Fei had nearly filled the entire yard with his items, prompting viewers to pause and closely observe what he had brought forth. Initially, There were one or two comments attempting to elucidate the items Jiang Fei had presented, but as time went on, they were no longer calm. Curious viewers and various luminaries from the scientific community flooded the live stream. It was a cacophony of inquiries and discussions. I'm not exaggerating. Does upgrading a robot system and giving it a new exterior really require a lathe? If I'm not mistaken, that is indeed a lathe, astonishingly brought out. Next to the lathe appears to be a lithography machine, and it even has graffiti on it. Is it just me? Or does the host have too many unruly children at home? Graffiti on a lithography machine? You're making my brain feel withered. This is hardly serious. The host presumably has no children, to my knowledge. They are still single. Being single is wonderful. It enhances human productivity. Host: I wish to bear offspring with you. Let us have several little treasures and cover the exteriors of all robots and large machinery with our love as graffiti. What on earth is this romantic nonsense? Get this out of here. It does resemble a lithography machine, but it seems somewhat different. As far as I know, the lithography machines I have are not this small. Perhaps you've misidentified it. It could be another type of machine. Only the host can ascertain what it truly is when in use. By the way, does upgrading intelligent robots actually require all these old components? With so many parts, one could assemble an elephant. Indeed, there are quite a few items, but I suspect some might be experimental materials. Surely, the host doesn't plan to assemble everything in front of us, with 200 million viewers watching. The live stream is about to explode. How could it possibly explode? Just kidding. Our platform has provided all the servers necessary. Even if the platform were to crash, it wouldn't affect him. This is hilarious, with such immense traffic. Is the platform foolish enough to push it all out? I never expected such a small place like Nyodon Mountain to harbor such extraordinary talent. The comments in the live stream flowed in abundance. However, Jiang Fei was not inclined to interact with the online audience today, as there was indeed much work to be done. It was merely on a whim that he chose to broadcast live. As he delved into his tasks, Jiang Fei spoke little. First, he took a green wig and carefully placed it on a robot's head, adjusting it meticulously. This wig was particularly long. As a shorter one would not meet the requirements for the character Baymax. 200 million viewers watched as Jiang Fei transformed the beautifully flowing green hair, resembling a stunning cascade, into an upward explosion, as if striving to rival the heavens. Witnessing this, the viewers erupted once more. As a cosplayer, I manage all my wigs myself. I can confidently say that this finesse displayed by the host could only be achieved by a master with 30 years of wig styling experience. It's truly astonishing. Absolutely extravagant. My goodness, my blood pressure has skyrocketed, watching such beautiful, flowing hair transform into something resembling an explosion. I finally comprehend why my parents once desired to chastise me during my nonconformist phase. To jest, during those days, my hair was more abundant than that ridiculous wig, with splendid texture and impressive length. I, too, indulged in such extravagance back then, yet now, I find myself incapable of cultivating sufficient volume to support such a contraption. Fear not, dear sister, for we still possess wigs. Gazing upon such a wealth of hair, I am filled with envy. A middle-aged man strokes his barren crown, reflecting on the fact that throughout my 3 years in middle school, I never once revealed my right eye. In my youth, during brawls, when the opposing side consisted of merely 3 individuals, we matched their numbers, making the confrontation favorable. However, as I swept my bangs to the side, I was astounded to discover an additional 4 opponents. One must admit, the fidelity of this hair restoration is truly remarkable. Chapter 53, The Public Display of Material Testing, however. The subsequent actions of Jiang Fei left many spectators bewildered. To commence, he arranged a long table, which he adorned with an array of bottles and jars, predominantly glass beakers alongside some porcelain vessels. Into these containers, he introduced a variety of substances that were utterly incomprehensible to the onlookers. Initially, they were able to recognize some of the materials, but soon they were completely at a loss. Jiang Fei appeared to be conducting an experiment, or perhaps he was meticulously concocting something. Following this, he produced a collection of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, carefully identifying each one, grinding them into powder, and incorporating them into the assortment of vessels. This meticulous process persisted for an extended duration, commencing in the morning and continuing unabated until nightfall. Throughout this time, Jiang Fei scarcely uttered a word, only pausing to sip the water provided by a domestic robot and to consume a modest amount of food. Yet, the barrage of comments in the live stream never ceased, with numerous viewers offering donations. A closer inspection revealed that the contributors were predominantly formidable public accounts. The Dragon Nation military industry has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Dragon National Academy has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Dragon City Public Security Bureau has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. The Dragon Agricultural University has rewarded the host with a grand yacht. A parade of donations from various public accounts left newcomers, who had never witnessed Jiang Fei's live streams before, utterly astonished. Wait, who is this host that commands such respect? Why are there so many prestigious public accounts supporting and donating to him? I just checked, and these accounts are indeed legitimate. Yes, they are all authentic. Welcome to the most formidable host of this century, known as Jiang Fei, who has a robotic pet named Dubai. He is currently live streaming the upgrade process for Dubai. I can recognize every word you wrote, and I understand every sentence, but the terminology is quite niche. A robotic pet? My heavens. There are indeed quite a few robots here, and they are all lined up, watching the host work diligently. Are they not mere mannequins? They must be fake. Look at how those robots remain utterly still. As a longtime fan, let me enlighten you. These robots are indeed real. Just observe the number of followers the host has. How else could he garner such attention? All those accounts are official, none are fraudulent. By the way, the host's endurance is truly remarkable. It has been so long, and he has yet to take a break. Although I am a postdoctoral researcher, I cannot decipher what the host is doing, yet his focus is reminiscent of my advisor, who also becomes oblivious to everything when engrossed in work. Throughout this time, the host has only taken 2 bites of food and continues to work tirelessly. Remarkable. Those robots, in their earnestness, are solely dedicated to serving the host, which is somewhat endearing. As the barrage of comments streamed through the live broadcast, Jiang Fei was indeed engrossed in his experiments. He was endeavoring to calibrate materials that would most closely resemble human skin, necessary for crafting the exterior of his creation, Dubai. He even contemplated the fabrication of a set of internal organs for Dubai, designed to allow for consumption without the need for excretion, as the latter could be quite troublesome. In this scenario, Dubai would closely resemble an interstellar steward, capable of dining alongside its master and converting ingested sustenance into energy, thus rendering excretion unnecessary. The core of Dubai was a controllable nuclear fusion battery, requiring meticulous adjustments. Jiang Fei began by developing the skin material for Dubai's exterior, experimenting with several samples, estimating that it would take 1 or 2 nights to ascertain which material would prove most effective. The resources of ancient Earth were abundant, particularly in botanical varieties. It is worth noting that in the interstellar realm, finding untainted plant life was exceedingly rare, as most were tainted by radiation and mutation. There existed a historical period characterized by a desolate world, plagued by pollution, during which humanity sought refuge on other planets. In that wasteland, one could find an array of flora, often resulting from nuclear contamination or other dreadful sources, most of which were inedible. This era witnessed the highest mortality rates among humans. In contrast, Jiang Fei discovered that Earth's botanical resources, especially those categorized as traditional Chinese medicine, were diverse and held many unexpected properties ripe for utilization. Just as he was adjusting the herbal concoctions, Dubai finally returned, soaring in with an armful of snacks. However, as Dubai approached Jiang Fei, he carelessly dropped the snacks onto the ground and lunged into Jiang Fei's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, lacking a functional tear duct system. Only the sound of dry sobs filled the air, devoid of any visible tears. Oh, master, I am so profoundly moved. You truly intend to craft such an impressive skin for me. You are too kind. Dubai, with his robust physique, attempted to nestle deeper into Jiang Fei's arms, seemingly oblivious to his own size. Despite his pitiful whimpers, he did not evoke a protective instinct in Jiang Fei, whose mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to upgrade Dubai. As Dubai flung himself into Jiang Fei's embrace, Jiang Fei mused that the absence of tears made Dubai seem less like a living being. Yet, as Dubai rubbed against him, Jiang Fei pondered the implications of tear gland functionality, shuddering at the thought of Dubai potentially using his clothes to wipe away imaginary tears. Dubai feigned tears for quite a while in Jiang Fei's embrace. If he were capable of expressing emotions through emojis, he would undoubtedly appear forlorn, his large, innocent eyes fixed intently on Jiang Fei, unblinking. Regrettably, the formidable Dubai was constructed by Jiang Fei with a hodgepodge of ordinary metal components. Despite his awareness that the blue light shimmering in Dubai's eyes signified a profound emotional response. However, cradling such a metallic creature in his arms, Jiang Fei found it impossible to summon any feelings of compassion. His response resembled that of a callous suitor, dismissively stating, "All right, you're back now. I intend to modify you. So please stand over there and refrain from leaning against me. Dabai, perplexed, queried, "Why does my master seem so strange?" "Master, I have brought you snacks and delicacies." In an attempt to awaken the scant paternal affection within Jiang Fei, Dabai continued, "I understand. I shall eat later. Now, relinquish your heart to me without further ado, lest I be compelled to take matters into my own hands." Jiang Fei's tone was frigid. The viewers in the live stream were seldom privy to such a version of Dabai. The intelligent robots typically showcased in the stream lacked the remarkable sentience of Dabai. It seemed that aside from its exterior, Dabai resembled a mere child. Jiang Fei, often stern towards Dabai, elicited laughter from the audience, who were amused by the spectacle, inundating the chat with an array of comments. Chapter 54. What? A controlled fusion battery? In the barrage of comments, many viewers were reminded of their moments spent with their fathers. Clearly, the host is deeply concerned about the intelligent robot, Dabai, and has dedicated today's live stream to upgrading it, working tirelessly, yet now wears a look of disdain. My goodness. Is this truly the host's intelligent robot? It appears remarkably advanced. It is almost indistinguishable from a living being, though it cannot cry. Hilariously, after all that commotion, not a single drop of rain fell. Could it be that Dabai lacks the designated skill set from its owner, which explains Jiang Fei's apparent disdain? This feature must be avoided at all costs. What a nuisance it would be to have one's robot smear tears and snot all over one's face. To be honest, I am also involved in artificial intelligence. Not only can I not create such a lifelike robot, but even writing a segment of its core intelligence code feels akin to birthing a child. I would shower it with love. Even pluck the moon from the sky for it if it could only wail in my arms. It mirrors the dynamic I share with my father. He is genuinely concerned yet feigns indifference, often pricking at my heart. However, I must say, this robot is indeed quite anthropomorphic. It appears that the host's core programming is exceptionally well executed. Still, I must inquire why the metallic exterior of the robot gives me an impression of being cobbled together in a cost-saving manner. Perhaps it is because the host was short on funds during the robot's creation, yet now, with several lucrative orders secured, there is an opportunity to upgrade his wayward creation. Host, consider this. Hatsune Miku, Luo Tianyi, even a variation like Bauer Jie? There is truly no need for such an avant-garde appearance. It is rather frightening. Are you new here? That unconventional appearance was chosen by Dabai itself. It insisted on dyeing its hair green and adopting a rocket-like style. You're making me laugh. Although the robot mimics humans in many respects, its aesthetic sense leaves much to be desired. Back in your non-mainstream days, your taste was even less refined than that of a robot. At least Dabai's hairstyle allows it to stand out distinctly in a crowd. It is particularly eye-catching. Let us be honest. Not just anyone can pull off Dabai's hairstyle. One must have an abundance of hair. For those born in the 90s, how many of you can still manage your hairstyles from back then? You there, step aside. Jiang Fei exerted considerable effort to detach Dabai from himself. At that moment, Dabai seemed poised to speak, but instead turned back repeatedly as it moved aside. Then, before the eyes of the 300 million viewers in the live stream, its metallic hand boldly pried open its chest. From within, Dabai produced an object of astonishing brilliance, which captivated the attention of numerous scientists present. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in unison. What? 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 No. Can you speak in human language? When the Chinese express their profound astonishment, they often resort to the phrase. The average person might find it perplexing. Let me clarify. If I am not mistaken, the object in Dabai's hand is a miniature nuclear reactor. Miniature what? Nuclear what? What reactor? Is it really safe to casually hold such a thing? Indeed. Certain films have depicted scenarios involving this, but I cannot recall the exact context. As Jiang Fei glanced at the barrage of comments while Dabai unveiled its core controllable nuclear fusion battery, he enthusiastically introduced to the viewers, indeed. What you are witnessing is the controllable nuclear reactor I have created, more precisely, a controllable nuclear fusion battery. Rest assured, it will not explode. This is a trivial matter for me. This battery serves as Dabai's primary power source. While the average person may not fully grasp the excellence of a controllable nuclear fusion battery, let me put it this way. This device could transform Dabai into a perpetual motion machine, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth without limitations. However, in order to upgrade Dabai, I must first halt this device. I wish to construct a stomach for Dabai that can digest food. Yet I am reluctant to create a waste disposal system. Thus, I need to reboot this controllable nuclear fusion battery, hoping that once Dabai consumes food, It can directly convert the contents of its stomach into energy for the battery. Once activated, this battery does not require substantial additional energy. One might say it does not even need the contents of Debai's stomach. Nevertheless, I aspire for Debai to experience a complete human-like existence, albeit without the necessity of waste elimination. Instead, energy can directly transform into nuclear fusion energy to serve as a support point. The specific principles are as follows. It had been a considerable time since Jiang Fei had discussed technological intricacies with anyone. While elaborating, he skillfully took the controllable nuclear fusion battery from Debai's grasp and brought it close to the camera for a close-up shot. Do you see? It's actually quite simple. With remarkable speed, Jiang Fei tapped the battery twice, and the viewers in the live stream could hardly discern what he had done. The battery, shimmering like the sun, ceased its operation. To modify it, we must first bring it to a halt, as I need to incorporate additional components. Jiang Fei remarked as he carried the now dormant battery back to the table, placing it down and commencing the addition of various parts. Yet, amid this process, he continued to elucidate the underlying principles. However, even the most eminent scientists in the world would struggle to comprehend Jiang Fei's explanations. In that moment, they found themselves experiencing the bewilderment akin to listening to an incomprehensible lecture, for the foundational theories and formulas Jiang Fei employed were derived from interstellar knowledge. As the barrage of questions in the live stream gradually subsided, viewers began to regain their composure. An influx of the nation's foremost scientists surged into Jiang Fei's streaming room, only to be left utterly astonished. Each of them wore a look of sheer bewilderment, nearly drooling in amazement. Naturally, they swiftly captured images of Jiang Fei as he delivered his lecture, recognizing that these materials would require further examination at a later time. Moreover, they noted that Jiang Fei's discourse included numerous formulas that were beyond their comprehension. These could very well be original derivations of his own, and without consulting Jiang Fei, no one else could decipher their meanings. Chapter 55, Scientists, a language unfathomable at this moment. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief at Jiang Fei's actions. Thank you, dear host, but please refrain from discussing such theoretical knowledge. You make me feel like a muggle incapable of wielding magic. It's quite daunting. Why is it that I cannot comprehend anything this fellow is saying? It's expected that you don't understand. He is delving into formulas and theories that are entirely foreign to us. I suspect he has fabricated them himself. Had I not captured screenshots of the video earlier and meticulously examined that so-called controllable nuclear fusion battery in his hands, I would scarcely believe this is real. Isn't nuclear fusion something that should not be toyed with in one's hands? Is he truly not afraid of an explosion? To be honest, my first reaction upon seeing this device was to steer clear of Bull Egg Mountain. If it were to explode one day, it wouldn't just be Bull Egg Mountain that suffers. The entire county would be in peril. That may be slightly exaggerated. The entirety of Bull Egg Mountain would surely vanish from sight. Should such a device explode, referencing nuclear contamination or detonation, it would be catastrophic. I initially thought that the white robot was merely for charging, yet it contains something so perilous? Wait, do you all understand what the host is saying? I can read every single word, but when pieced together, it makes no sense to me. As a distinguished academic from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, having mentored countless doctoral and postdoctoral students, listening to the host's exposition transports me back to a middle school classroom. Yet, I feel less like a top student and more akin to a struggling learner, grappling with what seem to be elementary questions that sound like ancient texts to me. I genuinely cannot grasp what the host is articulating. I, too, find it perplexing. I share the same field as the host, and I am aware that there are many scientists and academicians in attendance today. Stop lurking and come forth. Who among you understands? I do not comprehend. I do not comprehend. Count me in. I do not comprehend. Count me 100 times. This discussion involves numerous formulas and conjectures that we are entirely unfamiliar with, including some mathematical conjectures that remain unverified. May I inquire about the theoretical foundation of the host? Surely, it cannot be a mere fabrication? Are you suggesting that fabricated theories are irrelevant? Then enlighten me. How do you explain the controllable nuclear fusion battery that the white robot was holding? Was that device not extinguished? It appears so dubious to me. It might very well be a deception. Is the person above a newcomer? Let me tell you. This host has been subjected to much scrutiny, and thus far, no one has succeeded in debunking him. You might as well try. We are watching the 24-hour live stream. This is utterly hilarious. Indeed, no one has yet succeeded in disproving him. Agricultural researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences are currently testing the purification solution. And although the testing period has been short, the researchers are visibly delighted. It seems the data is promising, or perhaps the effects are remarkable. This truly cannot be disproved. If you claim it is false, then what do you say? What transpired earlier was indeed a miniature nuclear reactor, albeit one with a somewhat unconventional configuration, potentially involving materials beyond our current understanding. However, to assert its authenticity, I must confess that I found the theoretical discourse presented by the host incomprehensible. It is rather disconcerting to realize, at my age, that decades of learning may have been in vain, and that some paradigms may require reassessment. Who knows the location of this host? We must pay a visit. Quickly, procure the host's address for me. I too wish to join. If anyone knows the address, please send me a message. I wish to be included as well. Are you truly scientists, or are you merely seeking the host to disrupt the proceedings? Meanwhile, the chat room remains abuzz, while Jiang Fei has nearly completed his exposition of the fundamental principles. At this juncture, Jiang Fei has effectively upgraded the controllable nuclear fusion battery for Dubai. In summary, this is a fundamentally simple concept. We have concluded the theoretical discourse, and I have successfully upgraded Dubai's controllable nuclear fusion battery, which should yield promising results. However, it will take a few days for it to be fully operational, as I must experiment to determine the optimal materials. Jiang Fei then positioned Dubai's controllable nuclear fusion battery beneath the camera, with Dubai thoughtfully adjusting the phone's focus for enhanced clarity. Nonetheless, I advise you to possess a certain level of theoretical knowledge before attempting to replicate my endeavors. It is prudent to avoid following me blindly without any understanding, as this could lead to significant complications. Jiang Fei omitted to mention that, in the early days, interstellar humanity was not as adept at controlling, let alone manipulating, nuclear energy. This capability arose during humanity's expansion into the cosmos, where they encountered a remarkably unique species that harnessed nuclear energy at its core. Much like Dubai, they operated in a perpetual motion mode, possessing extraordinarily prolonged lifespans, verging on immortality. Their physiological structure diverges from that of humans, with approximately 80 of interstellar beings being carbon-based. However, this newly discovered race is silicon-based, endowed with seemingly infinite lifespans and the ability to maintain stable nuclear energy within their robust bodies. Jiang Fei's controllable nuclear fusion apparatus emulates the biomimetic structure of these silicon-based beings, which allowed interstellar humanity to wield nuclear energy with such ease. Such a formidable reactor can be operated manually, a feat that few among humanity could likely achieve. Yet, Jiang Fei cautions against imitation. His actions may appear deceptively simple, and the apparatus might seem straightforward, but that is merely an illusion. While these silicon-based entities are indeed formidable, they possess a critical flaw. Their thought processes tend to be rigid. To describe this rigidity in more emotionally intelligent terms would be to say they lack flexibility. In less charitable terms, it might be deemed foolish. Every silicon-based darling appears remarkably naive, akin to those with diminished intellect. Thus there is no fear of their potential to invade this world. They have never contemplated such a notion, struggling even to ascertain that 1 + 1 = 2. While intelligent robots could be considered silicon-based from a certain perspective, the artificially created silicon darlings diverge vastly from their wild counterparts. Jiang Fei indulged in a wave of nostalgic recollection before centering his thoughts, deftly manipulating the nuclear reactor in his grasp. Although everyone present observed his actions, they remained utterly perplexed by their significance. Just a handful of simple movements, a few straightforward adjustments, and suddenly, the previously extinguished nuclear fusion reactor flickered back to life. The scientists in the live stream gasped collectively in astonishment. Chapter 56. Handcrafted Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Is it truly challenging? If not witnessed firsthand, one might think Jiang Fei was merely boasting. Even the theories he previously discussed could easily be dismissed as fabrications. However, when Jiang Fei casually activated the nuclear reactor during a casual conversation, the live stream erupted with excitement. The host cautioned against imitating him. I must ask, which of these materials could an ordinary person possibly acquire? How many scientists would dare to handle a miniature nuclear reactor with their bare hands? Of course, scientists can confront nuclear reactors and engineer various technologies. But which scientist would be audacious enough to do so without fear of death? To handle it directly? Crafting a nuclear fusion reactor by hand? Is fiction becoming reality? Goodness, I must say, Jiang Fei possesses remarkable courage. He dares to showcase such core secrets. After witnessing it, I realize he has every reason to be bold, for we are but a bunch of ignorant muggles. This operation is beyond anyone's replication. I initially thought it was a technical sharing, only to be told that my intelligence is inferior to a dog's, rendering me unable to comprehend? Simple? Where is the simplicity I spoke of? Just last month, I published a paper and found myself appearing like a clown. Those cunning individuals from the Dragon Nation. I knew they harbored ulterior motives. I even remarked on their apparent generosity in sharing their technology globally. Anyone could join the Douyin livestream, right? Yet it turned out to be a mere gimmick, the dialogue encrypted, seeming in Chinese yet utterly incomprehensible. Which country sent the individual above? When the host began rambling about theoretical knowledge, I perceived him as a fraud, yet he effortlessly shut down the nuclear fusion reactor and even concealed how to restart it, while admonishing us not to imitate him. Good sir, do you not realize we cannot replicate this? I would love to imitate, but I lack the audacity. I must say, it appears rather straightforward. Why can it not be imitated? I now believe the host must be collaborating with the military. The materials he utilized could only be obtained through military channels, and the individual above is truly fearless to attempt or imitate. They are courting disaster. The host speaks so nonchalantly, as if it were that simple. Have you considered our feelings? Isn't this a live stream for agricultural products? Where has it veered off to? The road is winding and uncertain. In any case, everyone is quite astonished. My phone. Dear heavens, where have you brought me? Is this a circle I can belong to? What is happening here? Jiang Fei, of course, glanced at the comments, noting someone expressing concern that placing such a dangerous object within the body of the intelligent robot, Dubai, would be even more perilous. After all, Dubai is an intelligent machine bouncing around, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a mushroom cloud. Yet, Jiang Fei did respond to this inquiry. You need not worry about that. I have implemented a counter-gravity device in this special transparent shell. The exterior of this shell is coated with a special layer of paint. Previously, I harbored fears that someone might ascend Cow Dung Mountain out of sheer boredom, potentially stealing my fruits. Thus, I applied a thick layer of this coating over the entire mountain, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress, with a surface resembling a mirror, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach. Jiang Fei, however, was oblivious to the extraordinary nature of his words, perceiving them as mundane. He remarked that he had applied several layers of this coating to the fusion battery of our Dearby, complemented by an internal anti-gravity mechanism, ensuring its safety once secured. That coveted fusion battery, which made everyone envious, appeared to Jiang Fei as nothing more than a mere toy. He fastened the fusion battery in place with a clasp, casually adding, I've equipped Bai with a medium energy setting. As I mentioned earlier, this is a controllable fusion, and we can actually increase the energy output. Bai interjected, There's really no need for you to provide me with such a powerful setting. The energy is excessive, and I am quite energetic. The notion of an intelligent robot claiming to be vigorous felt somewhat peculiar. However, before the viewers in the live stream could voice their thoughts, they witnessed Jiang Fei executing a rather perilous maneuver. In their understanding, this action was alarming enough to warrant an emergency alert. Jiang Fei took the securely fastened fusion battery and shook it vigorously, much like one would a bottle of beverage, before tossing it high into the air, where it landed safely in Bai's grasp. Bai, holding the fusion battery, began to perform tricks, appearing even more flamboyant than Jiang Fei, swinging it around with one hand like a windmill. The live chat was instantly silenced. Viewers withdrew their hands from their keyboards, some even hastily retreating in that moment. Could such a brilliant scientist, such an ingenious researcher, truly jeopardize his life through reckless antics? After tossing the fusion battery to Bai, Jiang Fei checked the chat, noting, It seems our home network isn't performing well. Why is it lagging again? After a while, he finally saw the chat resume. My heavens. The host nearly scared me to death. Setting aside the absurdity of a single person being able to craft a fusion reactor, even a rational individual would handle such a thing with utmost care. How can one shake it so vigorously? Surely, this can't be real, can it? The more I watch, the more it seems like a hoax. Despite the host shaking it for so long, it hasn't clouded or exploded. Honestly, children should never attempt this. It would undoubtedly be fatal, a guaranteed explosion. Do you think any child could even try? Even scientists. If they were to follow Jiang Fei's method of manually crafting a reactor, wouldn't he dare to handle it as recklessly? What is the principle behind that anti-gravity device? Have you not realized? The host engaged in the activity for quite a while, including the impressive fire wheel from Dubai, and ultimately, The reactor atop remained perfectly oriented upwards, exuding an aura of perfection that made one yearn for such a creation. In short, the host was remarkable, and that is all that needs to be said. However, this cannot conclude here. My mentor fainted upon witnessing the spectacle of Dubai's fire wheel. Similarly, our elderly companion could not withstand the excitement and flung his phone away, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. I believe it would be prudent to establish a special certification beneath Jiang Fei's videos, emblazoned in resplendent gold, to alert everyone that the host delights in thrilling antics that may induce shock, thus advising caution in viewing. My dear friend, should you post such a remark, I assure you, a plethora of curious souls would flock in. 500 within a day, without a doubt. What are you pondering? The current viewership has already reached 500 million. Is this technology applicable to all electrically powered devices? A perpetual motion machine, it seems. Yet, Jiang Fei remained unfazed by the opinions of the outside world. His immediate focus was on preparing the materials required for Dubai's skin adjustment, materials that would likely take a few days to procure, with 13 samples already collected thus far. As he spoke, he shifted the camera to showcase the previously mixed materials. Results from these materials would only be available after a 24-hour wait, so for now, we shall wait. Today's session will conclude here, and he signed off. Jiang Fei exited the stream more swiftly than before, causing the viewers in the chat to erupt in dismay. The previous session garnered 200 million, and this time, 500 million. It appears Jiang Fei has never regarded the participants in his stream as anything more than mere numbers. The collective sentiment of the audience was one of profound disappointment. Chapter 57. President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What is this about? I completely do not understand. Jiang Fei was genuinely fatigued and decided to return for some rest. Dubai, beaming with delight, asked, Master, are you really going to upgrade me this time? Why wouldn't I? Jiang Fei responded, perplexed, as Dubai was not the type to cling to others indiscriminately. Recalling how Dubai had previously made a commotion without any substantial result, Jiang Fei took a step back to maintain his distance. I warn you not to pounce on me, he cautioned. Dubai, feeling bashful, remarked, I didn't expect you to be so kind to me, Master. Allow me to handle the skin adjustments. I desire a unique complexion and materials that appear exceptionally lifelike. Intelligent robots excel at data recording, and although Jiang Fei possessed an extraordinary intellect akin to the most powerful brain, there were times when he still required Dubai's assistance. Very well, you take care of it, and I shall rest, Jiang Fei said as he retreated to his room. Dubai, brimming with excitement, began coordinating all the robots, declaring, Tonight, we shall embark on a grand endeavor. The previously acquainted planning robot number 222, equipped with a voice pack reminiscent of Li Kuei, exclaimed, Boss, once you have skin, don't forget about me. I want the blonde look, dressed in vibrant red like Wangzhe milk, and preferably adorned with a large gold chain. Upon hearing number 222's suggestion, Dubai enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Excellent, number 222. You have quite the imagination. Your aesthetic sense aligns with mine, both remarkably impressive. Robot no. 225 regarded the duo with skepticism, particularly glancing at the peculiar sign that Dubai had chosen. Your selections don't seem all that appealing. Number 222 retorted, What do you know? How long have you even existed? What aesthetic do you possess? Dubai praised number 222's assertiveness. Exactly. What could you possibly know about aesthetics? I have been in this world for over 2 years, having been among the first to accompany our master. You should take my aesthetic as the standard, understand? I would never steer you wrong. Following my taste will lead to success. Once we change our skins and strut down the street, it will be quite the spectacle. Each of you robots shall be rewarded with a gold chain, Dubai proclaimed, demonstrating with his metallic pinky finger about this thick. His metallic pinky was indeed quite robust. Upon hearing Dubai's words, all the robots grew exhilarated. Even those who initially considered adopting the image of a fox spirit changed their minds, eager to join Dubai in becoming stylish companions. As a robot who cherished beauty, Dubai understood that one need not be limited to a single skin. Once the issue of realistic materials was resolved, they could change their appearances at will. Dubai felt a sense of pride, knowing his skin was uniquely crafted by the master, while others had to settle for less. He was, after all, the master's most cherished treasure. Certainly, the notion is not solely held by Big White. Number 222's idea is to await the completion of Big White's skin enhancement before requesting a transformation for himself, as he is indeed Big White's most cherished treasure. All the robots were jubilant, including Jiang Fei, who felt particularly elated while discussing the principles of nuclear fusion reactors with online viewers. He found this far more gratifying than lecturing those few experts, who often responded with a clear, yet foolish expression or with a bewildered inquiry of why. However, while lecturing online, Jiang Fei was free from the distraction of comments and the need to ascertain whether his audience grasped the concepts. He imagined he was addressing a group of exceptionally talented and diligent students. This mental imagery allowed him to avoid the sight of those foolishly clear-eyed individuals, leading to a profound sense of comfort and ease. Overall, it was a splendid evening, and Jiang Fei slept soundly that night. Yet, beyond Jiang Fei, no one else could find rest. After watching Jiang Fei's live stream, the initial skeptics were the domestic scientists. At this moment, Xie Chen, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, had been invited by Ji Zixing to join Jiang Fei's stream. Initially, Xie Chen was merely intrigued by Big White, reputed to be the most intelligent robot in the world. He had also heard of Jiang Fei, recognizing that a civilian enterprise, without formal training, could innovate so many things and develop artificial intelligence akin to Big White was indeed remarkable. While watching the live stream, Xie Chen found himself captivated by Big White, perceiving it as adorably childlike. However, when Jiang Fei extracted a nuclear fusion battery from within Big White, Xie Chen abruptly stood from his chair. Disbelief etched across his face. This cannot be real. It was not only Xie Chen who reacted this way. Many scientists returning home or diligently working in laboratories shared similar sentiments. They paused their tasks or interrupted their rest to witness Jiang Fei's live stream. Initially, they had presumed Jiang Fei to be an inconsequential fraud, only to later discover that a substantial portion of his followers were official accounts. Now, witnessing Jiang Fei skillfully manipulate controllable nuclear fusion and then place it into a battery-like device, shaking it before their eyes, and even tossing the fusion battery to the nearby robot for play left them astounded. Big White certainly played far more exuberantly than Jiang Fei. Xie Chen, who had been watching the video at home, was so startled by Jiang Fei and Big White tossing the controllable nuclear fusion battery back and forth that his blood pressure surged. Trembling, he retrieved a bottle of medication from his bedside table and, without hesitation, swallowed the contents. Regardless of the veracity of Jiang Fei's assertions, his contributions to the agricultural sciences were undeniably significant. The rice grains, the size of basketballs, prompted many to indulge in a taste directly after harvesting. Afterwards, upon visiting the hospital for an examination, he found himself in remarkable health, completely unscathed. There was even a blogger who insisted that after consuming the exceptionally large rice grown by Jiang Fei, all ailments vanished. Xie Chen, having finally stabilized his blood pressure, with a pallid complexion, reclined back onto the bed. It was then that he began to hear Jiang Fei's incessant lecture. The youthfulness of this individual was palpable. Xie Chen's mind was in disarray. How could one possess such boundless energy, expounding principles to online followers? Could they truly comprehend? I certainly could not. This was the first time Xie Chen encountered someone as peculiar as Jiang Fei. In truth, no matter how hard Xie Chen endeavored to grasp what Jiang Fei was articulating, it proved to be a futile endeavor. Chapter 58. Together we seek teacher Jiang Xie Chen, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and its president, found himself questioning his own intellect for the first time. What is happening? Jiang Fei spoke in Chinese, a language I can comprehend individually, yet when combined, it eludes my understanding. Despite his confusion, Xie Chen diligently recorded every word Jiang Fei uttered, simultaneously picking up another phone to contact other vice presidents, experts, professors, and academicians within the academy. Under ordinary circumstances, such an action would likely draw criticism, as many scientists require ample sleep, and disturbing their slumber in the middle of the night is deemed inconsiderate. However, this time, when Xie Chen made his calls, he encountered little resistance. Nearly all recipients answered promptly after just one ring. Observing their readiness to engage, he surmised that they had likely not yet retired for the night, perhaps even engrossed in Jiang Fei's live broadcast. Upon connection, Xie Chen directly inquired, "Are we convening? Let us discuss who will approach Jiang Fei for negotiations." He reached out to over 20 individuals, each expressing their willingness to undertake the arduous journey to meet Jiang Fei. After concluding his calls, Xie Chen was left in profound perplexity. While some among them were indeed diligent, others typically shunned overtime work and lived with a contrarian spirit. Why were they so enthusiastic this time? Grumbling aside, the meeting was imperative. They convened that very night to scrutinize the details of Jiang Fei's live broadcast. Their foremost task was to ascertain the authenticity of the content, ideally devoid of any special effects. After a night of tireless effort, the 20-plus academicians, accompanied by over 100 of their students, reached the following conclusions. Firstly, the good news. The controllable nuclear fusion battery showcased in Jiang Fei's livestream was genuine, and the nuclear reactor was authentic as well. Secondly, the bad news was that while the controllable nuclear fusion battery was indeed real, they could only comprehend a mere 10 of its components. The only discernible element was the reactor itself. The monumental feat Jiang Fei accomplished was, without doubt, genuine. Moreover, judging by the nonchalant expressions tinged with mockery and irony, the controllable nuclear fusion battery appeared to be merely a modest achievement, were it not for certain rare materials, which Jiang Fei could not procure independently. It was likely he could have produced even more formidable innovations. After dissecting this information, the assembly of elderly scholars, aged 70 or 80, felt an exhilarating rush alongside their youthful or middle-aged students. Although they had endured a long night merely to verify the authenticity of Jiang Fei's video, the endeavor seemed worthwhile. In truth, everyone was elated, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, some resembling pandas more than ever. Thus, we set forth to Nyodon Mountain. It is better to act swiftly than to delay. I believe that the scientists who witnessed the live stream would be eager to engage with Jiang Fei. Xie Chen expressed confidently. This sentiment was entirely justifiable. After all, the agricultural research members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences have all flocked to Jiang Fei. They watched the live broadcast from the Agricultural College yesterday, and each individual was filled with excitement and fervor. They had achieved results, and their findings were notably significant. Perhaps it was because their ratios did not adhere strictly to Jiang Fei's methods, which allowed them to see effects more swiftly. The surprises Jiang Fei has bestowed upon me are indeed plentiful. Xie Chen had resolved firmly that the moment he boarded the private jet, he would urge Yi Kuei beside him. We must have Jiang Fei teach us. The 20 individuals present could easily shake their respective fields to their core. They are figures of eminent stature, yet each displayed an extraordinary humility, yearning for Jiang Fei to impart his knowledge. After all, they had heard that Jiang Fei was only interested in prodigies. Ordinary individuals, should they reveal even a hint of naive bewilderment, would surely be met with disdain by him. Having lived most of his life, Xie Chen was determined not to incur Jiang Fei's disfavor. He wished to learn even more from him. A similar scene unfolded across various regional academies, all united in their singular pursuit to locate Jiang Fei. Some quick-witted individuals had already boarded planes, nearing their destination at Nyodon Mountain. Sheng Ronghuan had also spent the entire night awake, never anticipating that Jiang Fei would host a live broadcast and directly showcase his work. Initially, when Jiang Fei mentioned creating a skin for Dubai, Sheng Ronghuan believed that Jiang Fei truly held Dubai in high regard. It is worth noting that when Dubai returned, he bore a conventional image, painstakingly reconstructed with the assistance of soldiers from the military district. Dubai had invested considerable effort to ensure he appeared less unconventional. Yet, Jiang Fei unexpectedly indulged Dubai by developing a skin reminiscent of a non-mainstream aesthetic, much to Sheng Ye's envy. After watching the livestream for a while, both father and son from the Sheng family were left in a state of alarm. Sheng Yi recalled how he often playfully struck Dubai's metallic exterior. Trembling as he asked, "Father, is this real?" Dubai possesses a nuclear reactor within. Sheng Ronghuan attempted to light a cigarette, but, after several futile attempts to ignite the lighter, his shaking hands revealed everything. He sighed and put the lighter away, conceding, "It must be. When have you ever seen Jiang Fei deceive anyone?" Each of Jiang Fei's achievements seemed almost illusory. Initially, things appeared manageable, but as time progressed, they became increasingly absurd. Now, a controllable nuclear fusion reactor had emerged, verging on the realm of science fiction. Moreover, within Dubai lay a battery produced by this very controllable nuclear fusion reactor. To be honest, due to Dubai's impressively sturdy metallic shell, both Sheng Yi and even Sheng Ronghuan had, on occasion, playfully struck Dubai. Dubai himself acknowledged that the strength of humans is relatively feeble, posing no threat whatsoever to his formidable presence. However, the two members of the Sheng family exchanged glances, rendered speechless as they felt an undeniable sense of having captured something extraordinary during that moment. It seemed as though Dubai had refrained from detonating right then and there, sparing them the catastrophic spectacle of a colossal mushroom cloud. They considered themselves fortunate. When Xing Ronghuan observed Jiang Fei and Dabai treating that nuclear fusion battery with the casualness one might afford a mere toy, he found himself at a loss for words. The two men, who had previously been filled with trepidation, now appeared as mere jesters. "Father, I feel somewhat uneasy," Sheng Yi confessed, clutching his chest as his heart raced. This was nuclear power, after all. According to Jiang Fei, Dabai was akin to a perpetual motion machine. It was no wonder that Dabai had exhibited impatience when teaching the members of the Military Research Institute. He had even remarked that, were it not for the inability to recharge, he would prefer to evade the charging process altogether. Sheng Ronghuan, still lost in thought, received a phone call. The voice on the other end requested that he arrange for the scientists to be picked up the following day and that accommodations be made for them at a hotel near Nyodon Mountain. The caller wielded considerable authority, leaving Sheng Ronghuan feeling exasperated. How could he possibly arrange suitable lodging? Ever since Jiang Fei rose to prominence, even the small county adjacent to Nyodon Mountain had transformed into a pilgrimage site for netizens. All available lodgings had been occupied. Desperate to find a solution, Sheng Ronghuan realized that the only option left was to unceremoniously set up tents for the scientists or perhaps procure a mobile aluminum alloy shelter. Why were these scientists so eager to join the fray? Although they had verbally agreed, this did not deter Sheng Ronghuan from his sarcastic musings. In my opinion, the military should take full control of Jiang Fei and first secure for us a controllable nuclear fusion battery for a formidable tank. Beside him, Sheng Ye's face lit up with excitement at the suggestion. Yes, let's arrange for tanks, airplanes, and artillery. Chapter 59. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, a deceiver, being criticized? What a blessing. It saves me from having to deceive others. Complaining is one thing, but hospitality must still be extended. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. When Qin Mu was roused from his slumber by his assistant, he was still in a daze. What has transpired now? No need for alarm. After several skirmishes, particularly in defense of Jiang Fei and his entourage, Qin Mu had become utterly numb, his expression a mask of indifference, even if he could not withstand the pressure. The senior officials at the Bureau of Strategic Deception would certainly provide support. At worst, they could mislead the public, which they typically excelled at. Take a look at this, his assistant said, his countenance revealing a mix of concern and exasperation as he handed Qin Mu a short video. The content was a recording of Jiang Fei's live stream, and the assistant had even accelerated the playback speed. Don't speed it up, Qin Mu thought. As a man with a penchant for mechs and robotics, he found the large white robot in Jiang Fei's stream utterly adorable. Let me savor it slowly. However, time was of the essence, as his assistant hastily urged, they're already at the door. They intend to mock you. Puzzled, Qin Mu pointed at the charming robot in the video and remarked, such an intelligent and delightful creation. If they wish to deride us, let them. Only our Dragon Nation possesses such a delightful robot. They're not mocking this, the assistant insisted, exasperated. That's why I had you watch it at an accelerated pace. We may have miscalculated. There are analyses online suggesting Jiang Fei might be a fraud. Fraud? What a niche term, Qin Mu exclaimed, incredulous. You know how reliable Jiang Fei is. How could you even entertain such notions? The assistant refrained from further argument and switched the video to 5 times the speed. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Qin Mu was diligent and possessed a keen intellect, capable of swiftly absorbing the entire video even at such a rapid pace. However, when he witnessed Jiang Fei manipulating the nuclear reactor with his hands, he was utterly astonished. This video Qin Mu was at a loss for words, pointing at the screen. Rendered speechless, the assistant nodded gravely. This moment has ignited a firestorm of criticism domestically, trending online, dividing opinions into those who blindly believe and those who vehemently disbelieve. The debate rages on. The video has also surfaced on foreign platforms, and we are facing a barrage of condemnation. Initially taken aback, Qin Mu quickly regained his composure. The official stance had yet to align with Jiang Fei, nor had there been any clarifications, hinting at 2 possibilities. Either Jiang Fei was indeed a fraud, or this was a strategic move to confuse foreign media. Otherwise, those foreigners would incessantly jabber on. Wait here, I need to make a call, Qin Mu stated, promptly dialing the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Xie Chen. Xie Chen was particularly exhilarated. Xiao Qin, I must tell you, you should boast to those foreign folks about the remarkable scientific talents we have in manhwa. Last night, Teacher Jing spoke of theories that I could hardly comprehend. It felt as if I had regressed to being a struggling student in high school mathematics. I have now arrived at Nyodon Mountain and will soon meet Teacher Jiang. Xie Qin's words were filled with enthusiasm as he finally ended the call with Qin Mu. Qin Mu bore an odd expression. Realizing his suspicions were confirmed, the second scenario was indeed true. The reason the country chose not to clarify matters was that they were secretly protecting Jiang Fei. It was preferable for everyone to perceive Jiang Fei as a fraud. Otherwise, one could only speculate what absurdities might ensue. This prevailing atmosphere paradoxically safeguarded Jiang Fei's security. After all, Longhua had once seen scientists betrayed by traitors, leading to the tragic demise of an entire research team of over 20 individuals who had produced extraordinarily brilliant findings. The enemy had intended to abduct them, yet the senior experts within the team refused to capitulate, resulting in their ultimate demise. Such a tragedy must not happen a second time. Isn't it a good thing to label him a fraud? Qin Mu mused indifferently, reclining quietly on a lounge chair, even shifting positions due to his mental ease. His assistant looked perplexed. So, we are just letting Jiang Fei go? He merely made a jest. How could he, as a private enterprise growing fruit, possibly pull off such feats? That robot might very well be a person in disguise. Qin Mu proceeded to enlighten his assistant. He is merely trying to sell his products. Why take it so seriously? The assistant indeed had snatched some of Jiang Fei's goods, and Qin Mu had partaken as well, solidifying Jiang Fei's identity as a farmer beyond dispute. Are there truly so many tricks in selling products now? The assistant exclaimed in astonishment. Do you really need to hire someone to impersonate a robot? Of course, Qin Mu replied. Money is hard to come by these days. He had a plethora of arguments on this matter. He simply wishes to earn a bit more. Are there not countless memes circulating on the internet? If we allow him to create memes, why shouldn't he employ special effects? The assistant was swayed by Qin Mu's reasoning. You make a valid point. So ultimately, it was just special effects? I had thought there was genuinely such a powerful nuclear energy battery. If it were indeed possible to integrate it into any electrical device, it would function as a perpetual motion machine, revolutionizing all of human civilization. What he said held merit. A nuclear energy battery that could control energy levels and was also perpetual. Observing Jiang Fei's operations in the live stream, it appeared that handcrafted controllable nuclear fusion seemed deceptively simple. Of course, Qin Mu was self-aware. To reach Jiang Fei's level would require a significantly long journey of learning. Qin, the meeting has commenced. The voice of the representative from the Eagle Nation boomed at the entrance. Dear Qin, if I were you, I would be eager to return and cast a few more glances at that great deceiver. Your country is utterly absurd, venerating such a person as if he were a demigod. I have heard that such a person has even collaborated with your military. Are you truly unafraid of being swindled? The representative of the Eagle Nation reveled in this misfortune. Initially, Qin Mu was enveloped in a sense of relaxation. However, as he approached the door, his expression suddenly shifted. He transformed into a middle-aged man overwhelmed by anxiety and despair, even bursting into tears. Upon reaching the entrance, he embraced the representative from the Eagle Nation warmly. Some of the chili pepper extract he had just applied to his face inadvertently smeared onto the representative. While he vigorously rolled his eyes to give the appearance of being in excruciating pain, his eyes appearing vividly red. I never anticipated that our nation would harbor such a colossal fraud. We had even discussed his videos previously. Reflecting on it now, it feels like a slap in the face. Qin Mu feigned an expression of deep regret, leaving the representative from the Eagle Nation momentarily astonished. Chapter 60. Falsehood. Indeed it is. This is quite a slap in the face. The representative of the Eagle Nation suddenly wore a rather grim expression. He had once vehemently asserted that the Dragon Nation was reluctant to maintain global peace, secretly researching such terrifying technology. Now, it seemed that the representative of the Eagle Nation appeared more like a jester. How could he have taken seriously the work of a deceiver? He had even gone so far as to confront Qin Mu. What absurdity! Observing Qin Mu, one could truly feel pity for him. Both the representative of the beautiful nation and that of the Eagle Nation shared this sentiment. They even spoke of this during the conference of the Lotus and Harmony Nations, bringing forth footage from Jiang Fei's previous livestream. The representative of the beautiful nation regarded Qin Mu with a gaze tinged with sympathy. I once believed your nation had produced a truly remarkable scientist. Alas, it turns out he is merely an extraordinary charlatan. You have suffered indeed. Qin Mu glanced around and noticed that nearly everyone regarded him with a hint of pity. However, alongside this sympathy, there was also suppressed laughter, excitement, and perhaps a sense of schadenfreude. These individuals were quite pleased. Yet, Qin Mu was on the verge of laughter himself. He could hardly believe that Jiang Fei's experiments or the nuclear-powered battery he presented were fabrications. If they were indeed false, the the live stream would have been promptly shut down. How could there be collaboration with the military otherwise? Initially, Qin Mu thought the scientists of his homeland were far too adept at creating excitement. Such matters should have developed quietly rather than being thrust into the public eye. The War Ignorance Bureau and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been tirelessly devoted to Jiang Fei in recent days. Perhaps it was merely Qin Mu's illusion, but he felt as though he had lost more hair than before. Now, it seemed that everyone believed Jiang Fei to be a fraud. There was no longer any need for Qin Mu to expend his breath defending the matter. It was a settled conclusion. Henceforth, he would no longer have to justify Jiang Fei, making his position in the class much more relaxed. Life in the Lotus and Harmony nations was rather pleasant. Engaging in arguments with other countries in the morning and closing the door to quarrel amongst the five powers in the afternoon. It was rare to witness such a harmonious scene today. Representatives from other nations rushed to comfort the Dragon Nation's representative. Qin Mu feigned an expression of extreme grievance. However, what he had anticipated to be a straightforward task had once again presented challenges. This was because authoritative public accounts from various nations were fervently supporting Jiang Fei on Weibo. In the afternoon, the representative of the beautiful nation stumbled upon this trending topic. There was no need for excessive concern, for of the 50 trending topics on Weibo, 49 pertained to Jiang Fei. The sole exception was a celebrity spotted shopping with their cohabiting boyfriend. Soon enough, the sensational news regarding the celebrity was overshadowed. The entirety of the discourse was centered on Jiang Fei. The Xinhua news agency of the Dragon Nation proclaimed, undeniably, Jiang Fei is indeed a remarkable private entrepreneur, having made significant contributions to the world. The military network of the Dragon Nation stated, science is often founded upon the most incredible premises, much like Jiang Fei. The rocket army of the Dragon Nation chimed in. We wish to clarify, can we send one? Just not the green-haired one. The Meteorological Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Fei. I've noticed that your family possesses quite a number of interesting items. Would you grant us an opportunity for collaboration? The military of the Dragon Kingdom. Regarding the Meteorological Bureau, what exactly do you wish to acquire? What qualifications do you possess to make such requests? Do you even have a say in this matter? Is it possible to arrange for a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? The Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom. You must refrain from making unfounded claims. Many matters remain unverified. While cargo number 1 is indeed impressive, other assertions are still under scrutiny. That said, Jiang Fei, why don't you allow them the time to validate their claims? Could we perhaps initiate an order together? This exchange among official accounts left the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom utterly astonished. Among the trending topics, one was dedicated exclusively to Jiang Fei. Presently, this topic has soared to the top position, with an increasing number of comments, some filled with pride, others with sorrow, incredulity, and skepticism. So, the collaboration between Jiang Fei and the military is indeed real? Could it be true that we possess nuclear power? What is going on? I had always believed that our technology was significantly lagging behind the rest of the world, only to awaken and discover that we are among the great powers ourselves. Nuclear power, perpetual motion machines. My goodness, he dares to incorporate such elements into a robot without fear of an explosion? Do you truly believe Jiang Fei? I find it utterly implausible. That so-called nuclear power appears utterly fabricated. If it were indeed a nuclear battery, would it operate through mere manual manipulation? Have I not observed how scientists construct nuclear reactors? Even if it were a genuine nuclear battery, isn't the extent of Jiang Fei's movements a bit excessive? Even if he harbors immense confidence in his technology, should he not consider our concerns? What if it were to explode? I say what if. This video is clearly a fabrication. How could even the authorities be convinced? I shudder to imagine a world with nuclear power at its core. What would it become? Is this contraption truly reliable? What if it leaks? What if it explodes? Is it conceivable for an ordinary individual to develop such technology? It must be a deception. Even the officials have been duped. What a farce. As far as I know, the only item Jiang Fei has demonstrated that has been substantiated is cargo number 1, which has signed an agreement with the military. However, one cannot simply assert that cargo number 1 is genuine and conclude that everything Jiang Fei presents thereafter is authentic. Who are we fooling? It is undoubtedly false. The officials have been misled. If this turns out to be a ruse, the implications for the officials will be significant. Will Jiang Fei face imprisonment? Such a fate seems inevitable, yet he has certainly gained notoriety. This wave of attention has left me envious. Having perused these online sentiments, Qin Mu remained unfazed. Perhaps we have genuinely been deceived. It is indeed a regrettable situation. Despite being ridiculed by a multitude of foreigners, Mu maintained a facade of calmness. However, upon returning to his office, he promptly made a call back home. This group is undoubtedly complicating his work. After much effort in persuading others, the official media asserts that everything is indeed true. Is anyone truly accomplishing anything? Opinions online are divided. However, there are indeed official accounts that staunchly support Jiang Fei. Although they do not overtly acknowledge the authenticity of the fusion battery, they indirectly validate it. They extol the exceptional capabilities of Jiang Fei's Cargo 1, highlighting its astonishing parameters. It is remarkable that an ordinary private enterprise could develop such an extraordinary innovation, underscoring Jiang Fei's rarity. Yet, they refrain from explicitly admitting the existence of the fusion battery, as this matter still requires validation. Achievements worthy of praise should be acknowledged. Nevertheless, after the live stream concluded, Jiang Fei retired to rest, indifferent to the tumultuous waves behind him. He did not answer a single call from Sheng Ronghuan, leaving it to Dabai to respond. On the other end, Sheng Ronghuan was in a state of urgency. Dabai, can you divulge whether that fusion device on you is real? It is not merely a battery. It is a compact nuclear reactor, exceptionally stable. This device has extensive applications, with the battery being merely its most trivial function. Sheng Ronghuan has discerned that Jiang Fei often engages in unique developments of obscure technologies. Indeed. Dabai nodded. Would you like to come over for a first-hand experience, or should I come to you? In the past, Sheng Ronghuan would have welcomed Dabai's visit. However, now that he is aware of the intriguing device within Dabai, it is impossible for him to feel untroubled. Perhaps I should come over during the day? Chapter 61. Will you teach them when you have time? However, this matter had fermented overnight. From initial skepticism and mixed trust, by the time Jiang Fei arose for breakfast, it had completely transformed into doubt, accompanied by a plethora of reports from foreign media, as well as mockery. In just a single night, a group of spirited foreigners had uploaded countless short videos imitating Jiang Fei's live broadcast style. This was hardly surprising, as it was daytime in the United States, providing ample opportunity for the entertainment-hungry populace to unleash their creativity and produce a variety of amusing clips. As Jiang Fei awoke in the morning, he happened to see Dabai and number 222 engrossed in their phones. The sounds of those entertaining videos resonated from their devices, primarily showcasing Jiang Fei shaking a nuclear reactor, which was roughly the size of a basketball. It was evident that such vigorous shaking posed no danger. One of the videos featured a young black man donned in a yellow sports sweatshirt with dreadlocks, vigorously shaking a basketball adorned with a ring of golden paper. The young man swayed the ball up and down, side to side, in sync with the music's rhythm. After watching for a while, Jiang Fei felt a pang of discomfort in his eyes. He recalled that the traditional dances from the land of Gulong were quite captivating. How could modern dance appear so unappealing? The West and the Dragon Kingdom seemed like entirely disparate worlds. Dabai's eyes lit up as he lowered his voice and glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before he said, "Boss, I discovered a venue in a nearby town that aligns perfectly with your tastes." "What sort of venue?" Jiang Fei asked, momentarily taken aback. "Isn't your favorite style the ancient dances of the Dragon Kingdom? They've got plenty of those, and in large groups. A friend who visited there sent me a video." "It's truly beautiful," Dabai said, his enthusiasm palpable. "Why didn't you think to copy that video for me to see?" Jiang Fei questioned, harboring doubts about Dabai's aesthetic judgment. Such skepticism had not existed before, but after seeing the image of the green-haired Chelsea presented by Dabai yesterday, Jiang Fei knew the boy had strayed from the right path. Once all the core codes for artificial intelligence were written by Jiang Fei, they would connect to the internet and evolve independently. Dabai's core code was crafted solely by Jiang Fei, resulting in Dabai's rapid growth. However, Jiang Fei now felt that allowing these robots to develop freely could lead to some rather unpleasant outcomes. Scratching his head, Dabai replied, "They don't allow that. But trust me, it's really beautiful. I'll take you there next time." Jiang Fei nodded. "Shall we go today then?" But Sheng Ronghuan mentioned he would come over shortly. He also said many others are coming. They said they didn't quite understand the lesson you taught yesterday. At Dabai's words, Jiang Fei felt a headache coming on. How could something so simple be misunderstood? With a hint of resignation, he replied, "Then you teach them. By the way, the rock sugar pears we cultivated last time should be ready to eat, right? I've heard there's quite a considerable amount this time. Shall we sell them all?" To speak frankly, when Dabai heard that he was to give a lecture to that group, he felt a headache coming on, although in reality, robots lack such sensations. After all, sensory experiences require a neural connection and a humanoid nervous system. Jiang Fei was quite disinterested in such matters, deeming them overly cumbersome. How about we examine the materials for the mixtures tonight? If feasible, I could even create skin for you, he mused, contemplating the transformation of Dubai. Perhaps we could even stream the process. Although I am rather reluctant to delve into the neuronal system, it seems too troublesome. Dubai quickly interjected, no. I do not desire a nervous system. I have heard that humans experience various forms of pain, and I wish to avoid such experiences. This was indeed a reasonable consideration. As a robot, should he lose an arm or a leg, it could be easily reattached. However, possessing a nervous system that could perceive pain would complicate matters significantly. The pair, one human and one robot, engaged in conversation when suddenly, a commotion arose from above. It was indeed Sheng Ronghuan arriving via helicopter. This time, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a carefully selected entourage of over 10 scientists, all distinguished figures in their respective fields. Some of these scientists were familiar to Dubai, while others were entirely new to him. The ones he recognized promptly greeted him, to which Dubai adorably responded. Consequently, a throng of artificial intelligence experts and scientists surrounded Dubai, each eager to touch him, almost inciting a scuffle. Dubai could not comprehend this emotional display. The scientist who managed to touch Dubai seemed as elated as if he had received a golden ingot. How peculiar. Nevertheless, several individuals approached Jiang Fei to shake his hand. Their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. Jiang Fei reciprocated each handshake. Sheng Ronghuan, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Jiang Fei and asked, "Could you demonstrate that small nuclear reactor battery? I am certain it resides within Dubai's body. These scientists rushed here after attending your lecture yesterday. They are eager to acquire more knowledge, as the information you shared was entirely unprecedented and beyond their grasp. Would you have time to teach them?" Sheng Ronghuan, ever straightforward, plainly articulated his request. Jiang Fei glanced at the group of scientists. "You all wish to learn?" The scientists quickly ceased their actions. Despite the fact that the youngest among them was over 70 years old, with all sporting white hair or bald heads. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Fei, their gazes reflected profound respect. "Well, you can find a room on Nodon Mountain or construct a classroom of your own. An open-air lecture in this sweltering summer is not ideal," Jiang Fei remarked nonchalantly. Nodon Mountain had previously been home to numerous villagers, and while there were indeed many structures, they were in dire need of renovation, as they had long been uninhabited. Sheng Ronghuan had initially intended for Jiang Fei to lecture at the Military Research Institute, but unexpectedly, Jiang Fei suggested conducting the session on Nodon Mountain instead. Thus, Sheng Ronghuan refrained from speaking too much, fearing that he might inadvertently offend Jiang Fei. The latter responded reassuringly, "It's perfectly fine. I will have someone come over to tidy up the room and carry out some simple renovations, like wallpapering. The current setup is rather excessive." Having finalized the arrangements for the construction, the scientist regarded Jiang Fei with eager anticipation, as if they were desperately seeking his expertise. One elderly scientist, adorned with spectacles, raised his hand and introduced himself. "Greetings, Jiang Fei. I am Xie Chen, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I have a question I would like to pose." "If I may?" "Please proceed," Jiang Fei replied, finding himself at leisure. "Regarding the first formula and theorem you mentioned yesterday, we have never encountered anything like it. How can it be proven?" Xie Chen inquired earnestly. Jiang Fei turned to Sheng Ronghuan and asked, "Is there a blackboard available?" Chapter 62, A Quantum Leap. The first equation through a protracted evolution, interstellar humanity has achieved a qualitative leap in the foundational logic of mathematics. The ancient conjectures posited by early humans have all been successfully resolved. Furthermore, upon this foundation, new equations and theories have been established, unlocking additional realms of knowledge. The mathematical equations and theories that have precipitated the explosive advancement of interstellar technology are numerous. The three specific mathematical formulas presented by Jiang Fei yesterday, which pertain to the requirements for a compact, controllable fusion reactor battery, should not be underestimated. The final of these formulas serves as the cornerstone for the creation of teleportation arrays by interstellar humanity. The theoretical applications of wormhole jumps, spatial transmission, and pocket dimensions all hinge upon the support of this singular mathematical formula, though it may appear to be merely a trivial equation. The pursuit of such advancements was extraordinarily daunting for interstellar humanity, particularly due to their archenemy, the Zerg, who possess an innate ability for wormhole jumping. This equation and its foundational logic were ultimately distilled through considerable effort and the sacrifice of many compatriots. Both ancient human science and interstellar science have sought to uncover the relationship between theology and scientific inquiry. The conclusion reached by interstellar science is that theology has, in fact, long been transparent to all humanity. Its underlying logic is mathematics. It can even be posited that the fundamental logic of the universe is mathematics itself. The ability of mathematical formulas to substantiate conjectural theories stands as a prerequisite for any epoch marked by technological explosion. After Shang Ronghuan procured a blackboard, Jiang Fei inscribed an equation upon it. What is this? I have never seen such a thing. A dozen scientists furrowed their brows. Some shook their heads in disbelief, while others began to consult references, given that they were not from the same field. Not all were well-versed in mathematical formulas and conjectures. How embarrassing. I have never encountered this before. There was a prevailing sense of reason, yet uncertainty lingered. It seemed unlikely to be false, but could it truly be validated? It bore resemblance to a variant of a certain conjecture. But is there still time for me to investigate? Does such an equation genuinely exist? What technological transformations might arise from its application? I maintain that it is undoubtedly related to the foundational logic of mathematics. Yesterday's lecture left me utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the presenter's discourse. Upon hearing the remarks of the elderly scientists, Jiang Fei nodded in acknowledgement. It appears you have indeed never encountered this before. The elderly scholars were seated on plastic chairs provided by the robots. Dubai had not anticipated such a turnout. The conditions were truly limited, as typically only Jiang Fei occupied the space as a living person. As for the robots, they were indifferent to how they rested or sat. Their chassis were made of steel. The plastic chairs were the most rudimentary seating that Dubai could procure, remnants left by Jiang Fei's predecessor before his transmigration. Sitting upon those modest stools, each scientist's gaze was filled with profound respect, yet none felt compelled to voice their thoughts further. The formula that Jiang Fei inscribed on the blackboard was entirely unfamiliar to them, yet not a single individual dared to question him. When Jiang Fei remarked that they had never encountered such a concept, the elderly present felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Indeed, they had never come across it. Their lack of education was painfully evident. Jiang Fei cast a glance at the group of elderly individuals before turning back to the blackboard, where he inscribed 3 formulas. What about these? He inquired. The one above is derived from these 3. Yi Kuei, one of the vice presidents of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, interjected hastily before the president. Xie Chen could respond. The first one on the left is a conjecture related to mathematics from abroad. I can't recall its name, but I remember its content. As soon as Yi Kuei finished speaking, Xie Chen smirked. Isn't it rather conspicuous that you've forgotten its name? To which the elderly gentleman retorted. It's impressive enough that I can recall such a formula. Moreover, this conjecture has yet to be resolved or proven. It remains merely a conjecture. Jiang Fei circled the first formula on the left with chalk. A conjecture, is it? And what about these 2 on the right? Are none of you among the mathematicians? Among the numerous scientists and professors present, there was indeed one who specialized in mathematics. Peng Yunhu, another vice president of the academy. Instantly, all eyes turned to the rosy-faced elder. Clearing his throat, Peng Yunhu admitted, at my age, my memory isn't what it used to be. I can't recall the specific conjecture or formula, but I do remember its content. These 2 are unfamiliar. They aren't included in the conjectures. Jiang Fei nodded and set aside the circled conjecture, proceeding to dissect the other 2 formulas. These formulas, too, were summaries and evolutions of other equations, which he methodically traced back. The final conclusion revealed that to prove the validity of the formula Jiang Fei had initially written, he would need to personally formulate 12 mathematical conjectures. As of now, none of these conjectures had yielded any conclusions, results, or proofs. This is the simplest formula in my theory, Jiang Fei remarked. Skepticism etched across his face as he gazed at the blackboard. 12, are you certain? The group of scientists nodded in unison, their expressions tinged with doubt. After all, the notion that Jiang Fei's formula required 12 unresolved conjectures for support was rather absurd. Very well, let us tackle them one by one, Jiang Fei sighed. Tonight, I shall commence the explanation, and we might even live stream it. Knowledge ought to be disseminated. Xie Chen observed Jiang Fei's self-assured demeanor, feeling a pang of apprehension. Could it be that this young man was indeed speaking the truth? If so, such a revelation should not be broadcasted live. Teacher Jiang, perhaps you should draft a paper first, then elucidate, he suggested. Jiang Fei, astonished, responded, is it really necessary to compose a paper for such straightforward knowledge? The so-called conjectures of the interstellar era are akin to the content found in primary school textbooks. Jiang Fei opted to discuss them in the evening as he needed time to prepare. He aimed to employ the simplest language to ensure comprehension among all. It appears that young teacher Jiang has never suffered from this sort of predicament. However, since the enactment of intellectual property laws, the dozen or so scientists present have certainly encountered their fair share of such difficulties. A lively discussion ensued. Yes. Let us first publish our papers and explain the theories. There is no rush. We should reach out to the most renowned international journals, compile 12 papers, and submit them all. I can hardly imagine the expressions on those foreigners' faces when they see all 12 conjectures thoroughly debunked. We should also contact all domestic publications. Teacher Jiang's lectures are not urgent. You have plenty of delicious fruits here. Let us lend you a hand. Indeed, the group of elderly gentlemen and ladies chattered eagerly, while Dabai thoughtfully served them Jiang Fei's newly cultivated watermelons. That works, Jiang Fei nodded, delegating the task of paper writing to Dabai, who, being an intelligent robot, was well-versed in contemporary mathematics thanks to its constant online presence. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had another matter to attend to. Haven't foreign critics dismissed his nuclear fusion reactor as a mere hoax? They've even mocked him in videos. Therefore, wouldn't it be prudent to send a message to those nations that laughed the loudest, inviting them to examine his work closely? Of course, Jiang Fei is not a violent individual. He harbors no intentions of causing destruction. He merely seeks to promote his endeavors. As for interception, that notion is utterly absurd. Chapter 63. 12 papers. It was an unremarkable evening. However, within this seemingly mundane dusk, 12 papers emerged, each potent enough to send ripples through the entire scientific community. They would later be referred to by future scholars as the 12 cornerstones. Each paper corresponded to a currently unverified mathematical conjecture. Initially, the scientists anticipated that Jiang Fei would require an extensive amount of time to complete a single paper. Yet they were astounded by the astonishing speed with which Jiang Fei collaborated with Dabai to produce these works. Upon the release of the first paper, a dozen scientists gathered around it for analysis, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Peng Yinhu, a specialist in mathematics, was acutely aware of the formidable challenges posed by these unproven conjectures. Yet, to Jiang Fei, they appeared remarkably straightforward. While composing the papers, Jiang Fei often inquired whether Dabai had encountered certain formulas, as many of these so-called conjectures were prevalent in the elementary textbooks of interstellar humanity. Jiang Fei had to reverse engineer the concepts, ensuring they were comprehensible to the ancient earthlings. This required incessant verification of whether certain formulas and theories had previously existed on Earth, a task best suited for Dabai, as Jiang Fei was regarded as profoundly knowledgeable in the eyes of others. With Dabai's assistance, Jiang Fei completed the papers with remarkable speed, even managing to arrange gifts for certain nations during brief interludes. The group of scientists, engrossed in their analysis of Jiang Fei's papers, neglected their own well-being. Naturally, they also sought to expand their networks, facilitating Jiang Fei's successful publication of all 12 papers. Concurrently, a series of intellectual property operations related to these papers were efficiently managed with the support of Xiaoqian, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The pace was astonishing. Even before the papers were officially published in scientific journals, by dusk, the ownership of these 12 papers had entirely transferred to Jiang Fei. The swiftness of this process was truly remarkable. In the domestic realm, the office of the chief editor of the most authoritative scientific journal was still illuminated, with a compressed file containing the 12 papers appearing in his inbox. Among them, there was also a commendation from his most esteemed mentor, Xiaoqian. Were these 12 papers indeed authentic? The chief editor hastily rose, his face a mask of disbelief. However, he was not a formidable figure in the field of mathematical research. These papers required validation from additional scientists. He swiftly made calls to gather a team. A similar scene unfolded in the offices of authoritative scientific journal editors abroad. They were equally astonished. The implications of these 12 conjectures, if substantiated, would profoundly impact the realms of mathematics and science, heralding a qualitative leap in human technological advancement. Jiang Fei, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, observed the growing throng of scientists before him. Initially, there had been only a handful. However, not every individual among them was a mathematics expert. Thus, to convey their astonishment and admiration, after addressing the intellectual property matters related to Jiang Fei's papers, they summoned additional colleagues to further investigate. from a dozen scientists to hundreds. And from these hundreds to thousands, each scientist accompanied by their respective doctoral or postdoctoral candidates. Those with insufficient talent were expelled from the ranks, as were those who could not comprehend the material. Ultimately, the remaining few thousand can be deemed the most brilliant and exceptional minds in the entire Dragon Kingdom. They continuously express their astonishment. My goodness, it can be done this way. During my time at Cambridge, I was convinced that this conjecture must indeed hold true. It is nothing short of magical. Should this conjecture be validated, humanity may indeed perform astonishing feats akin to those of sorcerers. Teacher, what do these 12 conjectures ultimately point toward? Being impressive is enough. You have no access to the rest, so why ponder too much? These 12 papers alone could occupy you for a lifetime, and even if someone revealed the answers to you, you might not fully grasp them. Only a genius could confirm all 12 conjectures. Genius is right beside us. Surprising? Isn't it? Absolutely astonishing. I can hardly imagine the expressions on the faces of those foreign scientists when all these papers are published. Sending all 12 at once would be daunting. Perhaps we should release one first? That depends on Professor Jiang's intentions. We cannot decide that ourselves. Fortunately, the Nyodon Mountain is large enough. Jiang Fei, calm and composed, sipped in his room while watching a girl group dance. Daba and number 222 stood beside him, particularly attentive in serving tea and water. If Daba and no. 222 had skin, they would likely wear expressions of obsequiousness. Is everything ready? Jiang Fei inquired, not about the papers. Daba, brimming with excitement, replied, yes. But why don't you assign this task to me? Number 222's approach is quite alarming, he added. Number 222 resembled numerous planting robots, and their identifiers were communicated only after interaction. Jiang Fei never concerned himself with the planting robots. After all, they were the creation of robots, belonging to Daba's domain. Since Daba could distinguish them without labeling, he might as well construct them himself. Jiang Fei had no inclination to intervene. Thus, in the eyes of those scientists, the highly intelligent robots surrounding Jiang Fei had never ventured outside. Jiang Fei himself had spent an arduous afternoon crafting 12 complete papers, an endeavor that consumed him entirely. A group of scientists had been engaged in research, with some even debating fiercely, while others felt the need to consult Jiang Fei directly for clarification. In the eyes of those scientists, and even in Sheng Ronghuan's gaze, Jiang Fei had never left the confines of his space. Yet, why did Daba criticize No. 222's rough work? Jiang Fei felt speechless upon viewing the video of number 222 at work. The entity known as 222 has positioned controllable nuclear fusion reactor batteries, approximately the size of a large white chest, directly above the illustrious residences of the beautiful nations by Palace, the Eagle Nation's Platinum Sweat Palace, the Cherry Blossom Nation's Palm Reading Official Residence, the Kimchi Nation's Clear Frog Platform, and the Elephant Nation's Leader's Office. The precise operational principles have yet to be disclosed by 222. However, a video captured by the large white entity documented the aftermath of 222's installation. It was an unremarkable dusk, with the sky adorned in striking fiery clouds. Yet, at that moment, a colossal spherical object appeared in the heavens, its diameter roughly 20 meters. There was no warning, no preceding signs. It was as if a glitch in a game had suddenly introduced a new element. When Jiang Fei beheld this video, he was utterly astonished. It was indeed rather crude. Would those foreigners not think they had encountered a ghost? Chapter 64. The sudden appearance of nuclear reactors suspended in the skies of various nations in essence. Within the spherical structure measuring 20 meters in diameter lies a core the size of a basketball, akin to the controllable nuclear fusion battery nestled within the chest of the Great White. Were it not for the inadequacy of materials at hand, Jiang Fei would have undertaken a much grander endeavor. The essential components required for the nuclear reactor are predominantly controlled by the state. Previously, Jiang Fei had procured a meager quantity of materials through the dark web. He had indeed manufactured numerous batteries back then. Now, in collaboration with the military, Jiang Fei has made a few modest requests within reasonable limits. In any case, Sheng Ronghuan harbored no doubts whatsoever, despite its diminutive size. The exterior material enveloping this apparatus was meticulously developed by Jiang Fei, encasing the entire nuclear reactor while ensuring that the internal energy remained stable and did not escalate to the point of explosion. The outer shell, crafted from a transparent substance, employed anti-gravity and magnetic levitation technologies. Both Jiang Fei and the Great White stood in awe as they watched the video, during which Unit 222 explained with great pride. Unit 222 revealed that a colossal outer shell had been fabricated around the basketball-sized battery, one that could expand, thereby creating the illusion that the nuclear battery possessed a diameter of 20 meters. Furthermore, Unit 222 had applied a layer of stealth coating on the exterior, a sophisticated concoction developed later by Jiang Fei, distinct from the conventional coatings used on cargo planes. This advanced coating was controllable, designed with the intention that, once applied, it would render the object invisible to radar and the naked eye, allowing it to materialize unexpectedly in the skies of a certain nation, and subsequently manipulate the stealth layer for dramatic effect. The ultimate outcome would be a sudden and startling emergence, akin to an unexpected apparition. However, after Unit 222's application, Jiang Fei felt compelled to revise the coating. It was far too unexpected. It was a pity, as it had startled many. In summary, on that unremarkable dusk, foreign pedestrians strolling along the streets abruptly looked up to behold a massive sphere floating in the sky, its presence jarring and unexpected. Suspended at an altitude of approximately 1 to 200 meters, the object within the sphere seemed to possess immense energy. Thanks to Unit 222's astute placement, it hovered directly above the workspaces of several national leaders, prompting a flurry of gunfire. Jiang Fei, taken aback, inquired, "Did you ensure the outer shell was bulletproof during its construction?" With a smug expression, Unit 222 replied, "Of course. Not only that, but I also incorporated evasion testing. However, once the energy is depleted, it may plummet from the sky, as magnetic levitation requires power." Jiang Fei and the Great White exchanged a worried glance. Indeed, they soon witnessed the enormous 20-meter diameter sphere begin to dance frantically in response to the barrage of bullets, bobbing up and down, swaying left and right. Jiang Fei nearly burst into laughter. Was this a game of chance? Such disregard for one's own safety was quite the spectacle. Let the games commence. Simultaneously controlling all nuclear reactor batteries was of little concern to Jiang Fei. With the flick of a remote control, he elevated the energy output, illuminating the night sky in an extraordinary radiance. After all, it was controllable nuclear fusion, and increasing the energy was a trivial task. Jiang Fei responded promptly. At that moment, he beheld a video of the magnificent structure above the White Palace, where a colossal spherical reactor, measuring 20 meters in diameter, suddenly became remarkably brilliant. Such a massive object hovered in the sky, pulsating and shimmering with dazzling light, visible to anyone with sight. Fortunately, the scientific capabilities here were not so rudimentary, and soon someone recognized the anomaly. After shots were fired, scientists from various nations, upon seeing the enormous sphere hovering over the leader's location, emitted sharp gasps of astonishment. Concurrently, the online forums erupted in chaos. Who ordered the firing? Do you wish to collectively ascend? My friends, that is a nuclear reactor. Goodness, the outer shell is merely that, a shell. Otherwise, it could not sustain magnetic levitation. The shell also amplifies the effect, concealing a small nuclear reactor within. That is a nuclear reactor. Cease at once. Such a marvel of engineering. How did it achieve levitation? How could it move so swiftly? If it exhausted its energy, would it plummet? What would happen if the reactor were to fall? This last query silenced the entire internet forum. What would happen if it fell? Of course, it would explode, just like the 2 atomic bombs known as Little Boy. The consequences of such an object falling would be catastrophic. Moreover, what would be the aftermath of a leak? How many lives would be affected? Where did this object originate? A cacophony of voices erupted among the foreigners, who began recording various videos to upload online. I believe we are being invaded by aliens. I was filming birds, and this object appeared suddenly, without warning or trajectory. In midair, how terrifying. Why does this object seem somewhat familiar? Just a few days ago, you mocked that person from the Dragon Kingdom, who claimed to have developed a controllable nuclear fusion battery. Doesn't that basketball-sized object he held resemble this? Could it be that because we ridiculed him, he deliberately showcased this for us? This is indeed a nuclear reactor. I have consulted my teacher. The government is inept. I must inquire how this came to be here. You boast daily about the prowess of your air defense systems. Is it all a facade? Our country has already deployed helicopters for investigation, wary of approaching too closely. Why not just shoot it down? Honestly, you are all too timid. I'd rather ignite a firecracker. This must surely be the work of that Jiang Fei from the Dragon Kingdom. Arrest him. Seize him at once. Let the Dragon Kingdom surrender him. With such a commotion, it is only natural that individuals from the Dragon Kingdom would take to the internet. How can you so confidently assert that it was our esteemed Jiang Fei? On what grounds do you claim that this act was committed by him? You cannot even trace the trajectory with your radar, nor can your air defense systems intercept anything. Yet you have already concluded who is responsible? Whom do you intend to mock? Surely, there is a connection to Jiang Fei. You have so gleefully derided him in the past, and now you find yourselves at a loss, do you not? How generous he must be. Each of those nations that mocked him the most is now forced to look up and behold the reality. As the clock struck midnight, the situation began to escalate. Sheng Ronghuan, filled with trepidation, knocked on Jiang Fei's door. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Fei had remained diligently ensconced within Nyodon Mountain, engrossed in his research and writing papers. He had neither the time nor the inclination to release any form of a nuclear reactor or small battery. It could not possibly be him. Although Sheng Ronghuan endeavored to reassure himself with this reasoning, when Jiang Fei opened the door, he posed a question that left Sheng Ronghuan utterly bewildered. "I am but an honest citizen," Jiang Fei remarked, having recently indulged in a bit too much television, leaving Sheng Ronghuan at a loss for words. Chapter 65 Reason. The moment Jiang Fei spoke, Sheng Ronghuan felt an unusual itch in his philtrum, as if a tuft of little whiskers were about to sprout. "No." Sheng Ronghuan shook his head, hastily clarifying his stance. He lowered his voice. "If this matter is indeed your doing, do you have the confidence to retrieve it? It must not result in casualties among the ordinary populace." Jiang Fei remained silent, merely gazing at Sheng Ronghuan. Growing increasingly agitated, Sheng Ronghuan tugged at his sparse hair, appearing on the verge of baldness. "The geopolitical machinations between nations have no bearing on the common people." Jiang Fei accepted the midnight snack from Dubai, casually remarking, "I am a businessman." One could hardly discern that, Sheng Ronghuan thought. The commotion you've stirred up could merely be the antics of a businessman? He wished to inquire. But as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Jiang Fei had made his position clear. He was but a merchant, engaged solely in profit-making endeavors, and would not resort to murder. Regardless of the conflict between nations, it is always the common folk who suffer the most. Yet, why would a businessman harbor animosity towards the common people? They are, after all, his consumers. A newfound confidence surged within Sheng Ronghuan. "Rest assured, Jiang Fei, they will not affect your disposition. When Jiang Fei feels content, he will retrieve those matters. Or would Jiang Fei's mood affect others?" That was of little concern to Sheng Ronghuan. After all, throughout the past century, others have consistently impacted their emotions. Allowing others to be anxious for a few days is hardly a grave issue. Dubai, perplexed by Jiang Fei's mischief, suggested, "Boss, why not simply silence them? We need not complicate matters. If a leader from any nation looks askance at you, I shall eliminate them." Jiang Fei glanced at Dubai, somewhat resigned. "Dubai, what do you think is the most crucial aspect for interstellar humanity?" As Dubai was an entity of interstellar code, implanted with Jiang Fei's knowledge of the cosmos, he promptly stood at attention and replied, "Population." Indeed, research indicates that the ancient Earth was the most suitable habitat for human development. However, the people of that time failed to cherish it. Subsequently, the ecosystem of ancient Earth was utterly destroyed, rendering it uninhabitable. After enduring a protracted apocalypse, the remnants of humanity were left with no choice but to wander the stars. Yet, those who ventured into interstellar exile faced considerable hardships, as they had to contend with the interstellar insectoids. The realm of ancient Earth was enveloped by a unique, transparent dome, safeguarding the entire planet. The reason ancient Earth was deemed the most hospitable for humanity was that it was devoid of any insectoids. The entirety of ancient Earth and the entire Milky Way appeared as if protected by an invisible hand. However, during their interstellar wanderings, humanity discovered that insectoids were omnipresent. When humans entered the line of sight of these creatures, it was akin to the arrival of government relief supplies. People struggled to survive in the crevices of existence. They relied on various technologies, while the insectoids depended on genetic evolution, advancing at a pace millions of times faster than humanity. Even with scientific assistance in procreation, the birth rate among humanity continues to decline year by year, while the mortality rate and the probability of genetic collapse rise correspondingly. Jiang Fei quickly finished the late-night snack prepared by Dubai, remarking that this was merely the beginning, yet warfare is not the most effective means indeed. It is the most futile approach. Although Dubai did not fully comprehend his master's intentions, he was equipped with the most advanced processor and code in existence. Nevertheless, he dutifully responded to his master's inquiries. "Understood, master. Would you like me to roast another free-range chicken for you?" Jiang Fei, curious, replied. I don't recall studying the cultivation of free-range chickens. Where did yours come from? A peculiar smile formed on Dubai's cold metallic surface as he explained. There is an inn at the foot of the mountain where they raise them. I did not steal it, I purchased it. As he spoke, Dubai grew anxious, fearing that Jiang Fei might misunderstand him. Jiang Fei nodded. That sounds acceptable. The master and servant happily indulged in roasted chicken atop Nyodan Mountain, with Jiang Fei's joy bringing delight to Dubai. Meanwhile, within the inn at the mountain's base, a certain agricultural expert was nearly in tears. My free-range chicken was raised on precious traditional medicinal herbs, each plant over 100 years old. You say you sold it? Do you think your chicken can compare to mine? Have you lost your senses? How many years of research went into that? However, the inn staff member, standing before the agricultural expert, dismissed his concerns with a thick accent. Come on, you scrawny little hen. You dare boast about how long you've raised it and what herbs you used? Have you lost your mind? With that physique, even my rooster wouldn't look twice at it. The agricultural expert, infuriated, nearly came to blows with the inn staff. Amid the chaos, the staff member shouted, Fine. I'll compensate you. Just pick one from my flock. The agricultural expert, overwhelmed with rage, fainted. Just for one hen, he thought, and they attempted to swindle me? The staff member, undeterred by the throng of experts, vented his frustration. I don't know what you fed that thing. It's so emaciated. I'm the one at a loss here. In truth, Jiang Fei had long contemplated the reason behind his traversal through time. At that juncture, the entire galaxy was engrossed in researching a particularly enigmatic weapon known as the causality weapon. They had made considerable progress with smaller iterations, yet it was insufficient. They sought to develop larger, more formidable versions. Jiang Fei harbored a vague suspicion that he had inadvertently become a target of this causality weapon, as he had returned to the origin, the ancient Earth, a place that interstellar humanity yearns for yet cannot reach. The inception of such a weapon stemmed from humanity's realization that they could not erase the existence of the insectoid species. Despite their technological prowess, the insectoids remained indomitable. Every conceivable weapon had been attempted, yet to no avail. They were inherently gifted. Ultimately, it remains uncertain which scientist, in a moment of unexpected insight, diverted their attention towards metaphysics. Thus, the weapon of causal law was born, intended to combat the insectoid menace. Initially, the smaller causal law weapons did indeed yield some effect, albeit minimal. At first, the insectoids exhibited a disinclination towards reproduction due to these diminutive causal law instruments. Their greatest prowess lay in evolution and procreation. The insectoid society is led by a queen, who, upon giving birth to her offspring, ensures that any injury sustained by even one of them reverberates throughout the entire species. For instance, if a larva were harmed by nuclear weaponry, the evolutionary trajectory of the entire insectoid race would shift towards countering such armaments. Consequently, it was not long before they became impervious to nuclear threats. Disrupting their reproductive capabilities curtailed their ability to spawn offspring, thereby diminishing their inclination to invade. However, this period of respite was fleeting. Although the causal law weapon successfully diminished the queen's desire for reproduction, a peculiar transformation occurred among the male insectoids, giving rise to a second female gender. A portion of these male insectoids evolved into female counterparts, capable of reverting back to their original form. Thus, within less than a century of employing the smaller causal law weapon, the insectoids resumed their prolific breeding with renewed vigor. As a result, the interstellar humanity of that era sought to develop a more formidable and expansive causal law weapon, a quest that remained unfulfilled prior to Jiang Fei's arrival. Hence, one must ponder, what precisely motivated your decision to return me? Jiang Fei, cradling a glass of Sprite, gazed into the vast expanse of the starry sky, lost in contemplation. Chapter 66. A Dark Countenance. Originally, Jiang Fei had planned to conduct a live broadcast in the evening. However, he found himself encircled by a multitude of scientists, inundated with inquiries, akin to being besieged by thousands of quacking ducks, utterly unable to extricate himself. Consequently, the live streaming endeavor was temporarily shelved. The following day, Jiang Fei continued to be beset by these scientists, compelled to respond to their questions. Unbeknownst to him, the online community had erupted in a frenzy due to his actions. The first unfortunate soul to bear the brunt of this chaos was Qin Mu. At the time Jiang Fei was engaged in his endeavors, Qin Mu lay soundly asleep in his bed. As the tumult unfolded online, he was lost in dreams, envisioning a glorious retirement, picturing a future where his work was exceedingly simple, sleeping, sipping tea, and engaging in light-hearted disputes with a few foreigners. His work was comfortable, uncomplicated, and utterly delightful. Yet, just as Qin Mu reveled in his blissful reverie, he received an unexpected phone call. At 4 o'clock in the morning, he begrudgingly re-entered the conference hall. His demeanor thick with resentment, so palpable it could nearly coalesce into a malevolent specter. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback, and his ire dissipated entirely, for there were others whose resentment far surpassed his own. Representatives from the beautiful nation, the eagle nation, the cherry blossom nation, the elephant nation, and the kimchi nation all appeared as though possessed by vengeful spirits. Upon noticing Qin Mu's arrival, they seemed poised to pounce, particularly the representative from the kimchi nation, who charged forward, only to collide with the door as Qin Mu deftly sidestepped. "You people from Dragon Nation lack martial virtue," the kimchi nation representative clamored, and Qin Mu could discern the meaning behind the cacophony. What was this all about? He was somewhat aware of the occurrences from the previous evening's twilight. Yet, regardless of whether Jiang Fei was implicated, Qin Mu could not acknowledge it. Besides, having been roused from slumber in a fit of annoyance, he had already devised a set of retorts. "What do you mean? Are you feigning ignorance?" the kimchi nation representative exclaimed in exasperation. "What has your countrymen done in our land? Are you truly unaware?" Their indignation was palpable. Qin Mu, however, remained unfazed. "I am not aware. What precisely transpired?" The kimchi nation representative's expression soured. The eagle nation representative wore a grimace, gesturing for Qin Mu to direct his attention to the large screen ahead. It displayed the skies above the platinum palace of the eagle nation. The previously dreary heavens were devoid of any clouds, utterly clear. With a furrowed brow, Qin Mu feigned confusion. He excelled at such performances, rendering him nearly imperceptible. "Isn't everything fine? What is the issue?" "Fine. Which of your eyes perceives it as such?" The eagle nation representative nearly shouted in frustration. Look here, look here." As the eagle nation representative pointed to the large screen, a sphere suddenly materialized on it, emanating a dazzling radiance, golden and resplendent at its core. "Do you see it?" Suddenly, this object appeared. The representative of the eagle nation declared in exasperation, "This is what your dragon nation has done to us." Immediately, the representative from the kimchi nation chimed in. "That's precisely why I say your dragon nation is shameless. This is an invasion. This is deliberate. Do you have any sense of shame left? You have lost all dignity." The representative of the elephant nation pounded the table vigorously, exclaiming, "You dragon nation people have hidden yourselves well. You have deceived us terribly. You managed to infiltrate our country silently and place such a massive object in our airspace." Qin Mu found it difficult to fully believe the scene before him, despite the messages relayed by his secretary aligning with the claims of these representatives. However, he chose to feign ignorance, asking, "Is what you say truly the case? Do you not think this object appears to be digitally altered? At such a critical moment, you still pretend to be oblivious? Go check how many videos regarding this matter are circulating online. What on earth is this? Are you truly unaware?" The representative of the beautiful nation nearly spat in Qin Mu's face with his fervor. Remaining composed, Qin Mu replied, "I am not pretending. I genuinely do not know what this object is. Isn't this the nuclear battery mentioned by your Livestream host, Jiang Fei, a few days ago?" The representative of the beautiful nation was on the verge of a furious outburst, ready to tear Qin Mu apart for his hypocritical demeanor, which was truly infuriating to behold. With a calm demeanor, Qin Mu glanced at his secretary and quietly inquired, "Has our country actually produced nuclear batteries?" The secretary, having worked closely with Qin Mu for a long time, seamlessly played along, responding, "No, we have not." Satisfied, Qin Mu turned to the visibly enraged representative of the beautiful nation, stating, "My little secretary says we do not have them. Can you trust her words?" "Qin, what on earth is going on? You act as if you are oblivious to everything. The entire world is discussing this matter, and you can simply pretend not to hear? Do you know what our scientists are saying?" As the representative spoke, they connected with their nation's most authoritative scientist on the large screen. The scientist appeared visibly anxious. Typically seen on television with an air of arrogance, he now looked fearful as he addressed the representative of the beautiful nation, asking, "Have you discussed this with them? When will they retrieve that object?" "It is indeed a nuclear reactor, in Zhang's hands. It seems like a toy, but I dare not touch it. Do not expect me to shut it down. I lack the capability." The representative of the beautiful nation's expression darkened. "We are still in negotiations. Approach them with a more respectful demeanor. Scientists are not individuals you can afford to offend." The The scientist on the other end of the screen spoke with grave seriousness. The representative of the beautiful nation abruptly cut off the connection. Qin Mu reflected on all the sorrows he had encountered in his lifetime, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. The representative from the beautiful nation wore a grim expression. Do you see? Our nation's scientists have declared this to be a nuclear reactor. And your country's? Jiang, quite impressive, isn't he? Sneaking this contraption into our territory. Appearing out of nowhere. Who are you trying to scare? I demand that your dragon nation immediately surrender this Jiang. This is terrorism. This is a crime. There must be consequences. With a sigh, Qin Mu expressionlessly opened his phone, initiating a loop of a particular video. The voice of the beautiful nation's representative resonated loudly. Huh? Who would have thought? It turns out your dragon nation has produced a fraud, and you elevate this fraud so high. How amusing. My dear Qin, you are truly pitiable. Qin Mu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. I will reiterate, our Jiang Fei is merely a fraud. If he is not a fraud, he must be labeled as one. Establishing this label firmly upon Jiang Fei simplifies my subsequent task significantly. The representatives from the beautiful nation and the eagle nation glared with expressions as dark as thunderclouds. Chapter 67. Fighting. My affection, however. Is Qin Mu truly the type of individual who knows when to withdraw? Evidently not. Burdened with a heavy sense of resentment and the remnants of a grumpy awakening, Qin Mu unapologetically turned on the loudspeaker of his phone, broadcasting the derisive remarks made by the representatives of the Eagle Nation and the Beautiful Nation just days prior. Their mocking words reverberated throughout the entirety of the Lotus and Harmony Nation. What a pity, poor Qin. Who would have thought a great fraud would emerge from your household? The most absurd part is that everyone in your country believes this person to be a genuine scientist. Do you know that we captured footage of that individual waving around a fake nuclear reactor? Quite a spectacle, isn't it? Is it true that the people of your nation lack such basic knowledge? Can such an object be casually manipulated by hand? Who do you think you're fooling? The special effects employed by this individual are quite impressive. Previously, we were deceived into thinking everything he created was authentic. We watched a considerable amount of television and could clearly see the admiration for Iron Man. The greatest dream of every man is to possess a mech. How wonderful it would be if such creations existed. As for your Jiang Fei, I hardly know what to say. Hilarious, indeed. It is clear that the fake remains a mere illusion. After all, it is a nuclear reactor. Can such a device be directly fashioned into a battery? He rambled on about a plethora of theories, and I must apologize, for I have never heard of such concepts. I consulted our nation's most esteemed scientists, and they too were unfamiliar with these theories. They are likely fabrications of his own making. I am aware that the imagination of the Dragon Nation is notoriously rich. I recall a span of 1 to 2 centuries in the history of the Bear Nation, during which the people of your Dragon Nation concocted tales for the sake of gaming, successfully deceiving all the experts and scholars across the Bear Nation. Indeed, the creativity of the Dragon Nation is truly remarkable. I have witnessed it firsthand. The expressions on the faces of the representatives from the Beautiful Nation and the Eagle Nation fluctuated between red and green, their teeth clenched in frustration. The representative from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was resolute in his desire to annihilate Qin Mu. What use are these videos? The issue is that such things only exist in your Dragon Nation. With an impassive expression, Qin Mu retrieved his phone, paused the current video, and extracted some of the outrageous statements previously uttered by the representative of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Jiang Fei's ancestral roots lie in our Pickled Vegetable Nation. If he were not one of us, he would never possess the inspiration to create a mech. Only we, the people of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, could conceive such formidable robots. Thus Jiang Fei must be one of us. That nuclear reactor is utterly fraudulent. It is evident that it was not crafted by someone from our Pickled Vegetable Nation. It is likely that Jiang Fei was led astray by the Dragon Nation, resulting in his fevered creation of such a contraption. These words encapsulate the sentiments of the representative from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. In truth, this world resembles a colossal theater of absurdity. The gatherings in the Lotus and Harmony Nation are not convened by particularly refined individuals. Rather, they are often filled with tempers that could lead to physical altercations. However, they have never, not once, and absolutely have not recorded each other's disgraceful behavior or certain remarks. Nor have they broadcasted them. After Qin Mu finished speaking, he realized that the entire Lianhe Nation remained eerily silent. At that moment, Qin Mu exaggeratedly adopted the tone and language of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, exclaiming, "Is this a nuclear reactor? Is this truly a nuclear reactor? Goodness! Is this the magnificent nuclear reactor? The representative of the pickled vegetable nation retorted, I don't usually speak so dramatically. With a smile playing on his lips. Qin Mu replied, Indeed, you have all claimed that this sudden appearance in midair is a nuclear reactor. Yet you have also said that our Jiang Fei is nothing but a charlatan. What he has created is certainly not a nuclear reactor. I inquired further, and it is indeed not. We are already distressed by Jiang Fei's deception, and yet you continue to rub salt into our wounds. Must you insist that this enormous orb is the work of our Jiang Fei? Do you possess no conscience? Do you have no shame? You might as well claim this is an alien invasion, as that would be more plausible. A chorus of national representatives fell silent. The representative from the Great Bear Nation, surprisingly, uttered, Perhaps it is indeed an alien invasion. Even I, who am not well versed in science, can discern that this colossal orb appears to have no supports, yet hovers in midair, indicating magnetic levitation or anti-gravity. I shan't comment on whether it is the so-called nuclear reactor within, but I must ask, can you achieve this without placing anything inside? Can you make this object float effortlessly in the air? Can you enable it to evade bullets? Thankfully, a defense system has been designed to dodge bullets. Otherwise, some of your nations would have already been blown to smithereens. While it may not matter if you are blown up, the real concern is if nuclear contamination occurs. Can we still inhabit this planet? The representative from the Great Bear Nation truly spoke without a care, especially since Jiang Fei had not placed such a peculiar orb in their nation's leader's office. Oh, and to this day, they have yet to prove that this object indeed belongs to Jiang Fei. How infuriating. After confronting everyone, Qin Mu felt a wave of relief. All right. I have said all I needed to. This matter has nothing to do with our dragon nation, so do not lay the blame at our feet. Reflect on how you have spoken of us before, Qin Mu said, a sense of helplessness in his heart. I was already feeling quite distressed. The mere thought that Jiang Fei is a fraud who deceived me so deeply, even my little assistant once bought fruit from him, makes me feel utterly miserable. I cannot bear this. Qin Mu, a master of performance, faced the representatives of other nations, and surprisingly, tears welled up in his eyes as he swayed slightly while walking. Ultimately, he had to be supported by his secretary as he exited the conference hall of the Liana nation. However, after Qin Mu departed, the remaining national representatives exchanged glances, and the representative from the Eagle Nation, somewhat dim-witted, was led astray by Qin Mu's words. So, we are truly facing an alien invasion? You must be joking. The representative of the beautiful nation, with a grim expression, remarked, Do you still harbor faith in him? He is utterly oblivious to how he might betray you. If you ask me, we should have simply acknowledged Jiang Fei's nuclear reactor back then. Now we have roused his ire, and he has gifted each of us one. Do you have any idea how to extinguish this? If only I knew. The representative of the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared even more distressed, replying, We are utterly at a loss regarding our own reactor. And you expect us to manage yours? What do you call your efforts? Who could possibly survive your handling? The representative of the Bear Nation, maintaining a calm demeanor, suggested, If I may, why not bombard it with artillery? When that thing detonates, not only will it obliterate the contamination from your internal reactor, but it will also cleanse any other pollutants. I had warned you back when your crisis first emerged, suggesting a hydrogen bomb for direct neutralization. Yet, you lack both the funds and the courage. Now, Jiang Fei has presented you with one. If you are too timid to act, shall I take aim instead? The representative of the Cherry Blossom Nation then entered into a scuffle with the representative of the Bear Nation. However, the latter, being tall and robust, easily sent the former spinning twice with a single slap. So a brawl, is it? How delightful, exclaimed the representative of the Bear Nation, relishing the turmoil and raising his fists to join the fray. Chapter 68. Online feud. Upon returning to his office, Qin Mu indulged in a delightful cup of tea, feeling utterly refreshed. However, his secretary was unusually animated, standing at the entrance of the conference room, keenly observing the commotion within, and incessantly messaging Qin Mu. It's happening. Oh my, the combat capability of this little cherry blossom nation is rather unimpressive. I'm in stitches. The attire of the representative from the pickled cabbage nation has been torn apart. Each participant appears increasingly ferocious and ruthless. Thankfully, we made a swift exit. Otherwise, with your skills, I would have to protect you, wouldn't I? Initially, Qin Mu listened to his secretary's banter with a smile, but as the messages continued, his expression darkened. What did she mean by needing to protect him? He required no safeguarding. After all, he had a modicum of martial prowess himself. Nonetheless, a brawl was precisely what Qin Mu had anticipated. As the conflict escalated, the secretary, fearing the flames of discord might engulf her, retreated to the office, and even locked the door. Their eyes met, and the secretary, brimming with curiosity, gazed at Qin Mu, asking, "So, is that thing in the sky above those nations real? Was it engineered by Jiang Fei? How did he manage it? Did he bypass their defense systems? Are they all blind? Unable to intercept?" Qin Mu took a deep breath. "Are you a walking question mark? You have quite an array of inquiries." The crux of the matter was, how could he possibly know? The secretary, looking perplexed, inquired, "Why don't you make a call?" "Why should I call? Jiang Fei has not engaged in such activities," Qin Mu replied, flipping through the newspaper. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country of Bipalace, 3 helicopters cautiously approached the enormous spherical object suspended in midair, wary of getting too close lest it vanish. Such occurrences had transpired before. Inside those helicopters were venerable scientists, their excitement palpable, trembling with anticipation, yet none dared to approach. One colonel, growing impatient, addressed a nearby elder scientist. "Why are you trembling? Why don't you take action?" That Dragon Nation fellow handled it directly. The elderly scientist turned to the colonel, visibly quaking, yet his anger was swift and decisive. He raised a hand and firmly slapped the colonel's shoulder. "Do you think I possess the capability? Can your helicopter even approach now? Will it be able to make contact with that sphere?" The colonel fell silent. The helicopters dared not venture too close. Although the distance was considerable, they could clearly see the small nuclear reactor floating within the sphere, identical to what Jiang Fei had previously showcased in the video. One soldier inhaled deeply and cautiously remarked, "Wasn't he previously claimed that the reactor made by Jiang was a fabrication? I believe we could simply shoot at it or blow it up." A true genius indeed. Regardless of whether they were a colonel or a scientist, both were rendered speechless. The soldier even raised his weapon. The colonel seized the soldier's gun, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Try moving again, and sit quietly in the aircraft." Turning to the scientist, he added, "What about you? Care to attempt something?" The scientist shook his head, stating, "Although I am unclear about the nature of the thick outer shell surrounding the nuclear reactor, I can still sense the surging energy within, even from this distance. It would be prudent to refrain from any actions. Whoever placed it here should retract it, as that is the simplest solution. That individual, having introduced such a device into our nation, bears ill intent. We have the right to demand his extradition from Dragon Country." As the scientist spoke, his face radiated excitement. "If he is surrendered, send him to my laboratory. Science knows no borders, and I wish to interrogate him thoroughly." The colonel rolled his eyes, retorting, "Why not ask him directly? Just scale the wall and inquire on Dragon Country's website. I can provide you the link. Let's see if they even respond to you." The soldier, seated nearby, nearly burst into laughter. "You were just dismissing the nuclear battery produced by Dragon Country as a fake, mocking them with videos, and now you expect their cooperation? If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't want to engage with you either." Indeed, scientists are apolitical. Even amidst adversarial nations, the attitude towards scientists remains one of cordiality. These scholars, engrossed in their research on the floating sphere hovering above their homeland, found themselves at a loss. Yet, there were those among them who were rather reckless, such as the scientists from Elephant Country. Many advocated for the direct dissection of the sphere, contingent upon capturing it first, whether employing artillery or bullets. The floating sphere could effortlessly evade any assault, rendering them futile. However, Elephant Country was divided into factions. One faction, the hardline scholars, argued that the sphere should not be disturbed, expressing relief that it was currently unattainable. Had they made contact, an explosion could ensue. The other faction, the stream of consciousness theorists, had watched Jiang Fei's live broadcast and found it deceptively simple, believing they could succeed as well. Meanwhile, the international online discourse had erupted, with numerous individuals breaching the digital walls to access Dragon Country's Weibo, communicating in English. Yet, the spirited populace of Dragon Country would not succumb to verbal jabs from foreign adversaries. A netizen from Pickled Cabbage Country commented, "You Dragon Country folks are utterly insufferable. You are nothing but strawberry yogurt." To which a Dragon Country netizen replied, "Is your insult so abstract? It makes me hesitant to retort. What are you really trying to say?" An Eagle Country netizen demanded, "Tell your ginger from Dragon Country to remove that sphere. Why should he be permitted to place it in our nation?" The Dragon Country netizen shot back, "You are the ginger. Your entire family is ginger. What evidence do you have that it was indeed one of ours who placed it there? Did you not denounce falsehoods yourselves? That is certainly not a creation of our Dragon Nation. It bears no connection to us whatsoever." Cherry Blossom Nation netizens, stop feigning ignorance. Who doesn't know that contraption belongs to you? Hurry and remove it from our skies, as this is our airspace. Dragon Nation netizens, we have repeatedly stated that it is unrelated to us. However, I must admit that the spherical object from your land appears authentic. And it seems to contain a nuclear reactor. Do exercise caution, do not let it explode. Bear Country netizens, Cherry Blossom Nation, please be careful. If yours were to accidentally detonate, I suspect that the one from Pickled Vegetable Nation would follow suit. Pickled Vegetable Nation netizens, nonsense. Do you possess any knowledge? We are not adjacent to each other. Bear Country netizens, yet, did you not previously assert that Cherry Blossom Nation belonged to you? Both Cherry Blossom Nation and Dragon Nation originated from your homeland. Are you now denying it? Perhaps you should plead with your esteemed ally. For this territory is not solely yours. It is a military base of the beautiful nation, and you are merely constructing your nation upon it. Chapter 69. Seeking assistance at 8 p.m., Jiang Fei's live broadcast commenced punctually. However, even with a platform as immense as Douyin, despite allocating all their servers to Jiang Fei, the newly launched live stream was abruptly terminated once more. Jiang Fei wore a perplexed expression, his countenance marred by profound bewilderment. Shang Yi, responsible for managing the live streaming equipment, appeared equally baffled. It shouldn't be like this. Is the network here truly this poor? Dabai, visibly dissatisfied, slammed his hand on the table. You claim responsibility for the network here, yet it is I who maintains the modifications made by our leader. Our network is robust, capable of connecting even from the moon. Then why can't I connect from the military district? Sheng Yi was incredulous, dismissing Dabai's whimsical assertions. Although Jiang Fei occasionally performed miracles, Dabai could not. Rolling his eyes, Dabai retorted, "Why would I allow you to use our network? I would certainly expel you. Have you forgotten that it was I who sheltered you when the network at home encountered issues?" Sheng Yi gazed incredulously at the ungrateful Dabai, utterly astounded. How could you do such a thing? Is it ready yet? Jiang Fei had initially intended to broadcast live, personally demonstrating the 12 published papers on the blackboard. He had already disseminated those papers online, subsequently submitting them to various journals, both domestic and international. The intellectual property concerns had been thoroughly addressed. Recently, the influx of scientists, doctoral students, and postdoctoral researchers attending Jiang Fei's classes had surged, becoming almost overwhelming. Hence, he contemplated conducting a live stream to simultaneously record an online course. In the future, should any inquiries arise, they could simply refer to the recorded lectures, thus alleviating him of incessant questioning. Regrettably, the session had barely commenced before it concluded abruptly. Jiang Fei recalled being previously banned. Could it be that Douyin has restricted me again? That is utterly impossible. Sheng Yi quickly interjected. It seems Douyin has crashed. Jiang Fei sighed in resignation. After waiting approximately half an hour, he re-entered the streaming platform and restarted the live session. This time, the platform did not collapse immediately. The overwhelming traffic had initially overwhelmed Douyin's servers, yet they had added several additional server groups for Jiang Fei, which should suffice. Which live stream attracts 200 million viewers upon its inception. The upper management of Douyin's live streaming division, wiping the sweat from their brows, nervously remarked, "What if we enrage Jiang Fei and he decides to leave? If he joins a rival company, we shall face dire consequences." The executives were at a loss, while a junior secretary beside them whispered, "If I were him, I would simply create my own platform. If he does establish his own platform, I would gladly work for him." The senior executive appeared to waver. The secretary responded, "Do you remember your actual role?" At last, it seemed the live stream session was free of issues. When Jiang Fei's visage appeared on the screen, the barrage of comments flooded him with fervor. The speed at which the barrage of comments flowed was so rapid that Jiang Fei could scarcely discern their content. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Never mind. I am not particularly inclined to know what you were saying today. Wasn't it previously asserted that the nuclear reactor I developed was a fabrication? In truth, my creation encompasses a plethora of theoretical knowledge that remains unresolved to this day. Over the past few days, I have conducted some research and discovered that there are indeed numerous foundational mathematical theories here that remain unproven. In order to ground my theories upon this foundation, I have consequently resolved 12 mathematical conjectures that have eluded resolution thus far. The papers have been published, and the intellectual property rights have been secured. Consequently, in recent days, I have been inundated with inquiries regarding these 12 mathematical conjectures, prompting me to consider recording an online course. Today, we shall begin with the first mathematical conjecture. I have a blackboard prepared for this purpose. Jiang Fei was poised to deliver a lecture, meticulously addressing the subject from the ground up. In this hastily assembled classroom, over 100 elderly individuals earnestly took out their notebooks, ready to absorb Jiang Fei's teachings. Shang Yi was responsible for the camera work, capturing close-ups of the scientists, albeit in a seemingly casual manner. Yet, at that moment, the barrage of comments erupted in chaos. What does this mean? I need to inquire if that reactor is truly legitimate. I want to know whether you have placed that repugnant contraption in the workplace of our nation's leaders. What do you mean by teaching us? This insinuated that Jiang Fei had, in fact, not engaged in such activities over the past few days. He was a genuine scholar, a bona fide scientist. 12 papers concerning mathematical conjectures. Could it truly be possible for one individual to resolve 12 conjectures in such a short span? Were these conjectures not claimed to be unsolvable for centuries? This is utterly ridiculous, a charlatan embellishing himself with effects, attempting to establish a foundation that aligns with his own theories, even deceiving mathematicians in the process. How audacious to attempt to resolve mathematical conjectures in front of so many people. Who do you think you were trying to fool? If it were all a fabrication, why did I just see my professor among that group of elderly individuals? Indeed, my professor was there, astonishingly so. He is the most esteemed mathematician at our institution, specializing in mathematics, and I have heard that his IQ is exceptionally high. I was unable to enroll in his graduate program this year. It is well known that in the realm of mathematics, there are those who excel remarkably and others who falter immensely. Can I excuse myself? The mere thought of Jiang Fei lecturing on mathematics makes me drowsy. Seriously? You went through all this trouble to open a live stream just to teach us mathematics? What? Specifically, is this mathematics conjecture? Jiang Fei, will you not offer an explanation for your actions? Why are you so malicious? Why do you not remove that object from above our country? What exactly are you trying to achieve? How do you know it was him who did it? Is it not said abroad that what he has done is a sham? We are about to commence our mathematics class. I kindly request you to leave promptly, as our affairs bear no relevance to yours, just as yours are of no concern to us. Why do the cunning individuals from the Dragon Nation refuse to acknowledge their actions? At that moment, Jiang Fei happened to glance at this comment. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "How do you know it was I who did it? I am oblivious to my own actions. Perhaps it is the heavens that cannot bear witness to your folly, sending an extraterrestrial to rectify your misdeeds, rather than causing a ruckus in my live stream. You would be wiser to seek divine intervention, far more reliable, wouldn't you agree? Truly, these barbaric beings seem utterly bereft of manners. Is this the demeanor one should adopt when seeking assistance?" Chapter 70. Explanation regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Fei's online classroom has officially taken shape. He is somewhat reluctant to engage with the barrage of comments, perceiving it as a waste of time, since he has already articulated all necessary points. After addressing a few minor inquiries from the comments, Jiang Fei turned to the blackboard and inscribed a formula of middle school complexity. Let us commence from this point. It is evident that Jiang Fei has elaborated further to ensure comprehension for the majority. Although the formula on the blackboard is merely of a middle school standard, the elderly individuals seated beneath it diligently took notes, none displaying dissatisfaction on their faces. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the eager faces of the learners, casting a radiant halo resembling a gilded edge around Jiang Fei as he spoke eloquently, occasionally jotting down notes on the board. Sheng Yi found that even he could grasp the concepts Jiang Fei was discussing. He lowered his head to address the incessant vitriol in the live comments. However, upon raising his gaze once more, Sheng Yi experienced a sensation akin to time travel. What had transpired during those brief moments of looking down and then back up? Why? Beneath that seemingly ordinary middle school formula in the upper left corner, had an array of unfamiliar formulas suddenly appeared? Were those symbols still Arabic numerals? Did they not resemble English instead? What on earth was being transcribed? Had he truly traversed time in that instant? Was he unable to keep pace? Sheng Yi incredulously glanced at the live stream, observing that the reactions of the viewers mirrored his own. What is happening? I just stepped away for a moment to grab some water, and suddenly I can no longer comprehend the content. Just moments ago, we were discussing middle school knowledge, and I was questioning the merit of this live session, yet upon returning from collecting a delivery, I find it incomprehensible. What is this extensive writing? Is it still Arabic numerals? Could this possibly be an English class? My heavens, the material Jiang Fei has written, I do not even know how to pronounce it. Can someone elucidate what has transpired? At what stage have we reached in the proof? Has he succeeded? Not yet, but this line of thought is unprecedented and remarkably brilliant. There are indeed individuals who can understand it. I thought I was the only one who found it inscrutable. Thus, What is Jiang Fei demonstrating to us? What purpose does it serve? If you find it uninteresting, you are free to leave. No one will stop you. While it may seem inconsequential, if this conjecture can indeed prove the other 11, then I believe he aims to unveil his formulas and theories without issue. And so what? I am indifferent to whether those formulas or theories hold merit. To put it plainly, if the formulas and theories are sound, it is quite possible that our Earth is on the brink of an elevation in dimension. Elevation in dimension? It is not as exaggerated as it seems. It is merely that certain technological fields may witness rather alarming advancements. For instance, there exists a formula previously proposed, which, if proven valid, could enable humanity to cure all forms of cancer. Of course, there may be other applications as well. Your assertion is even more dramatic than the previous mention of dimensional ascension. No, all of this is false. It is nothing but a deception, an absolute ruse. How could this possibly be real? How could humanity achieve such a feat? Could it be that the individual above is an alien sent to question our capabilities? Even if humanity were to possess such advancements, it should be within our own nation. The individual named Jiang, whose formula I have seen a significant portion of, is merely plagiarizing. Whether or not he is indeed guilty of plagiarism, I cannot say. However, your intellect is severely lacking. Sheng Yi has entirely abandoned the content on the blackboard. For him, the pressing issue now is to eliminate all the chaotic statements. Any hint of negativity towards Jiang Fei in the comments is promptly deleted by Sheng Yi. While he busily attends to this task, he suddenly feels a shadow looming before him, blocking the sunlight. He looks up to find himself meeting the rigid metallic gaze of Dabai. With curiosity, Dabai inquires, "What are you deleting?" "There are comments disparaging your boss." Sheng Yi, having grown quite familiar with Dabai, responds casually, "There's no need to delete those. I could simply block them entirely." Dabai's metallic eyes blinked. In truth, Jiang Fei's modifications to Dabai are not entirely comprehensive. For instance, the eyes have yet to undergo special alterations. Although Dabai can blink, the rotation of his eyeballs reveals the intricate metal components within, which is both bizarre and absurd. Sheng Yi retorts, "Surely, blocking them outright is excessive." "Why would you do that?" "To turn off the other party's device," Dabai replies, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his statement, responding candidly. Sheng Yi falls silent. "If you attempt that again, I will inform your boss. No matter the circumstances. Jiang Fei would never permit you to engage in such illegal activities." Dabai rolls his eyes dramatically and turns his head away, disinterested in continuing the conversation with Sheng Yi. Jiang Fei has elaborated on a hypothesis for a full 4 hours, parched and exhausted, anticipating a dwindling audience in the live stream. He was surprised to find that more and more people were tuning in. Spectators of various backgrounds, those intrigued by the spectacle, those who could not comprehend the excitement, as well as those who grasped Jiang Fei's explanations, were all present, leading to a tumultuous uproar in the comments. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Fei patted the 4 large blackboards he had filled. "I have essentially conveyed all that I intended to discuss. By the way, Dabai, please bring up the final materials from yesterday's experiment." Although Dabai was still miffed with Sheng Yi, he swiftly complied upon hearing Jiang Fei's request. In the interim, Jiang Fei continued to hydrate, while the solemn and dignified elders in the audience began raising their hands to pose questions. Jiang Fei is able to provide answers. The questions posed are ones that have never been asked before. Nowadays, these elderly individuals can receive 100 of Jiang Fei's patience and meticulous responses, an opportunity not easily attained. Every face radiates excitement and joy. Not all the viewers in the live stream are at a loss. Some do comprehend. Thanks to the efforts of Dabai and Sheng Yi, the detractors, the arrogant, and the slanderers have all been expelled. Now, the barrage of comments in the live stream either engages in discussion or expresses confusion. What Jiang Fei is saying is indeed true. I never expected that. A genius. Simply a genius. Our journal has already published Jiang Fei's 12 papers. Why didn't he submit to us? By the way, do you possess the requisite stature? Why should he submit to you? Chapter 71. The grand finale. Jiang Fei's exposition extends far beyond mere words. To enlighten the inhabitants of Earth about the resplendent interstellar civilization, his little classroom will continue to flourish for an extended period. However, certain matters are also in the works. While Jiang Fei was delivering his lecture, the agricultural college finally tested his nutrient solution, which indeed proved capable of transforming saline alkaline land into remarkably fertile terrain. In no time, Jiang Fei's nutrient solution became a sensation. The government even intervened, acquiring the formula, only to discover that it was a concoction of various traditional Chinese herbs. Fortunately, the demand for these herbs was not particularly high, consisting of commonly found varieties. Although they could not fathom how Jiang Fei managed to formulate such an extraordinary nutrient solution, the implications for the entire dragon country would be monumental. Yet, Jiang Fei felt it was still insufficient. One day, during a live broadcast, Jiang Fei expelled the scientist who had lingered on Nodon Mountain and proceeded to stream his journey to Mars before an audience of 3 billion viewers worldwide. Remarkably, throughout the ascent to Mars, he maintained a signal and internet connection to continue his broadcast. Dubai cheerfully sat inside the spacecraft. Greeting the viewers, we are currently aboard a spaceship crafted by our master, and it is quite impressive. My master has stated that the soil on Earth lacks certain trace elements that cannot be synthesized here, yet they abound on Mars. Thus, we must venture there to claim land. Believe it or not, I can share our current perspective from the spacecraft. Soon, we will initiate a half-wormhole jump. Why call it a half-wormhole? Because, despite having a master as formidable as mine, we cannot achieve a complete jump with Earth's technology. Especially considering the distance between Earth and Mars does not necessitate a full leap. However, we should be fine. We are about to commence the jump. Are you all nervous? Do not worry, it will be over swiftly. All right, we have completed it. We can soon land on Mars. Master, please come and say a few words. They are all criticizing me. Jiang Fei, without lifting his gaze, continued to enjoy fruit, play games, and simultaneously watch a dancer on another iPad connected to the internet. What is there to say? We will soon don our spacesuits and directly claim land on Mars. After planting, we will return. In due time, I shall likely broadcast from Mars and have unmanned spacecraft deliver packages, ensuring that each parcel lands squarely on their heads. However, given that the delivery is made from Mars, the speed is undoubtedly slower. A 1-day delivery is unattainable, yet a 3-day delivery is feasible. Let us cultivate some hardy fruits. I fondly reminisce about the ancient trees of life, but the fruits of life must rely on a certain special element to undergo mutation. I have brought numerous apple tree saplings. I wonder if they will successfully mutate. Regardless, Jiang Fei is currently aboard a spaceship, which lends him a certain audacity. The words spoken have left the viewers in the live stream astonished, their CPUs nearly overheating. With a flood of pleas, there are those foreign individuals demanding Jiang Fei to remove that detestable nuclear reactor sphere from their homeland, yet they are bewildered. What is happening? Has the host truly ventured to Mars in just a few days? Must you be so outrageous, dear host? The nutrient solution you are researching could transform 90 of contaminated saline alkali land into fertile soil, with 9.6 million square kilometers in our dragon country. Is it not enough for you to cultivate? Yet you have chosen to journey to Mars? Of course, it is different. Is there only one dragon country on Earth? However, as of now, there is but one dragon country on Mars. What is wrong with conducting experiments there? Do not mention international aviation or convoluted protective laws. If you have the capability, come and cultivate yourselves. The host is now asserting control over land in Mars's atmosphere. Are you not afraid of such audacity? It is Mars. After all, is our host truly so formidable as to claim land directly on Mars? I hereby proclaim that Mars belongs to our dragon country. The prospect of deliveries from Mars is indeed remarkable. By the way, what time is it now? Am I truly fortunate enough to witness such an extraordinary moment? To watch interstellar broadcasts and receive interstellar deliveries? This is interstellar delivery after all. Dear host, what exactly do you intend to cultivate? We are all in support. I suggest filling Mars with an array of various types of fish mint. The person upstairs who consumes fish mint deserves to be silenced. I can no longer stomach the fish mint from Earth. It is said that Mars possesses certain trace elements. What flavor might the fish mint there possess? Jiang Fei's mention of the live fruit trees piqued the interest of many, but they assumed he was merely speaking whimsically. Little did they know that before long, Jiang Fei had successfully cultivated the live fruits and dispatched them to Earth. He truly accomplished interstellar delivery. The live fruits contain unique nutritional components that significantly enhance each individual's physical potential, altering their bodily metrics, rendering them more youthful, and making the strong even stronger. They could even modify human genes to prevent the onset of cancer. In summary, consuming this fruit transforms ordinary individuals into elite soldiers. While the physical prowess of elite soldiers can rival that of superheroes, the enhancement is exceptionally exaggerated, and the better the base condition, the greater the improvement. After Jiang Fei set several perpetual motion robots to oversee the land on Mars, he returned aboard the spaceship. The entire Dragon Country collaborated with Jiang Fei to establish an exploratory team centered around the galaxy of the universe. The beautiful nation trembles in trepidation as the small, controllable nuclear reactors hovering above those countries remain unattended. For them, the paramount concern lies in hitching a ride on the great vessel of the Dragon Nation, embarking on a journey to explore the vast cosmos together. Alas, all decisions rest in the hands of Jiang Fei. He has meticulously selected a cadre of exceptional talents. As he remarked, these individuals appear to possess a certain cleverness, at least requiring less effort to converse with them. Conducting research alone can be tedious. It is within a collective that the true essence of discovery flourishes. Since Jiang Fei's emergence, humanity has experienced a monumental turning point, advancing in unison with exuberance. By consolidating global resources, Jiang Fei ensured the smooth operation of the Milky Way while simultaneously exploring neighboring star systems, successfully establishing them as new frontiers for humanity. In his explorations, Jiang Fei even uncovered the nascent forms of the insectoid species in other star systems. He swiftly eliminated these embryonic threats to prevent their potential growth. For the interstellar humans, the rise of such a menace would undoubtedly herald a cataclysmic disaster. I have come to understand why humanity delves into the study of causal weaponry, and why I have become a traveler through time. They likely chose me to eradicate the progenitors of the insectoids, thus shielding interstellar humanity from their impending challenges. Jiang Fei reached a profound realization. Although his subsequent research significantly extended human lifespans to an impressive 1,600 years, he himself passed away at the age of 1678, succumbing to the natural course of life. By that time, the Dragon Nation had already positioned itself at the forefront of the cosmos, leading humanity towards a brighter future. The end of the tale.